What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, January 24th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock, talking plenty of Texas basketball. The Longhorns go on the road and knock off Oklahoma, the sixth straight time Texas has beaten OU on the hardwood. We'll recap that game and talk about what it means for Texas hoops going forward, plus some Texas football. How big of a player will the Longhorns be in the college football playoff picture when we get to the fall? We'll talk some NFL, of course, just a few days away from Conference Championship Sunday in the National Football League, and we have seemingly the first domino of the NFL head coaching carousel that has fallen. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball as the Hall of Fame announcement came down last night. Some NBA to get into as we had a surprise firing in the association. We'll talk a little Dak Prescott and debate what his future looks like in Dallas. And, of course, we'll have some funny videos for the people like we always do here on Bucky and BK. What's going on this morning, Buck?
Man, it is absolutely fantastic. A little bit warmer yesterday, a little bit warmer today. Real nice it will be tomorrow. The rain's still coming down, so the rain will end today, and we'll have a really nice day tomorrow. A little sunshine mixed with clouds, so it'll be okay. Remember, I can get the rain to come, but I really can't tell the rain when to stop. That's not in my weather forecast. I don't tell you when it's going to stop, but I'm going to just take – this is just a guess. Generally, it's my expert opinion, but this is just a guess. I think today will be it for the rain. Now, I'm not going to say what time, but my goodness, dude, it was thundering last night, and we got a little thunder this morning, you heard. And that roar last night, no lightning with it, but just a bunch of thunder, unless I didn't see the lightning because I slept well after after that big win over OU. I went dead to sleep. I was tired and out and could hear the raindrops hitting the top of the roof, and I was just out. But the thunder, you said the thunder was out there this morning, huh?
Yeah, I just heard some 10 minutes ago.
Well, thank you very much, Dak Prescott's brother and CeeDee Lamb's brother and mother and everybody else's dad and uncles who are involved in the Dallas Cowboys. Very disappointed. I'm not disappointed. I'm more so that's that organization, because leadership wise, sorry Mike McCarthy, sorry Dak Prescott, nobody's buying.
Hold on.
I don't think they're buying. I'm sorry.
You're blaming CeeDee Lamb's mom for the thunder we have in Austin. How did you get there from there?
I got there very quickly. Sorry, Micah Parsons, your brother or whatever, who's doing all the talking and yapping now. All the people that don't play always have something to say. But I'll say this. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. No arguments about that whatsoever. Do be safe out there.
Yeah, we'll get into the never-ending drama surrounding the Dallas Cowboys a little bit later in today's
show. Your group.
Now, I'm a Chiefs fan. Don't forget.
Let's not forget that. Got my Chiefs red on this morning. Here we
go. Yeah, once we get into January, I give up on my Cowboys fandom, and I
start being a Chief fan.
Go back to my roots. Remember, I was born in Overland Park, Kansas.
Overland Park, yes.
All right, so I've been a Chiefs fan from day one, okay? Let's not forget about that.
There you go.
And maybe when Mahomes leaves, I will forget about that. But as long as he's there,
as long as that guy is unbelievable, man.
Nobody will forget about that. But let's start with that Texas OU basketball game, man. What a win! What a 2-game stretch it's been for Texas basketball after the embarrassing loss to UCF, in which the Longhorns blew a 16-point lead at home last Wednesday. Boy, it's only been a week since that game went down, but a lot has changed. This Texas program has taken a total 180 from that loss and everything that went down after that loss to where things stand right now. Back-to-back top 11 wins for this Texas basketball program. They obviously beat Baylor in dramatic fashion on Saturday. And, Buck, there wasn't a lot of drama last night. This game was close at halftime. OU actually led by 1 at recess, but it was all Texas in the second half. The Longhorns outscored the Sooners 43-27 en route to a 15-point blowout victory in Norman last night. Just a dominant second half by Texas and a huge win. And Texas went from well outside of the NCAA tournament field to they are right back on the bubble. Still a long way to go in this season, but what a turnaround it's been for the Horns.
Yeah, that was quite the defensive display, I thought, in the second half. I mean, they had hands in everybody's face. OU didn't have a shooter they could get at least even warm. I mean, they got a lot of kind of putbacks and stuff like that, but they didn't have anybody shooting threes or 15-footers on a consistent basis because I thought they got D'd up pretty well last night. Texas was in their hip pocket in their home gym, and that was nice to see from the get-go. Asmus was little defense, look, moving back and forth, moving those legs, shuffling those feet. Even that dude was playing defense last night. I mean, they all were. Their guards didn't do anything from Oklahoma. Mitchell was all over the boards. He was scrapping all night long. Anybody that played for the Horns last night played. Dylan Dessou played out of his mind on defense and offense, as a matter of fact. He was fabulous. They still just don't believe him. They let him go to the three-point line, and they say, go ahead, shoot it. We'll see if you can make it. And all he does is make them. I mean, he just makes them. They give it to him. They don't run out and guard him. They just, I mean, he, as they said last night on the broadcast, that guy can score from all three tiers. And when he gets out there to the third tier, to the three-point range, people tend to say, that big dude, the 15-foot jumper that he has, he's not hit these threes. He's as smooth as anybody you've seen shoot that three.
Yeah, Dylan Dessou is the Jatavion Sanders of this Texas basketball team, where he's just a matchup nightmare. Like, he is a tough guard because of his combination of size and strength and skill. And you're right, like, teams don't play him for the three because they're worried he's going to blow by them on the drive, or they're worried, he's going to make something happen on the low block. And he is a three-level scorer right now. And I still hear Texas fans complain about Dylan Dessou shooting threes. He's shooting 57% from three this year. Now, is that sustainable over a whole year? Probably not.
And they're clean shots. They're non-contested shots.
Well, he's so big, too. He can see and shoot over everybody. Like, even when a guy is close to him, he could still elevate, and no one can get a hand in his face because he's damn near 7 feet. So, like, those are the guys who are the toughest to guard in the NBA, but also in college basketball. And there aren't a lot of guys like that in college basketball. So, no, Dylan Dessou is a problem. And if he keeps shooting anywhere close to the way he's been shooting, then, he's going to be one of the best players in this Big 12 this year. And he's going to lead Texas to a successful second half of the season.
Yeah, and when he gets you on his hip, you got a problem down there in the paint. I mean, he is strong. He's physical. He's got really a nice touch. And he gets back off the ground again. If he misses the original shot, he's back at it right off the bat, And I watched Mitchell play last night. Offensively, to me, he still struggles, but he's a garbage man. He gets all the rebound. He'll get on the floor with you. He goes over the top of you. I mean, I'm not saying he can get his jump. Early in the season, he was shooting that jumper when he'd go one-on-one, but he's got away from that again. I mean, it's almost like he doesn't like the one-on-one, but he likes to come over the top and slam the ball or get the rebound for putbacks. I don't give a rat's ass while he's here how he scores. I'm not worried about his NBA future. I'm worried about his present while he's here. And I know what he is. I know he's not a one-on-one player because he has one-on-ones and he doesn't do anything with them. But I know he'll be around that rim getting that rebound or the putbacks, and that's fine.
Yeah, we talked a lot about rebounding yesterday, and Dylan Mitchell did lead everybody with 13 boards last night. Texas had been out-rebounded in its previous 4 games. They were obviously 1-3 or 2-2 in that stretch, 1-3 in conference play overall. But the Longhorns have been just beaten down on the glass in recent weeks. And we were hoping that was something that was going to change last night, and it absolutely did. Texas out-rebounded Oklahoma by 16. So the effort, the hustle, it was there for Texas. The Longhorns were quicker to lose balls than Oklahoma was. Yeah. They were winning those 50-50 balls. They were giving themselves second chances on offense, and they weren't giving Oklahoma a lot of second looks when they were on offense, right? It was a lot of one and done.
They did run. Oklahoma ran with the ball. They took off. But they didn't get any quality shots even on their fast breaks. They were prayers, because they had a Texas player with their hand in their face. I mean, they were contested, whether it's layups or fast breaks. They were contested. Those weren't easy buckets.
That was where the game turned, right? It was a tale of two halves. I mean, Oklahoma led at halftime, but they led because they were able to get easy buckets in transition. They had 14 points on the fast break.
Yeah, we knew they were going to run.
And I felt good about Texas at halftime. Like, I did not feel good at halftime against Baylor because Texas shot the lights out and they only led by 1. And it's like, this could be scary. Well, turns out the Longhorns stepped it up defensively. Baylor started missing a bunch of shots, and Texas was able to survive against the Wackos over the weekend. But I felt good. It's like, okay, Texas is clearly better than Oklahoma. If they just stop turning the ball over and giving Oklahoma easy buckets, then they're going to win this game. And that's exactly what happened. Like, Oklahoma, they don't have a go-to guy right now.
No, they don't.
And they've got a couple of good guards, and Texas did a great job defensively containing them. But the Sooners don't have just like, you give this guy the ball and he's guaranteed to get you a bucket in a big spot kind of guy. And when Oklahoma had to play in the half court against a solid defense that Texas is, they couldn't get anything going. So that was the key to the game. It's just stop turning the ball over and giving them freebies. Once Texas did that, they were able to assert their will in that second half.
Well, and Asmus had some threes in the second half that were like, they weren't even guarding them because they didn't believe the guy would shoot it from that far. They were like, that guy's not going to pull up here from right after a couple steps after half court. Wrong. He will. He did. And he made a couple shots, from way, way back past the line. And, dude, he didn't have anybody in his face. They weren't contested shots because nobody would believe he would do that.
Yeah. Asmus is a polarizing player amongst this fan base.
Oh, my goodness.
And he's going to go down as one of my favorite Texas basketball players ever. And I know he's only going to be here for a year, and this is not going to be the best basketball season Texas has ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it will. Who knows? If they keep playing like they did last night, then they could do something pretty special this year. But odds are this is not going to be one of the best basketball teams I've ever watched in Austin. But I love that guy, man. Like, he can pull up from anywhere in the gym. You could put that guy in the third row of the stands, and I would think he's going to make it when he pulls up.
By the way, he went to the rim last night, too. He went down deep and got a three-point bucket, too.
You're right. No, you're right. He was pretty aggressive. Yeah, he did. He did. So
he played. He played to what Oklahoma thought they were going to do. They thought they were going to get out and run, and he wanted to show what an all-around athlete he was. That he won't just shoot a three. He'll go inside, and he went inside and got knocked down once on an and one. I thought that was awesome because I haven't seen him finish like that. I've seen those 3-pointers where last night he passed the great. Was it Elvin Hayes that he passed last night in scoring? That's a lot of points, dude. When you start talking about Elvin Hayes and players like that, Oscar Robertson. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he passed up Larry Bird.
Wow.
Over the weekend in that win over Baylor. And yeah, I mean, he's one of the most prolific scorers in college basketball history. Obviously, he did most of that at Anal Roberts or whatever it is. But here he is at Texas going up against high major competition and still finding ways to get the ball in the hoop. So, look, he kind of let the game come to him last night.
I would agree.
And he wasn't as aggressive as I wanted him to be in the first half, but the TV announcers were talking about it. Like, he's just, he's staying in his zone. He's letting the other guys get theirs. And then when Texas needed some dudes to step up in the second half, there was Max Asmus, like the cold blood.
And he played defense. I mean, he defended their guard. Yeah. Their guard. He swatted down 2 balls. His hands were everywhere. That was, I was from my defense school. I
was going to say, we got to thank you. Yeah, you taught him how to have a seizure on the basketball court.
Yeah, he shuffled from side to side last night and got his hands in on a couple balls, which was good.
Yeah.
But, dude, there are some occasions, unless it's Steph Curry, when you see a guy get over half court, you tend to back away a little bit and say, he's not going to shoot. This is ridiculous. He's not going to try to attempt to take this shot. And that guy will.
Yeah, you give that guy an inch.
Shoot from anywhere.
Yep, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. I mean, he's that type of shooter, and 22 big points last night to lead all scorers for the Longhorns. Yeah, the 3 best players for Texas. We talked about the Sioux, who had his first double-double of the year.
He had to have a good game, and he did. Yeah,
and OU, I mean, that's, we talked about a couple of things yesterday when previewing this game, and one of them was just OU's lack of size, right? We said the guards needed to play well, and the Texas guards did play well. They outplayed Oklahoma's backcourt, but OU just didn't have anybody who had the size or skill to run with Dylan DeSue.
Well, they couldn't run. They had that one big dude that looked like a big tight end.
Oh, yeah, that guy, tight end. That guy looked like a left tackle.
He was big. What was he, 6'9", 6'10"?
I mean, that guy hit the deck once or twice, and my apartment shook in Austin. All the way from Norman, I felt that shit.
When that guy hit the deck, as you said a couple times, I was worried about Dylan DeSue's foot the whole time. don't get your legs tangled up when that dude comes down on the ground.
God,
He was big and he was wide. I mean, that was a wide body.
I think registered on the Richter scale when that guy.
When he was down there low trying to shoot, no good. He was fantastic at the free throw line. He's an 80% free throw shooter, but 2 feet away, I mean, that thing was clanking off to the side. I'm like, come on, man.
That fatty is an 80% free throw shooter?
Yes.
Wow,
yes.
I missed that.
79% free throw shooter, but down low, it was hitting underneath the boards. And I mean, I'm like, yeah, give it to him down there deep. He doesn't know what to do with it because he tried to ball handle. I'm like, no way.
Oh,
no
man.
way.
So Dessou and Asmus were the 2 best players, but maybe the X factor in that win last night was Kendall Weaver coming off the bench.
Once again, I mean, he's like Saturday, he played well Saturday.
Yep, I'll give Rodney Terry credit for giving Kendall Weaver more minutes. It probably should have happened earlier than it did. And I'll tell you what, maybe one of the best things that's happened to this Texas basketball team is Brock Cunningham forgetting how to play basketball. Because if Brock Cunningham hadn't been struggling as much as he has been struggling, and he made a shot last night, his first make in the last
at that corner 3.
Literally his first make in conference play. There have been 6 Big 12 games, and he has now made 1 field goal in those 6. But because Brock Cunningham is in the midst of his worst stretch of basketball in his 18-year career at Texas, it opened the door for Kendall Weaver to get more minutes. And dude, on both ends of the floor, that guy was incredible. 11 points in 28 minutes, had 4 rebounds as well, had a steal, had a block, was playing great defense, drew a charge. I mean, that guy was Brock Cunningham on steroids.
Yeah, what other opposing teams can't let him do is go right, because that's where he goes every time. He's going to his right hand when he goes to the basket, or when he goes to his jumper. He's going right. He doesn't do very much left, but he's got long reach, and he knocks down a bunch of balls, and he's a scrapper too.
Yeah, and he had that incredible putback lay-in too, where he just came in from the top of the key behind the three-point line and had a putback after a missed shot. Like, that guy is an athletic freak. And man, he
wants to be offensive. That's the thing about him. What's surprising, like I said, if he gets going and he learns how to go to his left side, he will be pretty good, because he's strong to his right. He's not accurate to his right, but he will go and get to the free throw line going to the right side. And if people underplay that right hand of his, he's going to go to the rim, because he wants to score points too. He doesn't want to be just a defensive player. He wants to get to the free throw line, and he's aggressive when he's down there low.
And I think he had the benefit of Oklahoma not expecting him to do anything.
Yeah, there you go. I agree.
Right? Like, that's probably, like, you see Kendall Weaver's stats and you see how little he's played this year. And if you're Porter Mosier, the OU head coach, you're probably like, all right, let's just put our worst defender on that guy. He's not going to do anything. And Kendall Weaver's like, okay, like,
I want to get some of his points too.
You're going to put this scrawny ass white dude on me. I'm going to blow by that guy and get an easy layup at the rim. I mean, Weaver had a good year. He was the AC freshman of the year last year before he transferred. He averaged nearly 10 points a game at UT Arlington. Obviously a step up in competition going from UTA to the real UT. But yeah, I mean, he's got that spunk to him, man. And 28 minutes last night, a season high for him. And that's going to be the norm. I don't know if you expect 28 every night, but that guy needs to be out there for around 20 minutes, you would think, every single game, especially if he's going to play like that.
Yeah, he's an aggressive player.
Yeah, so that was fun to watch, man. Kendall Weaver, Texas does not win that game without Kendall Weaver, especially in the first half, just giving this team a spark offensively. But he was consistent for all 40 minutes last night. And hey, maybe I was wrong about the horns down stuff. Like, maybe that was a genius coaching move by Rodney Terry.
Could be,
because his group looks galvanized.
Yes, they do.
They've been a different bunch. And there are plenty of things you could talk about with this Texas basketball team, and there are things that you could question about this Texas basketball team and what they've looked like this season. But one thing you can't question, Coach, is the fact that the players love their coach. They could have easily been like, yeah, screw this guy. He embarrassed us. We don't like him that much. We don't want to play for him anymore. F that. But instead, they have rallied around their head coach. They have social media. Every player on every team will tell you they don't pay attention to the outside noise. Yeah, that's BS. Everybody is on their phones. These are college kids. They're always paying attention to the outside noise. They know what everyone said about their head coach, and they have gone to war for him over these last 2 games, and they have won their 2 biggest games of the season since that incident went down. So maybe Rodney Terry knew what he was doing there, huh?
Yeah, and that's a big road win. I mean, that's an Oklahoma team that is athletic, that loves to run up and down the court. And Texas was up for the battle last night, and they were up for the battle from the get. It wasn't one of those, they played better in the second half on defense. They did a good job, but they were ready from the start of that game. They were into that game early last night, which was good to see. So that, now they've got to go. Where do they go? To Provo now?
They go to Provo.
They got to be they got to be ready to go there too.
Yep. Texas, once again, in the middle of this 6-game stretch against ranked opponents. We said it before it started. This was going to be a defining stretch of games for this Texas basketball team. So far, it's been pretty damn good. They are 2-0. They will travel to Provo to take on BYU this Saturday. I think that's a 1 o'clock Central Time tip. BYU last night played the University of Houston, and they lost.
They got a thumping last night.
Yeah, they did. I was watching this. I fell asleep.
Pretty good.
Houston's pretty good. They are in first place in the Big 12 right now, and they're the highest.
I'm sorry, I got my Houston gear on today.
And what are you wearing your OU colors today?
Come on, man. This is a memorial service for OU right here. That's what this is.
Should be wearing black for their funeral. It's Porter Mosier, the head coach at Oklahoma, is now 0-5 against Texas.
He had to be in shock watching that last night now.
I'm telling you. Yeah, Texas has won 5 in a row in Norman. They've won 6 in a row overall against the Sooners. You got to go all the way back to 2021, the last time OU has beaten Texas in basketball. So
surprising they don't have a shooter, that somebody can run around the three-point line and hit shots. They just don't have it.
No, they don't. They at least didn't last night. Yeah, I was not very impressed with Javion McCollum, who is OU's leading scorer, the transfer from Siena. He's having a really good year. I've watched OU play a couple of times before last night, but that guy, credit the Texas defense, right? Credit Tyrese Hunter. You talked about Max Asmus playing some pretty solid defense too, especially for him. You credit the Longhorns for making life tough for Javion McCollum, but that guy did not impress me at all. It's like Shania Twain. That don't impress me much.
Not much at all last night, that's for sure.
So, yeah, big win for Texas, man. And they are back on track. I mean, we'll see if we get a bracketology. I'm sure somebody will release a bracket this week, but we'll see if Joe Lenardi, the head bracketologist, drops something this week. But I think if the season ended today, Texas would be back in the NCAA tournament field of 68. Saturday was a nice win, but even after that, I don't know if that would have been good enough for Texas to be in the dance. Obviously have a long way to go. Still 12 regular season games, all in this incredibly tough Big 12 conference. So Texas's work is far from over.
If Texas can play just a little above how they're playing, just stay pretty calm and even keel here, that last game in Austin against Oklahoma could mean a lot for both teams.
Yeah, it could. You're right. And that's when Texas and OU will play again. The regular season finale, I think March 9th is the date.
Yeah, that's it. That can be a huge game for the Horns at home.
Absolutely. Wow. Yeah. Chance to sweep OU, but hopefully Texas has done enough by that point to solidify themselves a spot in the NCAA tournament, right? It's always scary when you come down to the end of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about the regular season and then the conference tournament. Like, you do not want to be going up to Kansas City saying, we need a win, maybe 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
To hear our name called on Selection Sunday. You want to do enough over the next month and a half to avoid that fate. But, that game could be huge. And Texas has had Oklahoma's number in recent years, which is really cool to see.
And I'm still waiting for Asmus to have that one of those games. When you're talking about the kind of guys he's passing by, like Elvin Hayes and people like that, and passing Rick Mount and all these others. Well, he's not past Rick Mount, I don't believe, but he's on these all unbelievable scores. When that dude gets off on one, BK, it's going to be a 45-point affair for him. I'm serious. Back to the days of Elvin Hayes, when those guys were scoring crazy points, like 45 and 50. He may have one of those games in him, I believe.
When he gets off on someone?
No, when he gets off to one of those 40-point or above games. I'm looking forward to that.
I got to look up the career high for Max Asmus. His season high was 32 in that loss to West Virginia. I mean, he was the only guy doing anything for Texas in the second half of that game a couple weeks back.
Yeah, the other
But
two spots, he's had to have a 40-point game somewhere.
yeah,
No?
I'm sure he has at Oral Roberts. I'll double check that.
What was the
But
other spot that he played before that? Was he at a
that's it.
JUCO? Was it
No, that's
only at
it.
Oral Roberts? There was another place that he played?
Now he spent 4 years at Anal Roberts.
No, Rob.
And he's a
Yeah, I got a feeling he's
four-year
got a
starter.
40-pointer somewhere.
That'd be awesome. Hopefully it's in a win, right? Like
Oh,
hopefully
yeah.
Disco steps up with 20 and
47-point display for us to see.
could you imagine that?
Be great.
That'd be spectacular. So big time win. What a bounce back by Texas basketball. Haven't seen a lot of horns downs in the last few days. And you keep winning games and you won't be seeing horns downs. And
May have seen some middle fingers yesterday, but you didn't see many horns down.
Just win, baby. Al Davis said it best. Just win, baby. Texas keeps doing that. The Rodney Terry slander will stop, and the horns down will stop as well. So
Let me ask you something quickly, so let's get this out of the way because we don't spend a lot of time on baseball unless your Rangers are playing. But the three guys going to the Hall of Fame, three legitimate players, headed to the Hall of Fame. And I think they got that one right there.
I do too. I do too. There's one that they did not get right though, and that's a guy who got left out of this Hall of Fame class.
We got one more shot left to go for him, huh?
Yeah, that is the former Astros great Billy Wagner, who's one of the best closers in the history of the game, and he's got better numbers than some of the closers who are already in the Hall of Fame. So I think it's a joke that Billy Wagner's not in yet. You're right. He's got 1 year left on the ballot. He was 5 votes away from getting in yesterday.
Oh, come on, guys. Get him in there.
And his percentage has gone up every single season. So if that trend continues, then Billy Wagner will get in his 10th and final year on the ballot. But this whole process is such a joke. Like, the guy's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer. If you want to have like a first ballot, if you want to, separate guys for first ballot versus not first ballot, that's fine. But to make a guy like Billy Wagner, who is definitely getting into the Hall of Fame and should be in the Hall of Fame, you want to make him wait 10 years for that bit?
Yeah.
That's a joke. That's a bad bit right there from the MLB writers who are always sitting on their high horse thinking they're better than everybody else. But that was the one omission, the one thing that they got wrong. But the three guys who did get in, they got right. Adrian Beltre, Texas Rangers legend, also did great things for Seattle for a number of years. Played in Boston for a couple of years, started his career with the Dodgers, but had his best days with the Rangers. That guy's one of the best third basemen of all time. He was a first ballot Hall of Famer, got 95+% of the votes, which if you didn't vote Adrian Beltre in, you should have your ballot taken away from you.
Stripped.
I mean, ridiculous. I think there was like 15 or 19 people who didn't have Beltre in, and that's the dumbest thing ever. But he got in. Joe Mauer, the longtime Twins catcher, beast.
Yes.
Beast. One of my favorite players.
Destined to be a Hall of Famer from the day he entered Major League Baseball.
Yeah. I mean, awesome career in Minnesota. One of my favorite players growing up. And I was a catcher back in the day, Buck.
Oh, baseball. Yeah. You've always been a catcher. That's for sure.
Baseball-wise, have to throw that caveat in there just in case. I tried to model my game after that guy. I mean, I was one billionth. I was short as shit as a kid, so I was short and fat, and I was bad. So really, I was nowhere close to Joe Mauer. I did a horrible job modeling my game after him, but no, he was a great player in Minnesota for a long time. I think 3-time Gold Glover. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Only 6 catchers ever with at least 3 Gold Gloves and 3 Silver Sluggers. Also won 3 batting titles in his career. Was a American League MVP in 2009. And 15 years with Minnesota was very good for all of them. And then Todd Helton, who at one point was the starting quarterback at the University of Tennessee.
Wow.
Before some guy named Peyton Manning came in and took his job, and also did some weird stuff to a trainer there.
Come on, Todd.
No, that was Peyton who was doing the weird stuff to that trainer. Remember that story?
I remember that story.
Yeah, but Todd Helton, longtime Colorado Rocky, really, really good.
Great bat.
Yep. And let me see if I can find his number. 3 Gold Gloves, 369 home runs, more than 1,400 RBIs, a 316 career hitter. All that was boosted because he played at Coors Field, but that's okay. Still a great career for Todd Helton. And yeah, all three of those guys incredibly deserving. It's a good class.
Yeah, and when you talk baseball, it makes me happy to know that I've got a little baseball player right here too. I've got a little Hall of Famer right here too. See this guy? This is what
Is that why you brought this up? You just wanted to talk about Derek Jeter?
No, we don't. Do I ever talk about Derek Jeter? Seriously.
Yes.
He's been quiet for months back here. He didn't get to go to Louisiana on the trip to see what their traditions are of peeing on the floor. I would have taken him into the toilet with me and put him on the floor. You think they would have pissed on him?
Oh.
You think if I'd have put him on the floor, they would have knocked him over?
I would have pissed on him.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
You can't talk baseball without that guy.
I'll tell you what, if you wanted to keep Jeter clean in a Louisiana bathroom, you should have put him inside the toilet.
Yeah, really.
Because nobody pees in there. They all missed and hit the ground. If you wanted to make sure he stayed clean, then yeah, put him in the bowl.
One of my all-time favorite traditions. Go to Louisiana so you can watch the people piss on the floor.
Next time I go there, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to be like, I don't need the toilet. I'm going to just take a leak right here.
Doesn't matter where you are, except for where we stay. Everything was good. We did a great job because we're out-of-town guests. If anybody from Louisiana would have stayed at the mansion there, it would have been different.
Governor's mansion?
At the governor's mansion, yes.
Oh, God. All right, so there's your baseball. Some numbers on Adrian Beltre, who's – I mean, look, I grew up in the Metroplex, obviously.
Was he one of your favorites?
Oh, man. Like, I was watching this on MLB Network when the announcement dropped last night, and I had a tear or two in my eye.
Cool.
I mean, I just love that guy. And he's one of those guys that, like, it didn't matter what team you rooted for, you loved him. He's one of the most entertaining players in the history of the game. He's obviously one of the best. I mean, he's one of 4 players in the history of the sport, regardless of position, to have 400 home runs, 3,000 hits, and at least 5 gold gloves. So you talk about an all-around player, a guy who hit for contact, guy who hit for power, a guy who played tremendous defense. I mean, Brooks Robinson level defense at the hot corner. There's a guy that you will know very well. Just the total package, also hilariously entertaining. He had this weird thing, and I'll see if I can find some videos of this later, but he would hate when people touched his head. And whenever someone tried to, like a teammate or an opposing player or anybody, he just, whenever anyone tried to touch his head, he would lose his mind. He would like basically square up like he was ready to fight you. And it was so funny to watch. And his teammates would always try to irritate him by like trying to touch his head after he hit a home run. And he'd get so pissed. It's so funny to watch.
I wonder if his mom would get on social media and said, "Hey, don't touch my son's head. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like that. Don't touch his hat or his helmet. Don't touch his glove. Leave my son alone."
Oh my God. Let me see if I can all right. Here's a little video. Hopefully this doesn't get us in trouble with the YouTube copyright folk.
Come on, folks.
We're always on the prowl. But here's Adrian Beltre after a home run he hit for the Rangers. This is just him in the dugout. And look, everyone's trying to touch his head, and he picks up a bat like he's about to whack somebody with it.
Oh, you don't want to get hit with that bat.
He gets so mad that people keep trying to touch his head. Look, Elvis Andrus is like rubbing his head. He picks up the bat, and he's like, "Dude, get off me.
Don't touch my head, dude."
So funny. So, yeah, well-deserved. I'm like, I got buddies who are Rangers fans who are like, we got to go to Cooperstown to watch that induction.
Why not?
It could be my excuse to get up there for the first time. So, yes, 3 new Hall of Famers in Major League Baseball. It's Adrian Beltre, it's Todd Helton, it's Joe Mauer. Astros fans are hopeful that Billy Wagner gets in next year.
He should be in there.
Agreed, 100%. Okay, before we move on, we'll get back into Texas OU and basketball. We've got some Texas football to talk about as well, and plenty of NFL and NBA conversations too over the next hour and a half. We've got to give some love, Buck, to some of our great sponsors.
Absolutely. Let me tell you, folks, about Relax the Back. They embrace the holistic approach for a healing and their life and for your lifestyle. And my back couldn't be happier. My back feels fantastic today. I know it's been wet, a little cold, but it's feeling good from being in this Relax the Back chair. Their motto is live wellness. And folks, you can go over there right now and look at some of their zero gravity recliners that they have, the Tempur-Pedic pillows, if you're having struggles at night sleeping because you're beating up that pillow of yours, that piece of junk like the one that I have, nasty pillow that I've had for 10 years, which I need to get a Tempur-Pedic pillow for sure over at Relax the Back. They've got all of those for you. As I said, 0 gravity recliners, stand-up desk, and then they have these unbelievable chairs, whether it's at your home office or at your office. Do get yourself in one of these comfortable chairs. It's going to really help your thoracic back, your lumbar area. It's going to help your shoulders, your elbows. I love this chair, really. I'd have real problems without this chair. And thanks to the folks who Relax the Back over 20 years, I have the comfort that I need, and my back has the comfort. They've got 2 incredible stores, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and, of course, up in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Folks, you need to live pain-free, just like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to Steven, by the way. Steven, you are a winner of our $50 Cover 3 gift card giveaway that we did on yesterday's program. So make sure you reach out, Steven. Shoot us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328, or send me a DM on Twitter. We'll make sure we can get you.
Yeah, because if you don't use it, we will use it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love Cover 3. I'll give them some love right now. It's my favorite sports bar in the city. I got to go get me some lunch at Cover 3. That might be my lunch today.
Oh, now you're talking. You're going to bypass 7-Eleven for lunch today?
Well, I might get some rollers on the way and then go get some lunch. We don't discriminate here. We love all of our sponsors.
Oh, my goodness.
Cover 3, the Anderson location, one of my favorite spots in the city. When you think sports bar, you're like, all right, well, they got TVs. That's cool, but the food's probably going to suck. No. The food is incredible at Cover 3.
Dude, can you imagine if they had the TVs in 7-Eleven, what you would be like? You'd pull up a chair and sit at 7-Eleven and watch TV and eat all day long.
Oh, with all of the construction workers?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, my God.
You'd be the guy there swatting their hands away from the rotisserie. Get your hand out of there.
I have like
touch those.
14 Slurpees, like
8
jalapeno cream cheese rollers, 8 steak and cheese.
Some little Debbie's. Oh, man.
Give me a pint of ice cream.
Oh.
We're doing 2 reads in one here. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Our guy Ashish, our gal Wendy, they own and operate 4 different 7-Elevens in the Austin area. Can't thank them enough for their continued support. We are big fans. I've been a 7-Eleven customer since I was a kid. Love that place. And I haven't been a Cover 3 customer since I was a kid because they didn't have it in Dallas. But since I moved to Austin in college, I was going to the old downtown location that they used to have of Cover 3.
Okay.
And one year I lived right across the street from that downtown location at Cover 3. And now I go to the Anderson location. They've got the one in Round Rock. They've got Cover 2 as well off of Lakeline. Great food for a sports bar. Of course, happy hour 5 days a week. Great drinks, great chairs, comfortable seats. They've got the nice booths there too. And all the games on all year round. By the way, we should mention this, and we're going to mention this a few times throughout the day. The Buck and I will be on location tomorrow morning from 8 to 10 at Rose Haven Venue.
Yes.
On 290. Our girl Christy from Cakes Rock. If you've listened to us for a while, you know about Cakes Rock. You know about Christy, and you know how we feel about Christy and Cakes Rock. This is her new venue. It's not just cakes. She's got amazing breakfast food that's going to be available tomorrow. We will be there from 8 to 10. She will be open. We're talking cinnamon rolls. We're talking kolaches. We're talking biscuits. We're talking brisket and sausage. I mean, everything. So
I'm looking forward to helping her out. The venue is beautiful, and she's made some beautiful rose gardens in the back now. The roses aren't out this time of year, but when the spring comes, when those babies pop back there, it's a beautiful venue. If you're having some ceremonies out there, if you're having little graduation parties, that's the place that you want to be. It's right close to where the old mayor of Cedar Valley, that would be Bucky Godbold, used to reside there. There's an Exxon station. There's Daniel Stone right there beside her. It is really, or it's called Site 1 now. It's not Daniel Stone any longer. It's called Site 1, where you get your stone and gravel and everything. It's right in between those 2 locations, right off of 290. So come in and have breakfast. I'm buying your first kolache. BK's buying your 10th kolache. Anything in between, you're buying.
You're on your own for those, but we got you for number 1 and number 10 because we're just that nice,
Yes.
We got you.
Can you eat in between? Could you eat 10 kolaches? They're like those little wieners. Those like Are they edible? No, you can't eat 10 of those.
Could I eat 10 kolaches or 10 wieners? What are you asking?
Well, I know you can eat 10 wieners. Could you? I mean, with the kolaches have little buns on them. Can you do that?
Why did I say that?
I don't know why you said that.
Yeah,
They're
of course.
small. Yeah, you could down those. Yeah, in the course of a breakfast.
I could eat 100 kolaches.
Now you're talking. Good.
All right. Here's some of the pictures of the food that is going to be available tomorrow.
Ooh.
Look at those cinnamon rolls.
Cinnamon rolls. Yes, definitely.
You're gonna have to break your no sugar deal for this.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah, my wife's having a big birthday. I can't tell you how big, but Chrissy's going to make a cake, and when she makes a special cake, look out.
God,
is that sausage and a biscuit? Sausage and a biscuit? No.
You ever seen that before?
Throw some syrup on top of that bad boy. Get after it tomorrow. Yes, I'm putting on 4 pounds tomorrow.
A little cheese on that bad boy too?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to put on at least 3 pounds tomorrow. Sunny, with that in my body, great.
Are you playing golf tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, you might need a nap on the course.
That's all right.
After this,
that's all right. That's all right, man.
Looking forward to that. Hope to see all of you people out there with us tomorrow.
All my Dripping Springs brethren, come on down.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, you clearly want to talk about Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys today.
I'm very disappointed. I'm not disappointed. I should know. Micah, you could feel that coming. Last week I was tooting the horn that they like Dak Prescott. He's done some wonderful things for the Dallas Cowboys, but they don't believe he's that type of leader to take them really over the hump. Okay, 12 wins, not enough for his teammates or Cowboys fans. They feel like they deserve more, which they probably do. But more so than anything, I don't think he's got that kind of love that you think his teammates have for him, because some of this stuff that's coming out behind the scenes, that's spoken to his relatives. That's how that stuff comes out. That doesn't just happen. Mom and brother don't just start bringing that up without somebody who's involved in it saying stuff to him. That's how that happens.
Yeah, and God, before that playoff game, I would have told you that all of Dak's teammates have his back, right? Despite the previous postseason struggles that he had, despite how bad he was last year, because he was not very good last year. At times, it felt like the Cowboys were winning in spite of Dak, because he led the NFL in interceptions despite missing a few games with injury. Despite all of that, I would have told you that, no, like everybody in that locker room has Dak's back and they believe in him. But, man, what has happened since that embarrassment? And it was an embarrassment.
It was.
Green Bay Packers a couple of weekends ago has been embarrassing for the Dallas Cowboys and for Dak Prescott. So I'll share the screen. It started with CeeDee Lamb's mom taking to Facebook, and where is it here? I think here we go. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb's mother taking this is Facebook. This is just on Twitter where I'm pulling up these Facebook posts. But Lita Ramirez is her name, and she just posted, "Dak isn't it."
Wow.
And then somebody comments, "Tell the youngin' to come to the home team. CJ would love him." Talking about Houston. And Lita Ramirez says, "Shit, I wish he would. CJ is great." Obviously talking about CJ Stroud. And then there's more. "He don't want to win a ring." Talking about Dak Prescott.
Yeah, so that's nobody's mother should be out there doing. I mean, that's.
And then one more, Buck. Lita Ramirez, they need to get rid of his ass. It's guys on that team that won a ring. They work too hard. It's the mother of CeeDee Lamb on Facebook saying that the other Cowboys players want to win a Super Bowl, but Dak Prescott doesn't.
Yeah, that's way over the top. That's something that, if your mother, we all know how much our mothers care about us. They want to be in our business. They want to be in our lives, but that's you barking to your mom about what's going on right there. Because most mothers, if you tell your mother, "Hey, mom, this is between you. I'm going to tell you this. You know how I feel, but this is between you and me. That's my business. That's what I do for a living there. Just you and I. You can understand my disappointment, maybe in Dak or whatever. I mean, but it shouldn't go any further than that. It shouldn't go to another brother. It shouldn't go to anybody else in the household. It's between her and her son. That should never get in the media." Now, I know you can't tell your mother what to do, but if you did say to your mother, I don't want this going any further than that. And you had a serious conversation. That means you're yapping around the house. Every time you see your mom, you're complaining about your quarterback not getting you the ball enough or whatever. That's lack of respect for, I think, the player, also about what he really feels about Dak. But if you tell your mom not to say something, your mom's not going to do it. Your mom's not going to say anything.
Remember on draft night when CeeDee Lamb got picked by the Cowboys? There was the video of him getting drafted at his watch party, and he had 2 phones, right? He was on the phone with the Cowboys getting picked with one of them, and then his girlfriend at the time, I don't know if they're still dating or not, remember she grabbed his other phone and tried to look at it, and he reached over and grabbed it right back and basically was like, you don't get this. He should have done that to his mom instead, taking her phone away. I mean, what could CeeDee Lamb have to complain about? That guy led the NFL in catches this year. Like, Dak Prescott got him the ball more than any quarterback, got any receiver the football in the league.
Yes.
And he made CeeDee Lamb a ton of money. Now, CD did too. He's awesome. This is not like, oh, Dak made CD. No, CD
no.
Monster. But what could CD be mad about?
No,
what could he possibly be mad about after the year that he just had with Dak Prescott throwing him the ball?
Yeah, well, I know this. His mom had to watch that television broadcast of announcers talking about these two are having a hissy fit between each other. And she had to listen to all of that, just like, like both of those guys had to listen to it. And maybe there was nothing going on, but announcers are they thought something was going on. They're just saying what they think they see, and probably nothing going on at all. But if you're just watching the game, you thought something was going on. Sure. You can make an assumption that they're not happy with each other right now just by the body language. Guys have been around sports enough to see the body language. They're not on. There's something going on between them. Well, mom had to listen to that the whole time too. But her son's got to say to her, hey, mom, if I say something about my teammates or about what's going on in this organization, that's between you and I. That you can't go on your social media and say something. That's my job. That's what I do for a living. I know you want to protect me. I know the brother of whoever else, Micah Park, I know they want to protect who they have, but you can't do that to your brother, and you can't do that to your son.
Right.
That's why I truly believe that I believe that a lot of guys feel that way about Dak Prescott. They think he's an okay guy, but they don't think he can take them where they want to go. Now they're a part of it too. They got to do better themselves. You know what I'm saying? But they're looking. But the people that are relatives are looking for somebody else. The relatives don't like to blame their kinfolk. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's not CD's fault. It's not Michael. It's not Parsons. I mean, he's a beast. It's got to be Dak Prescott. So let's blame it on that guy. Yeah. But that stuff needs to be quiet. That will kill your team right there. That right there is enough to screw it up. And they don't have enough. They don't have enough guys who you would think that they have guys that people would listen to, like the owner or the coach. They don't give a shit about those. I mean, Jerry's not going to be the one to stop that, and he should be. He's the owner. He pays the checks. He's the guy who
Jerry's going to go on a radio show and comment about it, right?
Yeah,
and then there's going to be more headlines surrounding the Cowboys because that's just all he cares about.
They need more grown-ups in the room or on the team, and I don't know if they have it. I would think their big tackle who's been there, who's going to be an all-pro, who's been there 100 years, can do that. But that guy now is on his way out. He's at the latter part of his, 9 years ago, he could have come in there and said, hey, enough of this. I want to hear about your mom talking about this and stuff like that. But he can't do that now. He's barely surviving every year. Hopefully he can, last a couple more years. So him jumping up in the locker room is a little bit different at his age. And the guys that are involved are the stars. It's CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. It's their kinfolk that are doing this weird stuff. Tell them, like Micah Parsons' brother.
Yeah, Micah Parsons' brother was also going public with his comments on Dak Prescott. He called Cowboys fans clueless. He accused the Cowboys of great crimes being done to Micah by his own organization. Talked about how much money Dak Prescott is making. He criticized the coaching staff and then said, y'all are going to miss Micah when he's gone, insinuating that Micah Parsons would not want to re-sign in Dallas because he's the best player in the world and everybody else on that team sucks.
Yeah, that dude is going to take the money. If Jerry Jones offers him the money, he'll be a Dallas Cowboys. Who the hell is he kidding? And who's his brother kidding? If they should open up the Brinks car for that guy, but Who's his brother kid? Oh, he's not. Was he going to play because he wants to win a championship? No, he wants the kind of money that they're talking about. He'll help them still get to a championship game. But that dude, his brother talking, who I don't know if he even played football or whatever. Why is he talking? Why is he talking for his? That's something. Now that's hard to do. Now I would be able to say to my mother, please don't do that. Please don't put my business out there. But your brother, that dude may go out there, no matter what you say, that dude still may start yapping about it. That's harder for, I believe, the brother. I mean, man, we saw Patrick Mahomes' goofy brother acting like an ass for 2 years. But Patrick Mahomes probably finally put the kibosh on it. That guy, you don't even hear about that dude anymore. You know?
Who, Mahomes' brother?
Yeah. I mean, he finally, I think Patrick Mahomes finally said, hey, listen, dude, you're toting my bag and everything else, and I'm letting you do all this talking, and you're doing your TikToks and social media stuff. But guess what? It needs to end now. I'm trying to be bitch. I'm trying to be the best football player in the history of the game, and I don't need you don't have to tag along, but you don't have to put anything. Don't embarrass me,
Yep. I think Mahomes hit him with the rock there.
Oh, yeah.
Micah Parsons did take to his own social media, as he so often does, and said, I love my team, my brothers, and the city of Dallas, and I'm more committed than ever to bring a championship to the greatest fan base on earth. So Micah Parsons distanced himself from the comments. He also said that anything my brother says is not reflecting my opinions.
Yeah, because you can't stop your brother.
Right. He said all the right things. But
you shouldn't have to stop your mother. All you have to do is tell your mother, Mom, this is my job. This is what I do. I really would, if I tell you something, it's just got to stay between you and I. No matter how you feel about me and what's best for me, you can't go to your Facebook, your bypass, unpass, whatever passes you do. You can't go that and start talking about players on the team. Let's just keep it between us. Your mother would do that. Your mother would say, okay, you're right.
Yeah, well, obviously he couldn't get to her before she posted those comments. I'm not sure if they've been deleted. I haven't heard about any more comments since then coming from the mother of CD Lamb, but it's bad.
And I'm not saying that they don't feel that way. The guys don't feel that way.
It's like, look, the quarterback always gets more credit when things go right, and he always gets more blame when things go wrong. We know this. But like CD Lamb had a couple of drops in that game. Micah Parsons was a non-factor in that game against
Micah
Green
Parsons
Bay.
at the end of the year has talked a lot this year, and he's kind of disappeared a little bit. I know he's a great player, but teams started looking at him and say, let's just run at his ass. He weighs $150. Let's go ahead and get after him in the run game. The Green Bay Packers went after him when he's at the defensive end, and he's a social media darling, and so be it. That's the what he wants to do. But he does a lot of talking during the course of the season and in big games. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Just do it. Not to talk about it. We notice it.
Like he's one of the best players in football, but he's on the Cowboys, and the Cowboys in the last 2.5 decades have this reputation of being great in the regular season, but not showing up in the playoffs. That's been.
I don't know if he showed up in the playoff game.
No. Green Bay, like go back and watch. Green Bay literally made it their point of emphasis on offense to take Micah Parsons out of the game. Like that was their number one goal. They brought extra blockers. They were double teaming him. They were pulling guys to take him out of run plays. I mean, it was clinical. Like Green Bay, they're like, okay, this is their best player. We're going to do whatever we can to mitigate their best player.
Right.
Still, the all-time great players find a way around that, right? Like it's. Other all-time great defensive players have been like, oh, okay, your game plan is to stop me. Well, F your game plan. I'm going to rip that to shreds, and I'm still going to get mine. Micah Parsons didn't do it. So, yeah, it's just like it's more than just Dak that cost. They gave up 48 points. They gave up 48 points in that game. And Micah Parsons was on that defense that gave up damn near a 50-burger to Green Bay. And you're going to sit here and say, oh, it's only the quarterback's fault why we lost the game? Give me a break. They couldn't stop a nosebleed.
Yeah, that's like a strong owner is going to come out and say, you know what? I've got to do better. But the players, we can't be doing this to each other. We're close enough. We have enough talent, but we can't have this stuff that will pull the threads. I mean, that thing will just unravel with this kind of talk. It really, really will. And I could feel, I mean, like I said, I started talking about it last week. I'm saying they don't believe in this guy. There's something within that organization that the players can pretend they believe in Dak Prescott, but I think you're seeing it firsthand. They don't, because your best players are going, No, they're telling their families because that's how it gets out. It doesn't just, as I said, your mother just doesn't come up with that. She can be protective of you, but you've said something to your mom on occasions for her to think it's okay for her to go out and put it on her Facebook and stuff. You yourself, the player, has said things to your mom in order and didn't say to your mom, hey, you probably may have taken it for granted as your mom would say, just say, if I'm saying this, mom, it doesn't go out. Well, you got to sit down with mom and say, truly, mom, you want to know how I feel? This is what I feel about what the situation is, but you can't say it. If somebody's going to say it, let me say it, but I'm going to say it to you, and let's just keep this in our house,
You're probably right. She could come up with her own opinions. Micah Parsons' brother can come up with their own opinions, but look, everybody complains to their kinfolk about work at some point in their life. So
absolutely.
Yeah, what you're saying is probably not far off, but it's just, golly, it's so much finger pointing in Dallas instead of just accountability. There's no accountability anywhere.
I didn't even think about that with CeeDee Lamb. I just know that, like you said, I remember his that when he got drafted and all that little bit of drama that made people go, oh my girl, is he talking to another girl? Is his girlfriend pissed? Just drama that you really don't need on that. That's a special day for you.
Yeah.
Made it a special day for like 6 people. So, but yeah, there's just, it doesn't, not with the Cowboys organization. There's not enough strong leadership there for that.
Yeah.
Little things can tear that group apart.
That's like more evidence that Mike McCarthy's probably not a good head coach. Now, some of that stuff is uncontrollable for any head coach because with social media, it's easier to post your thoughts and complain about stuff than ever before.
Lamb had, like you said, he had a great year. How many more balls does he need?
I don't know. And then Dak Prescott's brother, Tad Prescott, to add to this conversation, tweeted a few days ago, if I could get Dak to leave Dallas, I would. I want him out of Dallas. The city and organization have been great to he and our family, but done with the drama and the so-called fans. He loves this team and wants to bring it rings. So now Dak's brother is out defending Dak, saying like, no, he really cares about this. And you fans who are turning your back on him, despite him being in the MVP conversation and probably finishing second place for the MVP award when it's all said and done, you guys aren't respecting him. So F y'all.
Well, he's going to want a contract before he starts this year. I know he's got a year left on it. They're probably not going to give him one, but I think this will be because if he wins, BK, he'll want out. If he wins, if he gets to a Super Bowl and he's in the Super Bowl and say they won, that dude will want out. He'll say, screw that.
No, why? What if you win? You want to keep winning. Why would you leave after winning a Super Bowl?
No, that guy's not. Dallas has one more year of Dak Prescott.
I don't know. Okay, what happens? We're all sitting here, and I've done this too. We're all like, okay, hey, just let Dak play out the final year of his contract, right? Like, make him earn it. If he plays well, he gets a new contract. If he doesn't play well, or if the Cowboys flame out in the playoffs early again, then he's walking, and you bring somebody else in next offseason. Here's something that not enough people are talking about. What if Dak holds out?
Well, that's what I was thinking too. What if he said, that's right. What happens when he doesn't show up to camp?
What do you do? Because he's going to count 56 million against your salary cap next year. You can't just play hardball with him and say, no, we're cool with you not playing. We're cool with that money just sitting. Like, you've got to pay him. What do you do?
Oh, people are going to go, well, we'll just go with Cooper Rush. That's what it'll be.
He's a free agent. You go with Trey Lance.
Oh.
He didn't make that trade to go get Trey Lance last offseason, right?
Yeah, just throw him into it now because he's been so good. Yeah. He's been so good in the past.
Yeah, you let Trey Lance start week 1, and then you're like, okay, Dak, what do you want? Yeah, okay, you can have it.
You think their mamas and brothers will be talking about Dak? Wait till they get a hold of Trey Lance.
Yeah, so
it's just a mess. Just not enough leadership. And you know what? Even though Jerry Jones is the owner, boy, you'd wish Mike McCarthy could step in and say, dude, let's come on, guys. But that guy was fighting for his job. He's still fighting for his job. Every second he comes through the hallways and up there and up in Dallas, they're going, shit, is this our guy? Is this our guy? Really? Hell, the people around him don't have enough faith in him.
It starts at the top, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
That's the one consistent throughout the last 2.5 to nearly 3 decades of suck for the Dallas Cowboys. It's Jerry Jones, the owner who won't fire himself as the general manager. And he's the judge, jury, and executioner for all things Cowboys football. And, well, he has executed the Cowboys
Dude,
time and time
I'm
again.
watching. And I know it's at the top. The Hunt family in Kansas City and Andy Reid. Dude, they don't even put up with this kind of stuff with players talk. I mean, they don't even put up with it. I mean, Kelsey threw his helmet down, and Andy Reid was telling the trainer, "Don't give him his helmet back." Andy Reid was bumping into his tight end. Like, dude, don't do that. Don't embarrass our team like that, throwing your helmet.
They traded Tyreek Hill, like one of the best players in football. He was complaining about stuff. He was asking for more money, and the Chiefs are like, "We don't need you." And they haven't. They won a Super Bowl the first year without Tyreek Hill, and they're in the AFC Championship. Yeah, look, Tyreek Hill would obviously help. He's a great player, but it's like, all right, no, you're detracting from our goal here. You are causing unnecessary headache. So we don't need that. We're going to get rid of you. We feel good enough about what we have here to where we can ship you out of town, and we're going to be fine.
We're bringing people off the street to play wide receiver for one of the greatest quarterbacks in the game.
Yeah,
and we want that instead of having you being a diva over the top and taking all the limelight to you. Yeah, I mean, but the Cowboys have nobody that can stand up and say that. So they just don't have a person. As you said, it should be the owner of the team. It should be the guy writing the checks.
Owner or GM. And unfortunately, it's neither of them because they're the same person, and Jerry Jones just doesn't want to do that.
No, all right. It's almost overhaul time, but it won't be overhaul because the guy who owns the team is still the same, the general manager too.
That's why someone needs to kill him.
BK.
That's it. I mean, someone's got to be selfless. They've got to take one for the team, and they've got to find a way.
Oh, my God.
Not just Jera, but the entire Jones family.
They all got to go.
Yeah, because if Jerry dies,
what about that daughter that who's now his true daughter he's having to pay for? Remember the one he had in hiding? She got to go too?
I don't know.
Shouldn't have the Jones name.
Okay, well, as long as she's not in line to take over the team, if something happens to Jerry, then she's fine. But if she is,
she got to go too.
Oh, man. Yes, someone's just got to take one for the team, man. If you're a real Cowboys fan, all these diehard Cowboys fans out there, then you got to do what's best for the organization. We all know what's best for the organization.
Oh, we do.
Just someone's got to do it.
That's just unnecessary after going through. It's an unnecessary deal that
to kill the owner of the team.
Well, no, that's unnecessary too. But the fact that these guys are grown men, professionals, having their relatives involved in their business. This is their business now. This isn't college anymore. This is not high school. Mom going up to the coach and the dad meeting the coach after the game or stuff. This is the real deal now.
Yeah.
This involves guys who are making commercials and stuff. Their livelihood.
It's the never-ending circus of the Dallas Cowboys. And
for sure.
They usually don't play deep into January, but they're always going to give you something to talk about deep into January.
No doubt.
That's what they do. All right, we are through the first hour. We'll talk some more Texas basketball. Of course, the Longhorns picking up that big road victory over Oklahoma last night. We also have some Texas football to get into. How big of a player will the Longhorns be in the first ever 12-team college football playoff? An ESPN article kind of gives us some insight there. But before we do all of that stuff, Buck, how about another sponsor shout out?
Well, let me tell you about what I'm doing. I'm now having one of these wonderful drinks they're called Big Hat. They go to bighatspirits.com if you need to find out more information. But they have a non-alcohol drink. It's a mocktail. And BK, it's got all the ingredients that I really, really like. I like lemon. I love lime, a little hint of orange juice in there, a little orange in there. But it's got ginger. And I'm telling you, that ginger taste of this drink, I did it on ice. I tried it over ice last night. Delicious. What a delicious taste. And of course, I'll have that fruity breath. But for those out there that are worried about alcohol drinks, this is a mocktail. Now, I don't need it to walk around the party making pretend that I'm drinking alcohol. This is a really smooth, tasty drink that is absolutely delicious. And HEB is loving it. It's going to start hitting the shelves of HEB. And it's a good chance for people. And once again, I'm not saying socially don't behave in a certain way. You know what I mean? Don't make people think that you're drinking alcohol when you're not. It's not alcohol. I'll just tell you flat out, there's no alcohol in it. But if socially you're around people that are drinking and having their little cocktails, maybe you ought to try this. It is absolutely, and I'm glad Big Hat has come up with something that people really will enjoy. They'll enjoy the taste. They'll enjoy what it has in it. It doesn't have a bunch of sugar in it, and it doesn't have stuff that's going to a flavor that's going to overwhelm you. Now, I do like ginger, but you can't add a little hint of water with it. You weren't a ginger ale drinker probably ever. You probably add your ginger ale with your vodka or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's about all you did with ginger ale. You never drank straight up ginger ale.
Not even that.
No?
Not a ginger ale guy.
Neither was I, because you know what? When I drank, I just drank my Jack Daniels straight up, no ice, no nothing. Why waste the ice? You know what I'm saying? Just a waste of ice to me. But this taste, I love the taste of ginger. Plus, it's got some benefits for you too. And I've got to learn more about this kombucha without the hoochie. That's what I call it. Kombucha without the hoochie.
Kombucha?
Yeah, kombucha. It's supposed to be some good stuff. My wife told me about that. She said you need to read up a little bit on kombucha because it's got some benefits for you, old man. So it's kombucha without the hoochie. You know what I'm saying?
No, I actually have no idea what you're talking
The
about.
hoochie is the alcohol part of it.
Okay. Okay, so kombucha with no alcohol in it?
Yeah, this kombucha without the hoochie.
Oh, my God.
I love the taste of it, man. And thanks to the folks at Big Hat and Mike and Troy. I appreciate it. Like I said, if you want to find out more about this drink, you know where to find it. You can go, if you start finding it at HEB. But if you're in the Moody Center, you're going to see Big Hat all over the place. The north end zone of Darrell K. Royal Memorial Stadium, they've got a spot up there. They are big time. They are starting to get it going on. It's a canned cocktail. And some have, they have ranch water. Now, I myself think the ranch water is probably really, really good because I know it has water in it. Because it says ranch water right there.
Right. Well, most drinks do have some water.
Yeah, some water.
Mm-hmm.
But this one says like the water comes right from the ranch, correct?
No, I don't think that's what they mean.
So there's alcohol in that. I can't find a way to crack open one of those cans and just figure it out.
You can crack one open and hand it to me. I'll happily drink a Big Hat ranch water. Those things are delicious.
Wow.
Yeah, they do have the alcoholic margaritas, the ranch waters. They've got a jalapeno margarita as well. And of course, if you're doing dry January, or if you're like the Buck, you're doing dry forever. They've got the margarita mocktail as well with zero alcohol. Yeah, get you. I don't think
people realize when I say that about the ranch water, dude. They don't understand how close I came to that. It's not a joke. I was very naive about that, and I truly thought that's what it was.
Yeah, thank God you didn't.
Wow. Because there were about close. 6 of them in there, and I would have downed all 6.
Oh, yeah.
That had been a problem.
Around the parking lot at the Cotton Bowl, the State Fair of Texas, trying to find your car that you had parked 5 hours earlier, and you couldn't remember where you were parked.
Wow.
Just stumbling around in that heat. Yikes.
And that said water, ranch water. I'm just going by what the label says. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even though it says kombucha on it, kombucha with no hoochie, but it said ranch water. And I asked the lady, I said, do you think I could have one of those ranch waters? I asked the parking lot attendant. She goes, she said, you need water? And I said, yeah, I'm getting kind of thirsty. How about handing me one of those ranch waters? She goes, that's not probably going to quench your thirst, mister. I had to talk to the lady at the booth there to tell me that's not water, sir. She goes, I'll gladly take all 6 of those off your hand, though.
I bet she did.
She did. She certainly did.
That's hilarious. Shout out to Big Hat, our newest sponsor with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. How about a TV commercial? Because we can do that here from our friends at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. But don't forget, if you get that Covert car now and you didn't buy it from that facility out there at BK's, go out there and get it serviced. They've got all kinds of room out there. If you bought it from the Covert family, whether it's in Hutto, Bastrop, and you're closer to where we are in BK's, go ahead and get it serviced right there.
Yes, indeed.
Plenty of room for you.
Absolutely. I saw that commercial on TV last night during the Texas basketball game, and I'm like, oh, shit, are we doing a show right now? Oh, wait, no.
Only thing they need to do is open up the gates for me on Sunday.
No,
Find a little spot for the old man to come in there and look at cars.
they're not going to do that. Hey, shout
No.
out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems as well. It will get cold again.
Yes, it will.
You know that. We know that. The American people know that.
That's right.
Make sure your heater is ready to go for the real snowmageddon, which is probably coming at some point in February. Our friends at Woods Comfort Systems have been around for nearly 70 years, providing the best HVAC and plumbing services all throughout Central Texas. They're the best at what they do. I see those yellow and blue trucks driving around Austin all the time. They will help take care of you. If your AC is messed up, if your heater's messed up, if you just want to get it tested, they will take care of all of that. Just go to their website, woodscomfortsystems.com, and you can reach out to them there, or you can give them a call at 512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066. Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to keep bringing up the Cowboys, but it's really disappointing when that happens, and for athletes, especially at that level, and because BK, I see it in high school because I've been around the high school games where you see things like that happen. I coached in college forever, so I knew it happened there. When people started to get involved in there, but when it gets to this level up here where you're messing with guys' livelihood, I think that's just. I mean, that's silly. I mean, there somebody has to take the reins of what's going on, but you just don't know who.
It's the world we live in now, Buck. It's just how it is, right? In the age of social media, anyone can have an opinion, and anyone can put their opinion out there whenever and however they want. So you're right. It's frustrating. It's disappointing. It's a bad look for the Cowboys, and it's been a rough month for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, this month started with them blowing out Washington and winning the NFC East and getting the 2 seed in the NFC. And it's like, oh, this might actually be the year for the Cowboys to do something because they've won 16 straight games at home, and they're going to get 2 playoff games at home, and they can finally get the monkey off of their back and make it to a conference title game. And then since then, it just has all come crashing down.
And for the Dallas Cowboys, the bigger story is happening in Houston and what their future looks like. And I'm not saying it's happening next year, but they're building towards it. And I know Cowboys have great history, but that history is so far in the past now. I mean, it's just incredible what you can do with the kind of right leadership,
Yeah.
And the Texans are building that with their leadership. And as much as people were not happy with what was going on with even ownership there, I mean, they've put people in the right positions. They've given people authority, the right people who have the authority. They've given the coach, the players. They're going to be players that want to come and play with the Texans now.
Oh my God. You kidding me?
Yes.
To play for DeMeco Ryans, who's one of the most well-respected coaches, not just head coaches, but any coach in the league. And then obviously CJ Stroud. Yeah. I mean, look, coach and quarterback, you get those two right, you got a chance in this league. The Texans have them right. The Cowboys, we're not sure. Everybody wants to fire the Cowboys coach. Everyone's questioning whether or not they've got the right quarterback. But in Houston, there ain't no question about the Miko Ryans. There ain't no question about CJ Stroud.
Right.
The future for the Texans is definitely brighter than the future for the Cowboys. Now, the Texans have never been to a conference championship game. Now, the Cowboys drought started before the Texans even existed as a franchise. So it's been longer for the Cowboys since they've made it to the NFL's Final Four. But the Texans, that's the next step for them. This was obviously an amazing year. Nobody expected them to do what they did. And they went from 3 wins to 10 wins and a division title and a win in the postseason. Okay? Well, you can't take a step back now.
No.
Right?
Oh, no.
If they go, 8-9 next year, it's going to be a disappointment. So it's like the next step for the Texans. It's see if you can win 2 playoff games. So they expedited the process by having as good of a year as they did. But God, there are so many reasons for optimism if you're a Texans fan.
Oh my God, they got plenty of money, and they got plenty of they've got plenty of reasons for somebody to want to come and play for them.
100%. So no, the sky is clearer for the Texans than it is for the Cowboys. I don't think there's too much debate about that. I don't know if the Cowboys are going to be bad next year, but you assume they're not going to win the division because nobody repeats as division champs in the NFC East. And obviously they've got a coach on the hot seat and a quarterback potentially on the hot seat as well. So Oh boy, it's gonna be a long off season in Dallas, no question.
Oh, it's going to give us a lot to talk about, man. Come on,
always. Speaking of the off season, there is no off season for talking Texas football on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
There you go.
We've got some Texas football to talk about. Of course, Buck, next year will be the first year of the 12-team playoff in college football. I don't know how much time you and I have spent talking about that. Are we in favor of the expanded playoff?
I am.
You're cool with 12?
I'm cool with 12. That's fine. You know why? Because it keeps things going. We don't have to – do we have to wait to the national championship 40 days or whatever it is before we get to – we'll just keep on playing, won't we, week in, week out?
Yeah, you no longer will have the long gap between conference championship weekend and the semifinal games.
Yes.
Right, Texas waited a month after beating down Oklahoma State before playing Washington. That will go away with the expanded playoffs. It'll just
that's too long. That's too long of a that's too long in between when your body gets motoring and you've got that ritual and you've got that schedule and you do that and then you take off a month. I thought they did a fantastic job. I don't think there was a lot of rust on the teams, those 4 teams that played. I thought they looked good. I think other teams the teams they played against were just better. But I think it was pretty competitive. I really do. I thought it was. I thought they did. I thought all the games were really, really pretty decent games. But I couldn't see that. Oh, they're rusty because they had that amount of time. But I think it'll even be better now.
2 of the 3 games were competitive. The national title wasn't that competitive. The semifinal games were great. But yeah, I mean it's different. Like the NFL, one team gets a bye, and the team that plays that team doesn't get a bye.
Right.
So, like, everyone has to deal with it in college. So, yeah, like, some teams, I'm sure, dealt with some rust. Hell, Texas started the game with a false start penalty on offense and an offsides penalty on defense.
Well, they did that throughout the year. That was part of their plan. Now, they did that for like 13 games. That's the part of the plan.
Look, Texas lost, so I'll say the month off sucked. If Texas would have won, I would have said, thank God they had the month off. They needed the month off. That was great.
Oh, my goodness.
That's how I'm going to be. But everybody has to deal with it. And then actually, because some teams will get buys in the college football playoff, it will be more like the NFL, where you will have there's that team that is hot. They just played last week. They won last week. They've got some momentum versus the team that just sat and had a week off. So you will start to have those conversations. It won't be a month off. No. It won't be a month off, but you will have that difference for teams where it's one team does play, one team does not play.
I like it.
Prior. So, yeah, like I'm in favor of playoff expansion. I wish it was 6 or 8 instead of 12. But, dude, I'll be locked in. It's playoff football. That's the best kind of football. So, there's going to be some great games. The fact that some of these games are going to be on campus, too, is very exciting. It's going to make for some tremendous theater, and I'm looking forward to it. So we're all hopeful and optimistic that Texas will be in the 12-team playoff next season. Of course, the Longhorns have a lot to replace, but it's been a great offseason so far. Horns have hit the portal hard. They brought in another top 5 recruiting class out of high school, and Quinn Ewers is coming back, and hell, a lot of the Texas starters will be back in 2024. So even though we're moving to the SEC, there are still plenty of reasons for optimism for Texas to be a national player this fall. And here's this article from ESPN Plus. And I've got ESPN Plus, so I can share my screen with y'all. And when I say I have it, I mean my friend's dad has it, and he doesn't know that I'm using it for free.
Well, hello.
So we'll take it. So the title of this article is 12 Games with Implications for a 12-Team Playoff. And this is basically a ranking of what ESPN National thinks are the 12 most important games in terms of shaping the CFP in 2024. Number 1 on this list, Georgia at Texas. You're going to see the Longhorns on this list a few different times.
Oh, for sure.
But this is a massive game, Buck. I mean, Georgia obviously won the last 2 national championships before this one. They were snubbed from the CFP this year. I think they're going to be preseason number 1, even though they missed the playoff this year. They get their quarterback back, and what Kirby Smart has built there is tremendous right now.
Absolutely.
If anyone's going to be the next Alabama, it's Georgia.
They're not going to be my sleeper. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, the preseason number 1 is not going to be your sleeper?
No, they will not be my sleeper, no.
This year you had the preseason number 2 as your sleeper, so I figured you would just one-up yourself by going.
By the way, how did that work out?
Yeah, good.
They cheated their way to a national championship.
Of course, they were in the mix all year long. They were
right.
one of the favorites to win it
So
all.
I picked a great sleeper. Good job by me.
Who's your sleeper going to be next year? Do you have one yet?
Not yet. It's too early. Too early to tell. I would like to try to get Florida State involved in there, but I don't know. I think they had their year. I think they're looking at a down year. All those guys, too many guys in the NFL. They lost too many great players.
Michigan? Who
Now,
are you talking about?
No, Florida State.
Florida State, sorry.
They lost too much.
Dude, people are going to want Mike Norvell fired at this time next year.
I agree.
Which is where they were at this time last year, right? Florida State fans were like, this guy sucks. Then he goes out and has a great season. They got screwed.
And they're probably going to blame that undefeated season on him. Why they didn't get into the playoffs. It's all his fault.
Yeah, that'd be stupid.
For winning every game. It's your fault. You won every game. It's your fault.
Right. Yeah, it's your fault your quarterback had a catastrophic injury late in the season that maybe cost him the Heisman and cost you a spot in the college football playoff. Yeah, Florida State, they lose a ton. Yeah, I don't know. Look, the ACC is not very good. Clemson's reeling a little bit right now. So maybe FSU could still be in the mix, but I don't expect them to run the table again like they did. So Georgia, Texas, number one, huge game for both teams. Right after Texas OU, what a 2-game stretch that is for the Longhorns, right? A trip to the Cotton Bowl and then hosting a team that could be ranked number one in the land when this matchup happens.
And what a scene that will be in Austin with Georgia fans here.
And F1 is that weekend here too, out at Coda. Shout out to the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. That's a massive game. And of course, nice of ESPN to mention what happened the last time Texas and Georgia played in that Sugar Bowl at the start of 2019. Did you see Uga died yesterday?
Yes, I did. No. Uga passed away.
Uga 10 passed away yesterday.
Spread the ashes all over the place.
Thankfully he lives. Is that what they do?
Yeah, I mean, I think they had to take the ashes and put them in little spots all over the city of Athens somewhere.
You don't think they just have like a nice burial for the dog?
And just stick the dog in cement and
Well, they put him in a casket or something. They wouldn't
No. It's a dog. Just put some dirt over him with some stones.
That dog's royalty out there, man.
Just make sure the buzzards don't dig up the grave and start eating the dog.
Yeah, that's why you put him in a casket right there. You make sure that guy's protected.
No, sorry about that, Uga. Good life.
Thank God. Yeah, thank God he survived past January 1st, 2019, because
he almost got it then.
Bevo almost took it to him, and maybe that's why Uga passed when he did. He's like, I don't want to see that guy again.
No more.
God, because Uga, they'll have a new Uga 11.
Yeah, they'll have a young stupid one. Yes,
who will be in Austin on October 19th. But man, yeah, what as Melissa asked, do you think Bevo will attend the funeral? I don't know if he's going to get invited to that one.
No.
So that's number one, Georgia at Texas. Number two, Georgia at Bama. That game's always massive. No surprise that that game's going to have CFP implications. Everyone's curious to see what Alabama's going to be with Kalen DeBoer in the first year without Nick Saban. I talked to an Alabama guy last night in a conversation I'm going to post on the YouTube channel tonight. And he's confident. I think some Alabama fans are still pretty confident that they're not going to take some major step back despite the greatest coach in college football history retiring. But yeah, Georgia, Bama, end of September. That is early this year. That might be the conference opener for those two teams. But the two teams who have been the best in the SEC, that's a massive game. Ohio State at Oregon is on this list. That's a conference game now, Buck. That's weird to say.
That's awesome.
I'm like, October 12th. Why are they playing a non-con game in October? Oh, no. That's a Big Ten matchup.
Yes, it is.
So Ohio State at Oregon should be a fun one. Will Howard, the QB at Ohio State. And who's at Oregon now? Because they lost Bo Nix and his great completion percentage, didn't they?
Yeah, they'll find somebody. Somebody will come out of the portal for some big bucks. NIL money there.
Yeah, I can't remember. They got Dylan Gabriel, the OU guy.
Oh, the little lefty's there.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm like, I know they got somebody out of the portal. Who did they get? Oh, yeah, the little Hawaiian lefty. Thankfully, we don't have to see that guy
No thanks.
next year. Number 4 on this list, more Texas. I told you you'd see Texas a lot.
Yes.
These are the 12 biggest games in college football next season in terms of the college football playoff. It's the game in Ann Arbor, Texas at Michigan on September 7th. It goes without saying, Buck, this is a pretty huge matchup for both sides.
It's just great for football right there. That's a biggie. I like that a lot.
2 blue bloods who I think have only played one time, right? That Rose Bowl at the end of the 2004 season, the only time Texas and Michigan have ever played in college football, which feels insane.
Texas fans going to the big house.
Oh yeah, we got to be up there, man.
That's special right there now.
Looking on a TSU trip at the start of September. We all saw what a big non-conference road win did for Texas this year. Now, obviously, 12-team playoff, easier to make than a 14 playoff, but that was the difference for Texas. They got that big win on the road at Alabama in September, and that vaulted the Longhorns into the Final Four at the end of the year. If they win that game in Ann Arbor, I don't know how good Michigan's going to be. I think Harbaugh's gone. We know McCarthy's gone. They're losing like all of their offensive line. They're losing Blake Corum, who's their best running back. Like they're going to be good, but they're not going to be as good. But still, that week 2, Michigan's going to be a top 5 team in the nation. Texas can go on the road and win that one.
Big time.
Barring a huge collapse, because you could probably afford 2 losses and still make the playoffs. So barring a huge collapse, Texas will be in the 12-teamer next year.
Oh, and that's right. You don't have to play Texas Tech anymore. So, because things will run through Lubbock in their conference.
Don't have to or don't get to.
You don't get to play them anymore.
I kind of wish we did. We beat them by 50 this year. I'm not too worried about the your markers. It's not something that scares me a little bit. We talked about it last week, though. Texas opened up as a very early favorite in that game in Ann Arbor. So, yeah, Texas gets that win. I'd go a long way into bolstering their CFP resume. And then you're starting to talk about, all right, can we be a top 4 team and get one of those buys in the first round?
It's going to be a great spring season for people that are interested in spring football all over the country too, to see where some of these teams are losing all these great players, what they look like, and getting, because you can't be at all the practices, but if you have people that are around, we have like Chip and Jeff as part of what we do, that is going to be so important this year throughout all of college football to have those insiders is going to be huge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And hopefully Michigan does not have any of their coaching staff filming Texas spring ball.
Oh, they'll be out. Their coaching staff will be out.
Yeah. They'll be trying to film
with cameras.
I'm going to be walking around the practice facility, just making sure I'm not seeing anything fishy going on.
There you go.
Some random guy just filming practice from Red River. I'm going to be like,
up on the I-35 looking down.
I'm a fan, I swear.
No.
Are you? Let me check your plane ticket. Where did you come from, guy?
That'll give the university police something to do, won't it?
Oh, no, they're too busy giving out MIPs to kids trying to have a good time in college. UTPD, losers.
That'd be a great place to start right there, making sure there's nobody filming anything.
Yes, I'll volunteer. I'll do it myself. Shoot.
Put on a little uniform, mall cop uni. Nice.
Tracking for Connor Stallions. People do flight trackers to see like if a coach is going to interview at a new job that's open. I'm going to do flight trackers from Ann Arbor to Austin in the off season just to make sure that there's any funny business going on.
Boy, there's a lot to be learned in the springtime with some of these teams.
Oh yeah. You got Florida State at Notre Dame, number 5. Big matchup there.
I just don't know how good Florida State's going to be.
I don't either. And then what's Notre Dame?
They'll be better this year even.
Yeah. Notre Dame. Notre Dame is like really getting punished for the first time for not being in a conference.
Oh, yeah.
And I do wonder, like Notre Dame doesn't need a conference. They're fine without it. They've been fine without it. But I do wonder if the rules of this expanded postseason ultimately incentivize the Fighting Irish to get into a playoff, because they can never get an automatic bid because they will never win a conference. And they can also never be a top 4 seed and get a first round bye.
And they never better lose more than 2 games.
Yeah, because they are not in a conference and they can't win a conference. So
they lose more than 2 games. They got to be a 1-loss team probably.
Yeah. Maybe they can win 2 because they usually have a pretty tough schedule.
That's true. If they
Maybe.
still have, is USC teams like that still going to be in their schedule? Are they still going to have their rivalries?
Let's see if I can find the.
Or are they going to have? Are they going to have the Merchant Marine and Navy and Army on their schedule?
You know who Notre Dame plays to open up the season?
Who's that?
A&M in College Station.
There you go. That's a biggie.
Mike Elko's first game, August 31st. Kyle Field hosting the Irish.
That's a biggie. That's a
monster. They've got that. Yeah, they do have Louisville. I'm not going to pretend that Louisville's good anymore.
Ever.
No, they got at A&M. They play Florida State at home, and they go to USC to end the year.
Okay.
No Clemson on the schedule this year. They've
no Navy, no Navy or Army, no military schools.
Well, they do play Navy. They always play Navy.
Yeah, I got to throw that in there.
I was talking about tough games. Sorry about that, midshipman. Thank you for your service. We appreciate that. But yeah, so Notre Dame, hey, that's a manageable schedule right there. Like they could lose one game in that.
There you go.
But we'll see. They're losing the Sharp man, so they've got a new quarterback there in South Bend too. Michigan, Ohio State.
Always.
And then, here's Texas for the third time in the top 7. 3 of the 7 biggest games in college football next season, according to the 4-letter network, involve the Texas Longhorns. And, well, no surprise that Texas OU is here.
Why is it that I can't wait to see those Sooners fans after they won that game and they played down in the Alamo Bowl? Hey, how was your trip to – wait till I start giving them, how was your trip down to San Antonio?
Hey, they won the game. They won the game last year, right? Like Texas won the Big 12. They won and they made it to the college football playoffs. So the Longhorns had some bragging rights of their own, but OU gets to stake claim of winning the most recent Red River shootout in football, not basketball. We'll get back into that in a moment. But yeah, no, what Texas fans were 49-0, 49-0, 49-0 all year long between the 22 and 23 games. And Oklahoma fans, they're going to be bringing up 34-30 a lot from now until October. Hell, they already have, and they will be talking about it all day long at the State Fair of Texas.
And I'll be bringing the championship belt with us.
Oh, you have the Quinn Ewers?
Oh, I'll make up one. I'll make one. We'll make up a belt to have there. For the little kid that runs over and shoots the fingers, I'll belt him.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. You're going to hit a kid with a belt.
Hey, get across my knee, kid.
Hey, that's a good – ooh, what?
Shoot the finger at me.
Get across my knee, kid, and do what?
Nothing.
Hold on.
Give him the belt. Give him the belt.
I got to double check those Epstein flight logs here.
Give him the belt.
Okay. That's what you're going to do. All right. Yeah, that's a good Adrian Peterson impression, right? You're paying your respect to an OU legend.
Oh, my goodness.
The kid. That's nice. Yeah, OU got screwed. OU was gifted the easiest schedule ever this past year in the Big 12.
That's right.
And they muffed it up by losing to Kansas and Oklahoma State in back-to-back weeks. The SEC did them no favors. Like Texas has a pretty easy SEC schedule, all things considered, and they still have to play Georgia, and they still have some other tough games. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but you look at what OU has, dude. I mean, they've got to play Texas, but they've got Ole Miss, they've got Alabama, they've got LSU, they've got Tennessee next year. Like, you look at this teams that they played in the Big 12 this season compared to the teams that they've got on the slate next season.
Playing in the non-conference? Are they playing Texas State? Because they don't want any part of them either. You know that.
They've got I think they've got Tulane in the non-con. That's their one, decent team. Now Tulane lost its coach. Willie Fritz is at Houston now. But Tulane's obviously been solid the last few seasons. So it's tougher than anybody OU played this year. Remember, they had a game against Georgia scheduled before the SEC announcement. And once the SEC announcement came down, they scrapped that game. And instead they played SMU. It was a decent team this year. Turned out to be an okay win.
Played in a bowl.
They won their conference, I think, if memory serves. But yeah, no, it's the SEC schedule is tough, but obviously big every time Texas and OU get together. There will be some playoff implications in that one without question. We'll go quickly through the rest of this list because that's all the Texas flair. Ole Miss at LSU, SEC. Michigan, Washington, the rematch of the national championship.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, a conference game. That one will be in Seattle. You've got Arizona at Utah, a Big 12 game.
Well, Utah, because their quarterback's coming back for the 15th year.
right? Former Texas Longhorn Cam Rising, still there. Boy, that's interesting. Is that the only Big 12 game on here? You got Boise State at Oregon. Oh, because of the G5. And then LSU USC, the last one. It's a good one.
LSU is in on a couple of these games too.
Yeah. Well, LSU, I mean, they had the Heisman winner. They lose the Heisman winner. And they had a 3-loss season. They were a little disappointed with what Brian Kelly did in his second year, but they totally revamped their coaching staff.
Yeah, they're going to expect a lot from Bo Davis on that defensive line. Their defense the year before was really good with the great freshmen they have, but they're expecting they're going to fix their defense.
Yeah, that defense sucked this past season. It cost them a chance at the SEC crown and a potential spot in the CFP.
Yep.
They had the best player in the nation on offense, and they were scoring. It felt like 40 points a night, but they couldn't stop anybody. So that was it. We'll see what LSU does next year. But there you go. I mean, it's not just folks around Austin. It's not just Texas fans drinking the burnt orange Kool-Aid. The national folk telling you that, no, the Longhorns are going to be major factors in college football next year, and 3 of the top 7 games in the country. Texas hosting Georgia, that was number 1. Texas at Michigan was number 4, and the Texas OU game coming in at number 7. Hook 'em horns, baby. If you weren't already excited for the fall.
No kidding.
All right, Buck, before we got some funny videos for the people today. We also have to talk a little more Texas basketball as we're still celebrating. Texas is not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6th straight win over OU. Let's give some more love to some more sponsors.
Yeah, Dr. Greg Eckert. I talked about Dr. Eckert yesterday and his all-star group of professionals. They do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. Most advanced work, restoring teeth. Now, I had mine done in just 2 visits. Can't be happier with what's going on with me after 7 years with Dr. Eckert. And you need to find out if you're a candidate for dental implants. He's doing a lot of dental implants right now. 512-345-3166 is his telephone number. Find out if you want, and also if you want to become a new patient for 2024 with Dr. Eckert, find out, see if he's got a spot for you. I'm sure he'll make room for you for sure. He wants you to take care of your dental health. And folks, it's very important to get that done. And as BK said yesterday, why not do it right in the new year? Why wait until December of next year where most of you would like to do it? Put it off as long as you can. Get that done. And a lot of people need to go see the dentist. Well, depending on what your problem is, at least get there at least twice a year. For me, it's once a year. But for you, it needs to be twice a year. And I'll be getting mine done. I'll get everything done in January or February. But Dr. Eckert would love to have you as one of his new patients. If you got dental anxiety, IV sedation may be the way to go for you. So it doesn't matter to him if you get knocked out or if you're just awake to have this stuff done. He's going to get it done. He's going to help you with your dental health for sure. As I said, 28 years of business, over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth. He's our dentist. Should be your dentist also.
Oh, yeah. Buck, you remember that old song by Beverly Ross and Julius Dixon, Lollipop?
Oh, yeah.
No, it was actually Olipop. That's what they were singing.
Lollipop, Olipop, Olipop, ooh, Olipop. Yeah.
That's it. Those are the lyrics. Yeah, people have been getting them wrong for a long time, but.
Well, really, that's good because the only one I've now learned that Jardians jingle now too. You know what I'm saying? I'm into that jingle now. Thanks to you and your boys. Now I'm into that jingle. I can't stop seeing it, but go ahead. You were talking about Olipop.
The entire Texas Sports Unfiltered group text now is about the Jardians lady, whether or not we would.
She's very cute. She's very attractive.
Yeah. You know what she is?
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriend's too bad.
He's fat?
No, we don't
Yes.
We don't like to fat shame people.
I'm not fat shaming her. I'm just calling a spade a spade. I'm calling a fat, you know?
No, she's hefty. She's working with the Jardians, man. She doesn't want to lose an ankle or a toe or anything. She's working. And she can dance. She can maneuver around. You know.
Look at those dance moves. That ain't dancing. That is just literally standing and flailing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right. Jardians, yeah, they don't pay us yet. We got to get them as a sponsor.
We do.
Talk about those fools.
Especially for me.
Yeah, lower your A1C. But Olipop can help you be healthy. Hey, Jardians lady, lay off the soda and get some Olipop. This stuff, it's great tasting soda. That's good for you. Seriously.
Yes.
This is an easy New Year's resolution. Most of them are hard. You've probably given up on most of them already.
They're gone.
It's already the 24th. But Olipop is great tasting soda. That's good for you. So if you love the taste of soda, you're like, God, I can't give up soda. I love it too much. Well, try Olipop. I'm telling you, it tastes just like the soda that you know and love, but it also has tons of health benefits as well. Hardly any sugar, very few calories, 9 grams of fiber in every can. There are ingredients that will help with your digestive health.
For sure.
Get you some at the grocery store. Go buy the soda aisle and instead get you some of that Olipop. You're going to love it. I'm telling you. And
you got some of them at 7-Eleven. They've got them at Costco.
Mm-hmm.
I know they've got it all over. I know they have a display at HEB, my HEB at BK. They got it right there. So, and they got all the flavors, man.
She's got cankles.
No, they're past cankles. She's got an extra arm.
Rodney says she's disgusting. Probably smells like Doritos.
Oh, see, that's wrong.
That's unnecessary. Probably not wrong, but unnecessary. All right, a word from our man, Tom McKay, over at AV Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Hey, kid, you want to hear a dad joke?
Sure, old man.
A guy walks into a flat... Oh, that was terrible. A guy walks into a store and buys an 85-inch flat screen for $2,500. I wasn't done with my joke yet.
Yeah, you were. Here, I got one. What's worse than paying for one overpriced surround sound speaker?
I don't know what.
Paying for 2 overpriced surround sound speakers?
All right, well, here at Audiovisual, we do like to laugh. And by calling 512-255-8678, you can share in that laughter. Stop paying extra for lesser quality and visit avconsultations.com today.
All right. You got me going now. One more.
All right, here we go.
A guy walks into a bar, and then a speaker, and then a projector.
All right. I think they get it, kid. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or see us online at avconsultations.com.
And all jokes aside, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call, 512-255-8678.
There you go.
Beautiful. Yep. Love our friends over at AV Consultations. Love Tom. Love the kid. And they're the very best at what they do. Okay. Some videos, Buck.
Oh, boy. I'm afraid now.
We'll start with this one from lifetime Longhorn Cameron Dicker.
Okay.
A.K.A. Dicker the Kicker. You know, we've been talking a lot about Texas OU this morning because of what happened in basketball last night. And one of the great heroes of the Texas OU game is Dicker the Kicker for his game winner a few years ago. Well, he's now the kicker of the L.A. Chargers of Anaheim, and he's one of the best kickers in football.
He's staying.
Which is not a surprise. Like, he should have been drafted. Kickers don't always get drafted.
That dude should have been drafted.
He was awesome in college, so clutch. And now, he's one of the best kickers in the NFL. Well, he was at an Anaheim Ducks hockey game
no.
a couple of days ago, and they flashed him on the Jumbotron. And here's what Dicker the Kicker did when they showed him at the Honda Center. Look at that. Takes off the jersey. He's shirtless, starts chugging a beer, finishes chugging the beer, slams it down, and then holds up the Mighty Ducks jersey again.
Oh, my goodness.
And they say kickers are weird.
That dude's body, he's starting to get a kicker's body, too.
You're calling him Jardiance?
I'm just saying he's starting to get a kicker's body. He's got some guns. He's starting to get some girth on him. Let's just call it girth.
Why are you looking down there, dude?
No, I mean, look at his arms. His arms have never been big like that.
That's muscles, baby. He's been hitting the gym a little bit.
Yeah, like with his car. What does he drive into it?
Oh, come on. Well, he's got to work out the leg muscles at least as a kicker.
Oh, for sure.
He spent some time in the gym. But that is how you're saying.
Is that a lightning bolt going through the beer?
Yeah, I guess that's the Chargers logo that they had.
They brought his own glass in there.
I don't know. It's almost like they're trying to censor it on the Jumbotron or something. Because that's clearly an AI Chargers logo there.
Wow.
Look at the guy. The guy next to him is like struggling, and Dicker just downs his whole beer, slams it down.
One gulp and it's gone.
Love that dude, man.
That dude is different. They're all different. They're kickers.
You called his games in high school.
Yes. He was outstanding.
OG Dicker the Kicker fan. And,
oh, my goodness. He was special now.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, how about another flight video?
Oh, no. It can't be. Can't be from an airlines that we know.
We've got video from on board an aircraft that was landing at DFW Airport. You know where that is, Buck?
I do.
Where is that?
Up in Dallas, Fort Worth.
Ah, damn. Good call. Smarter than I thought.
Come on. Don't be trying to trick me with that. I've flown in there. Flown in the Love Field, too, there. Is that still in existence?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, people still fly to Love Field.
Sure. That's like a big hub for Southwest.
Wow. I didn't know that thing still existed.
Oh, I love Love Field, man. It's so much easier than DFW, and it was a lot closer to me as a kid. But this was a flight landing in DFW, and you tell me what you're doing if you're aboard this flight as it's about to touch down.
Is this just before landing or has it already hit the ground?
It's hard to tell, right? Like based on that guy's comment about a flat tire, it makes it sound like
that it already landed.
Like they had just hit the ground. I don't know why the guy would be filming though. Like maybe it was shaking while the plane was landing, and that's why he pulled his phone out to start recording. I mean,
no, I wouldn't be laughing. I would be shitting. There's no laughter coming from me. I would be horrified. I've said I've been on 2 planes that I can recall that were just not satisfying. One was when I was supposed to go see the kid in Louisiana, the football player, and I said, nope, let's turn around. I was on a private UT plane going to see Warwick Dunn. I had a visit, and I said, nope. The pilot said, what do you think? Do we do it or do we not? And I go, not for Warwick Dunn, I'm not doing it. I'm going home.
Not for Warwick Dunn. That guy's awesome.
Hell no. I said, turn it around. We'll go visit his mom some other time. And we did. But the other one was upstate New York when we were coming down for, the wind was blowing and we were coming down. And as we were getting ready, just before we were getting ready to touch, the plane started doing that little tilt thing like this. One side, it wasn't squared up. And the guy took it and went back up. And he goes, well, not this time. And I'm going, thanks a lot there, Captain.
Ooh, you might have saved your life right there.
Oh, dude, that was going to go, one of those wings was going to touch down. And so he swooped and then he took back up. He went right back up. And I was like,
hey, Maverick, quit the bullshit. Land the plane.
No. I know I had to get to where I'm going, but no, Maverick, not this time. Let's give it, that's a test run. Let's do it the second time around. It was a small airport in upstate New York. And we got back down the second time good. But I didn't want to be a part of the first voyage. It just didn't feel right. And you could feel it in the plane with the way the people were reacting and stuff.
Yeah.
So
what did you do? You've always promised that if you were on board a plane,
well, people started giving me their rings and watches and people giving me their wallets saying, hey, we may not make it, but it looks like you're the guy who's going to make this. So take this and make sure here's where I live, just in case you need to sell the home.
Oh, they were voluntarily giving you their jewelry?
They knew I was that guy. I had a sign. I'm that guy.
You were just walking up the aisle saying, here, give it to me.
No, credit cards here. You look like the guy who wants the credit card. You want to know where I live? If you have to sell the house, but do it where you're giving my family 50%. I'm like, they ain't got a chance of getting 50%. That's not happening.
It's like,
give me the address. I know. I was on one of those flights and we went back up. And man, you talking about your heart. When that thing starts taking off again and they revved it back up. And that guy went back up and said, well, he said, oh, not this time. That was his nail, the captain. Not this time.
That's what he said. He was doing play-by-play of the whole.
Yeah. As when we swooped back up, he said, nope, not this time. And I agreed because that wind was hitting those wings. And dude, we would have slammed onto that turf. That would have not have been fun. Next time around was pretty smooth. I couldn't wait to get out of there. And I did not have a little something in my drawers, but man, was my heart pounding.
Yeah, the stomach drops, the heart pounds.
And the one going to see Warwick Dunn was myself, Bobby Jack Wright, the 2 pilots. So we were in the UT's private plane. My feet were clamped underneath the bottom of the seat.
Sure.
But my head was still bouncing and hitting the top of the thing. I'm like, dude, no, I don't want to go through this.
Oh,
You think we can go? I mean, how long we got? Oh, we got about 20 minutes of this. Nope. Let's go back. We'll come back tomorrow.
Goodness gracious.
I'll leave practice and come back.
Longhorn Bear says all of that shaking in the DFW plane was the Jardiance lady changing clothes in the bathroom.
Leave her alone. When she puts on that yellow outfit, the banana dress, she becomes something special. I'm not really down with the blue, the grape.
That's a grape or a blueberry?
I know I don't like the blueberry outfit, but when she goes and they start doing her hair and she puts on the yellow outfit to dance with that homeboy there, I'm like, come on now.
Dance with that homeboy.
She's cute. There's a guy behind who's, you see the fruit stand over there. He's over there, and then he comes out and he starts when she's standing at the water fountain there. I know that commercial. I know all that stuff about that commercial.
He's trying to sell her.
She's not standing at the water fountain. She's standing in front of a group of people when she puts on the yellow.
Yeah, she's talking to someone. They're doing makeup for her.
Yeah, that's the brother there.
They're telling her how fat she looks.
No, they don't say that. Don't.
And they're like, hey, you look like a blueberry in this one. Let's try this one. And then instead, she looks like a freaking Chiquita banana out there.
Dude, she's wonderful. She's very attractive. She's very...
What?
She's an attractive lady.
Very attractive?
Okay, she's attractive. I don't need to go put the very on it.
Ah, dude. They owe us I'm going to Venmo request Jardiance for all the talk that we've given them, all this free pub.
Once again, what is it? It's something for diabetes, my A1C or something?
Yeah, A1C. I don't know what that means, but they're trying to lower.
I don't like to be on a bunch of pills. Except for when I have to play that golf. That Vicodin really does something for me.
Yeah. All right. Let me pull up a Chiquita banana over here.
Dude, look at that. She is attractive.
Oh, my God. She is a she. That's all I'll say.
She's very athletic. She's attractive.
Athletic? What are you talking about?
She's got a nice voice. No, she's not a guard. No, we can't do that. We can't. That's a pretty dress on. She's a pretty woman.
Pretty woman, huh?
I thought of that when I saw her the first time on that commercial. I said, "Boy, she's attractive."
Let me show you this one and see how you feel. What about this face? You like this one?
No, see, you didn't have to do that. We all have our moments. Yes, that's when she changed from the grape to that right there. That's just horrible. Now, her versus the condom lady, I'll take her.
What?
Yes, I will.
No way. Are you kidding me?
I'll tell you this. I'll take her before I take that one who's seeing, that MF is not for real.
Tiffany Gomez?
Yeah.
That chick she's so hot.
What is wrong with you?
Oh my God.
The one who's MFing people, you mean the one who's seeing things?
Yeah, the one who's seeing things.
Oh, you don't want to take her home. You wouldn't take her home to mama. She would be looking in your house and saying,
I don't think anyone home to mama. I'm taking her home to my place. Look at her.
Is that Uncle Frank? Is that Uncle Frank over there?
You're out. You take Jardiance lady over this?
That's that crazy lady?
Yeah.
I mean, the one who sees things on plane, that's her?
The one who saw Kirk Cousins on that plane.
Well, maybe I could put up with a little crazy.
Yeah, exactly. This girl.
But I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real.
She's got issues, man. I see that woman on court TV every day. There's some woman with issues. That's her. No thanks. You don't want to mess with her. You would not. Don't mess with her. She will come back and kill you.
I would love to mess with. I'd die for that.
You would die for sure.
Prince has a whole song. I would die for you.
Oh, you would have to, because there's something wrong. You're not making it past 24 hours if you spent the evening with her, because she's got some screws, but they're real loose.
Oh yeah, I'd screw for sure. Is that what you meant?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
All right. Oh. Every video we show, well, I guess we show a lot of airplanes.
It all comes back to these people on that airplane.
It
always does.
They all devolve into Jardiance and then the crazies on the airplanes.
I don't want to see that. The spring, I want to do some traveling. I got to go to Pennsylvania and see some of my folks and stuff. Do I drive? It's making me I'm starting to act like Rodney. I'll drive, or no, it's not Rodney. It's Wags. that does all the driving.
Rodney does too. Rodney's I'm filling in with Wags today because Rodney's driving to Mississippi right now for some racing event. So
I think 8 hours is past. I think Big Ben is probably past my limit, because if I had to fly to Big Ben in that area, because I love that area out there, West Texas, I would rather drive down 10. 10 is like being in a plane.
Yeah.
When you're I mean, you can just fly there, but now I can't do like my daughter, who will travel from Jacksonville to Austin, or she, travel, we saw in Louisiana. I don't like doing that Jacksonville to Austin. Those 8-10 hour deals. No, thank you. Oh, we were in a 10-hour travel in a car.
And it sucked.
Yeah, it did suck.
We should have flown, but flights were ridiculously expensive. It was like $1,500 to get a flight back from New Orleans to Austin on January 2nd.
But you know what I've never done, and I hear about people that do it. They go from Austin to Colorado and they drive.
Yeah.
I would love to do that someday. Not in the winter, but I'd like to do that in the springtime somewhere. I mean, I bet you that's a nice drive.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Have you done that?
No. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know why I said no. From Dallas, not from Austin. But
good drive, nice drive.
Sure. Yeah, I had a few buddies. It's a tough one to make by yourself, but if you got a few people to split the load, then not too bad.
But not that MFer. Not that. That person's not real.
I'm getting on another plane tomorrow. I hope I see Tiffany Gomez on there.
I hope you don't. I want you to get back safely. I don't want you to get to that place and then try to hang out with her and her stab you in the eye or in the throat or something. She'll do that with a fork, by the way.
It's hot, man. I'm into that stuff.
Oh, wow. Good luck. Good luck to you, man.
Oh, God. All right. I don't know who wants to sponsor that segment there. I will give some love to Altstat beer. It is the best beer that you can find in the history of the world. It's easy to find too, wherever you buy your beer. HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you go, you can find 6-packs of Altstat beer. If you're, going around for lunch, if you're going to Jack Allen's Kitchen, one of our favorite spots. If you're going to Cover 3, another one of our favorite spots. They've got Altstat at both of those spots. Most of your favorite bars and restaurants throughout Central Texas are now carrying Altstat. And more are every single day. This stuff is growing like crazy. Well, and it should be growing like crazy. It's a damn good beer. Only 4 ingredients in every single Altstat brew, but the taste is absolutely there. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience that you are ever going to find. And we're lucky enough that we can find it right here in the great state of Texas. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstat beer. No impurities. No regrets.
Once again, big shout out, big congratulations to Texas winning that basketball game in Norman last night. That was huge. That was an ass beating. That was 15-point win on the road to a pretty good team, a ranked team that's been playing pretty good basketball. But that team in Norman had no answers for the Longhorns last night. Definitely no answer for Dylan Dessou down low. They didn't know what to do with that guy. They couldn't match up against him.
Any win would have been nice for Texas, right? I mean, it's a quadrant 1 win against a ranked team on the road, and obviously your biggest rival to boot. If you win that game by 1, it's a happy flight.
Absolutely right. You're right.
But to win that game by 15, I mean, there was nobody left in that arena by the time the game went final.
They did get out of there.
Yeah, they sent the fans to the exits early. They were all hoping to do a bunch of horns down, and they wanted it to be a party. They wanted to be dunking on Rodney Terry all night long. And instead, they ended up going to the cars with about 5 minutes left in the game because Texas was beating them down so bad.
Man.
Awesome to watch.
And they lucky they didn't have any more time left because it would have been in the 20s.
Yep. And that game was on ESPN. Everyone was watching that. That wasn't an ESPN Plus game, a Big 12 Now game.
Everybody saw that.
Everyone on the committee saw that, and every fan saw that. Like, that was a nationally televised assing
That was great.
By Texas against the hated Oklahoma Sooners last night. 5 straight wins inside the Lloyd Noble Center. Now, the previous 4 were all close. I thought this game, look, it was a 1-point Oklahoma lead at halftime. That was the first game this year that OU has lost when they've led at the break. That's the first home game that they've lost this year. It looked like it was going to be another down-to-the-wire 40-minute game, and instead Texas is like, to hell with that. We're blowing y'all out of the gym. And they did.
Man. Or this conference has got teams that, boy, if you're not awake on any given night, you're going to get beat. I mean, Iowa State's good. TCU at times are really, really good. The Euro markers, they're these teams, all of them. Obviously Houston is there, Central Florida. I mean, if you're not awake and ready to play, your team's not ready to go. You can get beat in this conference every night that you play in it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Sorry, did I leave out the Mountaineers? They can beat you too.
There's only one really bad team in this league right now, and that's Oklahoma State. They're 0-6.
Yes.
They had a big lead against the Horny Toads yesterday in Stillwater, and they blew it.
Yeah, I was watching. I think I was watching some of that game. It was after the Texas game, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I was watching some of that game, and they were winning at that time.
I think they were up 14 at one point in the first half. But yeah, they're like everyone else has at least 2 wins in the league. Everyone is between 2 and 4 wins except for Oklahoma State. So the Cowboys suck. Mike Boynton, their head coach, great dude. It's probably time after this year for OSU to go in a different direction. We won't have to worry.
It
about
hasn't
that.
been long for him. He's only been is it a 4-year deal there? He's only been there 4 years.
It's been a while. I would say 5 or 6.
Okay.
He's had time, and they've had a couple of good years, but they had
the player of the year that year.
Cunningham, number 1 pick. Sure. But they didn't do much with him anyways.
No.
So, you can't take any nights off. Like BYU is 2-4 right now. That's tied for second to last, but they're ranked number 21 in the country. Like they're capable of beating Texas, and obviously that's Texas's next opponent this weekend. So great win last night. Back-to-back great wins, the 2 best wins of the year for Texas, and they needed them because it felt like the wheels were starting to fall off.
Yep,
a little bit for Texas hoops. They have gotten things back on track, and
as you said, when you're playing for your coach, you play defense like they played in the second half. That's what you do.
Yes, indeed. And it's a little after 10 o'clock right now.
Hey, what's up, guy? Yeah, I was gonna say TCU was trailing the Pokes by like 12 or 14 last night. Man, it was getting ugly, getting pretty ugly. But TCU obviously able to come back and get the victory. Man, wild night in the Big 12 last night.
Yeah, I'm wearing my memorial shirts to the Sooners fans there because they got whipped. They got assed last night. I mean, bad.
I love coming on here and having to eat Longhorn crow. Like that's the best crow to eat. I thought we were going to get boat raced, but instead we were the ones that were boat racing last night. 6 times now. 6 times in Norman.
Wow.
Yeah, 6 wins in a row for Texas over Oklahoma. Porter Moser now 0-5 against the Longhorns in his coaching career, and
that's not going to help his coaching career in Norman, is it?
He's done a great job. Like that team's really good. They're ranked number 11 in the country. They've had a phenomenal season, and it felt like people were starting to buy into Porter Moser. Same thing we said last week with Texas. You don't put too much stock into any one game, but they hate Texas. You want to beat your rival. Like beating your rival is big for you when fans are questioning if you're the guy. Rodney Terry was able to do that. I consider Baylor a basketball rival. Obviously, OU's a rival. Rodney Terry has calmed the storm in Austin because he's been able to win 2 rivalry games in a row.
Well, let me ask you, gentlemen, what's the identity of this basketball team? I thought we were not going to be dancing, but I thought we had 2 left feet, but apparently we're taking some lessons.
Well, if you find out that you need to go through Dylan Dessou, then I think you'll be all right because Asmus is going to get his. I mean, that guy is going to get, volume shooter. He's still, last night, they gave him the ability to shoot. They just said, you will not shoot the ball from that far away.
That's my girl right here. I can't keep a straight face with this chick.
Is that the volume shooter?
Pill from Jardiance.
Stop.
And it's all well. It's Jardiance.
I'm going to have to excuse myself because she's one of my favorites, and you guys are making fun of her.
No.
I can't have that.
So wait, I was reading. We got to stop right here. I was reading the comments. Is she the one that you guys think smells like Dorito cheese?
No, she's a very attractive woman.
She got round shoulders, Buck.
Well, she's got round shoulders, but listen, I'm skinny.
She's talented.
We all have something going on. Look at, I love her. There's Sal. There's Sal.
I love her too. I can't get enough of her. She put her back on. They took her off and put some other douchebag on right now. Can we get the
I haven't seen the new one.
Lady?
I have not seen the new commercial.
You don't want to see it, Bucky. You don't want to see it. It's low value, man. It's not quality like this. Can you play the video, BK? Everyone loves this lady. Watch.
I can't.
And they should.
She lights up the set. Everyone on the set loves her. She doesn't have that main character syndrome ego. She's dispersing happiness amongst everybody on the set. Probably smells like Doritos.
Happiness. That is just awful. You people are awful. I don't like the blue outfit. I like that outfit. I like the flamboyant yellow. I don't like her attire. That's what I'm just saying.
The yellow is popping. It's radiant. It's vibrant.
There you go, Wags. BK doesn't understand that.
I pulled up the picture because Texas basketball was dancing like the Jardiance lady. Now we're dancing like J-Lo, baby.
Oh.
We have upped our dance.
Can you do the 1, 2, 3 like she does? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
Doing calisthenics because that's the only working out she can do.
See, that's wrong, BK. That's
fucked
wrong.
up, Pete. That is messed up, dude.
All right.
One night with that, and you would be a different man.
Only working out she could do because that's what they're telling her to do on the commercial. What are y'all insinuating? She can't work out because she's
no. I'm gonna go buy me a handful. I'm gonna go get me a handful of Jardians right now just to see.
You only need one. It's the little pill that does the big story to tell or some shit like that.
We all know. All right, I'm out of here.
There he goes.
What's up, dude? How are you this morning?
I am doing well, brother.
Did you take your Jardians?
No, because I'm not fat.
There you go.
No, I don't have. I don't have diabetes. I don't need to lower my A1C.
Of course, my dog starts going crazy as soon as you bring it on. Hold on 1 second.
I can't even hear, but it's all love for Jardiance. They do need to pay us for how often we've been talking about them. I'm going to hit them with a Venmo.
I didn't realize it was going to take over this much, though.
Yeah. Oh, well, everyone knows this commercial because it's on all the time. Like if you have cable like I do, you see it. If you're a cord cutter, you still see it because they show it on like YouTube TV and Sling and all of that.
Right. YouTube TV is where I see it.
It is on all of the time on every single channel, but especially on during sports.
I was going to say they must have bought a lot of stock or a lot of inventory during like the NFL games or NFL ticket or something when you're watching YouTube TV because that is the only fucking commercial they show.
It's the new BK commercial, right? Like everyone knows the Burger King jingle because it shows. And it still is on all the time,
right,
but like for a 3 or 4 month stretch, that was like every single commercial break, you would see at least one of those BK songs. And now like that's been replaced by Jardiance Lady.
I know the song already, bro. I take one pill from Jardiance. And it's all well, yeah. That's it. And then it goes into the chorus. But the best part of that musical is when she does the changeover. It's when she goes from the yellow to the blue. Or no,
vice versa.
Blue, she goes from blue to yellow. It's the other way around. Then she lights up the set. People don't understand that, man. You guys are getting down on my girl. There it is. It's popping. It's vibrant.
Oh, well,
Look, no one can take her eyes off of her. And you know what it is? She's clearly the most attractive person on set because of that smile. She's just glowing.
Hey, I'm not trying to go down on your girl, all right? You can have this.
I'm not trying to go down there either. I'm trying to keep it right here. I'm trying to keep it. I love it.
Oh, my God. We love the Jardiance Lady. We got to get her on the show. Although I'm worried about what I'm going to say, and I'm worried about
we can't have people saying that she smells like Doritos, dude. We can't. That can't go down.
No, we can't. Our guy Sal loves her more than J-Lo. Hey, it's getting a little chilly outside. You know, it is big women weather.
Got to comfort up. She's going to keep you warm.
A little more cushion for the pushing.
Is it moist everywhere? That's my question.
Ew.
I'm curious. I'm just a curious guy. You know, call me Ted Lasso. I don't know.
Now we got a Cheetos comment here from Dave.
It smells like Cheetos.
We're hitting all the Frito-Lay brands today.
She's more of a cheese puffs, not cheese crunch.
Just rocking those 90s linebacker shoulder pads.
I don't know. That's just it right there, Daryl G. I don't even think she's got pads on.
No, that might be her shoulders right there.
Yeah. I think they're just 100% round. I don't think, but you know what? She's very talented. She's great. She's got a great voice. And she can dance. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people got on Jack Black for, you know, his weight or whatnot, but people don't realize Jack Black's a very talented and very, flimsy type of guy. He can get out there. He can dance, man.
Yeah. Jack Black's awesome. Big fan of his.
So if we're loving Jack Black, we got to love Jardiance Lady number one. And there's only one Jardiance Lady. I don't know why they removed her.
I know.
She was getting too much love. She was taking over.
Oh, she was getting too popular.
Too big.
Too big. Oh, well, that's mean.
I did not like that. Like too big for the fabric of society. Or
too big for her fabrics. Her clothes were too small because she was.
Yeah, man, we're really digging.
Yeah.
We're just digging more.
Yeah.
You watched some basketball last night, right?
I did. I saw the Jardians commercial about 4 times. Thankfully, they're still showing the old one in addition to the new one, so they haven't phased
So
out.
you
our
have
girl
seen
yet.
the new one.
I have. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
It really
It's
is one of the greatest tragedies in American history, but that's okay.
It's like they got the feedback on the original Jardians lady, and like, we might need to replace the Jardians lady, but don't make it too subtle. You know what I mean? Like, we need a more attractive Jardians lady, but don't make it too make it look like you found her in a bar, and put her all of her teeth together. You might get a full set of teeth. I don't know.
Oh God, I think I like the old one more than the new one.
Me
So,
too.
All right. Yes, I did watch the game last night, and what a game it was. What a game it was. What a second half it was, right?
That's I saw the second half. I did not see the first half, and thankfully I didn't see the first half.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was neck and neck. It was entertaining basketball. Like, Texas jumped out to an early lead. Then the Sooners went on a big run to take the lead. I think they went up by as many as 6, but Texas was able to claw back in, and it was a 1-point game at halftime. And I felt good. Like, I felt bad at halftime against Baylor because Texas shot incredibly well in the first half against Baylor on Saturday, and we were only up by 1. And it's like, well, we're going to start missing some shots.
It's also Hunter.
Yeah, and it's like, this could get ugly, but unfortunately, Baylor started missing a bunch of shots too, so Texas was able to hold on and get the win. But I felt good at halftime, even though Texas was down by 1 last night. Like, Texas just had so many silly turnovers in the first half, and OU had 14 fast break points in the first half. And it's like, okay, if Texas just protects the ball a little bit more and they stop giving OU free buckets, Texas's defense was good in the half court in the first half. And it's like, they just stopped giving Oklahoma layups in transition. They're going to win this game. And they did. They protected the ball more. Right. Oklahoma couldn't do anything in the half court. And that's why the second half happened the way that it did.
That's what I felt too. Like, the only time that Oklahoma would score was on a fast break or on a layup, right? They couldn't hit anything from the field. And if they did, my question to you obviously is, like, was that a contribution because of the Longhorns defense, or was that just the Sooners being completely off and not being able to hit anything last night?
Yeah, it's a combination of both, right? Like, one of my real good buddies, a guy who watches us all the time, is an OU grad and diehard OU fan, and he watches just about every OU basketball game.
Is he all right?
He's he'll live. He was telling me before the game, like, OU doesn't really have a go-to guy.
It's not McCollum?
He said, well, McCollum's been their leading scorer, but like, we saw it last night. I mean, he's not the type of guy that you could just give him the ball and you can get a guaranteed bucket.
Man, he's got to get an understanding too. Like, if it's not there, man, you got to distribute, you got to pass it, but you can't keep forcing it like that, man. It just wasn't going down.
Sure, and that's the other half, right? Like, Texas did a great job defensively. Texas's guards, obviously, A. Smith had a great day offensively. Hunter didn't do a ton on offense, but both of those guys played really good defense, and they kept OU's 2 guards, who are their 2 leading scorers, in check, and they both finished below their season average in terms of points. So, no, Texas did a great job. I'll give the Longhorns defense a bunch of credit for how they defended OU, but OU, they don't have a lot of size. So my buddy's like, Dylan DeSue should be able to eat, and he did just that. And then he's like, man, we don't necessarily have a go-to guy when we need a bucket in the half court, and I think both of those things proved to be true last night. Yep.
So what, for you, to me, I feel like the big thing that's missing from this team than last year's team was the fact that last year there was a great 1-2 combination between Carr and DeSue. It's not so much there this year between Asmus and DeSue. When does that start happening, or does it start happening at all?
I think it happened last night. Like, Asmus had 22. DeSue had 19 and 10. Like, those
I just didn't feel like they were feeding. Maybe I missed the most of the first half though, but I didn't feel like they were feeding off of each other. I feel like they were just getting theirs.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bunch of 2-man game. Like, both of those guys are great at creating their own shots, right? I mean, Asmus can pull up from anywhere on the floor, right, and that guy just needs an inch of space, and he'll knock one down right in your face. And DeSue, a lot of his work was just, you give him the ball at the high post or give him the ball in the wing, and he can either pull up over somebody or he can drive to the 10. Like, that guy's a true 3-level scorer. And there have been so many Texas fans this year who are like yelling at Dylan DeSue to stop shooting threes. And it's like, why?
He showed it, yeah.
He's shooting 57%. Now, he's not going to end the year at 57% from 3, but like, there are a lot of other guys on this team that I wish would not shoot threes. Dylan DeSue because he's 6'9", 6'10", and has that wingspan over 7 feet. No one can get, you think of Kevin Durant. He's not Kevin Durant, but you think of a guy who's like that long. No one can get a hand in his face. When he elevates,
you're fouling him.
Exactly. Like when he elevates, he's got a clean look at the hoop. So teams aren't respecting his ability to make the three. He's getting a lot of open looks from downtown. But even when there is a guy close, it's like, no, he can see over that guy. So he's a bona fide 3-level scorer. So no, I mean, it's not, the pick and roll game is not the biggest part of this Texas offense, but no, that's your 1-2 punch right there. Like those are without question Texas's 2 best offensive players. And like you obviously need some other guys to step up. Last night it was Weaver. Saturday it was Tyrese Hunter. You need other guys if you're going to actually do something good this year. But no, those 2 guys are really good. And last night they were awesome.
If we are going to do really something good this year, how far do you think that Trek will go? And who is that third that needs to kind of emerge as our, I guess, big 3, if you want to call it that?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Tyrese Hunter. And once again, even though he didn't do a lot in the box,
can you rely on him from the perimeter? And I know he's going to give you everything on the defensive front, but I mean, he's got to get to the cup more. He's got to get to the line more. BK.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could say yes to that question, but he's so inconsistent, right? Like Saturday, he played his best game of the year, both ends of the floor. And last night wasn't great offensively. Now, Texas didn't need him to do a whole lot, and he was great on defense. And honestly, that was more of a priority for me last night, is stopping OU's backcourt and let the other guys go to work. So Tyrese Hunter is like, he should be that third guy in a quote-unquote big 3. But sadly, even though he's in his 3rd year in college basketball, you still can't always rely on him because you don't know exactly what you're going to get. He's a mystery box, right? You play that game Jackpot or whatever, throw the ball up in the air, you yell mystery box.
I love game shows. What is this, a new one?
No, not a show. This is the game you played at recess back in the day. 10,000 or Jackpot, whatever it's called. Did you ever play this?
No, I thought it was the game show. I was getting ready to get excited. I was like, what are we watching now?
No, this is pretty fun as a kid. Like somebody would be in charge. They'd have like this kickball and they would like yell out a number. 10,000. They'd throw the ball up in the air and then everyone else would try to catch the ball. And if you caught the ball, you would get 10,000 points. And then once you got to a certain number, you would win and you would get to be the person in charge.
Gotcha.
But one of the things was mystery box. So you would just yell mystery box. You'd throw the ball up in the air. Then whoever catch it would be like, "What'd I win?" And then whoever was in charge was like, "To 20,000." It's like, "Oh yeah," or they'd be like, "Cherry bomb," and you lost everything.
What? For catching it, you lose it? What if you have to go across the field and make a dive to catch the damn ball?
That's the risk you run with the mystery box. And that's Tyrese Hunter. He's the mystery box. Some nights he's going to get you the proverbial 20,000. Some nights he's going to be a cherry bomb. So, yeah, he should be that guy to answer your question. If Texas is, in fact, a tournament team, which they're right on the bubble right now, I think if the season ended today because of the last 2 wins, they would be in the field of 68. But if Texas is going to stay in the field of 68, then, yeah, Asmus and Dessou, they've got to keep doing their thing. And Tyrese Hunter's got to be that guy who shows up, too.
How you feel about Timmy Horton's nephew?
Timmy Horton. IT Horton?
IT Horton.
Yeah, he's fine. He's streaky. He gives you way more on offense than he does on defense.
Right.
Didn't do a whole lot. Only took 4 shots last night. Was Texas's leading scorer against UCF, one of his former teams last week. He's just a role guy. Like I don't expect him to be that great.
But can he step up and hit a big shot if you need to? Can he be relied upon?
Yes. Oh, I sounded confident there, didn't I?
Yeah, I bought it.
Yeah, I think so. Like, you don't want to rely on him, and Texas won't rely on him to get you 15 a game. But if he's got to make a big shot for you, he's proven enough over his long college career that I think he could step up and get you a big bucket when you need it.
All right, one more for you, man. I flirted with it just a little bit when we started the show. What is the actual identity of this Longhorns basketball team?
Well, I think it's the 2 guys we've been talking about the most, right? I think it's Asmus and I think it's Dessou. You go back to that UCF game. Somebody commented, Longhorn Bear said, where was that end of game performance versus UCF? Texas had that big lead. They were up 13 at the under 12 timeout. And with about 9.5 minutes left, Dylan Dessou picked up his 4th foul. and he had to go to the bench for like 5 minutes or so. And that's when UCF started its comeback. Like Dessou he's the best player on this team. He's the most important player. And it's weird. Like guards, you need guards to win, especially in March. And I think Asmus and Hunter are good enough to lead Texas to the tournament. And maybe if Texas is going right, win a game in the tournament. But Dylan Dessou is the best player on this team. He's a matchup nightmare. There aren't a lot of guys who can guard that guy because there aren't a lot of guys who can do what he does at the college level. So that guy, he's the biggest identity for this team. And then Asmus too. I mean, when Asmus is hot, he's one of the toughest guards in the nation just because he's one of the best shooters really in the history of college basketball. I mean, that guy's top 20 all time in points.
He's a pull-up bucket, man, from anywhere. He's pretty much automatic.
Those are your guys. And then like we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Kendall Weaver. I'd love to get your thoughts on him. Like 28 minutes, 11 points. Like that guy was a spark plug for Texas.
Need more consistency from Weaver, man. If that can be every Tuesday night or every Saturday, man, then yeah, I would say that we have a legitimate chance to make a run at this thing, and maybe we're top 3 in the Big 12 instead of where I'm at right now. Man, we're creeping on 5, maybe. I'd put us at the 6th. I'm still not buying it, man, because of the inconsistent losses to West Virginia, UCF. I mean, of course, you got that old. I guess that thing in your back pocket that Kansas also lost to UCF as well. So still, man, I need to see more consistent play. I think Weaver could be the 3. That's why I asked you that. I think he could step up and be the other big 3. But I think it is Hunter. My only problem with Hunter is the inconsistency problem there too. And you know that he's not, if you're going to rely on the perimeter play from Hunter, that's not going to be there, man. You got to have him getting busy. You got to have him creating nightmare mismatches in the paint with a late rotation of the defense there, and then have him be able to dish to Dessou and hopefully pick up an and one there. That's more of an approach that I need from Hunter instead of just having him be comfortable in the perimeter.
He needs to be a true point guard. I don't know if he wants to be a true point guard. I mean, his Instagram handle is Walking Bucket, which I think tells you that he likes scoring, and most people.
But isn't that today's point guard game? Like you got don't all ones today feel like they have to get to the rim, or I don't know. Maybe I'm just been spoiled by watching Westbrook and Kyrie and all that.
Well, those guys pass the ball a lot more than like those guys are getting double digit assists.
They're getting assists,
in the NBA, and Tyrese Hunter. Like that, because Max Asmus, he's point guard size. This is your Max Asmus predicament, right? Like he's a point guard in terms of size, but he's a shooting guard. Mm-hmm. Like that's he can create for others, but really he's going to create for himself. Or if you just give him an open catch and shoot, he's going to knock it down 10 times out of 10. So like that's Max Asmus has some AJ Abrams to him, right? AJ Abrams was about 5'11", one of the best 3-point shooters in school history. But Texas had DJ Augustine at point guard. Like they had a true NBA level point guard who was like, I will be the point guard. I will score for myself, but I will also create for others. And that's why, those teams were so good. Like Tyrese Hunter, if he could be the DJ Augustine to, the Max Asmus, AJ Abrams, then this team would be in a lot better shape. But Hunter, just part of the inconsistency. It's not just shooting. It's some nights he just doesn't look as engaged on offense as a whole. And if you could just get him to embrace being more of a true point guard, then I think that would help this offense a lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if he can drive and get creative and get to the paint or get inside the paint, right? I'm not expecting him to get to the cup every time, but I am expecting the defense to react to him, right? Defense rotates over the late, and they're forced to step a man up outside of the paint, and then what's that leaves you either Mitchell or Dessou open down low. You know what I mean? Or somebody cutting to the damn rim. There's going to be another open man. If you have to bring another man to stop Hunter off of a drive, there's another open guy on the floor, BK. And usually somebody's going to be late getting to that guy too, and that's probably going to cause an and one. That's just the vision that I'm seeing, man. I don't know. I don't know why RT hasn't really just drove that into the head of Hunter. Like, yeah, to your point, be the damn point guard, man. Be the facilitator. Don't just rely on the damn perimeter play.
Mm-hmm. I wanted more of that from Hunter last year. Marcus Carr was a little bit more ball dominant than even Max Asmus, who you could argue is pretty ball dominant too. But that's what I want to see. And then Weaver, I'm glad Weaver's getting to play now. Like Brock Cunningham.
Last night was his most minutes, right? Usually it's been dominated by Brock, right?
Yeah, I mean Brock Cunningham has been bad. He finally made a shot last night. That was his first make in 6 Big 12 games. Wags. bad.
Not
But Brock
good.
Cunningham, like, he's been here for a long time. He's obviously served a role on previous teams. So I get Rodney Terry wanting to figure it out with Cunningham, but it just wasn't working. Cunningham has become a liability for this team right now. And Weaver should have gotten more minutes earlier than he did. But hey, I will give RT credit for realizing that Weaver needs more minutes than Brock Cunningham. So yeah, I don't know if Weaver's going to be playing 28 minutes a night, but man, if he could do what he did, I think he caught OU by surprise. I was talking about this with Buck. Like, you look at Weaver's stats, you look at how few minutes he's played this year, you see that guy on the floor, and you're like, oh, he's not going to do anything. Like, we can put our worst defender on that dude, whatever.
Right.
And Weaver's like, okay, you're going to put this Scrabini on me. I'm going to blow by him and get an easy bucket at the rim. Like, I think Weaver maybe caught OU off guard, but hey, he was huge. He was really important. He was the X factor last night. So more of that in the future would be much appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know if the game last night was better for his confidence building or if it was better for RT's confidence in Weaver last night. But I mean, it goes to show you that if you can play with any team in the Big 12, I think I think he's earned at least 20 minutes, right? At least 20.
Yeah.
After the performance last night.
Sure.
I'd settle for 15.
He's one of those guys, and like the ceiling for Weaver's higher than the ceiling for Cunningham. Cunningham's in his 6th year. Weaver's in his second year of college basketball.
We know the brand of Brock.
He's getting worse too, which is unfortunate. But no, Weaver's going to get better than he is right now. I mean, this guy was the freshman of the year last year in the AC playing for UT Arlington. So he's got some game, he's got some spunk, and feels like the potential is there for him. But yeah, Weaver's one of those guys, like, you see how he is, like I would love for him to get 20 to 25 minutes a night, because that will mean he's doing what he did last night.
Right.
But if it's one of those games where he's just, he's showing signs of being a first-year player in a conference as good as the Big 12, then okay, maybe he's closer to 15 minutes. But
maybe Brock needs load management. I mean, load management, maybe Brock needs less minutes or whatever. Maybe he feels like he needs to press a little bit more than he has to, and maybe that's just fucking with his game a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think there's any maybe right now. Like, Brock needs less minutes, and it sucks, because I know he's a great kid, big fan of the guy.
He's a fan favorite, man. Everybody loves him, dude.
Yeah, like I've gotten to meet and hang out with him a few times. Like, great dude. And you see why the coaches love him, and you see why his teammates love him. And once again, he's served an important role on this team in recent years, but he's just in the midst of a bad funk right now.
Right.
And Texas in this conference, and with Texas's resume being what it is, right? This being a team that's on the bubble right now, late in January, they can't afford to just like hope, like, we'll keep throwing him out there and hope he gets out of this funk. It's like, you got to win some games. So like, Brock's going to play. I'm not saying he needs to be end of the bench with the walk-ons and just not get any minutes, but if he is just not good, if he's playing the way he has been playing since the Big 12 started, then he can't be getting minutes just for the sake of getting minutes. You got to give those to other players.
You love effort, and you want to reward effort. And I was an effort player, right? Like, I wasn't exactly the most skilled player on the basketball court, but I remember asking, I was a junior and I was feeling like I was going to get cut. You know what I mean? And I remember asking my coach, I was just like, Coach, who would you rather? Would you rather have like a high clouded or a high talented skill position player? Or would you rather have a guy that just gave you his heart all, each night, day in, day out? Who would you rather have? Coach Glencar, without hesitation, give me the high skill player without hesitation, man. Look, effort's great. Effort's fantastic, but you just can't supplement, the basket getting made or just blowing up by a streaky shooter like that. I don't know what Brock's doing. I think he's pressing a little bit too much. Good
for your coach, because most coaches in that situation would say
they'd acquiesce and give you some bullshit, right?
I want the high effort guy. I need the high energy, high motor guy. It's like bullshit, dude.
Nah, Sklenny knew it was up.
Hey,
he knew I was feeling him out.
I'll give you energy and motor when I'm on the floor. You don't want 5 of me, because you're going to lose every single game that you play. All right. You give me your coach. Shout out to him for not going coach speak, for saying, no, I'd rather have 5 guys who could actually hoop instead of 5 guys who are just going to die for every loose ball. Like, that's great. Okay. Who are they going to pass to, and who's going to score for us? Good for your coach. Cause I'm sure
Sklenny was great. Coach Glencar was fantastic. But the thing about Glencar is that you could he was the history teacher, and if you really wanted to mess with the routine or with the plan of the day or whatnot, all you had to do was just talk a little basketball. Hey, did you see Sean Kemp last night and Gary Payton? Huge Sonics fan because he played with George Carlin, so huge Sonics fan.
George Carlin, the comedian?
No, not George. Or who's the damn head coach
Carl. Not George Carl?
George Carl, thank you.
Okay.
George Carlin. Whoa. Yeah, I just throw added syllables on the fucking names and stuff. You know that.
That's a good one. Yeah, Carlin's one of the best comedians.
George Carlin.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah, but he played with George Carl, whatever. So he was a huge Sonics fan.
There you go. All right. Did he like the Jazz too when Carl went over there?
He wasn't really big on Karl Malone.
Yeah,
huge Stockton guy though.
Most people aren't big on Karl Malone.
Yeah, Karl Malone's not exactly the best man out there. He's kind of a piece of shit.
He might be the worst. He might be the worst man out there.
He's kind of a piece of shit.
Bad guy, but nice win.
Love your kids, guys. Love your kids.
Yeah, don't love other people's kids.
Right.
Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. Fun one last night, man. And credit Rodney Terry and credit this team. Seriously, like last Wednesday was the UCF game and the horrible collapse on the court, and then the ridiculousness in the post-game handshake line afterwards. It was still a bad look, but hey, it clearly has brought this group together.
Was it the galvanizing moment?
I guess so. I mean, seriously, that was a make or break moment.
For the team to play better?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that was some sort of coaching tactic from Rodney Terry, but hey, if it's going to make the team play like that, every time Texas loses, do something to embarrass yourself if it's going to get the team to play as well as it has after that.
Hey, man, make it all about you, coach, and not about them.
Hey, keep coaching the other team's players, man. If it's going to make your own players play better, keep telling the other guys.
Room, coach, go ahead.
Yeah. So, hey, credit where it's due, man. This thing, once again, was starting to fall off the rails, and now it's back on. The work's not done, of course. 12 games left in the regular season. You've got to finish strong here, but man, what a turnaround.
I'm back in. I don't know. I can't be fully back in. You know what I mean? I don't want to get my heart broke. I just don't. Like, I don't want to sit here and convince myself that this team is going to make a run and get to the Sweet 16 when I know that's just not reality at the moment. Again, a lot of, and this is a cop out, but a lot of it's going to depend on, the conference championship tournament, how well we do in that. The emergence to see if Weaver does actually step into this new role and become, maybe the 4 guy instead of the 3 guy. But we need more consistent play from Hunter. That's for sure.
Can you win 2 of these next 4? Right? Like
BYU next. I mean,
in the stretch of 6 games against ranked opponents, like 3-3 would have been solid. But now that you're 2-0, it's like, well, you'd love to find 2 more here. Now it's not going to be easy, like you said, at BYU, and then Houston comes to town and they're really good.
Man, I think they're better than Kansas. Am I crazy?
No, right now they are. I mean, they play soon, I think. But no, Kansas has some issues at the moment, and
it ain't Furphy.
Right. Yeah. Furphy, the Australian, the freshman, has looked really, really good. Right now, though, if Houston and Kansas were to play on a neutral floor, I'd pick Houston to win. But we'll see. I mean, Houston lost a couple of games early in Big 12 play. They've rallied the ship. They got a nice win in Provo last night, but that'll be a tough task. And then, you're in Fort Worth, and then you've got Iowa State at home. So
that's brutal.
If you go 2-2 in that stretch, of course you'd love to go 4-0 or 3-1, but you go 2-2, that means you're 4-2 in the 6-game gauntlet. That's pretty damn good, and that really turned your season around.
Yeah, I guess I'll be more in the bag then if we come out of this a little bit clean. But like you said, 4-2 coming out of this gauntlet of 6, and I'll feel a little bit better. But like I said, that win last night, convincing. Hell, it wasn't even an anomaly if you want to look at that, man. It was a 15-point victory. It was a blowout. It was domination. So maybe the Longhorns did figure this thing out, and I'm still reluctant to put everything in the bag because I just don't want to get let down.
They're going to let, like, every team except for one gets let down at some point. So this team's not winning the national championship. If that's your barometer.
No, that's Sweet 16 though. I'd like to see Sweet 16.
Okay. Well, you might get let down if that's the case. It'd be a major letdown if they don't make the tournament. I mean, obviously, you go to the Elite Eight last year, you get that taste, and you want that to be an every year thing. So many reasons to understand that would have been tough. It's possible. You get in the dance, you give yourself a chance. It's as simple as that. Hell, we see 11 seeds, 10 seeds, 9 seeds, whatever. They win games in the tournament all the time. So just get there. But yeah, it's, you miss the tournament altogether, then that's obviously a major, major letdown.
You know what else is a letdown? It's not seeing Billy the Kid Wagner get into the Hall of Fame.
It is. Should we I know it's your show. I don't want to hijack it, but should we do some reads before we get to that?
Obviously you guys know the drill with audiovisual consultations. They're the best in the business, man. Since 1988, for 35 years. You had a chance to watch a little bit of baseball last night, get some baseball news, get some basketball, get some football as well. If you were looking for that little NFL rewind stuff, you can get it all with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Look at the 4K televisions behind me in the arcade cabinets, man. If you don't want that, go to the website and check out the gallery of projects that they've done. Maybe you'll get a better idea of what you want. I got a dream theater downstairs as well. Oh, it's perfect. Chimeneas are perfect right now for the weather. And also what's perfect is a flat screen television out on your patio, man. They had an all-weather system that they can put out there for you as well. Audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. They're really smart guys that never make you feel dumb.
Chimeneas. Is that chimneys? And
yeah, chimney. It's not a chimney. A chimney is like a chimney on the ground.
Oh,
and you put like a little wood. It's like a little wood stove, man. It keeps everybody warm and cozy on the patio without making it too fried or hot.
You have one of those?
Yeah,
nice. Chimenea.
We don't have the TV outside yet. We're working on that.
There you go. That'll be nice. All right. I don't know. I know Rodney talks about Covert Bee Cave all the time, and I talk about Covert Bee Cave all the time. Have you seen the TV spot that we have from Covert Bee Cave?
I have not.
Let's check
Roll
this
it
out,
out, baby.
Check this out.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yeah, I got some new car envy.
Yeah.
What was that that wasn't a Yukon, was it? What the hell is GMC's big vehicle?
Yukon.
Is it a Yukon?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that thing was clean, man. I remember them being bulky.
That's what we took to New Orleans a couple of weeks ago.
Any craziness going down in that Yukon?
No, just that homeless guy hitting on the back of it.
Oh, man.
As we were trying to escape New Orleans to head back to Austin after the game.
I wouldn't want to incriminate yourself anyway, so I wouldn't want to do that anyway. So good answer. Good answer.
Shout out Covert BK. All right, now to the fun stuff, to the Hall of Fame. You want to get into that?
Yeah. Again, I thought it's hard to say that. It's hard to say that Helton, Maurer, and Beltray don't deserve in. And of course, you guys know the criteria. You got to reach 75 votes, or 75% of the votes, rather. It's really tough. I mean, I think the kid came in around 73. I don't have the actual percentage, but I know he just came up just a little bit short, man. I thought for sure that Billy the Kid Wagner would get in there. I'm not a big fan of Billy Wagner just because of the last name, man. I think in baseball, where you have to be reliant on the psyche of the closers, right? Because I mean, hell, like within a week you could lose one hell of a closer. Like closers just are too frugal, and they're, the scarcity of closers are just, come and go, right? Too short as it is. Mm-hmm. With my remembrance of closers, I had Rivera and Wagner as 2 dominant closers of the 90s, man. And for me, it just didn't get better of these two. If you're going to put Rivera in, I'd love to see Billy Wagner get in right next to him. And I'm sure Billy Wagner will get in. I just thought that this year was going to be his year. But I mean, how can you not be mad about seeing Beltray get in there? How can you not be mad about Helton? Or not, excuse me, I'm how can you be mad about Beltre? How can you be mad about Helton and Maurer getting in?
Yeah.
3 great ambassadors of the game and well-deservings of getting the tip into the hall in the Cooper.
Yeah, the 3 guys who got in should have gotten in, but there should have been a 4th guy who also got in, and that's Billy Wagner. And he was 5 votes away from getting to that 75% threshold.
That's got to eat. How bad does that got to eat at you?
That sucks, dude. And the whole process is a joke. I mean, Billy Wagner's going to get in. Next year's his last year on the ballot, and he'll get those 5 votes because that's usually how it works, right? You gradually increase, and then if you're that close to making it, you're ultimately going to get in. But he shouldn't have to wait this long. I mean, he's one of the best closers of all time. I think he's 5th or 6th all time in terms of saves. He had 9 seasons with 30-plus saves and a sub-3 ERA, trailing
crazy.
only Rivera and Trevor Hoffman, who obviously are both in the Hall of Fame.
There you go. That was the other guy I couldn't remember, Trevor Hoffman.
Yeah. So, this guy was freaking dominant, man. He was one of the best closers in baseball for a long time. 17 years, 9 of them with Houston. That's when he was at his best. He absolutely should be in. So, it's annoying if you're an Astros fan and you're frustrated. I get it. I'm sure Billy Wagner and his family, like you said, are incredibly frustrated. They're sitting watching yesterday, waiting for that phone to ring and to find out you're 5 votes away. I mean, that is a total kick to the gonads. He should have been in, but the 3 guys who did get the call are very much deserving, and it's a solid Hall of Fame class for sure.
Clearly as a Rangers fan, you got a lot of memories with Beltre there, but I mean, Beltre was doing it with the M's too, with the Mariners. I'm sure he's got to have some moments where he came back and killed you, but what's your favorite Beltre moment?
Oh, my God. Where to begin? I mean, look, he was on 4 different teams, right? Started with the Dodgers, then went to Seattle for a while, had a couple of years in Boston, but he was at his best at the end of his career when he signed with the Rangers in free agency. I think he was 31 or 32, and he was awesome. I mean, just every year. He was a 3-time All-Star, won 2 Silver Sluggers, won 3 Gold Gloves for the Rangers in his 6 years that he was there. And he was a part of that 2011 team. Obviously, that season ended with heartbreak, but went to a World Series, won a pennant for the Rangers, won a few division titles for the Rangers. And he's just a model of consistency, but also a model of hilarity. Like, I showed Bucky some of the videos of Adrian Beltre freaking out when teammates would try to touch his head. Like, that guy was so entertaining because of how good he was on the field, but also just one of the most infectious personalities in the history of the game.
Likable guy too, right? It seemed like everybody, all the opposition loved him too.
Yep. Yeah. The rivalry he had with Felix Hernandez, those guys are great friends, but obviously, when Adrian was in Arlington and Felix was in Seattle, being in the same division, they play all the time. They'd always shit talk each other, but it was all out of love. I mean, he was must-see television. Not a lot of baseball guys are that, right? But like every time he came up to bat or every time a ball went his way at third base, something cool was going to happen. And the numbers back it up. I mean, he's I think one of 4 players ever with like 3,000 hits, 300 homers, and 5 Gold Gloves. So the numbers are absolutely there, but also just the entertainment value that Beltre provided over his whole career, but especially with the Rangers, was second to none, man. He's awesome. And it's got me thinking I need to get to Cooperstown this summer to watch that dude get inducted because he's one of my favorite.
See the bus go in there?
Oh, man. I mean, you ask any Rangers fan ever. It's not just like people in their 20s or whatever who will tell you that Beltre is one of their favorite Rangers of all time. Like any generation, he's just one of those dudes that played the game the right way, that appealed to every baseball fan ever. And, any Rangers fan would put Beltre like probably in their top 5, if not higher than that, of their favorite jurors of all time.
When I wasn't having a smile put on my face from the antics of Adrian Beltre, I was always thinking of Adrian Beltre as just an ambassador of the game and just, a dude that represents nothing but class. Class on the field, class off the field. And dude, like, he's one of the guys that's on the opposition that no matter how good of a night he's having, like he could be going 3 for 3 and just destroying your team. And you got to tip your hat to the guy just because he is that type of dude, right? He's that type of ball player, man. Never, I mean, you talked about him talking shit, but it was always like good shit talking or just, empty shit talking based and it was basically to the people that he used to be in the lineup with or be on the same ball club with or whatnot. I've never heard any bad tale of Adrian Beltre. So again, one of I think one of the most deserving people to be in Cooperstown, that's for sure. And if you are planning on going to Cooperstown, sign me up. I'll go with you, man. That's for
There
sure.
you go. What about this one from Rob? I'll ask you this, Wags. Joe Mauer, you think he earned his spot?
He's got great hair, and I mean, you got to think how many times was he the batting champion? 3 times? Three-time batting champion?
3-time batting champ. Yep.
You got to think, guys, he's a catcher too, right? Usually catchers are known for, being the captain of the defense there and, making sure that that the fielders are in the position for the right, the right hitter coming up or whatnot. And basically a general for the skipper that's not able to be on the field, right? Very rarely do you think of catchers being able to be batting champions. Joe Mauer wasn't going to, give you 40 home runs each year. But I mean, my God, when you knew that somebody was on second, Joe Mauer was going to knock him in, man. And he was a sure thing behind the damn plate. And if those of you guys that are catchers, I played catcher growing up. If you understand the little small nuances of baseball, man, Joe Mauer knows how to call one of the best games in baseball. So he always kept the batters off balance, man. They never knew what the hell was actually coming. Even how well they had that pitcher scouted, Joe Mauer would tell the pitchers to pitch them backwards or set them up to pitch backwards. Joe Mauer was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Mauer was a first ballot guy.
Yeah, me too.
He should have been. He should, once again, I think the whole process is dumb and making guys wait is stupid. You're either a Hall of Famer or you're not a Hall of Famer. But just with the way baseball is set up, this ridiculous system, I was like, all right, Mauer might have to wait a year.
Yeah, 75% off the bat.
Yeah, because there are only 2 other catchers who have gotten in their first year of eligibility, and that's Pudge and Johnny Bench. So those are 2 of the GOATs there. So I was like, all right, because of that, maybe Mauer's going to have to wait a tad. But no, I mean, he's the only catcher to ever win 3 batting titles. He was an MVP one year, one of 6 catchers ever with at least 3 gold gloves and 3 silver sluggers. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. Definitely. Every time I watch him play with the offense, with the defense, there's no doubt in my mind that guy should have been in. But just with, once again, the ludicrous setup that we have, I was a little pleasantly surprised that he got the call in year 1.
Yeah, very shocked. What about Helton?
Coors Field, he sucks. No, I'm kidding. What about him? Great player.
Are you shocked that Todd Helton got in?
No.
Over Bill. That I mean, I know that Todd Helton was heralded as one of the favorites in baseball. At least. I think one of the memories that I have is Peyton Manning going to his last game and, him able to crush a damn home run there with Peyton Manning being, I think Peyton was the quarterback at Denver at the time or whatnot. But anyways, it was just, I guess I was never really huge into a believer that Helton could, play the field as well, man. I don't know what his percentage was in the field. I don't know how many gold gloves Helton won actually. But I know the guy could rake. I just don't know if he belongs in over Billy Wagner. And I know it doesn't have to be 3 people. 4 people can get in here. But damn, Helton to me was probably the surprise. I thought maybe Andrew Jones would get in over Todd Helton. Yeah, just a little shocked.
Yeah, Todd Helton.
I'm not going to say he's not a Hall of Famer. Like we said before we started this in the beginning of it, man. All 3 are very deserving. I just thought for sure out of the names that got in, Helton's probably the one that raised my eyebrow the most.
He's the worst of the 3. I think he's deserving of a spot in the Hall of Fame. He had to wait a little bit. I think it was year 7 for him out of 10.
How many before he would have been? How many before it was his last year?
Am I making that up? Is it not year 7?
You're right.
10. You get 10 years. So yeah, this was year 7. So he had 3 years left after this one if he didn't make it. Yeah, look, Beltre and Mauer are more sure thing Hall of Famers than Todd Helton for me, but I think he's worthy of a spot. 3 gold gloves. To answer your question about his defense, his numbers were really good, both in Denver and away from Denver. And yeah, hit 316 for his career, over 2,500 hits, over 350 home runs. He did a lot of really, really good things for a long time. So he was awesome, man. I mean, growing up, loved watching Todd Helton play. The guy could absolutely rake. I'm cool with him. I'm cool with him getting in. I would have voted him getting in. But yeah, of the three, I think he's got the least impressive resume of those folks who got the call. But and also with Billy Wagner's getting screwed because he's a closer, right? Like closers just don't get in that often. You got to be the elite of the elite to make it, because it's the whole debate. Well, he only pitched one inning. Like Todd
and
Helton,
that's kind of like my point. Like closers are scared. Like the whole point was scarcity in closers, right? And the mindset of closers. I mean, you could have a dude rocking for a season, man, and then come back next year and he's not even your guy anymore. You're rolling out the setup guy that you had.
Yeah. Jake says he's Mr. Rocky. Well, that's like being Mr. Skinniest kid at the fat camp, because what have the Rockies ever won? But no, he's a great player. And impressive numbers, especially during the prime of his career. He should be in. And Billy Wagner should be in.
That's pretty nasty, man.
Yeah, he's a beast. So somebody asked about the steroid guys. I figured we've got to talk about the obligatory, should the steroid guys be in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything more you have to say. It's yes.
Yes.
Like how can you tell this story of baseball without talking about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and Mark McGwire?
I mean,
what do we do?
God, you shit on it however much you want to. It was the best time in baseball, dude. It was fantastic, man. Sign me up.
I wish I was old enough, because it was late 90s, right?
Oh my God.
Like I was a kid. I was alive, but I didn't know what was going on. Like I wish I got to really experience the steroid era of Major League Baseball, because it seems awesome.
The ball never jumped. I mean, clearly the ball never jumped off the bat better, right? But I mean, it was just more. It was entertaining. It was like going to a damn home run derby. You know what I mean? Like, of course, I marvel at defense, and as a catcher, I hate seeing the game. I also like to think that I'm a purist, but also I know that in that purity, there's bending of the rules, and there's the snot ball, and the spitball or shine ball, whatever you want to call it, man. There's always been people trying to get one over on the opposition, and if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, dude. We've seen it in baseball, in modern day baseball, with the Astros and the damn drum cans or whatnot. I ain't got time for it, man. Sign me up. Give me the steroid baseball again. Yeah, put them in the Hall of Fame. Are you serious?
Oh, you want the steroid era again?
Yeah, bring them all. I want MVP baseball. Boom.
Oh, yeah. You want Slugfest. That's what it sounds like.
Baby.
Yeah. I mean, Trey's got the take where he wants like every athlete to be on PEDs. And he's like, God, how entertaining would the sports be if all of these freak athletes who are natural
bringing John Rocker out of retirement?
It would also be juicing too. It's like, holy shit.
Give me Kenny Powers.
Yeah. No kidding. But the Hall of Fame is there to tell the history of the sport. And you cannot tell the history of the sport without including the literally part of the history that saved the sport. Baseball was dying. The steroid era brought people back to baseball. If that didn't happen, if the home run chases between Sosa and McGwire, and if Barry Bonds wasn't doing his, like, baseball's already slowly but surely dying. It would be dead if it weren't for the steroid era. So to just completely
what did the Kansas City Royals have to watch? What did the Orioles have to watch? What did the Rays have to watch back in the day before these teams started even building their franchises up, man? Nothing. We had nothing. We had McGwire, we had Sosa, we had the steroid era of baseball, man. It was great. It was fantastic, man.
Yeah. I mean, I love going back and watching documentaries and 30 for 30s and all sorts of stuff, just doing research on that.
What was in that bat? What was in that bat? Yeah. Nothing. It's his muscles.
Yeah, exactly. What were in those muscles? Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that we can't tell you. We got some basketball news to talk about.
Shoot.
You from the land of Milwaukee, which means the good land, according to Alice Cooper in Wayne's World. But Milwaukee Bucks. Adrian Griffin.
He gone.
They are dabbling with the notion of bringing in the doctor. Does Doc Rivers make an impact and a splash for the Milwaukee Bucks? And if that's the case, is that even worse for the Bucks? Because we know the pedigree with Doc Rivers in some decent ball clubs. Could he make this thing just actually dismantle and go off the rails officially for the Bucks?
Well, if I may, let me localize this for a second, because Texas fans were talking about Rodney Terry and his future after that UCF game last week. And a lot of people were like, how can you talk about a guy's future? He's basically in his first year as the head coach. Like, you got to give him time. Milwaukee is 30-13. They're number 2 in the East. So this is like Texas firing Rodney Terry if the Longhorns were ranked number 5 in the country. That's what Milwaukee just did with their head coach. So
knee-jerk reaction.
Well, like, yes. This has to be a directive from the players, right? This has to be Giannis and Dame. And, Brook Lopez and Middleton, whatever. The great players in Milwaukee had to go up to ownership and say, this ain't the guy. Because on its surface, this is one of the best teams in the NBA. They got a top 3 record in the league, and they're firing their coach. So this had to be the players either didn't jive with Adrian Griffin or they just felt like what he was doing wasn't working. I'm not going to sit here and act like I watch every Bucks game, so I don't know the ins and outs. I do know their defensive numbers are terrible this year. But I also know that they traded Drew Holiday, who's one of the best defensive players, for Damian Lillard, who's not a great defensive player. So it's like you figured the defense was going to get worse because of that big trade they made in the offseason. But you almost never see anything like this where a team playing this well decides to can its coach in the middle of the year.
And who's the move? Is you really going to bring in Doc? I mean, if you want to have a player's coach in, is Doc really your player's coach?
Well, that's the thing. Like, Doc, everyone loves Doc. He's a perennial playoff choker. So you're asking me if he's the guy to get them over the hump. Like, I don't know. Like, Doc obviously won 1 title with Boston, but he's also done less with more than any coach in NBA history.
Yeah, he's the McCarthy of basketball, man.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's a good comp. Like, that Celtics team only winning 1 title is a joke with having KG, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen in their, sort of primes. The Clippers teams, the fact that they never reached a conference final is a joke. Philly, the fact that they never reached a conference final is a joke. Like, the guy is a literally perennial playoff collapser. So the Bucks, on its surface, once again, weird, but who else could they have gotten? Like, at this point in the year, it's either roll with the interim guy, Joe Prunty, who was the interim coach for a day, or I guess you go with Doc, who's the biggest name that's available right now. Yeah. So I don't know, man. Doc Rivers is never the guy I would turn to. Once again, I don't know enough about what the Bucks were doing. I don't know enough about Adrian Griffin's rotations, and clearly the personalities weren't meshing the way that they should have. But I feel worse about the Bucks winning a title today than I did 2 days ago.
Right.
Just because they do have Doc Rivers. They think they're getting an upgrade. I think they're getting a guy who is going to fail in the playoffs like always.
Yeah, I think they're putting a Band-Aid on a broken arm, man. That's what I think. So
I don't even know if the arm's broken. What's wrong with
that's
the
a
arm?
good point too. That's a good point too. Why fix it if it isn't broken? And clearly, I don't know, maybe somebody slept with somebody's girl. I don't know. I'm kidding. I'm
maybe.
Kidding.
Hey, hold on. We could have an Ime Udoka situation here.
Scandalous.
A coach, after making it to the finals, got fired because he was sleeping with the wrong person. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. The Rockets benefit. He's doing a good job in Houston now in his first year there. But you sleep with the wrong person. Shoot, sometimes that gets you killed. That could easily get your job taken from you. I don't think that's what happened here, but would be hilarious if we found out that is what was going on, and that's why Griffin got the yaks.
Yeah, man. Got a couple more minutes. You got anything, any last save rounds you want to get out before I got to take off and get it? What's my deal here? Am I doing another hour? What am I doing?
It's Jeff and Jordan for
okay.
It's only an hour coming up. Shout out to
we got so many messages. I just got to catch up and actually learn how to read.
All right. Yeah. Tomorrow you will be with Jeff for It's Only an Hour, because Bucky and I will be at Rose Haven tomorrow morning. Christy from Cakes Rock's new spot.
Ooh.
Yeah.
She still put the bacon on the cupcakes and stuff too.
Brother, she's got kolaches. She's got cinnamon rolls. She's got biscuits.
She's got me. I'm there.
Come on, get out there.
I'm there. Where's it going to be one more time?
Rose Haven venue. Just search Rose Haven in Google. It's off at 290, right by Nutty Brown Cafe down south. Bucky and I will be there from 8 to 10. Rodney's out again tomorrow, so Jeff Howe will be doing 2 hours, one with you and then one with Jordan.
No, just an hour.
But yeah, not
Good.
just an hour.
Get some recruiting talk in with Jeff there, man.
There you go.
I don't like to take. That's the thing. Like, I don't like to take the bread off the table of the guys that are coming on right next to me, because I know they're going to be loaded up with some recruiting talk and everything. I'd like to kind of tease it a little bit, but I don't want to, kind of eat half their meal and just leave them with a plate full of shit or whatnot. So,
yeah, don't leave anyone with a plate full of shit.
Nah, that's not cool. That's definitely not good, man. Well, anyway, man, I appreciate you doing a show with me today, big guy. Thank you so much. Of course.
No, always fun, man. Love chopping it up. Somebody asked if that's a Wazoo hood. That's got to be a Capitals hood, right?
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
It's like you see Washington in red across the chest, and if you haven't seen it before, maybe you don't know. Although Jake's a big hockey guy, I think he's just messing with you. He knows you're a Caps fan. He's just
Capitals. Yeah, he calls me the Capitals fan all the time there. No, dude. Like, are you serious? Why would I put a Washington Husky hoodie on?
No, Wazoo, Washington State.
Oh, got you. Okay.
I mean,
okay.
I don't know why you would have that either. But yeah, no, you're not dunking on Texas fans.
Yeah.
Like no.
Dunked
on by Washington enough the last 2 freaking years, and now we got to deal with Kalen DeBoer. I'm sure Jeff and Jordan will be talking about this, but Ryan Williams, the 5-star receiver who was committed to Alabama for a while and then decommitted once Nick Saban announced his retirement, he was slated to visit Austin this weekend, and he canceled that visit.
Ooh.
So
did he put something on the docket or bill it instead?
Still hasn't committed anywhere, but Alabama fans are thinking like, all right, now we still got this guy. Like Kalen DeBoer was able to convince him to come back and stick around. Auburn's in the mix, funny enough. Obviously, Alabama's biggest rival.
Right.
But that's another guy. Like, look, Texas has crushed it with receivers, both in the portal and with recruiting this offseason. They've done a tremendous job replacing Worthy and Mitchell and Whittington and Sanders to throw in the tight end. But yeah, Ryan Williams, like that would have been just the cherry on top if Texas was able to get him. Doesn't seem like it's happening anymore.
And if you're Williams, though, you'd like to think that this is probably the most desired institution that you want to come to play, right? Like the quarterback situation is probably ideal for you if you're a wide receiver. Like if Quinn Ewers goes down, you got arguably one of the best backups that is going to be in college football. I can't believe I even have to say that it's a backup, but still, Arch Manning is going to be able to come in and supplement whatever Quinn Ewers is able to do. So if you're a wide receiver, this has to be a very attractive spot for you if you're looking to transfer or go anywhere else, right?
Sure. That's why you're seeing all of these guys come to Texas, right? Like all of these, Silas Bolden and Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond, those guys were getting interest from teams all over the country. But you get the chance to play with Quinn Ewers. You get the chance to be a part of the Steve Sarkisian offense.
That's it right there.
Texas might have 2 first-round wide receivers this year. Like at worst, they're going to have 2 receivers going in the top 40, 45 of the NFL draft. So that's what you're looking for. Now, Alabama's got their quarterback coming back, and Kalen DeBoer, everyone,
you know what he can do with quarterbacks.
Everyone listening and watching us right now, yeah, they know what a Kalen DeBoer offense is. I mean, he's had 3,000-yard receivers in the last 2 years, and he's got a few guys that'll be playing on Sundays from his time at Washington. So Alabama's got stuff going for them as well if that's where Ryan Williams ultimately decides to end up. But yeah, no, I mean, for Texas, you want to be whatever position you play, but especially if you're a pass catcher, plenty of reasons to want to be a part of this program right now.
Is Williams visiting anywhere else in place of Texas, or did he just cancel the trip here?
Yeah, I don't know if he's rescheduled or
hitting Athens.
Anything? Yeah, I just saw that he canceled the visit to Austin. So, once again, Alabama fans, I talked to an Alabama guy last night who does sports radio out there, and he was saying that they feel pretty confident that maybe Ryan Williams can recommit to the Crimson Tide, where he was committed for a long time. And he made the Julio Jones comp.
Oh, okay.
Right. So right when Nick Saban got there to Tuscaloosa, like Julio Jones was one of the biggest high school recruits in the country at wide receiver. And Jones like committed to Nick Saban and kind of gave the blessing. And that was one of the first big time commitments that Saban got of the million big time commitments that he ended up getting. Like Ryan Fowler, the guy I was talking to, was like, maybe Ryan Williams is the Julio Jones for Kalen DeBoer. Like he's that big time 5-star recruit who makes his pledge to this new coach coming to Alabama. And everyone else is like, all right, if he's going there, then maybe I should go there too. So we'll see.
You can't really call it a gift when you already had it, but it would be one hell of a gift if he is able to retain.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a big time get because Bama's obviously losing players left and right.
Bleeding. They're bleeding.
Yeah, it just happens anytime a coach changes jobs. And you understand it when the greatest coach of all time, like people go to Alabama to play for Nick Saban.
Nick Saban in
course,
the NFL factory. Yeah.
There's plenty of history at Bama before Saban, and their facilities are great, and it's the SEC. They got plenty going for them outside of Saban, but like every player who committed to Alabama was like, I'm going for Coach Saban. And that's why you should go. Like if you're a 4 or 5 star kid, you should go to Alabama because Nick Saban's going to more than likely turn you into a first round pick or at least an NFL draft pick because he's the best developer we've ever seen.
What's Saban say? High performers do not like mediocre performers and mediocre performers do not get along well with high performers or whatnot. I mean, Saban, he was a walking, line of just confidence and just awesomeness, man. Yeah.
You can learn a lot. You don't have to be a football player to learn a lot from Nick Saban, man.
Right.
Like that guy's a motivational speaker. He could have made a career out of that with some of what he said too.
We need a lot more Nick Saban in the universe, that's for sure. I mean, a lot of people might agree with that, but I'm a big fan of Nick Saban and how his views on life are. It's kind of refreshing. A little bit. What's up, Jeff?
I hope Sark is the next Nick Saban, at least in terms of coaching. That's what we're looking for.
Nick Saban also doesn't like horns down either.
Oh,
remember after the game in Austin last year, some guys were doing it, and he just screamed at his guys not to do that.
So Rodney Terry,
it's free, it's rent-free stuff. So I can.
Hey, I'm not on the Ryan Williams deal. I'm not gonna sit here and say Jordan told you so, but Jordan told you so. Ryan Williams looks like he's going to Auburn.
Yeah.
That's where it's been trending for.
Potentially Alabama as well at this point, but just not Texas.
Yeah, is Kirby, chomping at the bit? Has Kirby got a little bit of his ear too, or is it all Alabama and Auburn right now, Jordan?
I think he visited Georgia once or twice in like the year he was committed to Alabama, but nothing with Georgia in the last few months.
The bigger question to me, Jordan and Hank have been all over. Like Ryan, people that have been saying, "Oh man, Texas can get Ryan Williams," like that's a pipe dream, and obviously now it's not going to happen. My bigger question is, man, if Ryan Williams keeps going on visits, does KJ Lacey go with him, and does KJ Lacey still make it to Texas this weekend? That's the bigger thing in my mind because, look, man, no disrespect to Ryan Williams at all. It's a hell of a year, especially with him reclassifying. 2024 cycle was a hell of a year for top-end receivers. But that's Sark's hand-picked guy for quarterback in the 2025 cycle. So that's a really big deal to hang on to KJ Lacey.
Yeah. Great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
All right, well, hey, man, I look forward to what you guys got going on with only an hour. Thank you guys so much for watching Chaos Theory. And for everybody else, man, stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man.
BK, we'll see you in an hour. Wags, thank you for your duty today, sir. It's only an hour, Jeff. How Jordan Scruggs. Yeah, Jordan, it's I don't know, man. The Ryan Williams deal, people were, I don't know, getting way overconfident or counting their chickens before they hatched or whatever, but it's like, yeah, his buddy KJ Lacey is committed to Texas, but I think it would be more, to me, it was always more likely KJ Lacey ends up where Ryan Williams goes rather than the other way around. I'm not saying the other thing's going to happen, but if you're giving me the two scenarios, I would bet more on KJ Lacey follows Ryan Williams rather than the other way around.
Yeah, I've kind of felt the same, and I didn't say it earlier, but KJ is not coming anymore next weekend. He was supposed to be there with Ryan, but that would have happened because on official visits you're given I think you can take 3 to 4 of the people with you, where everything is also covered by the school and all that. So that was going to be the way KJ was going to be able to go, was he would have been a visitor of Ryan's on the OB, and that way he wouldn't have had to pay for travel or anything like that. But sure, Coach 420. That way they wouldn't have had to pay for travel or hotels or anything like that for KJ. So now that he would have to pay for travel, hotels, all that, not looking like he's coming anymore. Again, the plans had always been that he pretty much would have had a free trip with Ryan. So yeah, now I guess the staff doesn't get to kill two birds with one stone. But I mean, again, like KJ Lacey visiting other places, definitely, not the news you want to see.
Right.
Once you have a guy committed, you don't want him to take any other trips unless it's to your campus, right? So,
that position
every time,
too, man.
yeah, exactly. And every time he shows up on a campus, it's again, obviously, not a great thing. But up to this point, he hasn't decommitted. So we're gonna treat him like a commitment to the class up until then. I've always felt like but the KJ Lacey commitment, basically what had happened, it was Hank and I's third day working. It was June 3rd, the Texas Elite Camp. They have a ton of guys, but basically for the camp, they have them all come in. I think they eat first, or they give them a talk first, sit them down, and then they go work them out. And then afterwards, they'll either take them to the pool or just sit down with them one by one, right? So we hear KJ Lacey commits on the visit, get the graphic ready, post it. We were talking to him before he committed, but he wasn't responding in time, so we couldn't have quotes ahead of time. But after the day was over, Hank and I went and met him and his family in the hotel lobby where they were staying downtown, and interviewed him for about 15 minutes. And during that time, he had told us, we asked him, are you planning on taking it? How locked in are you? And, he basically said, look, I'm committed, but, I'm always going to want to make sure this is the right decision. So I'm going to want to take visits. So he was always upfront with us from the jump. He also told us that he said the same thing to the Texas staff when he committed, and they said, okay, it's all good with us.
Yeah.
So he's been upfront about his plans the whole time. He also said whenever he committed, who did you commit to Texas over? He said Alabama. That was the only other school he really considered. So that was obviously June 3rd of 2023. A lot of time has passed since then, right? Nick Saban isn't around anymore. His best friend isn't committed to Nick Saban's program. A lot of stuff has changed. Since then, he's visited Auburn more than he's been at Alabama. Auburn has also come together with a really strong NIL collective and NIL pitches as of late. They've been really aggressive over the last, half year, full year, I'd say. So things have changed. Did I feel like he would have committed to Auburn ahead of maybe sometime the last few months? Never. But now, it seems like that's certainly where Ryan Williams is trending. So, if I had to say there's one specific school I'd look for him to flip to more than another, it'd definitely be Auburn over Alabama. I think he admires the new staff and admires what they can do with their offense, but I just don't think he knows them quite well enough yet, where I'm not exactly viewing them as a legitimate, serious threat as of right now, but I think they could down the road. I really think the only one that they got to protect him from or keep him from is really Auburn, and especially if they get Ryan Williams. So,
yeah. By the way, if Auburn does get Ryan Williams, you're looking at the best receiver haul in 2024. They signed Cam Coleman. They get Ryan Williams. Perry Thompson is a top 40 guy in the country, according to the top 247, number 8 in his position, right behind Ryan Wingo. So yeah, I mean, you're looking at a year. I mean, that's got to be exciting for a quarterback. Like, not only is Ryan Williams your boy, but they just brought in 3 top 8 receivers in a really good, like we just talked about, a really good year for top end receivers in the country.
Yeah, and also, I mean, they had to flip those guys. Cam Coleman was, and that's another thing that doesn't get talked about enough in recruiting is how much just timing for shit matters.
Yeah, Texas
doesn't have Amari Niblack. There's a chance they have Isaiah Bond regardless, but they likely don't have Amari Niblack, and they likely don't have Isaiah Bond if Nick Saban doesn't retire. Jabbar Muhammad, who honestly isn't trending to Texas at this point, but we wouldn't even have that conversation if Nick Saban doesn't retire and DeBoer doesn't leave, because he was coming back to Washington. So timing affects a ton of stuff, and I mean the whole KJ Lacey thing. With him, we kind of have always been nervous. Early commitments are, they always give you kind of nervousness, especially when it's someone that high profile with that many offers, and a kid from Alabama that has both in-state programs after him heavily. So the Nick Saban coaching hires definitely made that one more serious than ever. And, also with Auburn, man, props to them. Like Cam Coleman, they flipped him. That doesn't happen without A&M. I mean, that doesn't happen without Ross Bjork deciding to put a ridiculous number on Jimbo and
Yeah.
getting rid of him, he would have stayed at A&M. Perry Thompson, they flipped him from Bama. That was done a few months ago, though, so that probably happens without Saban no matter what. But, man, Auburn is putting together an impressive class, and, a lot of it goes back to, again, like the NIL collectives. Like, it's the most important thing you can have in sports or in college sports nowadays is a strong collective, and, Auburn's out here flexing their muscles because of it.
It's just weird. It's still hard for me to wrap my head around. We used to talk about facilities, and it was all about facilities and uniforms and stuff that now, I mean, honestly, our nice facilities help? Yeah, it doesn't hurt, but dude, they're not even on the radar compared to needing to get your NIL situation figured out.
Exactly. Like Kelvin Banks isn't at Texas unless Miami opens up and they hire Cristobal.
I'll give you another really good one in terms of timing. If it's not for the Art Briles thing, Devin Duvernay never ends up at Texas.
Yeah.
Because he was headed to Baylor.
And it's like with I'm trying to think of other guys. I mean, Anthony Hill, like they got him because A&M had a shitty season, but A&M wins 10 games in 2022. Is Anthony Hill at A&M or is he at Texas? Like it's even stuff like that where there's obviously a lot of variables for that specific one, but it's a huge part of the whole process.
Yeah, it's fun to think about those. Like, Malik Jefferson's one. And if Kevin Sumlin had just been able to tell Malik Jefferson kind of his plan on hiring a defensive coordinator, Malik Jefferson probably would have been an Aggie because all his friends in that class ended up going to A&M, Kyler and Dalen Mack, and just go down the list. But man, timing does help a lot of this stuff. Jordan, anything recruiting top of mind for you? Let me rephrase that or re-rack here. So I was going to ask you this before we got talking about the KJ Lacey, Ryan Williams dynamic. Anybody you're close to putting in a crystal ball for right now?
Yeah, there's a few guys, and I've actually been thinking about that. Like, how am I going to go about this? Because, like, if I'm putting in crystal balls, like, a lot of people see crystal balls and think, like, okay, this person just gave a silent, he's going to commit in a few days. Obviously, not all crystal balls are equal. So the guys I'm about to talk about aren't guys that I think are committing in a few days. They're just guys that I think are going to eventually end up at Texas. Jordan Davison, probably going to eventually put one in for him. That's pretty much it for the running backs as of right now. Ricky Stewart, who they offered this weekend, I think they're in a really good place for him. But, I'm not sure if they take his commitment right now, to be honest. And also, there's a long way to go in this cycle. So, receiver, let's see, Kelshawn Johnson with him, but I'm kind of waiting for him to take more visits. There's still a few schools he wants to see for the first time. I think that could shake some stuff up. At tight end, no one for now, but I think they're the early leader for Nick Townsend. He's listed as an athlete, but he's only taken like 2 visits at this point. So, I mean, he told me once we stopped recording off the record on Saturday, he's like, yeah, like this is my favorite school. But, I've taken barely any visits, so I think that can change. Yeah. And I was just like, okay, like, can I say anything about that? And he was like, yeah, like, I don't care. Just say that, it's because I haven't taken any visits yet. And I was like, no problem, man. Offensive line. I already have one in for I already have 2 in. One for Byron Washington from DeSoto. Everyone knows who he is. And then Jackson Christian from P&G. I still like both of those crystal balls a lot. This one has a long way to go, like a really long way to go, and it's going to be a slugfest across the country for him. But Michael Fasusi, I really think he's going to end up at Texas eventually. I think it's going to take a lot of work, but, it's really hard to bet against Kyle Flood when he hones in on, a number one guy, and it's clear Fasusi is the number one guy for this class. So I like that one long term. No one really interior offensive line at edge. Chad Woodfork is one. That's one I've been thinking about putting in for a long time. I might do that sooner or later. And Kamorian Morgan, I think he's also one like Woodfork, where I think he's going to eventually end up at Texas. With Kamorian Morgan, though, that one also has a lot of time to go. He's also hasn't taken very many visits, so probably going to wait until he can see more campuses before putting that one in. And then on the D-line, I mean, there's not a coach right now, so that position group is kind of hard. But Floyd Guidry from Spring, he grew up rooting for Texas. He told us he's got like 10 Texas jerseys in his closet. Whenever he got the offer, he called everyone to kind of tell him how excited he was. He got it before posting it. And, you know, Hank and I interviewed him after he had left campus on Saturday. And, you know, we asked, obviously, you told us, Floyd Guidry told us that Texas was his favorite school at the beginning of January whenever we interviewed him during the National Combine check-in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we asked, is that still holding true now that Bo Davis is gone? He told us it is, like Texas is still on top for him. But that, you know, he's going to take it slower than he had originally anticipated. So,
yeah.
I like him, though, to eventually end up in this class. Landon Rink, for sure. I already have one in for him. That one, I feel like I haven't – everyone always comments, you know, is the story already written? Haven't written the story for Rink yet, but you know it is pretty much always already written.
Hey, I know you weren't alive when Landon's dad played at Texas, but Shane Rink could play some ball back in the day, man.
Yeah.
Not critically acclaimed Texas defenses, but Shane Rink could play, man.
Yeah, and with Landon Rink, it's funny. I went out and saw Cy-Fair play Stratford this year, and it was to go see him and Trey Owens. And I was talking to – I mean, I know those two kids really well. Like, I see them all the time. And I was just kind of shooting the shit with Landon, like, hey, man, I know you're always saying this stuff on quotes, but, like, everyone kind of knows you're going to Texas. And he was like, nah, man. Like, everyone thinks it's a done deal. Nah, man. And I was just like, okay, Landon. And he was like, man, come on. Like, come on. And I was like, hey, you know, it feels a lot kind of like the Vosick one where you might not have liked them a ton early on and they came back around and now you're changing your mind. Maybe it can end up being that way. And he's like, oh, you know Colton Vosick? I was like, yeah. And he was like, my dad and him are roommates at my dad and his dad were roommates at Texas. And I was just like, yeah. I was like, dude, you're going to Texas. And he was just like.
So what you're saying is at some point, Landon Rink and Colton Vosick are going to be the new Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley.
Potentially, maybe. I don't know how well him and Colton actually know each other. I just know their dads were roommates at one point. But after he said that, I'm just like, dude, like the story is already written. Like I just got to type in your name.
Yeah.
So I expect Landon Rink to ultimately end up in this class. I guess for linebackers now, two guys that I expect to join Deuce Williams, Pettijohn and Elijah Barnes. Pettijohn, I mean, I'm close to putting in a crystal ball. I'm not really sure exactly what his timeline is. I believe, or I just can't remember off the top of my head. I believe he said summer or ahead of his senior season when he wants to shut it down. But, you know, again, I think it's Texas versus the field for him. And then Elijah Barnes, who actually put out a story on this morning, interviewed him after the junior day. He really liked getting to sit down with Nansen. It wasn't his first time meeting him. Nansen had gone by the school the week prior. But, you know, that was his favorite part, getting to sit down and talk ball with Nansen. One thing I thought was really interesting, it was actually my first time writing about it today, but going back to his first time at Texas for the elite camp, every time Bo Barnes has been on campus, the staff has put David Benda around him and had David Benda spend time with him and his family. And, you know, David Benda isn't a name you hear. Obviously, he's going into his 6th year. He's been one of the longer tenured players of this team. Has he made a ton of plays? No, but he's a great representative of the program. And he's someone that Bo Barnes and his mom and his dad, who we spoke with after, really seem to gravitate towards. So, and also, you know, I talked about it a lot on the show. His position coach at his high school is Peter Jenkins, who obviously played at Texas. So a lot of variables definitely going in Texas's way. Bo is also a kid. He hasn't taken a ton of visits yet. So the fact that he's been to Texas 3 or 4 times already is definitely a plus.
Yeah, that would be former first team All Big 12 linebacker Peter Jenkins, sir.
Yeah. So
Peter Jenkins led that 2015 year, which, by the way, it sucks that Peter Jenkins all Big 12 year was on one of the worst Texas deals. Am I buffering now?
A little bit. I don't know if it's because of you or because of me.
It sucks that Peter Jenkins' best year was on one of the worst Texas defenses in the history of the program, but he did lead Texas in sacks that year. What was he at, like 5.5, 6.5, something like that? So
yeah, not sure. Coach 420, I saw
season for Peter Jenkins.
Yeah, I saw your comment saying he canceled his trip. I'm assuming you're talking about Fasusi because that was your next comment. But yeah, he did. And he switched it to go see Mizzou. I believe he's also seeing Oregon, and then I forgot what the other one is, but all those schools except for Oregon, it's going to be his first time seeing those schools. I spoke to someone close to Michael and asked him, obviously I thought Texas was really in it for him, and he switches his plans to go see Mizzou instead. Like, is that telling of anything? And he was like, no. It's his first time seeing these programs. He wanted to get the opportunity to go do it. He's already been to Texas a bunch. Like, that was the vibes. I still mean everything I say when I do think that, I do believe Fasusi, or ultimately think he's going to end up at Texas just because of the track record they've had with number one guys at the O-line position.
Is it weird to you that Missouri moves to the SEC and suddenly, like, it's one of the best runs? Like, their time in the SEC has been one of the best runs they've had in the history of their program.
Yeah, and a lot of that kind of ties back to what I was saying about Auburn, and kind of turning the momentum of where the program's going. Is a strong NIL collective will do that. Missouri has a strong collective in place. They're also, we always talk about how LSU and Arkansas can kind of dominate their states in terms of in-state recruiting because they don't really have another school to worry about. It's the same goes for Mizzou. And also, it's not talked about enough, like, on our site, because Texas doesn't really recruit or pull from there. But, like, the St. Louis metropolitan area is one of the best hotbeds in football recruiting in the whole country.
It is, yeah. Just raw talent, man. There's a lot of raw talent.
Yeah, so being able to pull from there when you kind of effectively have a monopoly, you really only have to compete with schools like, OU, Nebraska, other schools kind of in that region trying to come in and steal from you. So, I mean, and also, I think Drinkowitz is kind of a cornball, but, I mean, he's a good coach. He knows what he's doing. So, and the thing with Mizzou, though, that, like with Texas, right? Programs like Texas don't really have ceilings. I think Georgia, USC, OU, schools like that are in that mix. Mizzou, at least in my lifetime in the modern era of college football, do we know what their ceiling is? You know what I mean? Like, because I feel like it's definitely more limited than Texas, at least.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at them. Yeah, they won. You got to go back to – so I'm just looking at their program history. You got to go back to, man, when Dan Devine was the head coach back in the 50s to find their first double-digit win season as a program. That was in 1950. They didn't have another one until 2007. That team Gary Pinkel had with Chase Daniel that beat Kansas and was actually number one in the country going into the Big 12 championship game, and they lost to Oklahoma because Oklahoma at the end of that year was playing as well as anybody in the country. But they had, in a 4-year stretch with Gary Pinkel towards the end of their time in the Big 12, 07, 08, in 2010, 3 out of those 4 years, they were double-digit wins.
Yeah. Well, I just meant like yes, Missouri, they signed Williams Nwaneri. They're close with Wingo. They got Luther Burden, who's the number one receiver by 24/7 in the 2022 class. Like, they can recruit, like, I guess not handpick, but they can recruit and land, like, a handful of top high-profile guys every cycle. But can Mizzou really? Do they have the funds? Do they have the money? Do they have the organization and the resources to put together a team that could actually contend for an SEC title? I don't think so.
I feel like Missouri's ceiling is kind of like what Texas Tech was under Mike Leach in the old Big 12 South. Like, every year they're probably going to be like right around 8 wins. It was between 7 to 9 wins.
Yeah, and everyone hates playing them.
Yeah, and then every probably third year where if you keep a class together of really talented kids, maybe fill some of your needs with the portal, every 3 or 4 years, you're going to have a team that wins double-digit games. You're going to have a chance to go win a conference championship. I don't think Missouri's ever going to be like, Texas or Oklahoma, because I think we expect Texas and Oklahoma to compete in the SEC. They're not going to be Bama or Georgia or LSU. But yeah, if you want to tell me that, if a Missouri fan wants to tell me, hey, every 3 to 4 years we should be in the mix to get to the SEC championship game, I'll buy that.
Yeah, and I don't think he was a legit candidate for any of like the for the Alabama job. I never really saw it, and at least for the A&M job, I never saw that. That one really wouldn't make any sense though. But like Drinkwitz, with him at kind of the helm of this program, I feel like they can consistently compete at least for a spot in the playoffs somewhere between 8 through 12, right?
Yeah.
But how long can you keep that guy, right? They extended him however many years, paid him a lot, probably a top 10, at least top 15 paid head coach, I'd assume. But, man, there are a lot of schools that someone would rather coach at than Missouri, right? So it's how are they going to keep him if they continue like this, if they can find a way to sustain this success?
Missouri is one of those schools too, kind of like Tech to an extent. You got to have something if you're going to have sustained success. You got to we can agree, man. Drinkwitz is a pretty quirky guy. He's not everybody's cup of tea, but because of him, we just talked Missouri football for 5 minutes, which is 5 more minutes of Missouri football than I've talked about on any platform I've been on in the last 20 years. Per 15 to 20 years. Like that's what that kind of head coach can do for you. Like Gary Pinkel was a really good football coach, just not very personable. Like we think about Missouri football when Gary Pinkel was there. No, but we're talking about him because of Drink, and you just kind of have to build your own. When you're one of those programs that you're not a blue blood, you're not even like, have a chance to maybe get there, probably like where Clemson was for years. Like this is a sleeping giant. You've got a chance to win, kind of how some people perceive A&M to be. You got to build something. You got to have something unique about you to get people talking about you.
Yeah.
And I think Missouri's got a chance to have that right now.
Shit. Well, I know Texas is switching to regular grass, but I believe OU as well. Like Mizzou is going to remain the only school in the SEC with the turf field, right?
I think Ole Miss just went to turf.
What?
Yeah, Vaught Hemingway has turf.
Man, I was there over the summer of 2022.
Sure, don't they? Doesn't Ole Miss have turf?
They had grass whenever I was there in the summer of 2022. I remember that. It was raining that day when we went and looked at the stadium.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
That stadium is actually tiny. Like it is tiny in person.
Yeah, it is
compared to DKR. That's the only time I've been there, and it was in the summer in Oxford, so it was a ghost town. But yeah, I guess to finish up in 2025, corners, safety. There really isn't anyone right now that I feel strong enough to even talk about potentially crystal balling. But athlete, Michael Terry III, they just offered him. They offered him an athlete, didn't talk specific positional fit with him, at least not yet. He's someone who grew up rooting for Texas. He grew up down the road to Alamo Heights in San Antonio, and like Texas had him visit like over 5 times before they actually offered him. And usually whenever a school has a kid on a visit for like the 3rd time and haven't offered him, like kids, families, coaches will usually take it like, all right, F this school, we're done with them. Like they're disrespecting us. Michael Terry obviously didn't do that because he kept coming back until he got the offer. And when he did, it was like a weight was off his chest. And I mean, dude, he told, I talked about it yesterday or the day before, but in the interview with him less than an hour after he got the offer, he said Texas was already top 3 for him. So I think as long as Texas wants to be in it for Michael Terry, they'll be in it for him. If not, the odds-on favorite. But, I mean, that's pretty much it, I guess, for the 25 class. Guys I feel really strongly about on. January 24th. So
just looking at SEC stadiums that have grass or turf. Let's see. Missouri, I think, still has turf.
Yeah, I believe they do. I think this might be completely wrong, but I believe I've seen like reasoning for why Mizzou has turf is because it gets so cold up there. Like they don't, it's cheaper or something, or less.
Yeah.
It's definitely less maintenance. But
Missouri has turf. Vanderbilt. Does Vanderbilt have turf or grass? I don't know.
Someone said Kentucky. I'm about to see.
Kentucky,
yeah.
Kentucky has turf.
Well,
Kentucky
I
played
don't
on
think
grass.
so. Shit, it looks like some of these pictures have turf. Some of them don't.
All right, I'm gonna figure this out because now
Kentucky
I've
Football
gotta know.
Stadium 2023. Yeah, I know. I want to figure it out too.
What is that? I don't even know what the hell that is. I guess Vanderbilt. Just tell me if it's turf or grass.
Who did Kentucky play at home this year, guys? That's what I'm gonna look up the highlights for that game. Kentucky football.
This is live broadcasting here, folks.
Yeah, they had to have played Ball State at home. Kentucky versus Ball State highlights. Let's see. Damn, how does? Oh my god! They need to jail whoever it was at YouTube that came up with the idea for putting two ads in the same video.
Okay, Vanderbilt has turf. Vanderbilt plays on turf. I think it's Commonwealth Stadium in.
Okay, the Kentucky versus Ball State game in week 2 of the season can confirm was on turf. So
yes, they have a slit film turf. Kentucky does, which that's what the NFL Players Association is trying to get banned right now from NFL fields is slit film turf. I can't tell you the freaking difference between the different types of turf, but at any rate, so Jordan just ran down again. You can go back and listen to this either on YouTube, watch it on YouTube, or listen on the podcast for all of Jordan's rundowns for guys he likes Texas to be in, guys that he likes Texas positioning for as of right now in the 2025 class. Jordan, I want to ask you this. We haven't gotten into this too much, but I know you're close to that Juice 707 program in Austin. And Janae Barron was a part of that program. Andrew Makuba was a part of that program. I know it really seemed like we didn't hear anything about Janae Barron until probably 48 hours or so before he made his decision public, 72 hours before he made his decision public. Were you surprised that he came back? Because I was convinced he wasn't coming back.
Yeah,
I don't think we talked about this yet.
Yeah, I don't think we have either. You obviously know who my source is for those guys. Guy I've known for a long time, and with Jade, I had always assumed he was leaving. So up until like 2 days before he went and announced it, I hadn't reached out to anyone because, again, like I, like everyone else, had pretty much assumed he was heading on to the NFL. And I called my source. I asked him, like, hey, what the hell's going on here? Like, we all know he's going to the league. Why hasn't he posted it? And he was like, that is not what's going on, actually. And I was just like, whoa, he might actually come back. And he's like, dude, he can't make up his mind. He's changing his mind like multiple times a day and has for like the last week. Yeah. I was like, whoa, shit, are you serious? Yeah. And obviously, well, not obviously, I guess. I was in a weird situation with the source where there's only some stuff we could report, couldn't report the whole thing, and they wanted it out a certain way, and you got to work it whenever you can. So we put out a story kind of hinting at it under the Horns 24/7 staff tag about a day before that said like it's completely up in the air, and again, like Jade was going back and forth multiple times a day for the days leading up to that. And I asked the source, he knows Jade very, very well. And I asked him, like, if you had to lean one way, what would you lean towards? Do you think he's coming back? Do you think he's gone? And he's just like, honestly, I don't know, because that's how back and forth he's gone with this. Is I can't give you a good answer for what I predict. And I was just like, okay. And some time goes by, he pops, announces he's coming back to Texas. The original phone call, whenever I reached out to the source, I asked him, like, what is the reasoning for why the hell he'd want to come back? Like, what else can he show on tape? The source told me, one, Jade really wants a Jim Thorpe. He really, really wants a Jim Thorpe. Two, Jade is, primarily or pretty much only ever played nickel at Texas, right?
Yeah.
And I haven't checked back and spoke with this person about this specific topic point about a cover since we initially talked about it, but he had told me a big part of him coming back as well is that the NFL hates nickel corners. They refuse to pay them kind of what they deserve. And also, like, they kind of don't really exist like a standout nickel corner. They really don't exist in the NFL. At least there's not a ton of them. So part of what the NFL was telling them is like, look, whenever you get to the league, you're not playing nickel, you're playing corner or safety. We don't know which one you like. We like you at more because you've only played nickel up to this point. So,
yeah.
And again, this is all from the source, and I haven't talked about it with anyone since the initial conversation. But basically, Jade's camp was apparently told by the NFL that he was going to go a lot later in the draft than they initially had planned because of the whole scenario with him not having a ton of tape at the other positions, and that the plan is if he was to return to Texas, he would be playing either regular corner or regular safety. Yeah. Since then, again, I still haven't talked to anyone about it, so I'm not sure how that's all holding up because, again, this was multiple weeks ago, but, it's an interesting nugget for sure.
The good thing with that is Texas has a ton of position versatility and position flex in the secondary. Not just in terms of you've got, Terrence Brooks and Manny Muhammad could play field corner or boundary corner, but between Andrew Makuba and Jade Barron, you've got two guys that have played the nickel. Barron's played a little bit of corner. Makuba's played, he was basically the field safety for 3 years at Clemson. You can rotate those guys in. I think the guys that are most pivotal, the two guys that are really pivotal in Jade Barron being able to move around are going to be Xavier Filsaime and Jalen Gilbo, because you're going to need, if you're going to play Jade Barron at corner, then you're going to need somebody to be ready to go at safety. That's going to be Filsaime. And regardless of where you put Barron, because I think you've got enough bodies at corner, safety is where you're really going to need one of those guys to step up. And I think for depth purposes, Jade practices, he cross trains at safety anyway. He told us that late in the season and, again, during the bowl game. So he cross trains at safety.
And
can Jalen Gilbo play star, or can Makuba slide down and play star? And then either Barron's at safety, or if he's at corner, you'd have Filsaime in there. I think Filsaime and Gilbo are the two guys that you really need to figure out. If those two guys can go, then you can pretty much do whatever you want with Jade.
Yeah. And another thing about Jade coming back that honestly, I haven't had anyone tell me this, but this is kind of my hunch. I really don't think Jade coming back, the chances would have been as high if it wasn't for Andrew Makuba coming to Texas.
Yeah.
Him and Drew kind of come from the same circle. They came up kind of in Austin together. Obviously, Jade's a year older than Drew. The same trainer, same circle, and they've stayed in touch since they both kind of went their separate ways with their college choices. But that was a big part of it. And Jade was recruiting Drew Makuba to Texas, and whenever Jade was thinking about leaving, Drew Makuba was recruiting him to stay at Texas. So
I think
it's kind of cool how that worked out.
I think it's a great thing for two reasons. One, I think Jade coming back, he can continue to have his student of the game approach, his week leading up to the game approach. Guy crushes a lot of film and watches film and studies tendencies. If that can rub off on some of the young DBs, that's nothing but positive going forward. And hopefully the younger DBs can take that and spin that forward to when they're the veterans and kind of just keep that line of succession going in terms of bringing a professional approach to secondary. The other thing that I really like with Jade coming back and with Andrew Makuba being in the program now, I like the fact that Texas, especially, when we've heard of deals like going all the way back to like Derek Strait's recruitment way back in the day, or, Latrell McCutcheon or Makuba the first time, the fact that you've got 2 Austin kids that aren't from Lake Travis or Westlake that can kind of carry the flag for the city of Austin to say, yeah, it's okay to stay home and go to Texas because you can still win ball games, get to the league, achieve all your dreams, and be 20 minutes from home while you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that power is important. And I guess to circle back where you were saying about how Phil Smee and Gilbo could be really important for Jade this season. If those 2 guys, here's the thing. So I talked about it a lot yesterday. Phil Smee didn't play DB until his junior year, and whenever he did, he only played safety.
Yeah.
So he is absolutely zero. I mean, obviously as a safety, he was coming up and guarding people on the line, but like strictly playing cornerback, he's never done that before. So if I had to lean one way at Gilbo or him, I definitely would do Gilbo.
Oh yeah,
sure.
A
lot of people forget too, man. Like, who was the starting nickel originally in the 2022 season? It was Gilbo as a true freshman over Jade, and to everyone I talked to, that really lit a fire under Jade's ass. And he kind of flipped a switch, and maybe doing that and putting Gilbo over Jade is kind of, I mean, to me, that's kind of questionable, but it probably was the right choice long term because, again, you ended up lighting a fire under Jade Barron's ass, and he turned into one of the best players on the roster. Another thing that's so important about him coming back, like, obviously, Whittington coming back last year was big. Was he the biggest voice on the offense? Probably not, because that's usually the quarterback no matter what, right?
Mm-hmm.
The offense is losing everyone from a leadership perspective, pretty much except for Quinn and Kelvin Banks. Defense, on the other hand, is losing literally everyone. Tavondre, Byron Murphy, Jalen Ford, except for Jade, right?
Yeah.
So instead of on the defense, next year we're going into the season thinking, okay, who's going to be the leader? Is it going to be Anthony Hill? Is it going to be Malik Muhammad? Which one of these young guys is going to step up and really cement himself as the leader of this program for the next 2 years? You don't have to do that anymore. It makes it a much easier transition because you have Jade, who's like the unquestioned guy everyone's looking towards, pre-snapping in the huddle. So
I just wish if you could take the 2023 Texas defense, if you could take that defensive front, and look, Anthony Hill's still in that mix, so I'm not knocking Anthony Hill or Leonga Lafau by any stretch. Everybody knows how I feel about those 2 guys. But basically, if you could take the front with Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and mix it with the 2024 secondary, that's a defense you win a national championship with. Yeah. It just sucks that the pieces aren't going to fit. Like in a year where you were elite, you probably had the best tackle tandem in the country.
You did.
You didn't have the right pieces in the secondary and at pass rusher. Now between Trey Moore and Colin Simmons, now you've added 2 guys that could potentially be elite pass rushers, and you've added Makuba. You bring Jade back. Your secondary should be much better than it was last year. Now the question is, all right, what do you do with interior D-line now that you're losing? Not only do you lose Sweat and Murphy, but Trill Carter's gone. You just lose some pieces in there. Man, I think Jordan, talk about another Austin area kid. He's not from AISD or Austin proper, but I think the ceiling of this defense is going to be determined by what version of Alfred Collins you get week in and week out. If you get Alfred Collins consistently playing close to his ceiling, then defensively you should be fine. But if you get Alfred Collins that 1 week he balls out, then the next week you kind of forget he's on the field. Like this is crap or get off the pot time when it comes to Alfred Collins. Like we can't be talking about, and I love Alfred Collins. I love him as a player, good dude, but we can't be talking about Alfred Collins in terms of potential anymore. Like you gotta see it. It's got to produce. It's got to be a results-based deal with him. Otherwise, this defense, the ceiling of the defense is going to shrink probably significantly if he's not like an all-conference caliber player.
Yeah. And it's kind of wild saying this, but like I'm not worried about Vernon Broughton at all. Like I really think Vernon Broughton is going to have a damn good season next year and boost his stock into even going as potentially as high as day 2 because I think he can be that good.
I thought he had a good year this year.
Yeah, it's Alfred Collins who I'm worried about. Like you said, like I think if we're going to compare him to Byron and Sweat, that Broughton is definitely going to be kind of Byron's role where quieter, but you could honestly say more consistent. And then Tavondre, he's making like he's obviously really good, but he's making the super, super flashy plays where he's just putting dudes on their ass. And then he'll go, 4 snaps without being involved really on the play at all, where Byron is involved 5 plays in a row, I guess. If that makes sense. I feel like that's what's going to happen with these two guys. Or Vernon is going to be, Mr. Consistency. Alfred, on the other hand, is going to have some crazy play once every 20 or 30 snaps, and you're going to be like, okay, yeah, that's why he was a 5-star.
The way I feel about interior D-line right now is the same way at this time last year I felt about running back with, post Bijan and Roschon, where we had some indicators that Jonathan Brooks could be really good, but we didn't know what that looked like with him being the workhorse. CJ Baxter was a completely unproven commodity. So was Jaden Blue. Hadn't seen near enough of Jaden Blue to figure out whether he was a proven commodity or not. Keelan Robinson had a really good 2022, but I think at that point we kind of figure, okay, he's more of a role player. He has a specialty player. He's got his own role within the offense. The Alamo Bowl showed you, man, he's not going to be a 15-ish carry a game back. He's going to be, again, that guy that you use him in the passing game, return game, just has that specialized role. And at that point, we didn't even know Savion Red was moving a running back yet. So you tie all those things together. How much better right now do we feel about the running back position? By the end of 2023, how much better did we all feel about it compared to how we felt about it in January? It's night and day. And that's even with Jonathan Brooks tearing an ACL in November. Like CJ Baxter had a 100-yard game. Jaden Blue had a 100-yard game. Savion Red damn near had a 100-yard game against Tech. Even in the CFP semifinal in the Sugar Bowl, yeah, I know they had fumbles, but man, there were times where Baxter and Blue both looked like, man, that dude could be RB1 for a lot of teams. And you said that about both those guys. So I feel way better about running back now. It's just we need to feel that way about defensive tackle. I'm concerned, Jordan. It's a concern for me. I wouldn't say I'm like losing sleep over it or that it's going to be a hindrance to Texas. But you know what I'm saying? Like there's just some unknowns, man. We don't really know if for Broughton, like he's going to get more snaps than he got last year. What does he do with those reps? Does Alfred Collins step up? Is Sadir Mitchell ready to step up? Are we ready to see this freaky athleticism from Jare Bledsoe that Sark, keeps talking about every time I ask him about Jare Bledsoe? That's what he talks about, man. The guy is a great athlete and makes plays. All right, well, now it's year 3 for him. It's time to start seeing it. Are you going to get anything from Aaron Bryant or Zach Swanson? I got a feeling, regardless of how spring ball goes, they're going to be hunting for another defensive tackle in the portal. Come that spring, the spring window. When is that? Is it April 30th? I think that the portal opens.
I believe the dates
or is that
are
when it
April,
closes, like the 15th,
April
30th?
April 15th to the 30th.
15th to the 30th, yeah. Texas will be in the market for another defensive tackle, another interior D-line guy. They should anyway.
Yeah, they just sorry. I cannot read what I just got texted, but it was pretty hilarious. Damn, I totally just lost my train of thought. Whoa, who are we talking about?
Interior D line going to the portal to get an interior D lineman.
Oh yeah. No, what Texas is gonna have to do, they just look at those lists like pre-season or way too early preseason, like all conferences for G5 conferences. Yeah, that's where you make money in the portal. As you look at those lists. Because the worst nightmare for every single G5 coach in America, every NAIA, every D2, every D3 coach, is at the end of the year when the all-conference teams get released, because they're just like, oh, shit, now all my guys are on here, and they're about to get poached. Because it's basically like, yeah, here's a board for everyone on the best players in this conference. Come tamper with them.
You say that, and I know we laugh, but like that's Bobby Merritt's job at Texas is to keep an eye on the portal. You know, when you know him and his team, they've got those names on a board. They're culling the portal for guys who can play.
Oh yeah. So Breezy asked, does Texas get hit with no transfers in the SEC for the spring portal, or since they aren't officially there yet, does it not pertain to them? That's honestly a great question. I've kind of read online somewhere that apparently the SEC is considering getting rid of that rule.
Obviously, conference transfers.
Yeah, I assume Jeff is going to know more about that than me.
I mean, Texas is not officially an SEC member until July 1. So, yeah, I don't,
Yeah, I don't know. I have seen like there are some who seem to be nervous about Alabama potentially getting their lick back on Texas, maybe doing some picking and choosing from the Texas roster in April. But it's like, I mean, I can't believe it has to be said, but anyone at Texas that Texas wants on the roster is going to stay on the roster. that they really, really want to keep is going to stay. Texas has the means to make that happen. So I'm not really worried about the guys who are going to enter in April. Majority of them probably saw the writing on the wall. So yeah, or are going to see the writing on the wall.
Let's see. So I'm looking at 2021. This was in June of 2021, coming off the COVID year. The SEC allowed immediate eligibility for interconference transfers. But since then, we've had so many, portal windows have changed, and there's been so much stuff that's changed since then. I'm trying to see if I can find something a little more up to date on that deal. I think it's still though, you have to, so the previous rule was you had to be in the portal by February 1st to be eligible to be eligible the next year, or you had to sit out a year. I don't know how that's changed with the portal window though. I'm trying to read something on that on the fly right now. It just reinforces it. I got to get familiar with how the SEC does things. Like size of travel rosters and all those mundane things that you don't think about, but they inevitably come up. I got to get familiar with some of these SEC rules.
Yeah.
All right. So the current SEC rule, I'm reading this is an article from our Mississippi State site that came out a year ago. So the current SEC rule would prohibit any spring portal entrant to play within the league. So basically, yeah. But again, going back to my earlier point to Breezy's question, Texas is not officially a member of the SEC until July 1st. So I don't know if that applies to Texas or not.
Yeah. Also, again, don't know how the legs are to this, but I did read somewhere in the last week that rule is apparently under consideration for getting removed.
Yeah. At this point it should, I would, as crazy as this sounds for the players, I would much rather you got to have something. The best deal is something in between the two, but I would much rather let them have freedom of movement to go where they want, as opposed to the old rule where, okay, you can transfer, but you can't transfer anywhere within the conference. Can't transfer anywhere and to anybody that's on our schedule for the next 3 years. You can't transfer to these few schools because we think they tampered with you. So, yeah, now go find a school.
Yeah. Yeah, have fun at Charlotte, bozo. Learn to speak UAB Blazers.
Yeah, man. Nobody. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and recruit for anybody, but man, if you're gonna go play for Biff Poggi at Charlotte, you're gonna have to give me a really good reason why. I'm gonna need if I'm a high school coach and you say, Coach, I want to commit to Charlotte, I'm gonna like you better have a 1,000-word essay on my desk tomorrow morning telling me, giving me a really good reason.
Yeah, that better be your only offer.
Yeah, and
it's the only way we're letting it slide.
If I'm a Texas high school coach, I'm like, look, man, McMurray said they're going to pick up this much tab for your school. You might want to just Coach is Division III. I don't know. You ain't going. I ain't signing off on you going to play for Biff Poggi. I want you to play for a coach that it's like I'm talking to like Rick Vaughn in the first major league. Like we wear caps and sleeves at this level. Like at least wear a shirt with sleeves. I ain't asking much. Just don't look like, you know, redneck down the street working on his truck on the weekend. Like, dude, just have some respect for yourself, Biff Poggi. But I digress.
Yeah.
Anything else, Jordan? Did you watch the basketball game last night?
I actually didn't even watch a second of it.
Jordan, you're killing me, man. You're killing me.
I know. I need to start getting on it, but no, yesterday was a long day, and I was laying in my bed, and I got the notification it started, and I was like, I don't really feel like getting up.
I'll say this, though.
Also, it's just been a really, really shitty product, so I'm like, I don't really feel like watching this. And then
back-to-back wins over ranked opponents and beating Baylor and OU. I'll say this, though. We'll talk maybe mixing basketball tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But one thing we haven't touched on that I want to real quick before we get the next show, which I believe is going to be Trey and BK today. I don't know if one of those guys is out. The search for a defensive line coach at Texas. Chip put it out there. Cat kind of got out of the bag, and Chip mentioned it. Rod Wright was the name that we were hearing, that's where things were kind of trending. It looks like things as of yesterday were no longer trending there. So Sark is going to keep, looking through candidates. I mean, I don't think people realize when Sark does these assistant coaching searches, Jordan, like how deep he goes into it. Like Johnny Nansen ended up being the hire at linebackers coach. And I think that's going to be a hire that works out for Texas, especially from a recruiting standpoint. Like you said earlier, we already saw the impact of that at the junior day, but Sark talked to a few more candidates other than Johnny Nansen for that linebackers coaching job. And probably it's, maybe some of that is you want to hire somebody, but maybe that's you thinking ahead, or maybe Sark thinking, look, if something works out where Bo Davis leaves and you got to kick Johnny Nansen down to coaching D-line, maybe I like this linebackers coach candidate better than I like any of my D-line coach options, or whatever the case is. So I would continue to stress patience, man. It's you got junior day out of the way. You're not recruiting any other high school defensive linemen. So at this point, Sark can be as patient as he wants to be. It's more important because of everything I just said about Alfred Collins. I mean, it's more important that you get the right guy, a guy that that can develop players, because, man, if Alfred Collins doesn't produce at a level of which he's capable of on a consistent basis, the ceiling for what your defense can be, I think it shrinks significantly if Alfred Collins isn't a frontline player.
Yep. Go get Saban, baby. Make him say no. He's available.
Ed Orgeron's available.
Shit, man. Where that would help. That would help in the Southeast for sure. He's actually been spending a lot of time at Baylor lately. I doubt anyone's seen that. Yeah, I just saw that because it was in I think it was April. It was pretty much my last month covering Baylor. They hired his son, Parker Orgeron, to be like a ADPP, assistant director of player personnel, or like a linebacker analyst, like some low tier job where he's getting teacher salary. Since then, because I still get tagged on Baylor recruiting shit to this day, but since then I've probably seen I don't know, 20 photos of kids on visits taking pictures with Ed Orgeron, who's wearing a Baylor shirt. And it's the first time I saw it, I was like, holy shit. Because I didn't know they didn't post. Schools don't post when they hire someone who's getting a teacher's salary. They don't post that. So I don't even know who his son is. And I see Ed Orgeron wearing Baylor stuff like he's a coach, taking a picture on a visit with a kid. I call a source at Baylor, and I'm like, yo, did y'all hire Ed Orgeron? What the And they're like, no, we actually hired his son, and he just kind of comes by every now and then and hangs out with us. And, when we're having recruits on campus, we're not going to tell him to get off. He helps. So
it's not like Ed Orgeron's got anything else to do.
Yeah. And since then, I've seen him in 20 random pictures with kids. And I'm just like, what the, for what Ed Orgeron is, like outside of Liberty, is there a school that's more of a polar opposite than Baylor?
No, man. Liberty's one of those places. I don't even know if Liberty would let Ed Orgeron on campus. They might have his picture up at the gate. Nah, man. Yeah, that's why that fit Ed Orgeron at Baylor. Just the fit just seems totally just weird to me. That's a clash of styles right there.
Yeah. So this is what Texas should do. Don't hire a D-line coach. Instead, hire Parker Orgeron as a D-line analyst, and you get Ed Orgeron for only like $40K a year. It's perfect. It's foolproof.
I mean, you can look, man, but the buyout money Ed Orgeron got from LSU, like a normal coach's, the average coach's salary would just be like mailbox money for Ed Orgeron. That's nothing, dude. Dude got 18 million or whatever it was to go away. Like LSU's like, here, just take this and please don't coach our football program anymore.
Yeah, but he's a peasant compared to Jimbo. I wonder what Jimbo's like been doing these last few days. Like, I'd love for us to get a camera crew in like his house for a week just to see what he's doing with so much time on his hands.
Probably hanging out on the ranch.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but it's like Austin has been in a cloud like for the last like 2 days. Is it super foggy in San Marcos or
last
BK?
night
I can't remember. BK, you live in Austin, right?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Rain, fog, nasty.
I had a dentist appointment this morning, and it was raining like a big dog when I left to go to the dentist. So,
for the record, you guys didn't ask, but I'll go ahead and answer it anyways. I have no interest in Ed Orgeron being here because I can't have that competition with women. Like, he's going to come in here and hook up with all the girls that I'm trying to hook up with, and he's got some things going for him that I don't. So can't do it.
I mean, he's it's got several more $1 million than you do in the bank, BK.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
CB, Ed O was at LSU with Aranda together. Yeah. That's also part of why there's a lot of familiarity with him at Baylor.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I was just throwing out there. That's a hypothetical. Don't anybody run to Twitter and say Jeff's reporting that Texas is hiring Ed Orgeron. It's just
make him say no.
Hypothetical. But
now, I don't know. Saban, the Saban idea is the better idea. Like that.
The Saban idea.
No, we got to put him in the position that's his position. So that means we're moving Terry Joseph to D-line and Nick Saban's now with the corners.
Bill Belichick for interior D-line coach at Texas.
He's available.
I didn't even think about that one.
Don't want.
What?
Hey, BK, let me ask you this hypothetical. If Mike McCarthy was no longer, like the Cowboys could fire Mike McCarthy right now, but it meant Sark had to give Mike McCarthy a job at Texas, would you do it?
Like a concession stand worker job?
No,
yeah, what's the job?
Like Mike McCarthy had to be one of Sark's 10 full-time assistant coaches. I'm not talking about like an analyst or something. Mike McCarthy gets fired by the Cowboys today, but in 5 minutes, Sark hires him to, hey, AJ Milwee, sit out coaching quarterbacks for this year. We're going to have Mike McCarthy coach quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'd do it.
You do it?
Yeah. Okay. If you tell me McCarthy's got to call plays, like Sark is like, you're the OC and you're calling plays, I'm not doing that anymore, then I wouldn't do it. But if it's just a position coach, I wouldn't like it. It's not my preference. But to get him outside of Dallas, yeah, I'll say yes to that.
And if you're going to stick him in the underbelly of DKR, you don't put him in concessions. He'll eat through the profits. You put him in merchandise.
Oh, he'll eat through that shit too.
Less likely, though. Cotton doesn't go down that easily.
What kind of merch are you going to eat, man? Have you eaten a Nike Dry Fit lately, BK?
I saw Mark Mangino eat the Orange Bowl mascot that one year. So anything is possible, I think.
BK actually has to eat a pennant coming up pretty soon for a bet that he recently lost on the midday show.
That's the main thing that I enjoy about you guys being back together is the bet payoff.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That I
maybe you can help me out here, Jeff, because I have now beat BK twice in our season-long football picks bet. He refuses to put more stakes on these last 3 NFL games, but I'm trying to convince him otherwise. But he doesn't want to lose again.
I'm always for the taser shot. Somebody getting tased as the bet payoff. There are plenty of Austin's finest who need to get acquainted with how to properly discharge a taser. So, I mean, we could make a couple phone calls and probably make that happen.
That could be
You do the Waffle House challenge.
Oh, I've already done it, Jordan. Don't worry.
How many waffles did you eat?
13.
So you only did 9 hours?
That's not how math works.
No, well, the Waffle House challenge I was talking about is you have to spend 24 hours in a Waffle House.
Yes.
But each waffle you eat takes an hour off of how long you have to be there.
What's 24 minus 13, Jordan?
I'm dumb as hell. Sorry. I was
11.
like, damn, he really doesn't get it. I just said it without even thinking. Shit.
Thank you. That's usually me who F's up the math. So appreciate you doing
Jordan
that for me
wasn't told
today.
there would be math involved on today's show. So
yeah.
Hey, real quick before I go, BK, did you see? I'm pretty sure this was a fantasy football coming in last payoff. Did you see the incident at the Texas State basketball game last weekend?
No.
Texas State, I think they're playing Arkansas State at home. Somebody in a wheelchair wheeled themselves onto the court wearing a shirt that read "I love MILFs." I'm like, that had to be like you came in last in your fantasy football league, so this was the bet payoff. Ooh.
Dude, that's just Tuesday in San Marcos.
Yeah, somebody texted me that. I'm like, dude, that's like Wednesday at 11 a.m. walking through the quad. That's nothing.
Man.
Yeah. I know a group of guys, so their punishment was you had to go do stand-up, but all the other guys wrote like everything you said, and all of it is like borderline.
Like, probably the most racist.
Yeah. And I was like, no, I do not want to be in y'all's league.
BK won't do the stand-up punishment. I've offered that one. He refuses to do it. This guy's not afraid of anything in this world other than getting up for 5 minutes at an open mic telling jokes to a room full of people.
I'm honestly more likely to do it if y'all write the jokes than me having to write the jokes.
Okay.
I can at least blame y'all. Like, yeah, this isn't my shit. I'm just reading somebody else's shit. So if it's bad, don't shoot the messenger here.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys have to talk about regarding bet payoffs and any other shenanigans and tomfoolery you guys get into today. So
thank you. Enjoyed hearing.
See you guys.
Good stuff as always, guys.
See you.
There they go. Jeff and Jordan. It's only an hour. Weekdays from 11 to noon. And now it's time for the award-winning midday with Trey and BK. What's up, dude?
Not a lot. Sorry I missed your phone call. Was in the middle of a conversation with the legendary comedian Brian Regan. So stay tuned because that is going to be coming to the Books on Pod podcast here pretty soon in the next day or two. And man, it was a hell of a conversation. I have the pleasure of speaking with a lot of stand-up comedians these days, and he's near the top of the list in terms of just how big time he is and how much respect he garners throughout the stand-up community as well. So my apologies on ignoring your phone call in that moment.
I would have ignored me for that guy too. Now, I would do the stand-up if he writes all the jokes. Can we make that happen?
Yeah, but I don't know if you're expressive enough because Regan, I mean, he's got great ideas and he has a way with words, but he also does a great job of emoting on stage too. And it has a sort of physical brand of comedy without going too far overboard.
Okay. I like that. Looking forward to listening to that. We've got a lot to get to today. Texas basketball, little Major League Baseball Hall of Fame talk. We'll talk some Texas football recruiting as well. And then where are we at in society at the end of the show? Good news and bad news for me, Trey. Part of the reason why I was calling you earlier today. I will not be boarding a plane tomorrow.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry.
The good news is with all of the crazy ass plane stories we've had over the last few weeks, I feel like it's a blessing in disguise that I do not have to fly anywhere this weekend. The bad news is I was going to Atlanta to scope out where Texas is going to be winning the SEC championship next year. And now I won't get to do that. So that was the whole purpose of the trip, was to just, walk around Mercedes-Benz Stadium a little bit, see what it's like, and just prepare myself for the place that we're going to be next December, watching Texas win the SEC in its first year in the conference. And unfortunately, I'm no longer able to do that.
What happened?
Your favorite pandemic wreaked havoc this weekend.
Wait a second. Did somebody cancel something because of COVID?
Yeah.
What?
So I was going to visit one of my best friends and his wife's. Wifey got COVID. They might be listening right now, so please be hilarious. I don't care if you dunk on them. She got COVID, but it's like she feels like shit. And she's like, I'm not going to be able to do anything this weekend anyways. So maybe not.
Justine got COVID. It was less than a month ago because it ruined their New Year's plans. But she got COVID. She felt like shit for like 2 days, and then she was fine after that.
Yeah, and maybe she will be feeling fine tomorrow when I was supposed to fly out there. So I don't know, but just got that call before the show. So unfortunately, I can't provide a scouting report on Atlanta because I know we all hope to be there in December. I will not be able to bring that to the people tomorrow.
Well, I'm bummed for you because I know you were looking forward to that trip. Speaking of all the issues on airplanes, I wish I was kidding, and I wish that I didn't have another story to bring the people on where are we at today, but I do. And it's not the worst story yet because it doesn't involve anybody voiding or shitting themselves, but it does involve, if you don't mind me sharing the headline, excessively farting passenger forcing American Airlines flight to turn around.
Forced it to turn around?
How bad is this person farting if the plane is having to turn around?
Oh my God.
Like, what sort of rancid milk is that smelling like coming out of that person's hole?
See, I am no longer upset that I can't fly this weekend. That's the final straw right there. That was, that's the one. At some point, I'm going to get scared of flying. I've never been scared of flying at all. Like zero aspects. I don't love like the whole flying process, having to get to the airport early, going through TSA, sitting down for a while, the delays, like nobody loves it. But like I never had any fear of flying. Just every single day I do a show with you, that fear it starts to show up. And at some point I will actually be horrified to get on an airplane because of this radio/YouTube program that we do.
Ever since I started having kids, or I guess technically Justine started having kids that I also get to help take care of, I've had an anxiety that always enters my mind just before takeoff. Doesn't really happen as we're landing, but just before takeoff, this anxiety always enters my head. And I have to remind myself that airplanes are one of the greatest examples of human innovation, human invention, human ingenuity because of how few accidents actually occur. But with the direction these news stories, I'm with you, the direction these news stories have taken in like the last 6 to 9 months, I'm going to have to start considering more car trips or train trips to get from point A to point B because the air travel thing is starting to become unreliable. I mean, paneling is falling off mid-flight for Pete's sake.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're safer on a plane than you are in a car, but obviously you're not in control of what happens on the plane, right? Like you're at the wheel in a car. You ain't at the wheel of the plane. And obviously there's hundreds of people around you doing all sorts of ridiculous shit.
Yeah. You know what didn't happen when we were driving back from New Orleans a few weeks ago? Nobody shit themselves to a degree that it ended up their back and all over a seat.
Thought about it. Came close.
One of the car doors didn't just come flying off between fucking Lafayette and Houston.
Oh, man. Yeah, I didn't crap that whole trip. I really needed to.
That was impressive / scary. I hope you unloaded a 15-pound baby when you got home.
Thank you very much. I did. Couldn't get that one aborted. That one had to come out. All right. Texas basketball. What a win last night. We would have taken a 1-point win on the road against the biggest rival, who's also ranked number 11 in the country, right? Any sort of win would have been big time for Texas basketball. But they went into Norman and beat the brakes off of the hated Sooners. 15-point victory for the Longhorns. This game was close. Hell, OU led by 1 at halftime, but Texas outscored Oklahoma 43-27 in the second half, and they sent the OU fans to the exits early last night. The first sellout crowd that OU's had all season They were leaving mad last night. What a performance, Trey. Back-to-back huge wins for Texas. Their 2 biggest wins of the season. And it's been quite the turnaround over the last week for this Longhorn bunch.
The Max Asmus and Dylan Dessous show. And Asmus, even though he's looked at as a liability in the defensive end, in the second half, he was making plays on that end, as well as continuing to hit shot after shot. And Dylan Dessous, I know that the announcers were all over him last night. He is a threat because he can do it from all 3 levels. I like seeing a little bit more from him down low last night. He's just got such a unique skill set, unique moves, and getting the ball into the bucket while continuing to hit from the outside. And this is a great team effort. Weirdly, Dylan Mitchell was a little bit sloppy early on, and I don't know what happened with Tyrese Hunter because Rodney Terry took him out before the very first TV break at the 16-minute mark in the first half, and it felt like he was playing somewhat erratically throughout the rest of that game. So I don't know if there's an injury issue there. Just Rodney Terry looked and saw that he wasn't really feeling it, or maybe he wanted to get Kendall Weaver in the game. And boy, talk about a guy who has really come on and made himself an instrumental part of this basketball team on both ends of the floor. Kendall Weaver, an unsung hero in last night's game, BK.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's been a big turnaround for Texas, right? I mean, Kendall Weaver played 28 minutes last night, far and away a season high for him. And one of the best things that's happened to Texas basketball this year is the regression of Brock Cunningham.
Yeah.
Like if Brock Cunningham was even playing just the way he's played the last couple of years, which is like solid at times. Obviously, he's a hustle guy, good rebounder, draws charges, whatever. If Brock Cunningham was just like the same player he has been, then I don't know if Kendall Weaver's getting all of these minutes. But because Cunningham's been awful and he's in the midst of the worst stretch of his Texas career that's gone on since like the 60s, Rodney Terry's basically been forced to try something else. And Kendall Weaver has been that something else. And he was awesome both ends of the floor last night. The putback he had, man, where he came flying in from the top of the key, a nice putback layup, was able to blow by a couple of guys too off the dribble. 11 points for him, but did a bunch of the dirty work too. Yeah, he was the X factor last night. He was huge for Texas on offense and defense. Some of the stuff showed up in the box score. Some of it didn't. He was big time. But you're right. I mean, Asmus and Dessous, those were the 2. First double-double of the year for Dessous. That guy, I mean, he's Jatavion Sanders, dude. He's a matchup nightmare. There aren't a lot of people that can do what he does. He could score at all 3 levels. Trey, he's shooting 57% from 3 right now.
Yeah.
Like there are some Texas fans who get mad whenever Dessous shoots a 3. It's like, no, he's the best 3-point shooter you have right now. And he could score from the mid-range. He can obviously get to the 10 and finish there too. Like he is really good. So he's the best player on this team right now. And then Asmus, another good shooting performance for him, especially in the second half. This team's going to go as far as Asmus and Dessous take them. And it was good to see somebody step up. And last night it was Kendall Weaver who was that third guy to make sure somebody else was doing something for Texas. But yeah, just a complete second half. And you talked about the start for Texas. It was the turnovers. That's the only reason this game was close in the first half.
Yep.
OU had 14 points off the fast break in the first half because Texas just kept giving them the ball. A lot of sloppy play from the Longhorns. Once they cleaned that up a little bit, the defense locked down. OU couldn't do jack, you know what, in the half court. And Texas was able to flex its muscles. The Longhorns, without question, the better team last night.
So you said yesterday that you would take a split between their games at OU and at BYU. They're 1-0 right now, so you've already gotten that wish. And now they have a chance to pull off a clean sweep this week and win 3 straight games against ranked opponents and probably find themselves back in the tourney in whatever Joe Lunardi's latest rankings are going to be. I think those come out on Friday, correct?
I think so. Yeah, I saw his updated rankings that he never posted on ESPN.com, but they showed a graphic during the game. He had Texas as one of his,
right?
Yeah, next 4 out. So, you would think that win over Oklahoma either puts him in the first 4 out category or maybe the last 4 in category. I think if Selection Sunday was today, and that makes no sense for about 100 different reasons, Texas would be in the field of 68, but they still have 12 regular season games and a conference tournament left. So a lot of work still ahead for this group.
They'd be in the field, but they would be a double-digit seed, correct?
Yeah, like they would maybe be in Dayton as part of the first 4. But yeah, they need a few more of these resume building wins. But hey, that's life in the Big 12. They're going to have the opportunity for a few more of those wins, and one of them comes up on Saturday. So we talked about the 6-game stretch against ranked opponents that Texas started with that game against Baylor. Before it started, it's like, dude, you go 3-3, you'll sign up for that. Like, that's fine. That's good. That's 3 quality wins that you're adding to your resume. And okay, that's a decent record against the teams that you're playing in this stretch. Well, now that you're 2-0, it's like, can we get to 4? Like it'd be a little disappointing to be 1-3 in these next 4 games. Now that you've won the first 2, because Baylor and Oklahoma, those are top 11 teams. Like BYU's ranked number 21, and they lost to Houston last night. You've got Houston, speaking of, but they're at home next week. TCU is actually no longer ranked in the top 25. So that game feels a little bit more winnable. Like, you played 2 of the tougher games of the 6 already, and you've gotten 2 wins. So at this point, yeah, if you go 3-3, once again, I think most people would have signed up for that before this started. But now it's like, can you push it to 4 or maybe even 5 wins? If you do that, then you feel really good about your standing when it comes to the NC2A tournament.
Coach 420 joking that Rodney Terry heard the slander, BK. Thanks for chiming in as always, Coach 420. In all seriousness, though, even though that moment was sloppy by Rodney Terry and he ultimately ends up apologizing for it, it may very well have awakened this team, though, and got them to stop sleepwalking through conference play, which is what had pretty much happened through the first 4 games. They were 1-3 at that moment. That 1 win could have very easily been a loss. It took a comeback at Cincinnati in order to get that first win of the season. But this team is playing a very different, more inspired brand of basketball right now.
Yeah, look, if there's one thing that I've never been able to question about Rodney Terry, and nobody should be able to question about Rodney Terry, is the fact that his players love him. Like the guys who came back from last year really wanted Rodney Terry to get the job. And obviously the guys rallied around RT last season when things could have completely fallen apart after Chris Beard lost the gig. Rodney Terry did a great job of keeping the guys together, and the guys wanted to play for Rodney Terry. So players love him. And last Wednesday, with the way that game ended and obviously the post-game theatrics that went down, that could have been a moment that fractured the locker room. If the guys didn't like Rodney Terry, they would have been like, I don't really care if this guy's our coach. I don't like this guy. Like, we don't need to play for him anymore. But instead, the players have rallied around RT. They have stuck up for their coach. I'll give RT credit. He's made some good adjustments, made some good decisions. But the players have absolutely stepped up, and it's almost been sort of a rally for this Texas basketball team. And I said it with the Buck this morning. Like, every player and every coach will say they don't listen to the outside noise. That's such bullshit. And everyone knows it's bullshit, especially when it comes to college kids who are on their phones 24/7, 365. The players saw what everybody, including Texas fans, were saying about their head coach. Like, they didn't want that to be their coach's reputation. So they took that to heart. They're like, no, we need to change the narrative for this program. We need to change the narrative for our coach. We got to go out there and fight harder and play a little bit more for him. And it's been a rallying cry. So, yeah, hell, I still disagree with what RT did with the whole horns down thing and trying to coach other players in the post-game handshake line. That's still a bad look for me. But shoot, if it's going to make Texas play like this, then, hey, every time you lose, get mad at the other team. If it's going to get them to respond the way that this team has responded these last few days.
Yeah, both things can be true. And Jeff Barker mentioned this on the 3 to 5 show last Friday, that maybe Rodney was doing that with a secondary intent in mind. I don't necessarily think that was the case, but I think the way that it's worked out for this program is that it has provided a sort of spark and has these guys more locked in, which was, regardless of the upcoming schedule, it was important that that happened at that point in time, considering just how embarrassing that loss was to UCF at home. And at least for a couple of games, it's worked. And if they can finish these final 4 games of what was once a 6-game stretch of ranked opponents, not quite that now, they can go 2-2 the rest of the way. That is a hugely successful 3-week stretch for this basketball team that has them back in the tourney conversation. And I won't say in the driver's seat in this conference, but the best teams in this conference are losing games right now. So even having lost 3 of the first 4, you are still squarely in the mix for a top seed in that end of season Big 12 tournament when it's all said and done, if you can play more consistently like you have over the last week.
Yeah, Houston and Texas Tech right now tied for first place in the league. They're 4-1 in conference play. I think Houston right now is the best team in the league. They're the highest ranked team in the league. But this could be one of those years where whoever wins the Big 12 has 5, maybe even 6 losses. It's just that deep. Like everyone outside of Oklahoma State can beat everybody in this league. Oklahoma State is 0-6 in the Big 12. They'll get somebody. They're not going to go 0-18, but like the other 13 teams in this conference, I think have proven that no, they can run with just about every other team in this conference. So, yeah, I mean, Texas right now 3-3. They're not out of this thing yet. They are not out of this thing at all. Now, they're in a 4-way tie for 7th at 3-3. So there's a bunch of teams between them and the tippity top of the Big 12. But if they can go, 2-2 or even 3-1 over these next 4, then all of a sudden you won't have to scroll down as far to find the Longhorns in the standings.
They should play in the NFL with that record, BK. Peak parity.
It is peak parity in this conference right now. So, yeah, we'll see what they do on the road at BYU, but an impressive stretch for Texas. They had 1 top 75 win going into Saturday. They now have 3 top 75 wins. They now have 3 quadrant 1 wins. And the win last night jumped Texas 15 spots in the net rankings. One of the annoying analytics. It feels like there's 1,000 of those that the committee uses to seed teams when we get to Selection Sunday. But that was a big-time dub. Once again, a 1-point win would have been nice, but the fact that on ESPN, not Plus or Big 12 Now, on ESPN, the whole world got to see you do that to that team, very impressive. So good stuff for Rodney Terry and this Texas basketball team. 5 straight wins in Norman, 6 straight wins overall over Oklahoma. Texas and OU will play in Austin at the end of the year. Okay, we will shift gears, get to some Texas football, get to some Major League Baseball as well. But before all of that stuff, how about a word from our guy, Tom McKay, over at AV Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations. Whoa. Can you still see me?
Yes.
Okay. My screen went black for like 3 seconds, but we're back on. We're good to go. Shout out to AV Consultations. Also, shout out to our friends at Covert BK. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you got to go see our great friends at Covert BK off of 71. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands. There's something for everyone. If you're looking for that luxury vehicle, how about one of those new Escalades? If you're looking for, something pre-owned, you got a new driver coming up in the family, well, they've got a great selection of pre-owned out there as well. Weekly specials going on all year round. You don't have to wait for the next holiday to get a great deal. They've got great service. They've got a great selection. They've got unbeatable pricing. The best place to go get your car is Covert BK. Trey, where do you want to go next? Texas football, some unfortunate recruiting news for the Longhorns, or we've got the Hall of Fame announcement in Major League Baseball. Where do you want to go?
Hall of Fame announcement, because this, yes, technically it's the next year, but this off-season / prior season just continues to get better and better for Rangers fans. Not that this was that big of a surprise, because a lot of people considered Adrian Beltre to be a lock for the Hall.
Yep, he got in on his first year on the ballot. Adrian Beltre, one of 3 baseball players who are going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame this summer. The announcement came out last night. Adrian Beltre, not unanimous, unfortunately, because of the hogwash, stupid-ass voting process that we have with the MLB Hall of Fame. But, man, one of the best third basemen of all time. He's got more hits than any third baseman in MLB history. One of 4 players ever at any position to have at least 400 home runs, 3,000 hits, and 5 gold gloves. a model of consistency, a guy who was great at just about everything on the diamond, and also one of the most entertaining players in the history of the sport to boot. And selfishly, I mean, Trey, you and I are Rangers fans. One of my favorite Rangers of all time, even though he bounced around, was on 3 different teams during his career. His best years were in Arlington. His last years were in Arlington. Was a part of that 2011 team that made it all the way to the World Series. Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite players in baseball history, and obviously one of the best to ever do it.
A rarity, because his best years as a pro were in his 30s. When you see a lot of guys experience a sort of decline in the field and at the plate, he remained strong throughout most of his 30s in both regards. And look, the stats are impressive, but the thing that you, me, and plenty of others love about Adrian Beltre as much as any of those statistics were the fact that he kept this childlike joy for the game. Like, that existed until his very last game as a Ranger. It was so cool to see. And look, I understand in professional sports, it becomes a job. It becomes a grind, and guys lose that passion for the game. That was never lost on Adrian Beltre. It's why that moment where he's being playful about the on-deck circle, who was it? Joe Crawford who threw him out of that game?
Joe West.
Joe West. Yeah, thank you. Joe Crawford is an NBA ref. Yeah, Joe West throws him out of that game. It's like, get Joe West out of this fucking game. That guy is such a miserable, fat piece of shit. Throwing Adrian Beltre out for being playful like that. Oh, he's showing him up. No, he's not. He's being fucking Adrian Beltre. Get over yourself. But I'm happy for Adrian that he does get this, even if it did seem like a foregone conclusion. Although guys do tend to get snubbed their very first year of having that candidacy for the Hall of Fame. That didn't happen with Adrian. There were a couple of guys who, whatever stupid reason, I saw one voter who was like, I'm only voting for Manram and A-Rod because they have tested positive or they're known PED users. And this is a vote for everybody who's not going to get in because of supposed PED use. Get over yourself, dude. Come on. You're not making any grand statement there. Adrian Beltre rightly in the first chance he has to make the Hall.
Here's that moment you were talking about with the on-deck circle at the old Temple. The umpire told Adrian Beltre he needs to get closer to the on-deck circle, and Adrian Beltre said, I'm going to move the on-deck circle closer to me. And, yeah, the umpire, I don't think that's Joe West.
No, it's not. You're right about that. My apologies, Fat Joe West. It's somebody else.
That guy's still kind of fat, but he ain't Joe West fat.
It's not Angel Hernandez either. I'm not sure who that is.
No.
But yeah, that moment was so absurd. But yeah, Adrian Beltre, he is awesome. He's one of the all-time greats at the position. I think he's got the 3rd highest WAR of third baseman all time, other than I think Mike Schmidt and Eddie Matthews. That's pretty illustrious company. And one of 2 infielders to ever collect 3,000 hits and more than 450 home runs, joining Derek Jeter too. So unfortunately, Beltre wasn't able to get that World Series title with the Rangers, although does he get a ring for the championship that happened a few months ago? Because he is still technically a member of the organization, correct?
I know he's around the organization. I think he was there in Arizona when the Rangers clinched the World Series. God, that still feels absurd to say, but also great to say. If he wants a ring, he can have a ring, even if he's not affiliated with the organization. And he's the type of guy who's like, no, I didn't play. I don't even want it. But yeah, he can get one. I take Adrian Beltre over Eddie Matthews today, no question. But also Matthews is dead, so that's part of the reason why that is an easy decision for me.
I'd also take him over Eddie Gaedel too. Eddie Gaedel.
Eddie Gaedel.
The midget. Sorry.
Easy.
A little person.
Who?
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
I don't know why I just said that. The little person, the dwarf, who got to bat for some franchise back in the 1950s or something.
I don't know that story.
Oh gosh, really?
What, he made it to the bigs, or was this like a bit?
Hold on.
Is it like running the fake punt to Damar Hamlin, trying to turn it into a Make-A-Wish situation?
All right. You're about to see this picture, and it's may become one of your favorite pictures of all time.
Might be my new phone background.
Maybe. Hold on. I got to get the picture pulled up.
Come on, Trey Corso.
Real picture from like the 1950s in Major League Baseball.
We got old Tom Morris on the bump.
Bang!
What?
How about that?
What is that?
That is a little person who is taking it at bat in a Major League Baseball game.
Are you sure?
Yes!
That's got to be photoshopped.
This is a famous story.
Is that bring your kid to work day?
Hold on. Let me actually pull the story up here so I can get the details correct.
I do not believe you.
Eddie Gaedel is a Major League Baseball player born on June 8th, 1925. He was 26 years old when he broke into the big leagues on August 19th, 1951 with the St. Louis Browns. Gaedel appeared in exactly one Major League game and is one of only 5 Major League players who never played the field and walked in their only plate appearance. He is featured on Baseball America's Cups of Coffee page. In 1961, this is where it gets ugly. He was found dead following a drunken incident at a bowling alley that left him battered, bleeding, and suffering internal injuries.
Ooh, someone just drop a ball on his head?
Maybe they tried to bowl him down the lane. He was 3 feet 7 inches tall.
This guy really played Major League Baseball?
1 at bat.
Why did he only get 1 at bat? Of course he walked him. You can't throw a strike to this guy. The strike zone is this small. That guy would have had an OBP of 1,000.
What, are you going to put him out in the field after this at bat? What position he's going to play?
No, they didn't have the DH back then, did they?
No, maybe as a DH, but I think you want your DH to have a little bit more pop than this.
Shortstop. Put him there.
That's not going to work. You know who did this? It was Bill Veeck, the consummate baseball showman and promoter.
So this is fake.
No.
Who's the showman? He's the guy. Oh, he's the guy who signed this dude to the team, gave him an at bat. I mean, I would have bought a ticket to this game if I knew this guy was in the lineup. Like, I like watching Jose Altuve play.
Eddie Gaedel's one game is incredible. The day surrounding the game is incredible. This is according to Wikipedia, so you know it's true. Browns owner Bill Veeck, a showman who enjoyed staging publicity stunts, found Gaedel through a booking agency. Secretly signed by the Browns, he was added to the team roster and put in uniform with the number 1/8 on his back, 1/8. The uniform was that of future St. Louis Cardinals managing partner and chairman William DeWitt Jr., who was a 9-year-old bat boy for the Browns at the time. Gaedel, this story gets insane, came out of a papier-mâché cake between games of a doubleheader in St. Louis to celebrate the American League's 50th anniversary. The stunt was also billed as a Falstaff Brewery promotion. Falstaff and the fans had been promised a festival of surprises by Veeck. Before the second game got underway, the press agreed that the, quote, midget in a cake appearance had not been up to Veeck's usual promotional standard. Falstaff personnel, who had been promised national publicity for their participation, were particularly dissatisfied. Keeping the surprise he had in store for the second game to himself, Veeck just meekly apologized. Although Veeck denied the stunt was directly inspired by it, the appearance of Gaedel was similar to the plot of, quote, You Could Make It Up, a 1941 short story by James Thurber. Veeck later said he got the idea from listening to the conversations of Giants manager John McGraw decades earlier when Veeck was a child. So he did go to the plate. He walks. Guess what? There wasn't a single strike thrown in this plate appearance. And then ultimately he is taken out of the game when he reaches first base.
Oh, they didn't let him run?
No, you know how long it's going to take him to get to second base with those little legs?
They had to delay the game while he walked to first.
The walk itself took like 15 minutes.
I'd love to watch this little guy run, you know?
Oh, let's see. Let's see if there's video of Eddie Gaedel running.
Dude, this guy is my new favorite owner in sports, by the way. Like, you know, I'm a bits guy. Like, that's all I want. I mean, this is Jackie Moon level bit right here from this Veeck cat that you're talking about.
All right.
I mean, that pitch is over his head, dude. That's a strike to everybody else in baseball, but I don't know what that guy looks like he's about to swing for. Ball's already in the catcher's mitt.
Oh man, there's not video of it that I can find. I'm seeing some crazy pictures of Eddie Gaedel though.
No, keep throwing them up. Like, this is what the show has become today. We're scrapping everything else we had planned. I need to learn more about this small fry or whatever I'm supposed to call him.
This poor guy goes from jumping out of a paper mache cake to one of the most infamous moments in baseball history to several years later, he has signed himself up to become the first little person bowling ball of all time, and that turns tragic.
Dude, this guy, like, outside of Wee Man, had the best midget life of all time. This poor guy, what do you mean? He got to be a Major League Baseball player. That's incredible.
He got treated like a bowling ball at a bowling alley and died a few years after this.
That's not confirmed. We don't know if he was rolled down the lanes. We have no idea if that's true or not. If that is, one final bit on his way out the door, you know?
Okay, here's the death story according to Wikipedia. On June 18th, 1961, Goodell, who is unemployed. How can you call him unemployed? He's hiring himself out to be a bowling ball at birthday parties and bachelor parties. He had just turned 36 and was at a bowling alley in Chicago, drink up, his birthplace and hometown. Goodell was followed home and beaten. Oh, man.
Oh,
sorry for joking about this. His mother discovered him lying dead in his bed. He had bruises about his knees and on the left side of his face. A coroner's inquest determined that he also had a heart attack. Bob Kane, who had pitched to Goodell, was the only Major League Baseball figure to attend the funeral, despite the fact that the two had never formally met. Goodell was interred at St. Mary Catholic Cemetery and Mausoleum in Cook County, Illinois. His tombstone indicates that his family name may actually have been Gaydelli and not Goodell.
So he was gay on top of all of this.
I mean,
well, okay. You're telling me he died in his sleep. So he got to die in a way that most people would like to die. And he got to play Major League Baseball. And he was an entertainer that people hired. Like, that's a great life right there for the gay computer, Goodell.
Speaking of Goodell, he did continue working with Vec after that one plate appearance. Vec bought the White Sox in 1959, and Goodell and Vec worked together in other capacities. I don't know if it was in a gay capacity at all. It doesn't say that in Wikipedia. But on May 26, 1959, a helicopter carrying Goodell and three other dwarfs dressed as spacemen, quote, invaded Comiskey Park. Its apparent mission being the delivery of ray guns to two of the White Sox smallest players, Nellie Fox and Luis Aparicio, to whom
legend.
Goodell reportedly confided, "I don't want to be taken to your leader. I've already met him." On April 19th, 1961, Vec hired several dwarfs, including Goodell, as vendors, allegedly due to some, quote, complaints from fans regarding hitherto blocked sight lines. So he hired Goodell and some of his fellow little people to sell concessions while also not blocking the game action at Comiskey Park.
This is the greatest story I've ever heard, dude. This vet guy is awesome.
You hear that about Goodell getting hired to play an alien coming from outer space and getting hired to sell concessions as a little guy so he's not blocking the view. And you tell me with a straight face that night before his death, he hadn't hired himself out for some dwarf bowling.
I can't tell you that.
A trailblazer.
It might not be true. This is awesome. I mean, this guy, he deserves a statue somewhere. It'd be a very small statue, but he deserves a statue somewhere for the life that he lived. And also this owner is like, this guy knew baseball was dying years ago. If they did this shit now across Major League Baseball, it'd be more popular than football. But instead, we're so focused on the games that no one cares about the games anymore. We need the extra stuff, the bits. This guy was ahead of his time.
Bill Vec is literally the most legendary, maybe the most legendary promoter in sports history. Certainly the most legendary promoter in baseball history. He actually ended up getting kicked out essentially as the White Sox owner due to the Disco Inferno disaster at Comiskey in like the late 70s, early 80s.
What's the record? The 10-cent record night or whatever it was?
Exactly.
Oh.
Where it turned into complete chaos. And how about this? He does have a statue. Apparently, Eddie Goodell, again, according to Wikipedia, it's either completely true or complete bullshit. Eddie Gaedel also served as the model for the first ever bobblehead doll. The bobblehead doll, although it was the normal size of a bobblehead doll, was not that far off from Eddie Gaedel's actual size.
Okay, you made that up.
Nope. It's on Wikipedia, so it either has to be completely true or complete bullshit.
No, you can't put anything on Wikipedia that's not true. Those are the rules. We know that. Gerald Ford, I believe, was the guy who let us know that factoid.
Gerald Ford, okay.
Yeah. Disco Demolition Night. That's it. 10-cent beer night was the Rangers Guardians deal. And we talked, remember you and I, when we were doing our show together, we talked to, God, it was someone who wrote for the Statesman. Was it Kevin? Who was it? We had him on the show. He was at that game. Was it Kevin? I got to go back in the old Twitter DMs. But we were talking about that. I think I did like a BK Lounge about it one day.
Yeah, it was a BK Investigates, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And then we talked about it, and then he like DM'd me after the show, and he's like, I was at that game. We're like, holy shit, dude. You're coming on the show tomorrow. And he told us everything. So that was different. That was 10-cent beer night. That was in Cleveland. But Disco Demolition Night was, I guess, this Vec guy.
We could get, and this guy's talked about this ad nauseum over the years, but I used to work with one of the two radio hosts who was responsible for emceeing Disco Demolition Night. Gary Meyer is his name. It was Steve something and Gary Meyer. But yeah, I worked with Gary Meyer at WGN and heard him talk about it several times. And he was still, that's something that's followed him around throughout his career. And he's had a hugely successful career in radio in Chicago. One of the few examples of people who actually gets financially rich in the medium of radio. But yeah, we might be able to get him on to talk about that at some point in the offseason if we want to.
The anniversary of Disco Demolition Night is July 12th. So maybe around July 12th in the heat of the offseason, we can have that conversation. I'm all for it.
I'll try to remember to set a timer to see about maybe getting him and recording early, because my guess is that he gets swarmed with people looking to talk with him about it on the 12th itself. So if we can maybe get him at either late June or early July, that would be something really cool to run on the 12th.
Pull up the picture of the little guy again. Or do I call him big guy? I never know what to say.
You don't have to tell me. It's little guy if you're being accurate. It's big guy if you're being cutesy about it,
I always hated that shit when I was a kid, they'd call me big guy. It made me so mad.
Hey, big guy.
Hey, big guy. It's like, had my bar mitzvah. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, this is great. This is great. I'm getting this like framed and put in my place.
I figured you would like this picture if you had never seen it before.
I don't know how I've never seen this before. Maybe I have, and I'm just like, that's another bit. Someone just thought it'd be funny to put like a little kid in a batter's box of a Major League Baseball. Whoa, you're taking me for a ride here.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh my God. That is spectacular.
There he is, an alien.
Those aren't kids.
There's the uniform. Here's the picture. I mean, look, he looks like a grown-ass dude in the face.
Now I can tell. Like now you zoom in and you actually see that, no, that's clearly an adult male, but
an adult male looks like he's worked in a coal mine part of his life.
He probably did. Back in those days, he probably came from a shift at the coal mine before that game. Wow. 1/8. I can't believe he was down with all this, dude. I mean, he got paid, so he's sitting on someone's lap.
That is just humiliating. You're forcing him to sit on the lap of an actual adult-sized player. Come on now.
Oh my God, that is perfect. Wow. You think Bucky was at this game?
Not only was Bucky at this game, Bucky used to go by the name Eddie Gaedel.
No, that guy's way taller than Bucky. Amazing.
Oh my gosh, Eddie Gaedel pimping on women. Look at this. This guy is an inspiration.
Oh, dude, yes, he is. He's a legend. Someone's gonna like hear this.
He's pouring into shot glasses of these women.
He's old enough. There's no height. It's not like a roller coaster. There's no height requirement to drink.
This had better be on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, dude. Wow. That was like, you ever wondered what it'd be like with the little person?
Oh,
Like that woman at the bar has that look. Like she's at least a little curious.
No, not really. Have you?
Yeah, I've wondered.
Okay.
I've
What do
never.
you think?
Well, there's a lot of logistics that we'd have to figure out, but I think it could be done. Definitely could be done.
Like what logistics? Clothing?
Like where do I stand, sit, during various aspects of the fornication process? I got to be sitting the whole time? Or they got to be. I'll do research on this tonight.
Oh, I bet you will. Your Pornhub is about to get flooded with little person porn.
You say about to, like it's not already.
No, if it was already, you would know exactly what you're doing in that situation. I have a feeling. I just know this, that if that were to happen, you would be wearing her like a backpack when y'all are exiting the room afterwards. Like she would be on your back getting a piggyback ride. It'd be like a human backpack.
Okay, that's not humiliating. The guy sitting on someone's lap is humiliating, but me giving a piggyback to a little person I just had sex with that's cool.
No, because she could leverage those little arms just perfectly to choke you out. She's actually in the position of power there.
Oh, you're saying she's going to kill me?
I'm not saying she's going to. She could, though. She's the one riding you. She is the one who is getting the ride from you. You are the one who is, in a sense, her servant.
So I can't be on top in this.
Well, you're not going to get a piggyback ride from her. I'm saying out of the room.
Hold on. I want to try that too. Oh, goodness. I'm sure at the old place, our boss would have gotten a few calls at this point.
Oh, yeah, that would have been bad. But that's why we love operating like we do with Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And in the words of Rodney Terry, if we offended anyone, we apologize. But only if you were offended by our comments.
You know who's not offended? These two ladies right here. As a matter of fact, Eddie Gaedel, he may have pulled a double header this night, if you catch my drift.
You think so?
Dude, I want to get this picture printed on a shirt. That's how in awe I am of Eddie Gaedel.
Dude, he has to have a relative who's still living. And we need to talk to him or her on this show.
Dude, we've got to clean our act up if we do that, because otherwise they're gonna hang up on us immediately.
Our act's clean.
Let me see.
Hey, I support. Okay, I don't discriminate. That's out there. I've paid for tickets for Extreme Midget Wrestling multiple times. I support.
Oh my God, this is incredible. Okay, Gaedel did not sign many things throughout his life, and of course his life was cut short. His autograph, according to Wikipedia, so you know it's true, now sells more than Babe Ruth's because of how scarce it is.
Do you need
This might answer our question or get us a future guest on the show. Gaedel's grandnephew, Kyle Gaedel, was selected in the 2011 MLB draft by the San Diego Padres and played minor league baseball as high as the AA level.
Whoa. Grandson?
Grandnephew. I don't know if Eddie Gaedel had any kids.
Okay. All right. Was he
although these two ladies may have something to say about that.
Was the grandnephew of is it
Was he a little person also?
Yeah, thank you.
Why was that so hard?
I don't know.
No, he was actually, holy shit, he was the opposite of Eddie Gaedel. He was 6'3", 235.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
I've got his.
Let's get him on the show.
Stats.
Okay. Made it to AA, you said?
Yeah, made it as high as AA.
All right, I'll reach out. His name's Kyle Gaedel?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll reach out. I'll try to find a way to reach out.
Last year in baseball, he had a 752 OPS, 237 batting average, 9 dingers, struck out about 3 times as much as he did collect walks.
How do you spell Gaydell? It's not like the homosexual computer.
Went back to the original spelling, Gaedele. And based on just a name search, he was hired this last year as the hitting coach for the Gateway Grizzlies.
Ah, yes, my favorite team
in the Frontier League.
All right. He's from Phoenix?
He
lives in Phoenix?
Originally from Arlington Heights, Illinois. So he stayed in the greater Chicagoland area, which is where Eddie Gaedele was from.
I see a Kyle Gaedele on Twitter with that same spelling.
I am under the impression that Eddie Gaedele in this picture with these 2 young ladies, he probably took them home back to his place in, I don't know, Wicker Park, Lincoln Park, Gold Coast, Old Town, Lakeview, Boys Town, Andersonville.
Okay. We know you lived there. I don't need any more of that. What are you doing? The famous picture?
Minus the bandana on my head.
Yeah.
I'm getting I'm getting this photo printed on a t-shirt if you want one.
So that guy's signature is worth more than Babe Ruth's.
Yep.
Should I make the joke?
Yes.
Is it because you need a magnifying glass to see it? Boy.
I think, his autograph may have been a little bit smaller. I don't know if it was microscopic, though. And as a matter of fact, a lot of little people have the reputation of having a baby arm holding an apple down there. So maybe he had a big signature to go along with that, too,
Interesting. That's the stigma?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. I see why these women were so enthralled.
I mean, the one is looking at his eyes. Look where the other one is looking, though. She's trying to see for sure.
She's trying to take a peek.
Yeah, she's looking down. I mean, she's looking right at that knee that's bent upward. She's trying to see in between those 2 legs there.
Goodness gracious. Well, I guess that's where we at in society today.
How the fuck?
Congrats to Adrian Beltre on getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. That is what started this downward spiral.
The fucking greatest moment in the history of the show. Not a downward spiral, the upward spiral. We're in outer space right now.
We evolved/devolved into that conversation over the last 25 minutes or so.
Well, at least we filibustered our way away from any sort of negative Texas football news,
That is true. That is true. And we know Chip and Zay will be all over that, and they'll talk Texas basketball and, less little person talk, I think. We do need to give some love to Pest Wranglers, though, because they do sponsor Where We At in Society. So what do you want to do? Recorded live?
Yeah, let's go record it a little bit.
Okay.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Oh, yeah. Shout out Pest Wranglers. Shout out Altstadt Beer as well. The best beer you can find all throughout the state of Texas. I was watching Texas Hoops, drinking a nice cold Altstadt. Hell, had a couple of Altstats, and they turned into some celebratory Altstats after that beat down in Norman last night. Whatever the occasion, whatever you have going on, make sure you accompany your good times with the greatness of Altstadt Beer. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right. I see them in the waiting room for the 18th day in a row. Chip Brown is wearing a Lions jersey, and Zay Collier, like a normal person, is wearing something different than what he wore yesterday. Oh, we got a Longhorn shirt. repping today. What's up, gentlemen?
What up, fellas?
Chip, you'll be happy to know that I just introduced BK to the greatness that is Eddie Gaedel.
Well,
all right.
That is fantastic.
You didn't know about Eddie Gaedel before today.
Eddie Gaedel, baby. I mean, he's like a cousin to me.
Oh, he doesn't know who Eddie Gaedel is either. Holy shit. What's going on here?
Oh, my God.
Hey, do you know who Eddie Gaedel is?
Yeah, isn't he the baseball playing child? Or isn't he small? I know he's small.
You don't have to call him a child. He was a little person who had one at bat in the major leagues.
Oh, I thought the movie Rookie of the Year was based on him. My fault.
He suffered a shoulder injury in Little League Baseball that gave him the arm strength of a major leaguer. No, he was just a little person who Bill Veeck utilized as a promotional tool for the St. Louis Browns, where he came busting out of a papier-mâché cake for the first game of the doubleheader. Second game of the doubleheader, he wore the Bat Boys uniform and actually got an official at bat, the shortest player in the history of Major League Baseball at like 3'7".
Wow, he makes Muggsy Bogues look like Akeem.
Yeah. Muggsy would have towered over Eddie Gaedel. But I'm guessing Eddie Gaedel, based on at least one picture, better with the ladies than Muggsy Bogues.
Oh, wow.
Did Muggsy not have any game?
I assume Muggsy has at least decent game, but you saw what Eddie Gaedel was doing there. He was standing on top of a bar on St. Patrick's Day, pouring shots of Jameson for these two ladies who were likely going to help him play two later in the night.
The doubleheader. Let's play two, as they say. Goodness gracious. All right, what's on tap for y'all today, gentlemen?
Oh, man. We got John Brown coming up. I cannot wait. John Brown, father of Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, who will be playing in the NFC Championship game on Sunday at 5. So we've got that. We've got, we got some Longhorn hoops to talk about, because my man Kendall Weaver is making my job a lot easier to make the case for him to get some minutes. And
Karate Kid 3.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm now absolutely convinced if he had played more than 4 freaking minutes in the UCF game, they would have held on to that 15, 16-point lead.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to offense get you the lead, defense protects it, man.
I'm with it. He was great on both ends last night. Win. Big win. All right,
Can't wait to hear what my man Zay has to say about C. Weaver.
Yeah.
I got some
Me
things.
too. Okay.
Huh?
I got some things.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. We got some things. We got some things, baby.
We'll let y'all get to it then.
Well, love y'all.
Likewise.
Fellas, great show.
Eddie Gaedel, baby.
Rookie of the Year, baby.
Chip's brother from another mother.
Like a cousin.
See you guys.
Like a cousin. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy to spend some time with us. Chip and Zay from 1 to 3 here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are bringing it to you. We are breaking it down. I should not have worn 2 shirts. I think I'm going to have to turn on the AC in the because it's a little hot here in the Texas Sports Unfiltered studios. Zay, how you doing?
I'm great, man. I'm great. Great game last night. Feeling good about this Texas basketball team. It's crazy how things could change in a week, you know.
For sure. Give me your.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Give me we'll get right to it today. I don't want I don't want to impinge on the right call, but
we go all out right now. The right call, I could give you another topic. So yeah, we go all out on Texas basketball.
Okay. Give me a thought on.
So you're gonna like this because watching Kendall Weaver, who showed his ass yesterday. I mean, what a game from him. Like that dude, he is coming on as a guy that Longhorn fans are going to remember for a very long time with his effort and just his tenacity and his heart, man. Like if you add that athleticism that he brings to the table with the heart that he brings, I mean, those 11 points were the loudest 11 points that I'm going to see. Like that's an loud ass 11. And you know who he reminds me of, Chip? He reminds me of John Starks, old New York Knicks guard in the 90s. Yes, they're light-skinned, and that definitely has something to do with it. But just the way those guys both played, like John Starks, that dude was back in groceries. Yeah, John Starks was back in groceries. And then he got drafted by Golden State, and then they picked him up with the Knicks, and Pat Riley was like, yo, you're my type of dude. Like, if you could want to fight Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller just because you want to win so bad, I'll take you on my team. Again, John Starks, he didn't have much skill. When he started knocking down jumpers, that's when his game took another step, and that's what got the Knicks to the NBA Finals, which I know Knicks fans, they don't like to remember John Starks for that Game 7 against the Rockets, where I want to say he went like 2 for 16 or something. But, hey, John Starks is a big reason why they got there. So him adding that shot to his game, I think Kendall Weaver has a chance to do that too because his shot's not broken. Like that's a pretty jumper. It's not like a Lonzo Ball wind up or it's nothing crazy. It's a nice move jumper. And if you look at his free throw percentage, that shows, okay, his jumper's promising. But his ability to drive to the cup and then just, you said it yesterday, Chip, they did face guard McCollum for a little bit. And that was huge to get the ball out of his hands and say, you know what, Uzan, you beat us, bruh. You beat us because you don't want to do that. Uzan, he wants to distribute the ball. He wants to get everybody involved. McCollum, he's the one that wants to shoot all the shots and get all the buckets. And the fact that you hold Uzan to only 9 points with 10 shots taken, you want that. Tyrese Hunter was solid. Dylan Mitchell, his defense, that might have been the best game Dylan Mitchell's had overall. From blocking shots to getting all these rebounds to his offense. And again, Coach Terry, got to give him love. Got to give him love. Say what you want about him. UCF, all that was a mistake. These last 2 games, him and the coaching staff have been in their bag. They're running stuff that I see the Golden State Warriors run these last few years. Because Max Asmus, his ability to shoot from deep is a lot like Steph Curry. So there's no limit on his range or the shots that he could take or make. And now you put Dylan Mitchell, and you mentioned this like a Draymond Green with Dylan Mitchell. If he has that type of mindset, you don't got to score, bruh. You don't have to score to get to the league. Draymond's going to the Hall of Fame off passing and making the right play and having a good basketball IQ and being a just ravage, mad, nuts dog on defense. Dylan Mitchell, do that. Do that. They're setting those dribble handoff screens, and Max Asmus is coming off and shooting the ball. Dylan Mitchell got a couple of dunks just because Dylan DeSue was getting double teamed and he made the right play. Like everything clicked yesterday. Everything clicked. And Coach Terry, you got to give those guys credit. They've, I think, figured out their identity from here on out. And it was a joy to see last night in that 15-point win in Norman.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, first of all, you got great performances from Max and Dylan DeSue. DeSue, 19 and 10, hit big shots. He's got and we talked about this yesterday, he's got the best 3-point shooting percentage on the team. Dylan DeSue, 6'9", Dylan DeSue. So he can stretch you all over the place. That is such a weapon. Max Asmus, deep 3 range, such a weapon. And now Kendall Weaver, in my opinion, he is your best perimeter defender. He's 6'3". He has the length of 6'5". He was applying ball pressure. He came in at the 16-10 mark and immediately applied ball pressure to where McCollum couldn't get into what he wanted to do. And that's the first time I've seen like that kind of ball pressure defense where the other team's going backwards, because normally they get what they want. They can get into Texas. They can play over or through Hunter and Ace Miss. So Kendall Weaver comes in, 16 minutes and helps Texas push a 7-2 lead to a 18-9 lead. Then they take him out, and OU goes on a 17-2 run.
Stop playing Chris Johnson. He ain't ready.
I know.
Stop playing him. I said that yesterday, Chip. Quit playing him. He ain't ready.
It's not his time.
It's not his time.
Not his time.
Not his time.
And he turns it over. Really bad turnover, leads to a dunk, and he fouls. And suddenly that lead is gone, and the building is blowing up. Like, that was and so then it turns into a one possession back and forth game down the stretch, and IT Horton takes a shot, he misses, and Kendall Weaver comes flying down the lane and tips it in with a minute 27
with the left hand.
And this is when OU is like looking to stretch the lead, and Texas is missing shots, and he comes flying in, and Fran Fraschilla says, you can almost say Weaver has kept Texas in this game this half. And that's all I needed. I've been talking about his energy, his quickness. I mean, he has 15 offensive rebounds. That's almost double any other guard, and he's played half or a quarter of the minutes of those other guards. He has 8 blocks. That is nearly double what the other guards have. And he's played a half or a quarter of the minutes that they have. Like, I tweeted last night, if this is what 27 minutes of Kendall Weaver looks like, I'll take some more, please. Because he played 26 minutes against Marquette, and that's when I said, Zay, they got to keep this guy on the floor because he's relentless effort. They're losing by 20, and he's still busting his ass all over the place. And I think this team gets its defensive energy from him because, look, listen to Vic Schaefer. He talks all the time about how his point guard has to be the tip of the spear of his ball pressure defense. The point guard has to set the tone. Okay, point guard or no point guard, a guard needs to help on that. And we've talked about how their biggest weakness is their perimeter defense. Okay, well, if teams are getting whatever they want, then the whole team's confidence starts to sag. Like, there's so many intangible things about what, and I'm not saying Weaver's going to be Royal Ivy. Royal Ivy was not confident when he first got to Texas, and Rick Barnes is yelling at Rob Lanier, who recruited this guy, because he's turning the ball over, he's nervous, But as soon as they, Rob Lanier actually is the one who said, dude, you're going to get on the floor by playing defense for this guy. And that's what he did. Like, that's all they had to say. Like, love this guy up for what he brings you. You play him 4 minutes against Central Florida, and you lose a 16 and a 15-point second half lead that causes you to lose your mind in the handshake line. Like, if you play Kendall Weaver the same amount of minutes you played him last night and don't play Chris Johnson and cut back on IT Horton's minutes, you're going to get this, especially if you build him up, coach him up. So I'm excited. I mean, it's got to be obvious to these coaches what Weaver brings, because Rodney Terry, every time he steps to the microphone, talks about, our defense has to be better. Our defense, our guys need to get lost in their defense and everything else will follow. Okay, that's what I saw last night. That's what I saw. Yeah. I mean, Kendall Weaver's, he goes and he gets you 3 offensive rebounds last night, 2 in 1 possession late. I mean, that's what I love about this guy. His effort late in games, even when they're winning by 15, is as good as it is the minute he steps on the floor. And what does a coach want? He wants consistency so that he knows what he's going to get from that player every time he steps on the floor. He says, I don't have to worry about Max. He's going to get shots. I don't have to worry about Dylan. Okay, well, Kendall Weaver if you want to be a defensive team, you want to improve defensively, you want to win like you did last night, then keep building around the defensive identity of Kendall Weaver and let everyone else adjust. I mean, they played IT Horton. They started him against UCF. He scored 20 points. Guess what? The analytics showed he gave up 18.8 points defensively. So you played him 37 minutes. He got you 20 points and gave up 18.8 and gave you no D. And his guy was getting off when they were making UCF was making their comeback. Like, come on, common sense. Common sense.
Yeah, I hear you. The dude deserves minutes. Like, this is what you need to ride with for the rest of the season. Like Chris Johnson, he's not it. Sorry, young blood. I like the potential, but some guys just have to wait their turn. I don't know if he's one of those guys. I know we talked with the football team how we wanted to see Isaiah Nair get some love, so we might not see him transfer later on. I feel like that's the same situation with Chris Johnson, because what are you leaving Bill Self for? You were signed to go to Kansas, dog. You're leaving Lawrence? A little weird to me. So you're probably expecting, okay, Arterio Morris is coming in. I'm trying to play as a freshman. This team's going to be top 10 all year long. I don't think that's it. So you come to Texas and you're not getting those minutes again. Coach Terry, you can't worry about those dudes pouting and stuff. The dude doesn't deserve minutes right now. All his minutes need to go to Kendall Weaver. I still think you need to keep IT Horton in the mix.
Yes.
I thought he hit a big 3 yesterday, and he was getting his shot off. Like, he played pretty decent. It's just Kendall Weaver is playing at another level right now that you need, because you got to be defense first. And Dylan Mitchell and Weaver, if both of those guys have that mentality game in and game out and get those minutes that both of them deserve when they're playing well like that, it's hard to take them off the court. Like, those dudes were flying around, diving on the floor, getting big time blocks. Like, the last 2 blocks of the game, both pinned off the glass, were ridiculous. They were ridiculous. And it just kind of gave you, okay, if you just turned on the game, then that's what the game was. Like, everybody rode off that momentum. And then offensively, what Coach Terry's been drawing up, it does look like what the Warriors run. And he's telling Max Abmas, just don't stop moving. You're going to have to play like Steph. Like, we're going to give you the green light anywhere. If you feel confident in shooting from 35 feet, hey, shoot that thing, because we have confidence in you. And a guard, that's all they need to hear. That's all a confident guard needs to hear. Okay, I know coach isn't going to look at me side-eyes if I take this 35-footer. Well, I'm going to shoot it up, because if I hit this, which he did, it's going to open up everything. Now, when Dylan Dessou drives, you can't help off him if you're guarding Max Abmas, or vice versa. Dylan's knocking down shots. Dylan Mitchell's out here setting great ball screens and rolling to the rim and slipping screens, because Max Abmas is getting double teamed when he's coming off of bottom screens on the baseline on floppy action. Like, it's the offense really flowed yesterday. Brock Cunningham finally hit a 3. Damn it. Thank you, Brock. Thank you. Why'd you hit that 3? Well, I say, Chip, he has to be as still as it gets. Right there in the corner, not moving at all. Just catch, look at goal, shoot that thing. No movement, no handoff. Just the wind was perfect. Dylan Dessou did the right thing, got double teamed when he got in the paint, kicked it out to Brock, knocked down. 11 minutes, I'll take that with Brock. I'll take that. If you hit a 3 in 11 minutes with the effort that I know you're going to bring, I'll take that. Like, that's what you deserve at this very moment with everybody else playing the way they are. So, yeah, I was very impressed last night.
When when Caden Shedrick comes in and you're thinking, oh, wow, you got Caden Shedrick, you got Dylan Dessou, you got Dylan Mitchell. It's going to be a 2-guard lineup, a 3-forward lineup. Caden Shedrick, God bless. I mean, he got screwed last night. That foul where he gets hipped and his legs come out from under him and he's landing on the small of his back, shoots the free throws, and then leaves the game.
Knocked him down, though. That's some toughness.
He did.
Knocked him down.
But he's a rotational guy. He slows things down. Dylan he's got to be moving. And Kendall Weaver's got to be moving on offense. He needs to be cutting. He needs to be screening. He can't just be standing there, because that allows his man to leave and go help. But if he's moving and he can set screens, or people can screen for him, dribble handoffs where he goes right to the rack, I mean, That's his bread and butter right now. Go to the rack, get fouled, make free throws or a layup.
And that's why he's such a good offensive rebounder, because you forget about him.
Right.
Like, he's cutting to the basket. When the shot goes up, he's diving to the rim. Like, him and Dylan Mitchell both did a really good job of spacing the floor, even though they're not shooters from the outside. When Dylan DeSue gets the ball down low and then post-game one-on-one, you got to cut off that. You got to be ready to move. You cannot just stand still. Max Asmus, he could stand still because he could shoot from outside. So, you know, they did a great job yesterday. I was very impressed. And, hey, when it was 55, 54 around the 10-40 mark and Kendall Weaver drives left baseline and just fumbles that thing out of bounds, that was a dangerous time. That was a dangerous time. I was like, uh-oh, here we go. Here comes the Texas team that we've seen at its worst. And then all of a sudden, Kendall Weaver, the very next play, gets a deflection, gets fouled, knocks down 2 free throws. They come back, get another stop. Dylan Mitchell, Max Asmus, dribble loop, bomb 3. Now it's 60-54. You're going on a little run. They started trapping the Oklahoma guards in the second half, which was brilliant. They didn't show it the whole game. And then in the second half, when Uzan and McCollum started coming off those screens, they started trapping those guys, and it caught them off guard. They had a couple of turnovers late in that second half, and Asmus and DeSue, they forced a double team, which led to a Tyrese Hunter layup. It's now 62-54. They get another stop. Dylan DeSue comes back down on the other end, knocks down a 3 due to Max Asmus getting so much attention. Dylan Mitchell crashing to the bucket, and Dylan DeSue's man has to help, because Dylan Mitchell, he's had a couple of layups from crashing to the bucket. You got to help just a little bit. Just enough time to kick it out to DeSue, knocks down the 3. They go up 65-54, and from then on out, hey, they just started handling their business and started getting stop after stop, and Porter Mosier's team got tight. They got tight, man. Those fans started, okay, what's going on here? Kendall Weaver shaking his head when he's throwing McCollum stuff off the glass. I mean, yeah, this is it, Coach Terry. This is it. No more figuring stuff out, because I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. The team, Coach Terry, they were trying to adjust to Dylan DeSue being back. And where's he at? Because at the end of the day, you want to run your offense through him and Max Asmus, but Dylan DeSue, he has to get his legs under him. He has to get his feet wet on missing 8 months. The dude missed 8 months. So now you're throwing them into the fire against the worst, toughest conference in the nation. You're throwing them smooth into the fire, and you're saying, yo, we're riding your back, big dog. When you get the ball down low in the post, we're expecting you to take your man one-on-one every time. And if they don't come and double you, that's disrespect to you. And Dylan DeSue's like, okay, I appreciate that, but let me get this figured out first. Let me get going and have a couple of good games under my belt so y'all can really ride me. And they've been doing that. They're starting to figure it out. Defensively, they're starting to figure out. If Tyrese Hunter keeps on, staying the course, like Tyrese Hunter had a solid game yesterday. It wasn't what he did in the Baylor game, but he was still locked in mentally. He had some good defensive possessions, and he was getting out and running and making the right play and letting Max Asmus and DeSue do their thing and just being a leader out there. I thought Tyrese Hunter played well. So if everybody understands their role at this point in the season, and Coach Terry understands his team, which he should, like, again, you should get it now. There's no more playing Kendall Weaver 4 minutes. Those days are over. Now it's 20 minutes plus. That's just what it is. 20 minutes plus. The dude deserves it. He gives you new life. He's the John Starks to your team. You know what I'm saying?
I like that. And he's got the same kind of bounce that Starks.
Oh, John Starks. When he dunked on Horace Grant and Jordan with the left, 93 playoffs. Come on, man. Special. That was ridiculous. Now, they used to take Jordan off the cards on that dunk, on the trading cards and stuff. They had a trading card for John Starks, and this is how like iconic Jordan was and how much pull he had in the NBA and just in general. They would take Michael Jordan's picture out of the real photo and just have Horace Grant getting dunked on. Now, Jordan didn't get dunked on, but he's in the picture. He's on the poster. If you're a fan, he's on the poster, but Jordan had so much pull back that he was like, yo, man, y'all ain't going to show me up. This dude dunked on Horace Grant. I was just around. And then Jordan kind of pulled his hand back when Starks was already up there and realized, oh, man, this dude's ducking that thing. Yeah. Kendall Weaver has a ton of John Starks in him. And just that, playing with a chip on your shoulder mentality, I like it. Like Coach Terry cares, man. I saw him hugging Max Acemus in the presser yesterday after, the dub. Like Coach Terry, he cares so much about this university. We saw it get the best of him in the worst way, but you can't say that this dude doesn't care about his players and the University of Texas. You can't say that. And these last 2 games show that he could coach a little bit. So let's see if they can take this momentum into Provo, which is going to be another tough one. Like, BYU lost a brutal one against U of H last night where LJ Cryer and Jamal Shed were giving those dudes buckets. But BYU, they were in the game. So you're going into a team that just lost that's going to be pissed off. And, right now you're on your high horse. Stay even kill because you're still on the bubble. Like you might be 1 foot in the tournament, but you lose a couple of more games. You're right back out where you were right after UCF. So you got to keep getting these quad 1 wins, keep getting these rank wins so your net rankings could go up. And when the season's over, the committee could say, okay, this Texas team, kind of like what you saw in the college football playoff, the name, the brand, we're going to make a lot of more money with these guys in if they're on the bubble than we are out. So that's one thing Texas can always rely on. Like the committee wants you to be in. They don't want to kick you out. And if you're on the bubble, you're going to get in. So I think the team's better than the bubble team, but they got to keep it up.
Yeah, the thing that that jumped off the screen last night was the energy and the connectedness of the Texas basketball team. Like they found a foothold. If you're a rock climber, you found a foothold. You've been falling down. You're tethered to a cord, but you keep falling down the mountain. They found a foothold against Baylor, and then you bring in. Let me go look real quick at the first time Weaver came into the game against Baylor. I don't think it was as early as it was last night, and okay, he came in at the 13-minute mark. So last night he came in at the 16-minute mark, and he subbed for IT Horton. And if that's the sub, then if IT Horton, this drives me crazy that IT Horton has to start to have his mojo. Like, dude, you've been on 500 or worse teams. You don't know how to win. Yeah, okay, you got a decent stroke, but I told you from the orange-white scrimmage, Zay, that this dude's body language was, if my shot's not falling, I'm not giving you max effort on defense. I'm hung up on my shot. Those guys are cancer. Like, those guys are coach killers because if he's not hitting shots, he's not giving you anything. And even when he hit shots, like I said, 20 points against UCF, played 37 minutes. He gave up 18.8, according to the analytics. Like, what'd you really get? You didn't get any offensive rebounds. You didn't get steals. You didn't get blocks like Kendall Weaver gives you. Kendall Weaver, that block he pinned off the backboard late in the game was insane.
That was nuts.
I was like, they're going to look at that because that had to.
You thought it was goaltend, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Or it hit the backboard. Then you're like, oh, my God, that was clean.
He shook his head like.
And he's tireless. That's the thing you love is that he can go. 27 minutes. It's nothing.
And Chip, I hate it too. Like, I hate those dudes that need their jump shot to be there to get going, but they're always going to be there. They will always be there for the history of the game. When you and I are both not around no more, there are still going to be guys that feel entitled to start.
If you are starting to move on offense to where Dezou's getting shots where he wants him, that little push floater in the lane, A. Smith's from anywhere. And then, yeah, you're right. Dylan Mitchell's got to get something from the elbow or the free throw line because it's there for him, especially with his bounce. And Kendall Weaver, same thing. Like, just drive to the bucket right now. That 3 is in there. It's coming, but it's not there right now. And it sure doesn't need to be the first shot he takes. And it wasn't last night. That's what was so good. He took it to the rim. He scored 2 layups. Then he took a 3. It wasn't there. He didn't try another one.
That's a pretty form, though, Chip. When he shoots, it looks like it's going in.
And it will eventually, because he shot 40% for an entire season. Like, it's in there. It's just like Dylan Dizu. They didn't ask him to shoot 3s until the Big 12 tournament last year when Timmy Allen goes down. And then RT goes to Dylan Dizu and says, hey, I need you to look for your shot. That's all it took. Dude averaged 18 and 9 in the Big 12 tournament and 22 and 10 in the NCAA tournament. He's hitting 3s all over the place. And this year he's the best 3-point shooter by percentage on the team. So you got weapons, man. You got Max, you got Dylan. Now that's a lot to put on those 2, but they want it. They want it. They're dogs. They want it. Dylan Dizu came back for this. And Kendall Weaver brings those 2 energy because there's nothing worse than, and I was that defensive guy on my, bench riding, JV basketball career. I was the guy that went out and sped people up, and that's what Kendall Weaver brings. He brings you attitude. He brings you toughness to the whole team.
Yeah.
I mean, Vic Schaefer talks about it all the time. And that's what I'm excited about. It's so obvious that I'm almost like, I don't need to hear from Rodney Terry because he obviously played Kendall Weaver those 27 minutes, but yeah, it's got to be 20.
Oh, yeah. And he going to make that mistake where he dribbles the ball off his leg and falls out of bounds. That's going to happen. That's going to happen. Like, everybody makes turnovers, but it's coming off of him being aggressive, him trying to make a play, him getting to the rack, him mixing things up and not making Texas easy to guard. And, I'm telling you, if you have a Dylan Mitchell play a Draymond Green-like role and Max Abmas play a Steph Curry-like role in a 2-man game where D. Mitch is driving hard because, again, he's so athletic. Like, if he turns the corner, somebody's getting dunked on. Like, if he gets all the way to the rim, then that's going to cause problems. So you can't help that much. But then here comes Max Abmas off the dribble loop, and now you're so worried about Dylan Mitchell turning the corner, you can't get out to Max Abmas far enough, even though he's at 35 feet, and just your normal basketball senses is telling you, oh, that's a bad shot. Not for 3. Not for number 3. Again, do you see where he is on all-time scores in NCAA? Like, I get Oscar Robertson. It's nothing. It's crazy. All those legends. Those are legends. Oscar Robertson, I saw him coming up.
Oh, yeah.
He just passed Larry Bird, J.J. Redick, guys like that, guys who were iconic on the college level. Like, you have to have just different parts of your game be very, very good. And he does. He hit a floater yesterday, got an and one on that. He drove to the lane, played off 2 feet, got you a jump stop, pivoted backwards to get a fadeaway, got fouled and won, and then he was hitting pull-ups and just knocking down spot-up 3s from all over the court. Like, his efficiency at his size is so impressive, and I knew it would translate. You just knew it would translate from the Summit League to the Big 12 because you could tell when a scorer does at the highest level, which he did it at Oral Roberts in the NCAA tournament. Like, he got those dudes past a couple of teams to the Sweet 16. You know how difficult that is to do at his size? He was ready for this. He was ready for this.
Barkley nicknamed him Midcourt Max.
Midcourt Max. Like, he's a problem, man. And I like the ball in his hands a lot. I do. Like, I like Tyrese Hunter. He could play off ball sometimes too. But if you,
I don't want IT Horton dribbling.
Yeah. Yeah, he has some moves, man. He had a crossover into a pull-up that was smooth. He just didn't knock it down. But he has some moves in his bag. It's just, I don't know. It's just not clicking for him like we thought it would coming out of UCF via transfer portal. But I think you still got to play him 15 minutes. Like if I was coaching, I'd be like, look, man, right now, you got 15 minutes. We're still going to start you, but no, you got 15 minutes because yes, you did well against UCF offensively. Defensively, we got to pick it up. We got to pick it up because we're finding out we could be fine with Dylan Dessou and Max Asmus as our two guys and just rely on toughness and heart for everybody else. And if you're not a part of that toughness and heart, then your minutes are going to decrease game by game. That's just what it is.
Because think about Arterio Morris last year. Last year, he started off, looking for a shot, shooting threes, missing. Then he went off. I think it was against K-State. They lost the game, but he scored like 22. But then he really zeroed in on his defense. And by the end of the season, he was a one-man fast break. Like he was turning guards over at the top of the key, taking the ball, going in for a dunk. And you're like, woo, that's what I'm talking about right there. Now, Arterio Morris, big guard, got all kinds of assets, but that's what you have to make Chris Johnson, IT Horton, you have to make them buy into that. You can't keep rewarding them for mistakes. Like if Kendall Weaver, like you said, if Kendall Weaver's going to make a mistake, he's going to go make up for it because he's going to go get you an offensive rebound or 3. He's going to block shots like he did off the backboard. He's going to get you steals. He's going to get you possessions. He's going to get you extra possessions. And sometimes that's bigger than points. Like his stat line does not tell the story at all. Now, last night it did because, my God, he scores 11 points and all of it was pretty much around the rim, free throws. That's perfect. Stay in that lane until your confidence level goes up a little bit more, but he's got to be moving on offense because it was evident when he was just standing out there, guys were sagging in to the free throw line. Now, they would swing the ball to Weaver and his defender would come running to him. He'd pump fake him and then right to the lane. Like that's got to be a go-to. That's got to become part of the offense. Okay, we know they're going to sag off of you. So when we swing it to you, give us that pump fake and then pick if you're going left or right to the rack, Yeah.
That's why Dylan Dessou, his ability to catch the ball in that just short wing area, and he could just turn and face everybody and face the goal and use his triple threat and jab step guys and see what they do and knock down that shot. His ability to knock that down, it makes Texas tough to guard because, he sees the help. He sees Dylan Mitchell's man sagging off him. He sees Kendall Weaver's man sagging off him. So if you could shoot over that guy and have confidence, hell, Dirk got to the Hall of Fame off that. That's when you always talk about Dirk's 2011 season. Dirk, probably 65% of Dirk's buckets came from that short wing spot. And he would just hold the ball very low and jab you. There's no 5 seconds in the NBA, and hold it for maybe 7 to 8 seconds and just watch everybody. See, is Jason Terry's man helping? Okay, he's not. Oh, whose man's helping here? Jason Kidd's man helping? Oh, no, he's not. Like, what's going on? And then all of a sudden, the shot that no one could touch because he was 7 foot and he just shot it over his head.
He would raise his knee.
Oh,
that jackknife, so no one could get near him.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. He did that all the playoff run in 2011. So if Dylan Dessou can add that to his bag, hey, man, it's a wrap. With the 3, with his ability to drive, good post game. He shot that turnaround fadeaway early in the first quarter or first half where, he got caught on the baseline and Godwin played some good D, but all of a sudden he just turned that pivot into a fadeaway shot, and it was as smooth as ever. Like, again, Coach Terry and the rest of this team, they've been playing without him for a long time. So you start developing those habits without Dylan Dessou. Now he comes back. You have to change your mindset. If you're Max Aismith, you know, okay, my shots are going to be a little different. How does this guy play? Where does he like the ball? Dylan Dessou, same thing. How does this guy, where does he want the ball? You've been watching this stuff, and until you get out there, you don't know what it's like. You got to get used to that. And it's not like these games have been easy. They're still getting used to it. Coach Terry's still figuring out rotations with it. You found it.
That's what worried me. They lost Bob Donewald, who is a outstanding coach, and he ran the offense last year, and the offense was seamless. He went and joined Beard at Ole Miss, and you're watching the offense this year, and you're like, good God, do they miss Bob Donewald? And it's almost like they figured it out at the last possible second, because these guys were going to start losing hope if they kept losing. And they woulda, coulda, shoulda beaten Tech and UCF. And so they've figured it out. Now they got to build off it. And they are totally dependent on Dylan Dessou and Max Aismith. So Dessou can't get into foul trouble. He can't do those reach-ins. He's gotta be really smart, because he can't be off the floor, especially with Shedrick. So, you know, because Zedrick Onyema, he's gonna give you 5 minutes. You know,
at least he plays hard. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
At least he plays hard. Zero skill, no skill whatsoever.
Right. He give Dylan Mitchell a breather. Have Brock come in. You know, whoever's more locked in that night, Brock or Onyema, okay, you guys are gonna get some minutes filling in. But yeah, the IT Horton's minutes gotta, you know, I guess I'm fine with him starting, but the thing that I like about just giving it a look of Weaver starting, especially if it's a guard centric scoring team like OU, then I want Weaver in there as soon as possible, because I don't want those guys getting into a rhythm.
Yeah, I hear that. But if you bring IT Horton off the bench, you're risking having nothing coming off the bench. You're risking having zero production coming off the bench, because Brock, you know what he could do and what he can't. See, Chris Johnson, we know what he could do and what he can't. Caden Shedrick, he's always an ability. He has the ability to get hurt any game. You know, it gets slim. With Kendall Weaver, you know what you're going to get. You know you're going to get that toughness. And just like my pops used to say, yo, it don't matter who's starting. It matters who's finishing.
Right.
You know, right. I used to be pissed off about the same thing when I wasn't playing for him and playing these AAU tournaments and stuff. And my pops used to say, yo, you can't worry about starting. Worry about finishing the game.
They started Dylan Mitchell every game last year, and he shouldn't have been in the starting lineup. But
one of those guys.
Mitchell,
he would have been done. He would have been done. You brought him off the bench.
Yeah. And now we'll play that game with IT Horton, who drives me crazy. Like,
he does drive you crazy, man.
Did
you not see the jumper? The three that he hit on the move. That didn't hit no type of rim.
He hit the first bucket. He hit the first bucket of the game. So I was like, okay. And then he hit that shot in the second half. He missed all three shots he took the rest of the first half. And then he hit that sweet bucket that you're talking about. So yeah, but let's give him Kendall Weaver's minutes. Let's give him 14 minutes. Let's give Weaver IT's minutes, 20 minutes. See how that works.
I'm good with that. I'm 100% good.
I mean, last night, Horton got 22 minutes. Weaver got 27. And that's in large part because Caden Shedrick only played 4 minutes. So, you know, but yeah, let's switch those two. Let's get IT Horton 14 minutes. Like he plays till the first Media timeout. Okay, sit down. And then Kendall Weaver comes in, especially if there's, he's got to defend the other team's best perimeter player because he can handle it.
Yeah. Oh, he took McCollum out the game. McCollum
He
really
did.
struggled. Like McCollum hit that bounce every part of the rim 3 in the second half. But besides that, he had that layup for and one. Yeah, he had that and one layup early on. He didn't really have any good looks. He didn't get going at all. Tyrese Hunter and Kendall Weaver did a great job on him and put the ball in Uzan's hands. And that guy, he wants to pass it. He's not a scoring point guard. He could score sometimes, but that has to be playing off of McCollum and Moore and, Hughley, the rest of those guys. And then he could get going because he's passing and getting everybody involved. But once he has to become the man, like I said yesterday, that's what you want. That's what you want. You want to force him to be the man and not McCollum. And Texas did that and got the 15-point win against their rival.
OU's guards, who are the strength of their team, were 10 of 30 shooting yesterday.
Yeah.
You'll take that.
Yeah. Dylan Mitchell's Dion Owe was good too.
Yeah.
Otiga Owe, that dude, physical, man. Like when he's knocking down that outside shot, he's a problem, but they didn't give him any good looks. Like that D the last 10 minutes was immaculate. Like not only were you getting just tough shots taken by Oklahoma, but you were getting just only one shot. You were getting rebounds. Like, look at the rebound differential, 40-24. I like that. Texas has been getting killed on the boards in the losses this season. If Dylan Dessou, you boxed your man out, Dylan Mitchell and Kendall Weaver, y'all crashed. Those boards are y'all's.
Yeah.
Dylan Dessou does a good job rebounding himself, but he has to do with the big man close to the rim most of the time. So he's too busy, getting physical and boxing out and stuff. That frees up Dylan Mitchell and Kendall Weaver to crash the boards like they did. And if you only allow one possession, that gives you the advantage every time. But yeah, man, if I would have been drinking every time Fran Fraschilla mentioned Dylan Dessou shooting in that chair, I would have been drunker than Robert Downey Jr., man. Fran Fraschilla, I love him too, but yeah,
there's no doubt.
There's
no doubt.
I definitely knew about Dessou shooting in that chair. And again, Dylan Dessou, who's his trainer? One of my great friends, former teammate, product of Bowie High School, under the tree of Sylvester Collier, Zach Urbanus at BTY Basketball. Been training Dylan ever since he was at Hendrickson High over in Pflugerville. My guy. One of the prettiest shots that I've ever seen, Chip. Zach, he went to the Citadel out of Bowie, was a starter all 4 years there, played in the same conference as Steph Curry. Zach was good, man. Zach was really good. And what he's doing now for the youth, he trains Alex Caruso. He's trained Jared Allen. He's trained who else? Obviously, Dessou. He's trained some pretty big names, and he doesn't discriminate either. He will train high school, middle school, college, it don't matter. And he has a lot of guys that are working under him, like his brother Hudson, who was also a good player in his day too, that know the game and can also share the game. So if you have a kid that's getting into hoops and they're serious about it, go check out Zach, because you can see it works. What Dylan Dessou's doing, what Zach's putting out there, it works.
Well, we're about to be joined by John Brown. So let me tell you real quick about Apple Leasing, kids, because Apple Leasing is going to get you into the car you really want to be driving. Don't be driving around in some car you can't stand. That is no way to go through life. And when you're leasing from Apple Leasing, you're picking any make or model of car. So they don't care what car you pick. They're just going to go get it for you. You're picking everything, make, model, interior, exterior. You're getting that new car smell. And you're not paying, you're paying less than you're getting more than what you thought you could afford, because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it. And that's the new part of the car, under warranty. You're not paying for any repairs. You're just paying for gas and oil changes, and you're happy. Because in Austin, Texas, you're going to be in traffic. You need to be happy in the car you're in. So Apple Leasing, baby. Give them a call, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. All right. I see our man back in sunny Southern California, I presume.
Back in California, man. Woo.
Huh?
I'm happy.
All right, John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe, father to 3 5-star wide receiver sons, Equanimous, Osiris, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, founder of Cane Protein. You get your Cane Protein by going to caneprotein.com.
That's it.
John, I mean, take us in the building. Once again, Lions.
They did it again. I'm like, I'm blown away. I'm happy, but I'm blown away. I'm like, because, it's the playoffs, and the playoffs, every team is bringing it. So you never know who's going to win, in my opinion. So you just hope for the best. I'm like, I'm so happy they won. And for the team, the people of Detroit, they suffered for so many years. So they got to go to San Francisco and put their best foot forward. May the best man win. Love that. Love that.
He's been wearing it for 7 straight days, John.
Nice.
He hasn't taken it off.
Yeah, I've been wearing it every day. But I'll tell you what. I mean, Amon-Ra, that wheel route touchdown.
Yeah.
Help put the game out of reach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, were you just losing your mind?
It was I was there, and from where I was sitting, the TV crew had their cameras and everything right in front of me, so I couldn't see. So I'm trying to see. I didn't think he caught it for some reason because I didn't have a good look at it, and everyone was cheering. I thought, did he catch that? He goes, yeah. I was, oh my God.
I love it.
Crazy. I mean, I wonder if San Francisco is concerned about them.
Yeah. I think San Francisco is concerned about number 14. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they're playing with house money. I mean, these guys keep winning. It's so funny. It's like, what? They won again? Oh, my God. It's beautiful.
And I'm telling you, This is when Brock Purdy, this is when my man Hutch and Kaminsky and Okwara, they got to get after Brock Purdy.
They
and turn
got to
him
get
into
after
Iowa
him.
State.
And I'm sure Dan Campbell has them already knowing that and all ready to go. So I'm sure these guys are ready to just give it their best,
Yeah, they got to get. They're gonna have to gamble a little bit, John. They're gonna have to bring the heat because
bring the heat.
My man Cameron Sutton, God bless him. That dude's got red circles on his jersey.
Really?
Everybody's going after him.
Well, I just wish that the news media would put more respect on the Lions name. I mean, when I look at, First Take and all this stuff, they mention the Lions, but, they talk more about the Cowboys and Green Bay. They're not even the big dance. They're gone. So why? I mean, they give you 10 minutes of Lions, 5 minutes talking about the Detroit Lions, and they get off of them. They have no respect. They got to respect the other teams that are winning. This is not a Cinderella team. These guys been around for a while winning. So,
well, that's the thing, John. They're kind of riding that underdog mentality from Jared Goff to being an afterthought with the Rams to your son Amon-Ra being the 18th wide receiver selected in this draft, and getting snubbed in the Pro Bowl. It seems like everybody still has a chip on their shoulder.
Yes, and that's a good thing for the team.
Hey,
you don't want to back a lion in the corner.
I mean, and these rookies.
Yes.
I mean, Laporta, Gibbs, Campbell.
That Gibbs, Laporta. I mean, Gibbs is so fast. I'm like, I don't know if it's because he's on our team, but for me, his acceleration is so amazing. I've never seen anybody else that can accelerate that quick and that fast. Am I seeing that right or wrong?
No, you're seeing it right.
Yeah.
I was like, I need more Jahmyr Gibbs, please. More. And thank God they went to him in the second half.
Yeah, man, because if you're not on him right now, he's gone.
See, John, you see how things change, John? Because Chip, all season long, at least the first 10 weeks, Chip was talking about, oh, Gibbs ain't the right pick. Why they taking running back so high? We should have had Jalen Carter. We should have had Jalen Carter. What's going on? And I'm like, yo, don't sleep on him. Don't sleep on him. The kid might be special. Just give him some time. Let him get acclimated to the game. And here we are.
I mean, both of those guys, Carter, both of them are good players, you know. But that Gibbs, oh my God! I mean, the acceleration is so crazy. See, I think there's a lot of guys that are fast in the league, but not a lot of guys will hit the hole fast. They tip throw to the hole, and when there's no one around, then they'll go full speed. Mommy, look at me. Look how fast I can run. Yeah, let me see you do that when you're going through the hole. Yeah. Gibbs go through that hole hard, and he's gone, man. He's amazing.
He's physical.
Yeah.
He threw Antoine Winfield to the turf by his helmet. I was like, damn.
Yeah, he's fast.
Antoine Winfield's all pro.
I mean, if we were playing against him, I'd be like, oh man, we don't contain him. One miss tackle, he's gone.
Right.
I'll be afraid.
Like Antoine Winfield, it was him and Gibbs, the whole field. Like, you don't want to be in that position.
No.
You don't want to be in that position.
Oh my God. It's so funny. The Detroit Lions keep winning. I'm like, okay. And I was there for 2 weeks, and I wanted to come home so bad. I was like, man, I hope Green Bay loses because I don't want to stay there. I want to get out of here, man.
And it looked like they were going to win.
I know, man. Green Bay had that game, didn't they?
They had it.
Hey, Matt LaFleur, man, that dude's a monster coach. You know, it wasn't just Aaron Rodgers. It was Matt LaFleur. I mean, look what he's doing with that kid, man. It's unbelievable. Fantastic. Good for them.
All right, so what's your gut? We got some questions for you, but what's your gut?
Here's my gut. And it may sound a little weak, but I like to stay consistent. It's the playoffs. Both teams are going to bring it. They're both getting paid. Anybody can win that thing. So my take is the guy with the ball at the last minute is going to win. That's my take. It could come down to the wire because they're both good teams.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Lions kicker?
I don't know enough to make an intelligent assessment on him. He made that one field goal to win the game. I can tell you that. When he made that field goal, I was sitting next to his high school buddies. I go, your boy, you need to take him to dinner. He just won the game for it. I know it was early in the game, but that kick put it out of reach. I tell you one thing, we have a good Jack Fox, our punter. He's unbelievable. Jack Fox is unbelievable. Phenomenal.
Man, he came through big.
Yeah.
He was flipping the field.
He wasn't he?
Oh man, you got to have that guy.
Yeah.
Those are hidden yards.
Man.
Well, I can tell you right now how this game's going to go.
Talk to me.
Either Detroit's going to get to Purdy and get him putting doubt in his mind like the Ravens did. Like if I'm the Lions, I'm watching the Ravens game against Brock Purdy because they had him seeing ghosts. He threw four interceptions in that game. And you got to heat him up. You cannot let him sit in the pocket. They're going to have to gamble. And Brian Branch, oh my God.
He's amazing.
Love that dude.
There's so many guys on the team. So if I don't mention their names, because I'm not thinking about it, but they're everywhere on that team. We have a lot of guys that can go on that team. A lot of them. Like every team, we got some weak spots, but we have a lot of guys that can go. A lot of them. You got to be.
Where's
careful.
Khalif Raymond? Is he hurt?
Yeah, he hurt his knee, man. God, we need him.
Is he done?
Still punts good. I think he's done, man. He said, "Yeah, I think he's done." To be honest with you,
because he is a difference maker in the return game,
isn't he?
Yeah. He is like compared to what I saw last weekend.
Yeah, he's a difference maker. Yeah. So you think if we get to Purdy, we have a good chance?
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and the offensive line, I mean, they're down their left guard. Jackson, he's hurt. Ragnow's playing on a bad knee. I mean, they're going to have to really protect Goff.
Got to protect him.
I mean, you got to run the ball. You got to run the ball, JB.
Yeah, you got to do everything. I mean,
you got to run.
They've been doing good so far, so I'm just keep my fingers crossed they continue to go. I can't believe they're one game away from the Super Bowl. That's crazy. One game away from the freaking Super Bowl. Think about that. Digest that for a minute.
It's nuts. It's nuts. What'd you think of Baker Mayfield, John?
I thought he played really good. You know, it's my first time ever seeing him live. And he was making a lot of good throws, I thought.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I was impressed with the guy, to be honest.
Yeah, he's tough.
Yeah,
he's tough.
He plays some, I think he earned the contract.
Yeah.
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 What was that post-game celebration like with Ahmed?
Man, those guys, listen. These guys stayed in that stadium. They didn't leave that stadium for at least 30 minutes or more. The whole crowd. No one left. They're just sitting there chanting. They're going crazy in there, you know, because they've never, ever won anything like that. And it's just, they're so elated, so excited. I mean, it was crazy. People in the audience, there was a guy next to me crying. I'm like, dude, really? These people, dude. I'm so happy for these fans, man, because they've been starved and kicked and pushed down and talked about and, you know, made a joke, make jokes about them. They're really, 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 I'm so happy for them.
Well, I could, Zay's laughing at me because I'm just like, I can't stop. But before we move on to the questions, Zay, you got any more for John on the game, the lines? Okay.
Get to the questions.
So Jeff wants to know, JB, if there were days where your boys didn't want to work out or didn't, were kind of not into it, and how do you handle that?
Maybe there was days, but they never shared it with me. I mean, I don't really. I'm trying to remember if I ever heard them say, "I don't want to go." I never heard that. They never once ever said anything like that because I took the choice away. See, so this guy he's giving his son a choice, or somewhere down the line he gave him a choice, and that's where the problem lies. So when the kid knows, oh, my dad, I got a choice here. So they knew there was no choice. Let's go, okay, and that's it.
What was the carrot? What did you use as the incentive? Because you had to feed them the why, right?
Yeah. Let me think of that. When we started out, it was just fun, of course. And then by the time Equanimous hit 7 years old, 8 years old, it started getting a little serious, you know, in my house, you know. So I just told them, look, I set them down. I would always make them stand at attention and look me in the eyes when I talk to them. I said, here's the plan, boys. We're trying to go to the NFL. So you do whatever I tell you. You follow the program. You get to the NFL. You guys understand that? They just say, yes, Papa. I said, okay, good. And I always told them stuff. I always did that. I always talked to them. So to incentivize them was just, this is what we're going to do. Just tell them what we're going to do, what I expect from them. And if they did good, I go, you did good, or you made a mistake. I said, look, I'll be honest with you. Don't care about 5-star, 4-star articles that's written on you. You need one person to be honest with you, and that's me. If you stink, I'm going to tell you stink. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you did good when you didn't. So if I say you did good, you can take that to the bank. Because I would do things like that. But in terms of to incentivize them was just, hey, we're going to the NFL. This is what we're doing. And you're the best. And I always told them, always let them know that they were the best that I've ever seen at their age, at their position.
Yeah. With you and your wife both being athletes, they just see that as, oh, okay, this is just the expectation.
No, it was just something that we did. You know, it was something that they just expected. I remember when some guys came to my son's house, our house, and he said, my son said, "Wow, I didn't know other people didn't do what we did, didn't get up early in the morning and run around and eat what we eat, train like we train." He thought that was normal until he went to his friend's house and they weren't doing that. So they thought it was just normal. So if you put your kids through it, they're gonna think it's the normal way that everybody's doing it, you know?
Yeah.
So but that incentive question, that's a very interesting question. I never thought about that, man. That's I got to really think about that. How did I get them to buy into this thing? Because they never complained. Maybe it's just from the beginning. I just, and I always had fun with them. It was never all work. It was like half and half. It was half work, half play. So it was never 100% work. You just can't just drive in the ground or say that they look like crap or put them down. I never put them down. I never, sometimes I would say things about this and that. I didn't like that. You got to work on this, but we'll work on it. Or,
He was preaching.
All right, we have lost our connection momentarily with John Brown. There he is. JB, can you hear us? There you are. Can you hear us? We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, something's wrong here. Every time if someone calls me, it gets crazy.
Yeah.
Well, all right. We'll see if
We'll get
we
him back.
can reconnect with John Brown, father of Equanimous, Osiris, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. 3 5-star wide receiver sons. I thought that was an interesting question. We got another question.
Go ahead.
From John, who said, so when it came to football training, he just said, when it came to football training, who did you rely on? Or did you just?
Well, when we started getting personal training is when they decided to become receivers, which was about maybe Equanimous was 12, 11 years old or something like that. And then we started doing receiver training. So I had a guy named Jeff Johnson out of Los Angeles train him. I went to some other guys also, but I just thought Jeff was a little better than most of them. So we stuck with him. So I would take him to Jeff every weekend. And also we went off season every weekend and also on Wednesday nights. And we drove at least in the night, weekday, school night, 40, 50 miles an hour to LA, to the hood, to run. You got to take your kids to the hood if you're going to train with somebody. You can't train in suburbia. It's not going to work. Okay, you raise some kittens. Can't do that. So we would go out there. We had a 7-on-7 team that was really good that we played on. Even Fred Warner. Now a lot of these people don't live in LA, so we trained in LA. Fred Warner from the 49ers. His mom drove from San Diego, which is 2.5 hours one way and 2.5 hours back, minimum, maybe 3 hours, just to bring Fred to our 7-on-7 team.
And your 7-on-7 team was in the hood?
It was in the hood. And think about that. She drove 3 hours one way and 3 hours back just to take her son to that thing every weekend.
Yeah. And he got some toughness.
Yeah. So my point is, there's no such thing as lazy kids, there's lazy parents. You got to put the work in. You got to be willing to go the extra mile. If you don't, your kid's not going to make it. I mean, you're talking about choices. I don't think Fred Warner's mom gave him a choice. Get in the car.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you think that, since Amon-Ra and Fred know each other, do you think they talk this week leading up to the game?
Interesting. I would think they will somehow, or for sure after the game or during the game.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for that. I'm gonna look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There'll be something going on. Yeah.
That's funny.
So when are you going to San Fran?
Man, I'm leaving Saturday, but it was tough getting tickets flying up there because normally from California, it's only a 45-minute flight. It's normally $100 up, $100 back. Man, they want $1,300.
You can't take that Pacific Coast train that goes right up the.
No, man, I'm not sitting in nothing. Are you kidding me? I'm not sitting in no train or no. Only thing is I'm sitting is a plane. I ain't sitting in no car, nothing like that. No.
I hear that train is beautiful. It, like traces the.
It's gonna stay beautiful. I ain't gonna see none of it. No, it's only 45 minutes. We go up and down, and we there. It's perfect. Boom.
Are you?
I just hope it's not raining.
Yeah.
Have
you looked at the forecast?
60 degrees. Huh?
Have you looked at the forecast?
60 degrees so far.
Rain?
No, 60 degrees, no rain.
Okay, good.
It ain't. If it's 6 degrees in California, it ain't raining. But keep in mind, we're talking about up north. That ain't considered California to me. They have North Carolina, South Carolina, like Northern and South Carolina, because no, that weather's bad up there.
It changes quick.
But also, these parents, man, your child can become whatever it is you train them to be. That's very important. There's no supermen in the world. Everybody put their pants on one leg at a time. It's all about the work.
Why wide receivers, John? Why'd you say, okay, my 3 kids are going to be wide receivers? Why not corners or running backs, etc.?
So they started out as running backs and linebackers. And Equineme was getting so tall. I'm like, oh my God. So he played a little quarterback, but I knew at that time it was very difficult to see a college coach or high school coach giving an African-American quarterback an opportunity. So I go, let's not do that. Let's do receiver. And I checked the pay scale. Receivers getting good money too. So I thought, okay, we'll do receiver. So Equineme started that. And I said, look, let's all do it because running backs ain't getting no money. So we're out of there. And they don't want to play defense. They want to get in the end zone and celebrate. So I knew what they wanted. So I said, okay, that's it. We're all going to be receivers. We're switching. Now I got to find a guy that can teach us how to do the hot sauce, how to do the fire foot, all that stuff these guys are doing. We need to learn that. But we're going to take it a little further because we're going to learn how to catch. And I can't wait for a team to give my son Equineme an opportunity because he catches just as good as I'm on. I'm not going to give one kid steak and the other guy chicken. I give him the same thing. So,
So where did Equineme get that height from? He's 6'6", right?
6'5". I don't know where he got it from. He's like 6'5", 225 now.
Because you're 6'2"?
6'2".
I'm in 6 feet.
Actually, it depends. If I'm standing on my wall, I'm 7 foot. Y'all can use that. I know y'all like that.
Yeah.
So all them young fellas out there listening, if a girl asks you, how tall are you? Say, well, it depends if I'm standing on my wallet or not. It's an old school game for a little young booty out there, little booty.
Oh, it depends.
That's that Compton game right there.
See them boys in Texas don't know nothing about that.
Oh,
so y'all
man.
can use that. Y'all can use that.
I love it. I love it. How tall is Osiris?
Osiris is 6'3".
6'3".
And Alma's 6 feet. It's so funny that everyone thinks Alma's like little. 6 feet ain't little.
I think it's because his legs are so big.
Yeah, his legs are thick. And he's hard to bring down.
Makes him look stubby, but he's not. He's
it does.
thick.
Until you see him on the field, you stand next to him, you go, oh, geez, he ain't no little guy.
On that 3rd and 14 completion where he drags those 2 defenders across the first down line, I'm like, that is so
very,
freaking...
very, very strong legs.
Yeah, that's when Chris Collinsworth was like, I don't think people realize how strong that dude's legs are.
And I think what happened when they're at the game, I noticed, I forgot who it was. One of the commentators saw him walk by and go, wow, he's bigger and taller than I thought he was. Because he looks, even to me, he looks like 5'10" out there.
Yeah.
On the field because his legs are so thick. But he's not, And
Fred Warner.
And I tell you something, he's quick off the line. He'll snap his route
Oh.
so fast. I'm telling you, it's like lightning. Check out, he gone.
That's his superpower.
Yeah.
Those feet.
Mm-hmm.
And you used to send me videos of him training, and I was like, good God, this guy's footwork is insane getting off the line.
Yeah. He's good. He's good.
And sure enough, here we are.
Yeah.
NFC Championship game, John. You're not going to see Texas play USC.
Unbelievable.
You're going to the NFC Championship game.
I mean, I've been to Green Bay's, right? Twice.
Oh, yeah.
When they lost that game, I'm like, oh, man. So hopefully they'll be victorious. You never know, you know?
Were you up there in that blizzard?
With Green Bay you talking about?
Yeah, when San Fran.
I was in San Fran, right?
No. It was just cold. It wasn't a blizzard.
Okay. That was before Equinemius got there.
Yeah, maybe. But
yeah.
I think they lost to the Bucks. Tampa Bay beat them, and who else beat them? Was it the 49ers?
Probably. They've been winning so much.
Yeah.
What whole family's going up?
Everybody. Let's go.
That's awesome.
Let's go.
Let's so great.
And I have some other friends that we played high school against. A lot of guys. I think I'm gonna probably know at least 3 or 4 guys on that team, you know?
Yeah.
Even the guy he played against with the Rams, that last catch he made to
Lake.
Quentin Lake.
Quentin Lake.
Yeah, he went to high school with him.
Wow, that's right. You told us that.
Yeah, they went to modern day high school. I go, the last play is I'm one-on-one with Quentin Lake.
Quentin Lake is like, hey, man, he pushed off. And Amon was like, hey, man, you got to be tougher than that.
He pushed off. Like, what are you doing? Push me. Like, what are you doing? He pushed me.
He just couldn't believe that Amon ran right into him.
Yeah. I'm like, I was asking, why did you do that? He goes, he was sitting on my route. He was sitting right there. And I need to get those yards, you know? So he had to hit him to get him off his route.
Yeah.
I love it.
Good no call.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, JB, man, I can't tell you how excited I am.
This is crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy. And guess what? Next week, after Hutchinson and Kaminsky and Okwara get after Brock Purdy, we're going to be talking about something even more special.
Oh, come on. Oh, my God.
Come on. Revenge.
I don't want to jinx. I don't say nothing. I don't want to jinx anything. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm not saying anything either.
Hey, let these guys keep going. Hey, I don't think Lions are playing with house money. Right?
Right. That's what I told Zay.
This is a Super Bowl for them. For the Lions, this is a Super Bowl. So they're gonna be really going, win or lose, they're gonna go all out. I guarantee you that. All out. No quit to the last second.
Hey man, Jared Goff's got unfinished business with those 49ers too.
Yeah, Jared Goff is doing. I told you, Amon said when he first got this, he told me, he said, Papa, Jared Goff threw dimes.
Yeah.
He told me that. And I know if he said that, it's real. He said he throw dimes.
Well, he's used to Northern California. He's a Cal Berkeley kid, so this home for him.
It's home for him.
Yeah, I like that.
So
I like that.
I can't believe I'm getting on an airplane Saturday morning, flying to the NFC Championship game. I can't believe it. Believe it. It's not a 3-4 hour flight either.
Yeah,
40 minutes.
I can't believe it.
I mean, this is awesome. Wow. It's freaking amazing. I was telling Zay the other day. I mean, I remember when we first started talking back in 2016, and we were talking about Equinemius coming to play Texas. Then we were talking about Amon with USC coming to play Texas in 18. And then Equinemius goes into the league. And then Amon goes to my Lions.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know if you thought, like, is this a good place to go?
Yeah, I thought that, but I knew it'll be a good place for him to go to shine, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I knew, I mean, it doesn't matter where he goes. I know his mentality, and all he needs is an opportunity, and then it's over. Even Equanimous, he just needs opportunity. That's all. Give him an opportunity, you go, oh, where'd this guy come from? Well, he's always been here. You guys didn't give him an opportunity. Yeah. He's 5. He's faster than Amon. Are you kidding me?
Damn.
Yeah, he's faster than Amon. He got the same hands. It's just Amon-Ra at 6'5". Think about it. They all talk about their blocking because they do the same thing.
Do you crack up that Dan Campbell calls Amon Saint?
Yeah, that's weird. They all call him Saint.
Hey, Saint.
It's weird.
That's weird to me. Like, what? Who's Saint? Who's that?
That's all you.
Saint is just absolutely. I said, they call you Saint. Yeah, everybody calls me Saint.
I love it. I love that you. What'd you take? You like the kids are born. You're like, hey, Brown's a common name. Our kids aren't going to be.
We can't do Brown. No.
Yeah, we can't do Brown. So we're going to do Saint Brown.
We got to make you guys look good on the jersey. Von Brown, Saint Brown, something. We can't be no, heck no. No, we got to spice that up. So whenever they hear the name, it stands out because they're the only Saint Browns in the league. If it's brown or green, I mean, it's just a color.
And now your son
is a color. Come on, man. That's like.
And now your son is being called Saint.
Yeah, no.
He's a saint.
Yeah. So
sometimes
they make jokes. We have so-and-so on our team. But we got a god. We have a god on our team.
Yeah, we got an Egyptian sun god.
Got a sun god on our team. It's funny.
I love it. I'll tell you what, his toughness, his fearlessness, it rubs off on that team, man.
Yeah, he's happy to be there. They all seem to love the situation they're in over there. And they turned that think about it. You got to give Brad Holmes, all those guys, Sheila Hamp, all of them credit because it has to happen from the top down. So somehow from the top down, they said, this is what we're going to do. And they did it, and it's working.
Yeah.
A lot of people can learn from that.
Let's keep it going, baby.
Let's keep it going.
What's that
payday coming soon?
Yeah.
Okay, coming. Might be sooner than you think.
Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird thing. That's another weird concept. My little boy is going to be getting all this money. I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah. Well, JB.
I'm happy. I'm proud of him and Equanimous. Osiris.
I cannot imagine. I mean, I love it.
Keep the questions coming. And you parents out there, go to Cane Protein if your kid needs to gain some weight because, you can't be a skinny mini trying to play football. Big bang, take a little bang. So if you need to gain an extra 15 pounds, 12 pounds, it could help you. Go to Cane Protein.
Love it. CaneProtein.com.
All right, dog.
JB.
I got to get some work done.
Go get it. Go get it. Let's go Lions. Come on. I love it. John Brown. I mean, think about that, Zay. We're talking to him beginning of the season. And now here we are.
It's crazy.
NFC Championship game. And I love hearing him say, I can't believe it. Because I got NFL Network on right now. They've been doing all the press conferences, and they're only talking about 4 teams now, and it's unbelievable. So I'm so excited for John and for Miriam and obviously Amon-Ra because that dude works. I should find that quote from Dan Campbell where he's like, oh, Saint, y'all ought to come watch Saint work out. He's like, it's insane. Like, we don't have to say anything to him.
Well, think about how hard John pushed all 3 of those boys growing up. And then John told us on the show before that sometimes he has to tell Amon-Ra, yo, chill out during the off season. Like, yo, dude, you need to take some time off. Go enjoy vacation. Let your body heal. And sometimes Amon-Ra, he's just so, he's trying to be great. So he's trying to do everything that it takes to be great. And he feels like sometimes you got to push yourself past those limits. And yeah, you see the hard work's paying off, not only for him, but for the rest of the Lions team. And they got the perfect blue-collar coach to fit that personnel, to fit that city, and it's clicking at the right time. So, yeah, it's exciting. I'm happy for John. I mean, again, you can see just the joy in his face when you ask him about Amon-Ra, who's going to get some serious paper. He's going to get some serious paper coming soon because he deserves it, what he's done these first 3 years in the NFL. And, yeah, just to know John had a plan for all of his boys and those plans are paying off, that's cool. Very cool to see.
Well, think about this. As a 4th-round pick, he signed a 4-year, $4.2 million contract that included a $785,000 signing bonus. His base salary in 2021, his rookie year, was $660,000. Then it was $825,000. This year, it's $940,000. He's one of the top 6 receivers in the NFL. And those other 5 are averaging $12 million a year.
Oh, man.
And he's making $940,000.
That's what I'm saying.
If I'm the Lions, he's got 1 more year left on his rookie deal. If I'm the Lions, I'm trying to get a deal done
this offseason.
Yeah, this offseason. Try and get him locked up, you know?
Yeah, because if I'm Amon-Ra, I'm saying, yo, we in the NFC Championship game. I'm getting first team. Bring me my money. Because you know it's a business.
You're paying the offensive lineman, but you're not really paying anyone else on that offense.
No. And Jared Goff will tell you, yo, I need this guy. I can't have him disgruntled because there are a lot of teams in the NFL that are going to be like, yo, we'll throw you this money, dog, and you be the focal point of our offense. If the Lions are too stingy to pay you, then, hey, it's a business. I love you, Chip, but you know, they're too stingy to pay Amon-Ra. They want to go the Bill Belichick route with what they did to Randy Moss and Wes Welker. Okay, but I love Jared Goff. He ain't no Brady. Dan Campbell, love him too. He ain't no Belichick. Like, you could only go so far using that type of, you know, system. So, I don't know.
Here's the thing. You don't have to worry about him getting the money and changing. Like, that dude, like Tyreek Hill makes $30 million a year. Devontae Adams makes $28 million a year. Cooper Kupp, $26.7 million. This is what they're getting paid this year. AJ Brown, $25 million. Stephon Diggs, $24 million. He dropped the ball when his team needed it most. Debo's
and
making.
He gonna bitch too. He gonna bitch.
Oh yeah, he's gonna bitch.
He's gonna bitch.
And Debo's making 23.9. DK Metcalf's making 24 million. So that hell.
Oh, he better than DK. Yeah, I'm asking for 26. I'm asking for 26. Now, Amon-Ra, who knows? He might be one of those guys that says, you know what? I want to play winning football. I'm willing to swallow my pride in order to keep some of these guys on the team so the Lions can be successful for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So he might go that route, but yeah, what he deserves that 25 mil, 26 mil. DK Metcalf, come on, man. Miss me with that. I'm not, you know, he's a solid player, but nah.
So what you do then is you go to Amon-Ra after the season, you say, hey, how about 5 years, 100 million?
Okay.
We're going to do your deal before it comes up. And his agent's going to say, no.
Hell no.
You start off with 5 years, 20 million, and you're willing to pay 5 years at 24 million a piece.
No. Yeah, 5 years, 125. How about that? That's what I say. 125. Because again, Stephon Diggs bitching, complaining. Bills fans are off with his head right now. They can't stand some Stephon Diggs. AJ Brown getting the same treatment in Philly. Same treatment. Why? Because he was doing a little bit of bitching this season with Jalen Hurts and going to the media and saying some weird stuff. Like, all those guys, they getting paid. All those guys are headaches. Yes, they're hell of a players, but you're right. Amon-Ra ain't going to change. Like, he's going to do his stuff behind the scenes. He ain't going to get too crazy and, be in Jared Goff's ear. If he is, it's nothing but positive stuff. It's nothing but just trying to figure stuff out on the sideline. It's not, I'm going to cuss you out and show you out in front of millions of people watching. It's not going to be that. So, again, Lions, y'all got some decision-making to do because the dude's going to get those looks, whether you like it or not. If I was him, I'd be smart and be like, nah, I trust my ability. I'm going to play this fourth year out. I'm going to play it out. I'm going to get all this, ad money and just endorsements, and I'll be fine with that, and I'll hit free agency and see how much y'all love me then, because you just never know from 2023 to 2024. Look at the Eagles. You never know. You don't want to get caught up in that because a lot of guys are going to get a lot of attention when you get this far. That's just facts. That's what happens with every winning team. John talked about these guys not getting the credit they deserve. Oh, it's going to come flying at them fast, like a Randy Johnson fastball. So it's how you take it. Some guys are going to run with it, and some guys are going to stay loyal and humble. Some guys are going to buy that Ferrari that they probably shouldn't have bought, but they want to stun on everybody, rolling around 8 Mile and 7 Mile and all those other miles y'all got up in Detroit. And some guys are going to invest with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to try to figure out who's here for the right reasons and who's not. But, yeah, man, you can't tell me the Eagles didn't switch up on them. You can't tell me teams like that don't change, where you stop working as hard. You get entitled to success, and you think, oh, man, we'll just be back there next year. We're good. We're getting better. We're not getting worse. Nah, that schedule is going to be tough next year for the Lions. So, yeah, if I'm Amon-Ra, I trust his ability, which is very good, and I'd wait it out. I think he's going to wait it out. Even if the Lions offered something this year, I think he's going to wait it out, test free agency, and see what happens there. Because Christian Kirk, I like him, but he gripped the hell out of the Jaguars. Oh, my goodness. He gripped the crap out of them with that just very subpar stuff that he did in Arizona. He showed flashes, but the money that he got in Jacksonville, you telling me Amon-Ra can't make that? And then some? Yeah, he chilling. He ain't answering no questions until his contract's completely up.
Here are the 3 highest paid Lions. Jared Goff's making $20.975 million. Taylor Decker is making $13.75 million or $13.7 million this year. And Frank Ragnow, the center, is making $11.6 million. Everyone else on the team is making $3 million or less.
Damn.
And Sam Laporta, who has 11 touchdown catches this year, is making $750,000. They got room under the cap for now, because Goff has one more year left on his deal, and then they got to make a decision on that.
Yeah, Grant, $28 million a year. CD gonna be asking for that. I'm telling you. With Jerry, knowing how much Jerry makes, oh yeah. CD Lamb going for $28 million a year for show. If DK Metcalf is at 24, shoot, CD Lamb might be talking 30. Straight up.
CD made $2.5 million this year. He is due to make $17.9 million next year. unless the Cowboys give him a new deal, because that's the final year of his rookie contract.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that brother, he gonna be asking for 29 mil, maybe 30. With the guys that you just named, yeah. With Dak, if they keep Dak, because if I'm CD, I'm like, yo, I'm making 4 look great. Not good, great. So y'all better pay me what I owe.
All right, let's get to the chip shot. Before we get to the chip shot, Brain Vault. Speaking of competitors, listen, you want to make sure that your competitor is playing hard but playing safe. And Brain Vault mouth guard is the revolutionary mouth guard that is patented, proven to reduce the effects of concussion. So why on earth would you put any other mouth guard in your competitor's mouth? You want to protect their brain from any kind of injury in competition, whether it's cheerleading with the flyers flying through the air and flag football, lacrosse, you name it. Brain Vault mouth guard is the mouth guard that Bijan Robinson wears. It's what a bunch of top college athletes are wearing. And it's developed right here in Austin, Texas by Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, Austin's dentist, who you can always hit up for a dental appointment as well. But Brain Vault mouth guard, if you're the manager, the coach, they will do group fittings. They will come to you for a group fitting. Just go to brainvault.com. And my man Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations, making sure that you're getting the big screen of your dreams, the surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. You don't have to do a thing except make the phone call to 255-8678. Tom's going to come out, free consultation, talk you through it, make sure it's exactly what you want. And then the next move is the crew coming and working their magic, revamping your media viewing, your media listening. avconsultations.com, 255-8678. And cover 3. Make your reservations now for the weekend. You want to watch all the NFL football on Sunday, have that great brunch on Sunday. No better place to take the family for brunch. Do it yourself Bloody Mary bar. You know what I'm saying? I always get the cinnamon muffin tops. But go get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30. Cover 3 on Anderson Lane and in Round Rock, and at cover 2 at 183 and Lake Creek. And of course, we're handing out Ollie Pop to John Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, man.
And Ollie Pop is amazing because I love soda. But now I get healthy soda. I get soda with dietary fiber so that I can, get my carbonation and drink healthy. All right, Zay, the right call for today. I'm trying to pace myself. Not get too jacked up about this NFC Championship game too early in the week. I don't want to play the game too early. But everything is lining up for the 49ers. Like, they are so confident. They're like, oh my God, we got the Detroit Lions out of this deal. And their defense is formidable. The 49ers defense is formidable. The 49ers offense, with or without Deebo Samuel, is formidable. Have you seen Brock Purdy throw the ball to Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and insert wideout here in addition to Deebo? So it all comes down to my man, Aaron Glenn. And look, the Lions defense makes me reach for the Tums. Not going to lie. It's a unit that is about effort and energy and just trying to make a play. Brian Branch is the best player in the secondary. He's a rookie. Although Gardner Johnson came through with a nice pick on a tipped pass last week. But look, the Lions corners are gettable. The 49ers are like licking their chops. So it is all about Aaron Glenn. Aggie. Just like my man, Dan Campbell. Aaron Glenn has to come up with the play call, play game plan of his life. And he's getting interviews. Aaron Glenn's getting interviews for head coaching jobs. So, and this stuff is all like happening while the playoffs are going on. It's like, good heavens. But Aaron Glenn, this is your moment. And listen, I'll get to Jared Goff and going back to the NFC West, where he's 3-6 against the 49ers lifetime. But Jared Goff, he's shown me he can handle it. The whole stadium was chanting his name before the playoff game against the Rams. And that game scared me so much. And now, I'll be honest, 49ers don't scare me as much as the Rams did. And even in San Francisco. Here's why.
Yeah, please explain. Please explain.
Brock Purdy. You can turn him into Brock Purdy from Iowa State. You can. The Ravens did it. No touchdowns, 4 picks. They got run in their own building. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying the Lions defense is anywhere close to the Ravens, but Aiden Hutchinson, baby. I need you. I need you. All those sacks. You've been racking up 12.5 during the regular season. The 3 sacks you got in the postseason. I need everything you got. And I just remember him going up against Ohio State at Michigan when Michigan hadn't beaten Ohio State in forever and getting 3 sacks that day and dominating. I need it. I need it because that's what it's going to take. Otherwise, the dream will come to an end on Sunday. The Lions have to heat up Brock Purdy. They have to. They have to hit him. They got to put doubt in that boy's mind.
No.
Because the Lions offense it's going to be scratch and claw for every single thing you get. And the Lions have to run the ball. Jahmyr Gibbs, baby. I need a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs in my life on Sunday afternoon.
See, Brock Purdy is pissed off at guys like you, or at least he should be.
Of course he is.
Media guys like you, I'd be heated because everybody's saying the same thing you are when it comes to Lions being victorious in this ball game. Like, Brock Purdy is it. If he has a good game, Lions don't have much of a chance. If you make him have a bad game, which he's very capable, I saw those 3 straight losses this year. Like, I saw them. I was right there. I don't know why you keep bringing up the Ravens because I think the Ravens defense is a little different than what Detroit's throwing out there. But I get your point.
Well,
I get your point.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to have to gamble because Cleveland beat San Francisco too, and they did it by getting to Purdy.
Yeah. And they were one of the best defenses in the league too.
No, I know.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. The Lions are going to have to gamble.
Defenses to get them.
But how about those corner blitzes that Detroit used last week against Tampa? They got 3 sacks from DBs.
Yeah.
Like Aaron Glenn. Great game plan. They saw something because they sent Gardner Johnson. They sent number 6 and they sent Brian Branch and they got home every time. And that's the kind of stuff that Detroit, they gambled and they won. They're going to have to gamble and win again because it's that Lions defense isn't good enough mano a mano to just play base defense and do anything. So
Yeah, what's scary is with all the weapons that the 49ers have, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk might be one of the most underrated players in the NFL.
He's
like
tough.
that dude, he is so tough. He just not afraid to get his nose dirty, going across the middle, knowing that he's going to take a shot and still get his hands out there to make big time catches, to make life easier for Brock Purdy. You got to worry about 11 out there. You do, because you're worried about everything else, which you should be. If you limit Christian McCaffrey's yards per average, that's going to be huge for you, but he's capable of breaking off a 30-something yarder any type of game. Like, he's that good too. So they're going to have their hands full. They are, but I think they can get it done. The Lions, that momentum. At this point, none to lose. Zero pressure. All the pressure is on 49ers and specifically Brock Purdy. Like, everybody's expecting the Lions to lose at this point, especially in an away game. So, yeah, I'm with it. I'm telling you, I still feel good about your Lions. We on Wednesday. I still feel good. I haven't woken up in the bed thinking, this ain't it. And I really like that. I didn't know this. Fred Warner and Amon-Ra are friends, that they played together back in the day. Hearing John Brown say that, I like that. I like that because it's personal for some of these guys, real personal. And you see it on the field. So I expect those dudes to chirp at one another. And I bet Fred, he would love to get a clean shot on Amon-Ra if he came across that middle.
Fred Warner is a specimen.
He's so fast.
He's 6'4" and runs like Derek Johnson.
He is so fast. It's ridiculous. All
right.
He is.
Let's get to the right call from my man, Zay Collier.
Yeah, let's get it. Before the right call, though, y'all go check out Bucky and BK tomorrow at Rose Haven up there towards Dripping Springs. Christy from Cake Rock, it's her new bakery, and they serve all types of stuff from kolaches to brisket sandwiches, brisket breakfast sandwiches, sausage sandwiches, cinnamon rolls, Nutella croissants, etc. Bucky and BK will be live there from 8 to 10 tomorrow. Go check the fellas out at Rose Haven and Covert Bee Cave. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave, the family-owned automotive dealership's been around for over 100 years up at the greater Bee Cave area. 42 acres is beautiful up there, and they got terrific cars to boot from Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. Get out that bucket, man. Get out that 1980-something station wagon with the check engine light always coming on and stuff. Like, you don't want that. Go to Covert Bee Cave. Go to covertbcave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, for the right call today, I want to discuss the Milwaukee Bucks. They fired their coach yesterday, Adrian Griffin, which is a shocker to everybody that's been keeping up with the NBA because Milwaukee Bucks are sitting at the 2 spot in the Eastern Conference. So this is the first year Adrian Griffin's gotten the job. Like, Dame Lillard just got there this year. Him and Giannis are trying to get acclimated. And again, you're sitting number 2 in the West. You're doing a pretty good job, in my opinion. So why the firing? What's going on behind the scenes? Well, you've kind of just heard Giannis not having faith in Adrian Griffin, which is really odd. Like, Giannis, yes, you're a champion, but you clearly have a ton of pull if this is the case. There's been rumblings going around saying Giannis was changing plays and refused to sub out in games. And again, just completely lost faith in Griffin. And then I think Damian Lillard, he was disgruntled at times too. But I mean, is this where we are? Like, we're getting guys coaches fired halfway through the season. Like, at least let the brother get through the playoffs. At least see what you could do during the playoffs, because coaching changes during that time. I mean, when you're in the regular season and you're going game on Tuesday, game on Wednesday, a little break, then the game on Saturday, then the game on Monday, each different teams, that's tough. But when you get in the 7-game series and you have to go from game to game on preparation and adjustments and just different coaching strategies, some coaches thrive at that. But you will never know now because Adrian Griffin didn't even have a chance to do that. And now you're bringing in Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers is supposed to accept the job today. which is like, we talked about it yesterday with that 08 Celtics team that have been just riding that 08 high ever since and getting this crazy respect that, yes, they were good, but they should have won more, a lot more. So Doc Rivers, go look at his track record. It's not that good with the teams that he's had. He's coached a lot of the Hall of Famers. And to only have that one ring in 08, hell, if I was the coach of that Boston Celtics team, I'm getting to the finals. I'm sorry, Doc, I love you, but give me Garnett, give me Ray Allen, give me Rajon Rondo, give me Paul Pierce, all 4 Hall of Famers. I'm getting to the finals. I'm sorry, Doc. That whole story where you put the $100 in the, in the jug, and then y'all put it up at Staples Center, you hit it in the roof or something like that, and you told the players, when we come back to this for the finals, we're going to get this jar and we're going to celebrate. And then it happened. That's a cute story, but you don't deserve to get all of these jobs because of it. Like those Clippers teams underachieved. That Philadelphia 76ers team underachieved. Those Boston Celtics, yes, 08 was great, but everything else, underachievements. Like Larry Brown winning with that 04 team for Detroit, way more memorable, way more just like impressive than what Doc did in 08. There might be one Hall of Famer on that 04 team, Ben Wallace, and he had the squeak in. All those guys on that 08 team are first ballot. So I don't understand. This is a weird move for Milwaukee, and it stinks. It stinks a lot. Like let the brother at least have a shot to get to the playoffs to really show you something. And Giannis, the fact that you have your brother Thanasis on the team, like, come on. That's worse than Chris Johnson and IT Horton getting the minutes that they are for Coach Terry and them. That's a joke. This is a joke having that guy just take up a roster spot. Like, he is trash. They have his like low light tape going around social media right now. He is not one of the 400 something best players in the world. He's not. He's Giannis's brother, and I guess he has some type of comfort knowing that his brother is always going to be around on the team. That clearly is what's in his contract, without it being in his contract that, hey, if I accept staying with Milwaukee, y'all better keep my brother around. And he has to be a player. Like, he should be in the G League. But they keep him on the bench. And if Adrian Griffin had something to say about it, to where Giannis was like, yo, this is a problem, who knows if that could be a reason why he's out now. But still, like, I think Adrian Griffin deserves more respect than that. I think he's paid his way and earned the job to this point. And the fact that they just kicked him out for Doc Rivers, who was horrible with ESPN. Him and Doris Burke's terrific, but Doc Rivers brought her down because he would always speak over her and stuff. And Doc's voice is all raspy and just, it's not the best voice. Right. It's not, he has just this weird raspy coaching voice. And
he and Ed Orgeron.
Yeah, he knows the game, but he doesn't like his coaching. It could be questioned. You could just see the teams that he's had. Like, ain't no way they should be losing to those Celtics teams with James Harden and Joel Embiid, who just dropped 70 points on the Spurs. They should have won that game 7. They didn't. James Harden's out here saying Doc ain't the guy. Now you're like, man, maybe James had a point. Maybe he had a point. I know we hate James, but hey, maybe he had a point there. So I don't know if Doc Rivers is it. I don't know if Giannis and Dame have been vouching for Doc and I've been just so disgruntled with Adrian Griffin being there. I have no idea. I'm sure more things are going to come out about the situation as the days pass by. But to fire a guy before he even gets to the playoffs, with them being the number 2 seed in the East and them having a brand new team, bringing in Dame Lillard and shipping off Drew Holiday, that's just reeks. That absolutely reeks. And yeah, I'm having a hard time really just thinking, Giannis Antetokounmpo isn't a huge part of this decision.
Yeah, I mean, I'm eager to see how Antetokounmpo's fingerprints are on this, because he strikes me as like it could be Dame. And Giannis could be going along with Dame. I don't know. I mean, Giannis has a ring. Dame doesn't. I can see where Dame's like, this ain't the guy. And Dame never was with Doc. I don't know. Do the Bucks have any players who've been with Doc?
Not that I could think of off the top of my head.
Because it sounds like Doc was serving as like a informal advisor to Adrian Griffin.
Which is even more messed up. What kind of advice is he giving this guy? This might be some Bo Davis-like corruption. You know what I'm saying? Like behind the scenes, is he giving them the right advice? What is he telling him? You know what I'm saying? If you're telling Adrian Griffin the wrong stuff just so you could get the job later on, like you have to question Doc there. I forgot that. Like that's supposed to be Adrian Griffin's looking at Doc Rivers as a mentor, probably bringing them around and stuff. Meanwhile, Doc Rivers, now he's a broadcaster. Now he's in the booth before games and stuff. He's chatting with coaches. He's getting different philosophies because coaches, they can trust Doc now. He's on the other side. He's on the good side. He's not an opponent. So Doc could be on some manipulative corruption shit and like, oh man, I'm talking to Eric Spoelstra in a different way I never have before. Interesting. I'm talking to Frank Vogel and Darvin Ham in a different way that I haven't before. Now I'm taking bits and pieces of what they do, and I'm gonna apply that to my philosophy. I'm ready now. All I needed was 3 months. All I needed was 3 months with Doors. Now I'm ready to coach again. I've got enough to where I know these guys, and when I face them in a 7-game series, I've talked to Eric Spoelstra. I've talked to, my man out of Philly. Like, I've talked to all those guys.
I know we got to wrap it up, but what happened with Doc in the Clippers? Like, that was supposed to work.
No,
with
I just
Kawhi and PG.
I think the bubble happened. Well, I want to say, wasn't he there in the bubble with them? And they were supposed to go pretty far. And I don't think he could keep those guys' attention in the bubble because I always hear Lou Williams and Patrick Beverley. They talked about how they weren't locked in really. A lot of them were ready to go. But LeBron and the Lakers, everybody listens to Bron. When Bron said, I'm staying, I'm playing, everybody else had to play. And that's why a lot of people discredit the Lakers' victory in the bubble because everybody else wasn't mentally there except for Bron and them. So the fact that Doc, who I think wanted to stay and had the team that was capable of winning with Kawhi and Paul George and Pat Bev and Lou Will. Like, you remember Lou Will was going to Atlanta with the strippers and had to get quarantined because he was eating lemon pepper Lou wings and stuff. He said he was just going for the wings, but ended up staying and making it rain and stuff. And yeah, that team wasn't locked in. So that was it. That was it. That was the end of Doc's run with LA. When they didn't win in the bubble, and they were just kind of like, all right, if we can't win in the bubble, then this guy's never going to win with us.
Yeah. Man. I just remember him saying Kawhi Leonard was the most like Jordan we've ever seen, and him getting fined $50,000 for tampering.
Jeez. Yeah.
All right.
Doc shady.
All right. Listen, we're about to do the handoff. We're about to do the fire the cannon handoff. Know what I'm saying?
Hello.
What's up, ladies?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Right, Jeff, I'm digging the jersey. I got the Amon Ra hair going on. Like, man, like,
love it.
I dig it.
I love it. We got, we're going to get out of y'all's way. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate you.
All right, you guys have a great afternoon.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good show.
Bye. Take care, y'all.
Let's go.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
We're back, Megan. Welcome back, everybody. I'm wearing my Texas basketball.
Gotta love it.
All right.
Got that big win.
Big win. We're going to talk all about it.
Absolutely.
I'm Rocky.
I'm Megan, and we are Fire the Cannon. Thanks again for joining us, y'all, again for another fun episode. Like we were just saying, we are going to cover a lot to talk about today.
There's so much.
Yeah, I mean, it is officially 3:02. NOU still sucks.
OU still sucks.
Got to talk about that a little bit. Texas men basketball definitely having a rebound. We've got some hockey talk coming up. A little bit of hockey. Going to be fun. We've got some NFL going on. Again, y'all might see the hair going on.
Championship. You have your Detroit
my Lions
support.
Hair. Absolutely.
I have a little blue.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the support there. Yeah, and then we are also going to get into with a very special guest. We're going to talk a little bit of Texas baseball preview.
Baseball's coming
with Occupy Left Field. You guys may know him, may love him. He is awesome. Definitely known as a Texas baseball ambassador. So we'll have him on to talk all things Texas baseball.
Mark Pena.
Yes, Mark Pena. We're absolutely going to talk about NFL a little bit too. So lots going on, y'all. Please, as always, we appreciate the comments. We appreciate you jumping in. Make sure that you like and subscribe. Again, that's Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are Fire the Cannon. And yeah, let's get rocking.
Yeah. So we have some also fun top stories, sports stories that we'll cover at the end. So we wanted to get you guys involved today. And we have, with the blue, it looks good. So we have some fun things that we want to talk about. So today is actually National Compliment Day. So I'm Megan, I will compliment you. Nailed the blue.
Thank you.
The Detroit. What is it called? What
it's
kind of blue?
Technically called Honolulu blue.
Honolulu blue.
Yes. So it took a minute to get the mix right, but I think we got it.
And you've knocked out the eyeshadow to match. Okay, so it's National Compliment Day. So we thought it would be fun to compliment your rival today.
Yeah, we're feeling generous.
Say something nice. I would like to compliment OU for being so welcoming the last 5 times Texas has come to Norman.
Truly. I'd say they roll out the red carpet, but it's kind of the burnt orange carpet.
They roll out the horns down and it feeds and fuels.
Fuels our souls.
Okay, so if you have a compliment for your most hated rival, share it today. It's National Compliment Day.
Yeah, I like it.
And also something that's really huge happening right now this time of year is Girl Scout.
No, God.
Girl Scout cookie season.
Yeah, kill me. What's your favorite? My
favorite is s'mores, but apparently you said they don't have them this year.
I didn't see them to order. So my sister is a teacher, right?
Okay.
And she
something is in my eye.
Yeah, this year she's got some students that are selling Girl Scout cookies. So yeah, of course she hit up the family in the family text this morning. She was like, "Hey, just by the way, Girl Scout cookies are back." I'm like,
and she has to buy from each student to be fair,
right? Well,
if you buy from one, you have to buy from every kid that's selling.
I think she only has the one Girl Scout in her class this year. So it makes it easy, right? She doesn't have to worry about the favorites. But yeah, so of course I had to get my Thin Mints in and my Caramel Delights. And listen, I will die on this hill. They are not, they're Caramel Delights.
Yeah.
I get it. I know it's the regional bakeries and all that. I just can't call them the Samoas. It is Caramel Delights for life.
I don't like. Is it the one with the coconut?
Yeah, coconut and chocolate. Yeah,
those are sweet. That's too sweet for me. I like the peanut butter
chocolate. Yeah, but you're a peanut butter
patty.
chocolate.
I'm a peanut butter everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, the peanut butter one. And side note, if you have a nothing but cakes in your area, they have right now Reese's chocolate Reese's peanut butter cup cake. So I have 4 little buntlets in my freezer, right?
Got them all saved up. I love it. Yeah.
Or I don't know when.
You are easy to like get presents for.
Chocolate
peanut butter. Cool,
anything Reese's peanut butter, I'm in.
You're done.
But I know Girl Scout cookie time, so it's time to have and they take Venmo cash.
Yeah, they do. Straight up. I Venmo'd for my Girl Scout. So I ordered my Thin Mints, my Caramel Delights, and then I like the lemonades too, to like change it up a little. They are not Samoas. DJ, I will fight you.
Maybe to some people they are Samoas.
No, what it is there's different bakeries. There's regional bakeries, right, throughout the U.S. And I think there's like 2 big ones. And it's basically a divide down the center of the U.S. Half of us call it Caramel Delights. Half of it's Samoas.
He lives where it's a Samoa. And
Caramel
Samoa,
Delights,
DJ, that's your truth. That's your truth. They are Samoas. That's fine. I don't eat them, so I will absolutely what they're called.
I will die on the Caramel Delight hill. I absolutely will.
That's fine. So we had a busy weekend because there's always wrestling. We watched a lot of football. I say busy weekend. I've watched way too much football.
Yeah.
And Texas basketball. But let's talk about, before we jump into the basketball, let's talk about hockey.
Yeah.
Because we want to share that we're going to have like a fun hockey thing this Friday night.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So Texas,
lemonade.
Again, we were talking about our rivals. I will say Texas plays Texas A&M in ice hockey this weekend. So excited to see that. Texas hockey is on a roll, man. They are undefeated this year.
They're undefeated. They've outscored in their 3 matches so far. They've outscored their opponents 25-3.
Crazy.
So they beat Baylor 10-1, 5-1. They beat Santa Clara 10-1.
Mhm.
But this Friday, so Friday night they play here in Austin against the Aggies, and then Saturday night they go to College Station to play them. I'm happy that College Station has an ice rink.
Yeah.
So this Saturday.
There's your compliment for A&M.
Good job. Okay.
Good job.
I'm going to compliment A&M and say I'm sure they have a very lovely ice rink. So this Friday night we're going to be at the game. We thought it'd be fun to see if anybody else wanted to come and support the Texas ice hockey. You're a big hockey fan.
I love hockey.
I don't mind. I have fun when I'm at the game. I don't watch it otherwise. I'm not going to act
Fair
like
enough.
I'm not a big hockey fan, but it's always fun to be at a live event, especially when Texas is playing.
Sure.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
So the last time we went to, it was like a Texas
Texas
Stars
Stars,
event,
yep.
and it was a alumni night. Remember what happened that
Yeah,
night?
it was the Longhorn alumni night, and we so we were decked out in our
we bought Texas Stars UT.
I had that from
I bought one that night.
Yeah,
so I'm
from
gonna win Friday.
Yeah, so it was a good time. I've got the Texas hockey, the official Texas hockey sweater to wear.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It'll be a lot of fun. So if y'all want to join us, if you're up for some hockey, check it out. We will throw the link in the comments. Again, it is, and hop on it because the tickets are selling
They're
fast.
almost sold out.
I checked this morning and it was there were fewer than 30 tickets left.
Oh
So,
wow! When
yeah.
I last posted, it was under 100.
Yeah, so
it may be sold out. We've been trying to tell you on social media to grab those tickets.
But yeah, come join us again.
It's
That's
only $10 and $5 for the teens,
right,
and free kids. You can't get better than that.
Absolutely. Sorry, guys. My Great Danes are going to be joining us. They're hanging out today with us. They're usually pretty quiet, but you might see one peek in now or then. But yeah, so come join us. We're going to actually be at cover 3 prior to the game. That's the one on Anderson
Lane.
Right.
Because Texas hockey plays at Chaparral, which if you've lived in Austin, if you're familiar, it used to be Old North Cross Mall and they had the ice rink there. Now it's like partitioned off and they have the ice rink where people do training for ice skating and hockey practices and all kind of things and free skate and stuff. But apparently that's where the Texas plays their hockey now. So
yeah,
it's going to be fun.
Yes, it'll be awesome. Come join us. We'll be out about 6:00 at cover 3.
Say hi.
This is Toro joining us to say hi to everybody. He does. So yeah, we're gonna have everybody out there.
He's a big dog.
I know he is. So cover 3, Anderson Lane. Come join us. Sorry for the heavy breathing. I'll kick him out.
Yeah. So 6 o'clock.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He's being ridiculous.
So 6 o'clock, we will be at cover 3 on Burnett Road. And then 8 o'clock is the ice hockey game. And I'm still trying to figure out from the tickets we got, is it general admission?
Yeah, it's just GA.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll just get there and get good seats and hang out and cheer on Texas hockey. There's something fun to do. And it's so affordable.
Yeah.
Like you could take
You can take your whole family.
You can take your whole family for $20 if you have little kiddos. So that's a great deal. But you do have to reserve the spots for the kiddos. You just add it to your cart. Spot.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. So come out and enjoy us. So again, if you have a compliment for your National Compliment Day for your enemies, let us know. Or also, what is your favorite Girl Scout cookie? That's always fun. They're gonna bark. That's okay. All right. So moving on. Today I'm wearing my Texas basketball shirt because we are celebrating the men and the women. So let's talk about this weekend. We had number 9 Baylor. Well, let's rewind even further than that.
Okay. All right.
We talked last week. There were some people really down on Coach Terry, Coach Rodney Terry, and we were saying just give him time, believe he didn't forget how to coach. Right. That they're putting together new pieces. This schedule is really tough. That shouldn't explain why they lost to teams they should have beaten and were favored to beat, especially at home.
Yeah.
But overall, this is the best conference in all of basketball in all of college basketball.
Men's basketball, yeah.
Yeah, men's basketball. Thank you. And they dropped and they took an L at home to a team that they were up big on at the half. And then they lost on the road. And so people were pretty down and worried, like what's going on. And we just said they're going to figure it out. He's gelling. This team's going to get it together.
As we know, the Texas fan base tends to be sky is falling, chicken little prone. So there were a lot of, fire Coach Terry, this wasn't the right hire. He isn't the guy.
Not from us.
All you got to do, just wait a little bit, guys. Like, again, the challenges that Texas basketball has faced is that high turnover rate, right? Again, college basketball, that's tough. The one and done plays some roles in there. The portal's tough with basketball. So we definitely
They're not
saw
all Brock Cunningham's to stay for 20 years.
Right. So this team does need a little bit of time to figure out how to gel together, how to play together, how to work together. And, maybe it's just they need that little bit of adversity. We saw last year a pretty deep tournament run, especially for Texas, after all the adversity that came over with that unexpected, firing of Coach Beard. Things really got shook up. Coach Terry took over and the team played together. Yeah. Well, team gets a little down this year, lose some games they probably shouldn't have dropped. And all of a sudden, we see this team come together and play in a way that we haven't seen a whole lot of this year. So very encouraging.
So the Texas media put out a little compilation video recapping the Baylor game, Saturday's game, and in the pregame speech, or maybe it's kind of blended right into his halftime speech, Coach Terry said it's going to take a full 40 minutes. It literally took to the last second, 0:00 on the clock. This game went full 40 seconds. And he said, today is the day we get back what? And the crowd and the players in the race. They're in the race. So they knew that they're not out of it. They can be competitive. This is a tough conference. Everyone in the conference is going to take L's probably on the road, maybe 20% win right now for teams on the road. Right. So everyone's teams are defending home court. It's going to be tough to win in this conference. And so you take every win, they earn them. So when he said, today's the day we get back in the race, the team knew they're together. And so in that game, I was streaming, listening while it's on my phone, driving home from San Antonio Saturday morning. I went to go see Nadia wrestle, but she didn't end up wrestling. So then I timed my trip to be on the road at 11 a.m. so I could listen to the game all the way. Yeah. And when you're watching it, you try not to look down because you're going to be a safe driver, right? So I'm trying to listen, and all I hear is 3 point. They were they were absolutely on fire. I mean, it's like Texas, and I'll be honest with you, that's something that I have struggled with a little bit. I feel like if anything, this Texas team tries to force the three at times, but listen, man, it worked out again against Baylor. They could not miss from the three. And so, it made for a really, really exciting game. Right. Both teams were going at it. It went back and forth. I think when I got home, I moved it to the TV and I could sit and watch pretty much most of the second half. And I'm just really impressed with the positive attitude. The fans, again, the students always represent outside of the holiday break, but it's conference time. So the students are representing, and here's Zora. Yeah. So I really love the atmosphere. We found out now that Texas is 7-0 at the Moody Center against ranked teams. So the home court advantage is huge at the Moody. They were 25-1. Now they're 25-3 at home, but they were 25-1 at the Moody overall. That's massive home court advantage.
Well, and again, it shouldn't be overlooked that, Texas went on the road, right? And played in Baylor's new arena. Those camera angles, by the way, are insane.
Oh, it was a weird camera.
But listen, in that game, there were 21 lead changes. It was a back and forth game. And you mentioned earlier in the Big 12, the away team wins 20% of the time. Right. And now Texas has gone in twice, once at Baylor, number 9 Baylor. Again, we're talking top 10, top 15 teams. Yeah. And then go into Norman and just absolutely wreck shop. So Texas basketball really heating up. Kind of feels like they're learning how to play together, play well with each other, kind of figuring their team out and how they play. So let's talk about that OU game. Again, I hate this that they're still calling it the Red River Rivalry because I can't say that fast. I feel like I end up as Elmer Fudd.
All right. But before we move on to the OU, I want to finish with the Baylor one. Because at the end of the game, Tyrese Hunter had that amazing, down the court, 5.1 seconds left on the clock. And he lays it up and he's on his back when the ball goes in. Well, the coolest thing about that those kind of things don't just happen, right? They look amazing. They look miraculous, but all that stuff they know. So after the game, we heard from Coach Terry and Tyrese Hunter. They were saying the same thing, that the coach didn't call a timeout because he just wanted them to go and be instinctive
trust
and go.
His guys.
Right. Yep. Trust and go. And they knew the plan. And also the players knew he hasn't called a timeout. We got to go. Like
Right.
they both were on the same page that they'll need to break the momentum. They drop a 3 to tie it with 5 seconds left, but he just trusted them to go and attack. And the players knew the plan. The coach, all that was prepared in advance. So
Right.
I feel like people that are getting down on Coach Terry, he had them prepared even for that moment. I didn't call a timeout, so go.
Right.
And they know, right? I thought that was pretty fascinating that he knew that they were trusting them to just go.
Yeah,
go
again,
win it.
but again, I think that plays back to the teams figuring out, how they play with each other. And listen, the rotation has changed a lot. Let's give credit to Coach Terry for making the changes he need to. We are playing with a completely different set of starters. The rotation is different than it was at the beginning of the season. He's really seen Dessou earned his way back in,
right,
as he should have.
Built up his conditioning.
Right. A. Smith's getting more playing time. Hunter, again, we're shuffling him in.
Weaver.
Correct. Yeah, Weaver. I mean, that's against OU. He played a big role. We hadn't seen him a whole lot this year, but earning that time in. And Weaver came out with playing that big role. Again, I need to look at the numbers, look at the stats. But yeah, they were bringing in, Weaver had 11 points. He played for 27 minutes, which is the most he's played all season. So again, credit Coach Terry for making those adjustments.
Which takes time.
It does. Understanding how the guys are playing together, making the adjustments, making the calls. So I really do appreciate how this team is developing. And again, would encourage folks, just take a breath a little bit before we rage tweet about things, right? Now, again, let's talk about that OU game.
Yes, let's move. Yeah.
It was a really great game. Again, Texas has won in Norman. Texas basketball has won in Norman the last 5 times that they've played there. And Texas basketball has beat OU the past 6 times that they've played.
The last time Texas lost at OU, no one had ever heard the word COVID.
Yeah, exactly. It was in 2019. So listen, that's a great run for Texas. Again, at a rivalry, and we're talking a hard conference to play. Road wins are really hard to come by. Texas
Especially
showed
at
up.
OU.
Right. Texas showed up and had some really great wins. So Dylan Dessou, again, had a great game. We're looking, 19 points there.
Double.
Right. A. Smith had 22, contributed to 22. So those were the 2 top scorers. But again, we're starting to see Cunningham played not quite as much as he had in the past, didn't contribute as much. He had that 1 3 that knocked down. He struggled with the 3 a little bit early. The biggest issue that Texas basketball saw in this game against OU was turnovers early in the game.
Right.
Texas got up big, but OU was able to come roaring back on fast breaks. I think at one point in the game, they were up, they had outscored Texas on fast breaks 13-0. So listen, Texas needs to take care of the ball better. But I think, again, that will come with a little bit more time. They cleaned up, made the adjustments. Once again, Coach Terry making those adjustments at halftime. And Texas came back and far outscored OU in the second half. In the last 9 minutes of the game, Texas outscored OU 23-8.
Right.
So we really see that momentum swing for Texas and getting their collective crap together. So good to see.
Right. They were swapping leads for a while. OU had the lead at half, about 11 minutes left. There was tied 52-52. And A. Smith drops that NBA 3. I mean, from beyond,
way out,
from beyond
downtown,
the arc.
downtown.
And that just flipped it. From that point on, Texas was on a roll. Defense, even when there was 1 minute left, they were being aggressive on defense. And it was really fun to watch. Texas, nervous. I'm watching like this, until they start pulling away. And you know me, I like to track win probability.
Yes.
I do that I can watch golf and track win probability. So I track win probability and it's on the ESPN app. If you click into the game, there's a place where you can track as things happen, whose odds of winning. There was a point in the game, middle of the first half, where OU had almost an 80% chance of winning that game. And Texas took it away. And the rest of the game, it's just Texas up to 99% win. And they held on. And like you said, winning at OU, even though Texas has done it 5 years in a row. This year, though, Oklahoma was undefeated at home, 10-0 at home. And also they had a lead at half. And they were 12-1 when they were 12-0 with the lead at half. Now they're 12-1 with the lead at half. So that shows you that Texas is coming together.
They are a capable basketball team. They've just got to limit the mistakes and, again, learn how to jive with each other. And I think we're getting there. I really do. Want to quickly note, too, Texas women's basketball back in the top 10.
Yep.
So it was a great weekend overall for Texas basketball in general. again, Texas women on the road, they were at OSU, won 76-66, so a decisive win, which bumped them back up into the top 10. Again, we saw Madison Booker have an incredible game with 19 points. One of the things I want to talk about real quick, though, Schaefer really has his team humming. Again, we're missing Rory Harmon for sure, who is scheduled for surgery this week now.
Oh,
so.
I think she had surgery a couple days
just
ago.
happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so we're wishing her a good road to recovery there. Booker, of course, has really picked up and kind of stepped
Getting
in.
national attention.
Absolutely. Stepped in the shoes of where Harmon would have been. But there was a really even distribution of the ball in this past game against Oklahoma State. Again, we saw Madison Booker as the lead scorer with 19 points, but right after her is Taylor Jones, the forward, with 18. And then again, you see Aaliyah Moore with 17 and Shaylee Gonzalez with 15. So they were moving the ball around. OSU, and that's really hard to defend when you have players all over the court that can score at a whim. So again, Texas women's basketball, a lot of fun to watch. So if you haven't had a chance, check them out. And tonight, continuing the rivalry theme, again, Texas takes on Oklahoma at the Moody at 6 p.m. tonight. So if you have an opportunity, check out women's basketball. It's a lot of fun.
I was surprised to see Madison Booker and Shaylee Gonzalez both played all 40 minutes of the game.
Right.
That kind of conditioning to go game after game, playing every minute of a game, that to me, that shows that they're really putting in the off-season work to be conditioned at that level.
Absolutely.
And then Taylor Jones, like you said, with the double-double, she's got 18 points, 14 rebounds. I mean, that's conditioning and fitness.
I know. I'm dying just watching them.
Yeah. So if you're in Austin and you can get to the Moody Center tonight, 6 p.m., that is the women's opportunity to take on that Red River rivalry.
See, I'm telling you, it's impossible to say Red River rivalry.
OU women are 11-6, but 5-1 in conference. So what to look for a spread on that game? I would guess Texas is favored, but I couldn't find an actual spread without digging through a bunch of stuff.
All right. I don't want to miss this out. Jonathan, thank you. See, look, compliment a rival day.
Compliment your rival
Compliment
today.
OU basketball for losing 6 times in a row against Texas at the Lloyd Noble. Yeah, again, that's well done, Oklahoma. Well done.
Oh, see, this is Jonathan also likes my same Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah.
He also is a s'mores and a peanut butter.
But you did see that they nixed the fudge strips in the s'mores.
They did get rid of the s'mores.
Yep. So
fortunately, I can make my own.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Stephen, and thank you. We appreciate you joining us. We love having you here. We appreciate you guys joining. Again, like and subscribe. We are what is the name of our show again? Fire the Cannon on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Oh, I'm telling y'all.
Thank you. You're
I feel like it's a
sunshine,
Monday.
Stephen. Thank you.
I feel like it's a
Doesn't
Monday.
it with this rainy, dreary, like it thunderstormed all morning? It was dreary and
I
rainy
have
all
no
night.
idea which day it is because I feel like I just hide out in the house with the weather. So
Yeah, but we have soon joining us in just a couple minutes, Mark Pena. He's going to join us from Occupy Left Field.
Absolutely.
So that's going to be fun.
Again, we'll talk some playoffs with him. We'll talk preview of Texas baseball and what it means to be a Longhorn. I think there's a lot going on there. So let's talk about real fast before we get Mark to jump in. We had a couple stories around the nation today, some sports stories. We have Texas Junior Day. Went well on campus.
Over 100, not just juniors, but underclassmen.
Right.
Were there.
A lot of big names coming in. Looks like we might have gotten some silent commits.
We got
Start
2
cooking
verbal
again.
commits for sure. We got 2 commits that were Lance Jackson. He's class of 2025. He's listed as an athlete from Pleasant Grove, 4-star, very nice. But we got one that's 2026, and this is shocking because my daughter's a sophomore. She's class of 2026. So I think these kids are already committed to colleges.
Crazy. A lot can happen between now and then.
I
no
know.
question,
I'm
but-
saying take them if the staff can evaluate and trust that they're on track to be college material and help them win a championship in a few years. I'm just thinking like, wow, already?
Yeah.
They're sophomores. So Racine Guillory, he's a running back from Aledo. So that's good because we know
RBU, baby.
RBU 5-star is on his profile. So that's pretty nice. He is like I said, 2026 running back from Aledo. So those 2 commitments, but we also got a couple more from the transfer portal.
Yep.
That's happened since we last talked. Everyone's heard, Amari Niblack, the tight end that left Alabama to come to Texas. And also Tio Ali'i Savea.
Yeah, from
Tio
good
Ali'i
job.
Savea.
See, you've been studying your Texas media. I like it. From Arizona.
Yeah, defensive line following, of course, the defensive coach from Arizona who came to Texas. So that That's going to be good. Building up the roster.
Absolutely.
It's
a lot changing. Again, we'll always update you guys with the latest of the transfer portal. Again, start killing it. Alabama just dismembered at this point.
Poor thing.
Definitely interesting to
Poor
keep
Alabama.
Yeah.
But
Welcome to the rest
you know
of
what's
us.
interesting too, and I want to say it was Doc Allen that posted this, but Texas average from the high school rankings is 92 rating, 92.38, which is number 4 in the country. But from the transfer portal player rating, 92.57, number 1 class out of, well, Aggies have the number 1 if you accumulate that they have, was it 23 players or something from the portal? But actual quality versus quantity, like actually rating each player, Texas didn't take 23. They're at 8 or so, 8 right now. So that gives Texas the number 1 recruiting class if you're going by average rating of player. But they're both great. Good job. And I'll compliment my rival. Good job, Aggies, on getting 23 people. I can't imagine needing 23 people to fill a team, but good job. Congratulations. That's National Compliment
Day. It's all good. All right, y'all. So we have him on deck.
Mark Pena.
You may know him as Occupy Left Field. We know him as Mark Pena. He is the ambassador for all things Texas baseball and a few other things, and the absolute killer of Michelob Ultra. Mark.
How are y'all doing? Good afternoon.
It's good to see you. Sorry, we're going to get the volume up a little bit on you. So you holding up in this lovely weather that we're having in the Austin area?
I'm hoping that all the cold weather and all the wet weather is getting its licks in now, so that when baseball rolls around in a couple of weeks, hopefully we'll have some clearer weather out there. That's my hope anyway, but we'll see how that goes.
Well, and you know how Texas goes. We're going to do great. We'll have this beautiful baseball opening. And then there's going to be a game that's going to be 19 degrees outside. And, we're going to have to suffer through that. So, but we'll be there.
We'll have the heaters and the tents ready for that weekend, but you're absolutely right. There's always one weekend where it feels like winter right in the middle of baseball.
Absolutely. So, hey man, again, you've garnered quite the online following and quite the in-person following with Occupy Left Field. It's always a party out there, man. And got to credit you with getting, when CDC came in, Patterson was here before, had put up a billboard out in left field to make it almost impossible to see in from the outside of the stadium, and then didn't run any ads on it. And you ran a pretty big campaign when CDC came in to get that removed, taken down, so to improve the fan experience. Tell us a little bit about that. Tell us about the lore, the culture of left field and what it means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about it the other day amongst friends. We've been out there in left field now for probably over 15 years. So it's been a while now. But I kind of tell everybody I was raised out at Dishball Field. My parents every baseball weekend would have me out there at Dishball when I was young. Some of the time they would just drop me off with friends from like the age of 7 and 8, just give me $10 and come pick me up 8 hours later. So I was kind of raised out there, and we had that left field area open for several years. And I will admit, when we were in our younger days, in our late 20s, it got a little rowdy out there. There was a couple of postseason regionals that got a little crazy, a little out of hand. And, you mentioned Steve Patterson. I know he gets a lot of comments from Texas fans from his time, but it was actually Mr. DeLoss Dodds who put up the advertising wall.
Thank you.
So
okay.
it was before Patterson's time.
Gotcha.
That went up for the primary reason of advertising, and it did kind of kill the left field vibe out there for several years, but we kind of made do with what we had. The crowd shrunk quite a bit, and you see the picnic tables that are out there now, those were actually built to give us a way to kind of stand on the tables and still be able to see over the advertising board.
Yeah.
And, we get a lot of questions about why we watch games from left field, and that's an interesting story as well. I'd say the large majority of the regulars out there, we all have season tickets.
Yeah.
But it just happens to be the case where we're all sitting in different areas of the stadium. We like congregating and hanging out together. A lot of us now have kids that are running around that can't sit in place for more than 2 minutes at a time. So left field is just kind of the spot where we're out there, with the ability to watch the game, the ability to interact and commingle with friends, meet new people, and, give a spot for our kids to kind of run around. But going back to the story of the advertising board, when CDC got to Texas, man, he was amazing. And I feel like he's done so much across the board in so many sports to help the overall environment and to bring the fans and the passion from fans back to UT Athletics. But, it's funny, the first game we met him at baseball, he walks up the sidewalk there in left field, introduced himself to a couple of people. And it actually took him about 2 minutes before he turned around and asked. He goes, "What is that board right there?" And, we kind of gave him the cliff notes of the story about, how long we had been out there. The board was put up to kind of block fans from being able to see the game from outside. And he kind of, gave us a weird look, and he's like, "Well, let me see what I can do about that."
Like he doesn't have any control, right? Let me see if I can make some calls on that. I'm the guy.
Let me call myself.
But funny enough, right? He went into the stadium, and immediately after, we start getting texts during that same game from people inside the stadium where, he's asking questions like, do these people actually have season tickets? Do they come into the games? Have they been fans for a while? And then he walks out of the game about the 7th inning, and he was taken off to go home. And he told me and my buddy Jeff Cross, he kind of looked at us and he goes, "Hey, after the game, don't leave. We got a surprise cooking for you." And he just walked off. And we really didn't know what that meant. But sure enough, as soon as the game was over, the Eyes of Texas, was played. And then 2 golf carts start coming from the side of Dishfalk with a couple of groundskeepers. They immediately came over with tools and took the sign down that day.
That's incredible.
So it was nuts. It literally took him 2 hours to kill that board. And, we like to tell the story that during I think it was a 5 or 6 year period that board was up and left field was blocked. Believe it or not, Texas did not host a single regional in Austin. And they had not had much of any success over that couple year period. And as soon as that board came down, I tell you what, that year we were hosting regionals, and it just started to kind of catch fire again. We were back in Omaha on a yearly or, every other year kind of cadence. And we like to think that, bringing the fans back, allowing that atmosphere back at Dishfalk had a little part to play in that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Brush that dirt off your shoulders, sir. That's a big accomplishment there. Again, one of the cool things about left field is when you're out there. And again, you mentioned that most of the folks, the regulars that are out there, all have season tickets, right? Yeah. And I want to say this too. I do think CDC has really put the emphasis on game day atmosphere, not just with baseball, but also, we're seeing it with football, with the drone shows and the changes in, what's available on Viva Boulevard and Smokies, Smokies Midway. CDC has really encouraged tailgating at baseball. It has turned into a culture there. And I think that's something that you guys help prove it can be a lot of fun. You can bring people to baseball and get that excitement there. I think for a long time, baseball had a bit of a history of maybe being a slower game, maybe a little quieter game, right? But you come out, you tailgate, you do some fireball shots, you have a great time with a lot of friends. You got the grills going. I've never seen Texas baseball have so much energy as it's had recently since CDC came, since those, the ad boards came down, and since the tailgating has really taken off. It's a fun place, man. It's a cool atmosphere.
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Rocky.
Oh, I was just going to say, you mentioned the success that Texas has had, and it's absolutely linked to that board coming down. But I think the players have mentioned, and they recognize and acknowledge, left field. They'll point, they'll come out to, and be a part of the community. The players' families are there, a lot, and engaging with the group. So tell people who all is allowed to come hang out with you left field. Is it just members only?
No, we have very simple rules. Anybody is allowed out there, provided that you're able to behave and act like an adult, right? So obviously there's alcohol out there. We have some sponsors that do a great job of helping us out from a beer perspective, but we do at our age now with kids out there, with families out there, we like to somewhat keep it under control, right? And we ask fans to go out there, be respectful of opposing fans as well. I think one of the things we really like to do is invite in all of the fans of the opposing team, give them a place to tailgate and hang out during series at Dish Falk. So we take a lot of pride in that. But you're absolutely right, Rocky. One of the things that we love the most about left field is just the opportunity to establish those relationships with our current players and their families, right? Some of the best friends we've made over the last decade have been with some of our best players' dads, right? Taylor Youngman's dad. We have Jeff Zubia out there, who's an all-star. Tristan Stevens' dad, Preston, is one of the guys that was out there for years. And the latest one was Donovan Campbell, and those guys really do become our best friends. We hang out with them every weekend. Now every time I'm in Houston, I give Donovan and Zubia a call. We're going out to lunch and hanging out with them. So it really is just like a community. And again, there's no restrictions on who's out there. We encourage people to come out. We definitely want Dish Falk to just grow in the numbers of fans that are out there. And we really hope that stadium can continue to grow and become a really big home field advantage, especially as we move into SEC play.
Oh, that's a great segue. You mentioned going into SEC. We know there's really competitive baseball in the Big 12, and we can look ahead to the schedule in just a bit when we talk about what we're most excited about for the season, what matchups you're looking at. But since you mentioned the SEC, we can chat really quickly about that. What are you looking forward to most about next season, when Texas baseball is going to have, the games against Tech, TCU, they're big games. They're big, weekends. But now you're going to be LSU, Arkansas. What are you looking forward to? What towns are you looking forward to having those weekend series?
I tell you what, we better be ready, especially for baseball, right? I think everybody knows that the SEC is such a strong conference, and everybody likes to talk about the strength of the SEC as it relates to football. But I really do believe that SEC baseball is probably their strongest sport and the sport that they dominate the most. When you talk about the College World Series, you'll typically have 4 at minimum SEC teams in Omaha. And, it's going to be a war. Every weekend in SEC play is going to be a challenge for Texas baseball. But, obviously, as a fan, I'm looking forward to that. And no offense to some of the schools that we play right now, but, imagine replacing a team like Kansas with somebody like a Tennessee coming to Austin, or, Mississippi State, something like that. So it's going to be insane. And I think the road trips going to the SEC for baseball are going to be equally as fun. And, I like to say that baseball is 3 times the party as a football weekend, because you have 3 different games and you're there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? So you really get to kind of dig in and meet fans of the other teams, spend a weekend with them, really see what those road cities have to offer. And I can't wait. It's going to be incredible. And I think Texas is going to be a fantastic addition to that conference.
Absolutely. Yeah. Really, the SEC baseball is incredible. That's where Vandy really gets to shine, right? They hang their hat there.
Whistling.
I'm going to ask you that. Okay, so there is some controversy with that, how to cheer. What's the best way to support? Are you pro or against the Vandy Whistler?
Oh, my Lord. I will admit I am against that guy. He drives me crazy. I will say, though, that on TV, it's a little bit more annoying than when you're at a game. I've been in both instances with the Vandy Whistler. But man, on TV, it's like if you're trying to listen to the commentators, you just can't get around that. It's like so piercing and so consistent. But at some level, you have to give it to him for being a diehard fan. And I think he's one of those Scott Wilson types who never misses a game, and he's everywhere Vandy baseball is. So you kind of have to give him that, but man, that whistling's a bit much for me.
Yeah, listen, I have to say I'm pro Vandy Whistler just because he's doing the job. Like, he gets on people's nerves. and like gets on the opposing team's nerves, and it can get in their head. Like everybody knows who he is. Everybody hears him. So I got to give him credit for that. Like he's doing his job as a fan, supporting his team, distracting the other.
Yeah,
it can be a bit much on TV. I agree, but I'd have to agree with you in person. It's not nearly as bad, and I'm here for it. Like, look, if that's the worst we have to deal with is some whistling. I'm all right with it. So
it could be worse than whistling, I guess.
That's fair. That's fair.
We know you, especially on social media. You're a strong advocate for the players and the game atmosphere and supporting the team. What players this year are you looking most forward to? Maybe some improvement and progression from last year, or some new faces that you're going to see. And also, what do you think the answers are going to be this year for pitching? So I'll throw all that out to you.
That's a lot of good questions. So obviously, as we ramp up for each new season, it kind of sucks to think about some of the guys that have been around for so long that are no longer with the team, right? Players like Eric Kennedy, who's been around forever, and Dylan Campbell and Lucas Gordon, some of those fan favorites. Those are going to be really, really tough players to replace. But I personally feel like we have a very strong core of players coming back, a lot of experience coming back, right? We have guys like Porter Brown in the outfield who, had his first year at Texas last year coming from TCU and just had immediate impact, became an immediate fan favorite of ours. So I'm looking forward to guys like him. We also have some very other strong pieces, position player wise, right? We have guys like Jared Thomas, Jalen Flores at shortstop, who I think is getting a lot of off-season publicity. I think he's one of the guys that's really going to make a huge jump from last year to this season, right? He had opportunities to play last year, but not consistent ones until the end of the season. And I think that weighed on him a little bit. He was maybe pressing a little bit when he got his opportunities because he wasn't sure, am I just playing this game? Am I going to be playing the whole weekend? But I think he's going to be one of our most impressive players in the 2024 season. And then again, you mentioned pitching. I think starting pitching is something that I feel pretty confident about. We were very fortunate to have guys like LeBaron Johnson and Tanner Witt decide to come back for Texas. But I will admit the bullpen does have some question marks. We have some unproven talent there, some quality arms that I think can be very, very good. But to be honest, arms that we haven't seen in the heat of battle, right? And we're probably going to have to go a few weeks before we truly understand what our bullpen is going to look like and who some of the spot guys are out of the bullpen. But again, going back to the starting pitching, if we get anything close to what LeBaron was like at the end of last year, he's going to be an All-American for us in a Friday night, just lockdown ace for our team. And I think most of us know the Tanner Witt story. He was phenomenal early on at Texas and then had the arm injury, missed the majority of last year, came back at the end of the season, but was on some pretty tight restrictions from a pitch count perspective. And quite honestly, I think he would probably tell you he didn't have his best stuff at the end of last year. And maybe he did come back a little bit sooner than he should have. But I think if we can get him back into a comfortable spot, and if we see the Tanner Witt of old come back here in the 2024 season, him and LeBaron are going to be a hell of a 1-2 punch for our weekend rotation. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know we've got a new freshman coming in, Will Gasparino. Like, again, I'm impressed with this kid. He is listed at 6'6", 210, but when he's out there, he looks like he's at least 7 foot. I mean, he's a monster. Any insight on him? Any excitement coming in for Gasparino?
He is absolutely a monster. And I will admit, in my older age, I don't keep up as much with recruiting as I used to when I was younger. But obviously, I have seen some video of him hitting when he was in high school. But the Orange-White series, I mean, he had some fantastic at-bats. I know he had at least one home run in that Orange-White series. And you're absolutely right. He's listed at 6'6", but he looks taller than that. He looks 6'8". He's just skinny, lanky. Can't imagine what he's going to look like when he kind of grows into that body. And I'm assuming the strength and conditioning staff at UT are already working to get him
Meat on those
some more pounds, some meat on the bones. But he's a monster. And another name I wanted to throw out, we have a big transfer coming to us from Duke, Storm, who's a first baseman, who's supposed to be fantastic. He's a veteran player, played a ton of games for Duke. He's a very solid program out there in the ACC. You're kind of hearing rumors that he might slide in and start from day one at first base. And, if he can plug in and be that transfer, kind of what we saw from guys like Garrett Gilmette and Skylar Messenger the past couple of years. And if he can come on and make that type of impact, I think he's going to be a huge player for us this year as well.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye out for him. Luke from Duke, right?
Absolutely.
So preseason in our polls, Texas is ranked 16. I saw a little bit of back and forth. You and Kendall Rogers tend to have a pretty good relationship there. You think Texas is a little low, a little high? How are you feeling about Texas preseason at 16?
I tell you what, I'm the first one to drink the Kool-Aid about Texas baseball every year. So to me, just knowing what we have coming back, and again, understanding that we have some unknowns from the pitching side, I really feel like we're a top 10 team. I've seen a couple of other polls that came out that I'll admit are a little less reputable in terms of the source of those polls. D1's kind of the leader in college baseball. They have us at the top 10, but D1 did put us at 16. But I think we're going to be right there. The Big 12 this year, last year with Texas and Oklahoma, obviously we've added in some new teams, Houston, Central Florida, all of those normal faces. I think the conference is going to be a little top heavy. There's going to be quite a few good teams. And I think going into the year, we're probably the second best team in the Big 12. I think TCU is going to have a monster season, up there in Fort Worth. But I do think we are a top 10 caliber team. And the fun thing about our schedule is the third weekend of the season, we're going to have an opportunity to prove that, playing LSU and Vanderbilt and Texas State down there in Houston. So I'm excited to kind of see what the team looks like. And I'm hoping we're as good as I think we are. So fingers crossed from that perspective.
Absolutely.
You mentioned TCU being the best team in the conference, and going into the season, Texas gets them at home, which is really, really nice. So let's go ahead. Since you talked about the schedule, playing LSU, Texas State, really good. Go Bobcats, and Vanderbilt that weekend in Houston. But for the month of February, Texas has 9 games. Well, the alumni game and then 8 real games, all at home. Yep. So what a great way to start the season. A lot of local fans will get the opportunity to come watch San Diego, Houston Christian, Cal Poly, and then LSU, Texas State, Vanderbilt. And that's that round robin weekend, right? Where it's in Houston. Wasn't it in Dallas?
They switch back and forth between Minute Maid and Globe Life each year. Yep.
And then the Aggies come to town with their bubbles.
Oh boy. That'll be fun.
The bubbles.
Not a fan of the bubbles, but don't get me started on that.
Well, but for Big 12 play, conference play, Texas starts at Tech. What do you think about Tech? Do you know what they have going on this year?
They're always solid, and I'm expecting them to probably be in the 2 to 3 range in the Big 12. Every poll that I've seen has them somewhere in the top 25. Playing them in Lubbock as well is just a different animal. They're a tough team to beat out there in Lubbock. I'm not even going to say no offense. I'm just going to say it. Their park plays like a high school stadium in Lubbock. And, I think the series, when we played them a couple years ago out there's probably 5 or 6 home runs a game. And it just feels like pop-ups are landing in the street there in Lubbock. So that's going to be, I think, our toughest road series of the year. I am very excited that we have TCU coming to Austin in the last year of the Big 12. That's going to be an incredible series. I like the way that it's aligned with the UT spring game as well for football. I'm hoping that we're able to work out the schedule there to where there's no overlap or the games aren't right back to back, so that there's time for fans to really take in that entire day on Saturday. That's just going to be an incredible environment. And I think another big weekend here in Austin is going to be hosting Oklahoma State. They're always a solid baseball program as well, and that'll be real fun. But Rocky, you went back to kind of the schedule in total. I personally like the way that it sets up. Being a Texas baseball fan, unless you're talking about going out to Palo Alto and playing Stanford out of conference, I don't really feel like Texas should be going on the road in out of conference play. I feel like we're a big enough name that teams should be coming and playing us in Austin. I know that it might have some considerations in RPI and those type of numbers, but to be honest, I don't really care about that. As many games as you can play in Austin, the better. And I think especially for young, unproven teams that has some question marks, especially around pitching, I like that our schedule is very heavy at the beginning of the year, playing in front of the home fans and getting an opportunity to get some experience, right, before you have to go to Lubbock or before you have to go to Houston and play in front of 15, 20,000 people at Minute Maid. So I love the way the schedule works out overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I do want to point out, something that's become kind of a regular each year at UT at the Dish is having Air Force come in. So
what a game.
It's a midweek series, again, to work with scheduling, but Air Force comes in on Tuesday and Wednesday, March 19th and 20th. And that's always a really fun series to me. Like I'm going to say, if I'm not rooting for Texas baseball, it's going to be Air Force because they're just, it's a lot of fun. It's a special rivalry. I think those two teams really, they kind of have a little love fest going on between each other. It's fun to see them interact. Coach comes in, and again, you're watching players that are serving our country too. So it's a special series. It's unique and it's a really fun way to spend your day, spend your week at the Dish for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely an impressive group of young men. And when they came in, especially 2 years ago, they were a hell of a team. They obviously had Paul Skeens, who moved on to LSU and won a national championship last year. But I remember them coming in a midweek, and they beat the crap out of us the first game that we played. And it seemed like every ball, they were either hitting it over the wall or off the wall. And I was like, what's going on? And then, later in the year when they got announced to be coming back to our regional, I was not happy about that. And I was like, oh, my God, that's the 4 seed, I think they were in the regional. They're an impressive group of young men. And to your point, excited to see them again. And I really love the way the Texas fans as a whole responded to them, treated them. It was a super cool, moment after that series where they kind of stood behind our team during the Eyes of Texas. Just a lot of mutual respect between the players. And that type of stuff is always fun to see.
Absolutely. Well, hey, man, we totally appreciate you joining us. Do you have a little bit of time to hang around and talk a little bit more? All right. So let's say we've touched base on players that you're excited about, players that we might miss. You ready to give any predictions for what Texas baseball does this season?
Absolutely. I'm definitely ready for that. So I will say historically as a Texas fan, my goal for every season is for Texas to host a home regional. And if you can accomplish at least that, you're setting yourself up for a pretty good shot at making the College World Series. This year, again, I really feel like Texas will be a top 2 team in the Big 12. But with that being said, I expect us to finish in the top 10 at the end of the regular season. Getting a home regional with the outside shot at a top 8 seed. And I am willing to put my name on it that I think Texas will be in the College World Series come this summer. So
say it with your chest. I like it.
Absolutely. We have some guys that are going to have to step up. And, to be honest, there's going to be positions that we're not going to be able to withstand many injuries. I think pitching is one of those, right? To where if we lose a big name on the staff, there's not a lot of proven talent behind them to step up. But I think if we can stay healthy and we have guys compete and perform the way that they will, I do like Texas to finish in Omaha in June.
I like it. You love to hear it. Again, thanks for all your insight. Again, you guys, if you do not know, please follow Occupy Left Field. That's Occupy LF on the Twitters. It is just a party out in left field. You get a lot of shout outs from the players, a lot of shout outs from the families. So if you haven't made it out to Dish Falk Field, do so. make sure you stop by Left Field, enjoy a brew or two responsibly, of course. Have a good time. So on that note, we are going to coming up, we've got our happy hour. So Mark, you ready? You ready for your happy hour?
I'm always ready for happy hour. You know that.
All right. Well, we'll have that in a minute.
I'm going to go grab it because Richard usually brings us our drinks at 4:00, but he's not here today. So I'm going to go grab it while Megan.
Absolutely. We'll cover a few more things.
Thank you to one of our sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do want to give a huge shout out to Covert Ford. They've actually got a new dealership out in Bee Cave. So that is Covert Bee Cave. They are a family-owned group of automotive dealerships, and they've served the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Since their inception, the team at Covert Auto Group has been committed to providing customers with high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, as well as outstanding service and customer satisfaction. I'll tell you, I've been out to that their new dealership out in Bee Cave, and it is gorgeous. It sits on 42 acres. State of the art, top of the line, everything. You're comfortable while you're waiting for service. And of course, they've got quite a few dealers and brands out there. So they've got Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. In addition to 7 other brands, Covert also has Ford and Chevy and Hutto and Ford, Lincoln, and Austin. So if you guys are out there looking for a new or awesome pre-owned vehicle, please check out covertbcave.com, and that's part of the Covert Auto Group family. So got to get that little shout out in. They give us some rides to go up to Dallas for OU weekend. Brad, BK, and Bucky have definitely been out there a few times. So it's a pretty cool joint. But all right, Mark, well, we're going to jump in as soon as we get happy hour going here. We're going to talk a little bit of NFL. We're going to talk.
All right.
Yeah, I hate to bring it up. You are a Cowboys fan, yeah?
Unfortunately, I was born into that misery, but yes, I am a proud Dallas Cowboys fan. Yeah.
Loud and proud every season until playoffs, right? Right.
Exactly. Until the games matter, and then I'm no longer loud.
Fair enough. Tell me, are you a Dak guy or no?
I am, and you know, I will admit that I think the fan aspect of sports can get completely out of control. You know, to me, I want to cheer for players that are good people. Mm-hmm. And I think there's no doubt about it that Dak is one of the best people in the NFL, right? I believe he's the reigning NFL Man of the Year. Mm-hmm. We've all heard his story of his mom passing from cancer when he was younger, his brother committing suicide, you know, a couple years ago. And by all accounts, he's just a good person. I think he gets a real bad rap being the quarterback of the most hated team in the NFL.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of pressure there, and he gets a lot of scrutiny and criticism. But I am a Dak fan, and I don't think it's him that's causing Dallas to lose these important. Exactly. Well, the defense was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in that Green Bay game. So I'm a big Dak guy. I like him quite a bit.
Me too.
That's awesome. Yeah, listen, I don't think the Cowboys' problem necessarily lies within the quarterback. I think it goes deeper than that, starting with Skeletor running everything.
The old man in the box.
I don't see how anything changes until Jerry Jones makes that change. So, all right, look at that timing. Right on the nose. It's 4 o'clock. So tell us, what are we drinking today?
Well, first, let's give a little love to Longhorn Laundry.
Yeah.
All right. So Longhorn Laundry, I know you just mentioned, but we have to mention our show, our special show of our sponsor. Yeah. So longhornlaundry.com, use code FTC to get is it $20 or 20%?
$20 off.
$20.
Yeah.
$20 off your first order. Fantastic laundry service. He is now a huge sponsor of Longhorn Athletics and players, and their families are using his service. He will pick up and deliver your laundry. So we'll talk more about it in a bit, but longhornlaundry.com, have to give love. So this morning, BK and Bucky were talking about this product, and I went and bought it.
Okay.
It's called Big
Advertising
Hat.
Works.
Advertising Works. It's one of the sponsors of Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's called Big Hat. And we picked up a couple of flavors at Specs. I have jalapeno ranch water. I'm not the biggest fan of ranch water, but I'm going to try it. Apparently, the tequila is in it.
This is like high octane stuff.
Limited edition commemorative can, Big Hat, jalapeno ranch water. We'll see.
And prickly pear paloma.
So. I'm more excited about that one. Prickly pear paloma.
I like it. Mark, what are you sipping on for happy hour?
Well, you called it earlier. Michelob Ultra. I'm keeping it simple today. So
Keeping it real, friend.
Got a cold one with me with my left field koozie, so I'm ready for happy hour.
I love it. I love it. Well, it's pretty simple. We don't get too fancy. We typically raise a glass and get it ready. So here is to a great
try that.
Yeah,
one.
try it. To a great football season and to a great baseball season coming up. Again, Texas baseball about to be here. Check them out in left field.
Cheers.
Hook 'em.
All right, we're gonna give our honest opinion.
That's interesting. I like it. It's like a lightly flavored tequila.
It doesn't taste Paloma.
Yeah, I wouldn't get Paloma out of it, but
I mean,
I could sip on this. The problem with these, this would be problematic out in left field.
This
This
tastes
might be-
really good. It just doesn't taste. It just doesn't taste like Paloma.
Yeah, it's tequila and natural
It
flavor.
is prickly pear, which I like.
I feel like these are one of the things that I'd be drinking out in left field, and I'd, get up to go to the bathroom and be like, oh God.
Yeah, that'll knock you out.
Yeah.
It tastes really light and refreshing.
Yeah, it's good.
It's not super sweet like some of the seltzers.
Right.
I like it.
Yeah, I dig it. All right. Well, that's fun. So again, Mark, we're pretty laid back here. Feel free to keep drinking as we go. But
I will.
But yeah, let's talk playoffs a little bit. Okay, so you are a Cowboys guy, but they're out right now. So who's your team? Who are you rooting for now of the remaining teams?
First of all, I love the Lions hair. I think
Thank
that's a good look.
Thank
I
you.
like it. I'm just personally glad we have some semi-fresh blood in the championship games, right? Seeing a team like Detroit in there is cool. The Ravens, I think it's been a couple years since they've been in the AFC Championship game as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's good as well. I like watching Lamar Jackson play. In the end, once my team is out of it, I'm really looking for two things. One, I want to see exciting football. I don't want to blow out. Just exciting football. And another thing is I gamble a little bit. I'm not very good at it.
You dabble a bit?
I dabble a little bit. So I like to cheer for the teams that I have a little bit of money on,
That's
legally, of course. But again, I'm just looking for good games. I am not a big fan of the Chiefs. I'm just kind of tired of seeing them. It seems like every year they're kind of like Georgia, Bama on the college level where they're always there at the end. But I'm looking more forward to the Lions 49ers. I think that's going to be a fantastic game. The 49ers are obviously like a touchdown favorite, but I really think Campbell's going to go into that game knowing that they have nothing to lose and that people aren't expecting them to win. I'd be surprised if they punted the ball more than once in that game. I just feel like they're going to go for it every time.
Campbell is a go for it kind of guy. That is absolutely for sure. Let me tell you, there's one thing that, watching, I like analytics. I like seeing the numbers. I think that's interesting. You love watching the probability, the win probability, things like that. But I will say I'm starting to get, I shouldn't say starting. I'm already completely taxed and tired of hearing analytics says you should go for it here. Well, look, circumstances for things like that, don't just rely on the numbers. You rely on your personnel that's in. You rely on, where you're at, atmosphere, momentum. Analytics doesn't take that into account, in my opinion. I'm so tired of hearing that. Are you an analytics guy? Do you like that? Or are you more like play by the gut guy?
Absolutely not. I'm not an analytics guy. And I hate those graphics that they put up on the screen now where it's like 4th and 6, analytics says go for it. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, right. I don't really believe in that. And to be honest, there was a play, I think it was on Sunday, I think in the Tampa Bay game where they were down 2 touchdowns, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
And they went for 2. Down 8 points, and I just didn't really understand the need to do that. But again, I also know that the majority of these big franchises now have their analytics guys, and they have to be serving some purpose, right? And if they're running millions of data points and saying, hey, percentages say to do this, I guess there's a place for it, but I don't always agree with it.
Yeah, look, it has a place. I think it can play into it. Moneyball, right? You talk about the A's, that forever changed that franchise. They ended up getting some guys that nobody would look at. The scouting reports weren't great on them, but you look at the analytics, you look at the numbers, and you figure out the right way. I like that. I get it. I think that kind of insight makes sense. But when you're making these in-game decisions on, where the ball's at, should you go for it? I just feel like experience makes more sense looking at the actual reality of the game that you're in versus, well, this number says that I should go for it. Like it just drives me nuts seeing that graphic every time. I'm like, we get it. Nobody cares. We're not watching this because the analytics guys are the ones making the decisions. So
I will say this though. I love aggressive coaches, especially in football.
Campbell's
me,
your guy, man. Dan Campbell's your guy.
And I just always feel like those type of teams are always so tough to play against. I remember years back when Leach was at Texas Tech, I used to hate playing Tech because they would never punt the damn ball. And it's like you felt like every series they had 4 plays no matter where they were on the field. And, you stop them on third down and you're like, oh, crap, here they go again. They're going to go for it. And I just feel like that puts pressure on the other team. And then obviously it gives the underdog team more of a chance, I think. It's going to go one of two ways. It's either going to give them a better chance or it's going to get them blown out. But
it's going to be spectacular or absolutely miserable, one or the other for sure. No, I don't. Wasn't there was a coach in high school, I think Texas high school actually, who would never punted the ball. Like his poor kicker would never, ever get a scholarship because they never punted the ball. And he was just like, look, I don't believe in punting. I don't think it's giving up. So we're going to go for it on no matter where they were on the field, they would go for it. I'm like, all right, that might be a little aggressive. I don't know that I agree with that kind of play calling, but
grown up playing too much PlayStation or something like that. That was my coaching philosophy back in the day.
Right, just go for it every time. No, I love it. Well, yeah, previewing what's coming up. Since we're talking Lions and Niners, definitely it was a closer game against Green Bay with the Niners than I think a lot of people anticipated, and I think they exposed some questions with the Niners. Going into it. It definitely looks like the Niners were on a roll, especially at home, could do no wrong. And now all of a sudden there's maybe that soft underbelly's been exposed a little bit. Again, it looks like McCaffrey is still hurt, going to be limping a bit. And some questions about Brock Purdy. We faced him a lot when he was at Iowa State, and he got the best of Texas a couple times. You familiar with Purdy, and you have a feel for him at San Francisco that you want to talk about at all?
I think he's a fantastic quarterback, but I will say this. I think the skill position players that he has around him, when they're healthy, they are ridiculous. I think McCaffrey is probably the best player in the game, and he's just incredible. I think the guy that's probably still underrated a little bit is Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
I have a lot of experience as a Cowboys fan watching him absolutely dominate us. And that guy's incredible. I think last I saw, he's like 50-50 shot of playing on Sunday. So if he's not able to play, I think that really changes the San Francisco offense quite a bit. And then I think that third big name there is Kittle at tight end. He's fantastic as well. One of the best tight ends in the game. And he's really kind of feast or famine. I feel like you either don't notice him or he's going to catch 13 passes for 3 touchdowns and dominate the game. So I do feel like the Lions have a really good shot. I just feel like in games like this, not having the pressure on you really allows you to play loose. And no disrespect to Detroit. Nobody expects them to win that game.
Listen, man, that's not disrespectful. Yeah. It is not that long ago that Detroit was 0-16, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not exactly Lions haven't exactly been a powerhouse over the past. So
and they could lose by 20 and people are still going to talk about how great of a season it was, and rightfully so. So to me, that makes Detroit dangerous. And I think that they're going to do a lot of things that you've seen recently out of Campbell, faking punts, going for it a lot, just being ultra aggressive. And I think if they can get some pressure on Purdy, if he has a limited set of weapons, I think Detroit has a very good chance to keep that game close. And I'll be rooting for that. I'm hoping for an upset there. And we'll see what happens, though. How are you feeling about the game?
Listen, I am the absolute worst at picking games. I am not the person to ask about that. But if I'm going to say how I feel like this season is magical for Detroit. It's just been watching it come together. And I hate to be this guy to make these parallels, but there's a lot of similarities in what Dan Campbell has come in and done with the Lions as to what Sarkisian has done with Texas, right? He took a team that had talent. Obviously, it's an NFL team. There's still incredible talent there, but he really had to kind of clean house and make it his own and instill his own culture, instill his own plays. And that was painful at times, right? Again, that first year, Detroit won, 3 games? And then made it 8-8 next year, barely missing the playoffs. And now this year, they've got a pretty deep run. Again, I don't know that anybody anticipated Detroit being this far into it quite yet, but there's a lot of positive things coming out of this. So how do I feel? I think Detroit, if, and to me, this is a big if Detroit's defense can stiffen up a little bit. I'm really worried about the secondary. Detroit's been, in my opinion, suspect in the secondary. There have been quite a few times where they're leaving these massive cushions. Our guys are just getting burned, right? The secondary is just getting burned, and that leaves the potential open for a lot of big plays to happen. If Detroit can clean that up and protect that area, yeah, I think the Lions have a chance to take out the Niners in their own house. Now, Purdy's been getting a lot of hate, the looking at where he's at. He's not throwing the long ball. He's definitely a guy that's known for dink and dunk, right? Checks down a lot. You were saying you're in it for exciting football. I don't know that Brock Purdy is the guy to bring to you just thrilling, exciting football. But the question is, does it matter if it's winning and if it's working for him? So look, I think it's important that Detroit's secondary stays solid and doesn't give up too much in the middle, where they have been prone all season. A lot of questions on defense and a lot of questions with Purdy. So I really think that's going to be the chess game. I'm going to say Detroit comes out victorious, but again, don't listen to me, man. I am the worst person to pick these games. Like you were saying, if Detroit gets blown out, it's still a fantastic season. A lot to be hopeful for there, a lot to grow on. So that'll be exciting for sure. Now, you mentioned Mahomes and Kansas City. A little tired of seeing him, a little tired of hearing about him. Interesting fact, though, Mahomes had never won on the road in a playoff game previous to last weekend. And that's just because they hadn't played on the road previous to last weekend. So they go in, beat the Bills Mafia. Bills Mafia is the saddest group around, right? But Mahomes, as he often does, hot when he needs to be, heating up at the right time. So I think the interesting matchup here is going to be Mahomes and Lamar. How is that? I mean, Lamar Jackson is probably the most exciting player in football right now. Welcome back, Rocky. Yeah, welcome back, Rocky. Any thoughts on that with the Mahomes and Lamar Jackson matchup? You think?
I saw the spread is 3.5, which gives Baltimore pretty much home field, like they're calling them. Even the experience of Mahomes and the Chiefs on in the playoffs, but the Ravens at home, and that's gonna be a good one. I think it's gonna be again whoever has the ball last, or the Ravens win by 25. I don't know. In the playoffs, who knows? Who knows? I thought, I don't know if you already talked about that, but the Houston Texans, I thought that they would be competitive, and it was 10-10 at the half until it was not.
Until it wasn't. Yeah.
So even if the game is close, the Ravens could pull away, the Chiefs could pull away. There's just no telling. I would go with the more experienced team on the road to. Oh, I don't know. I can't pick over the Ravens to lose at home. I don't know.
All right. Well, yeah, definitely. Look, I think that's going to be, again, a battle of the quarterbacks there. I don't know. I think, again, weather plays into it, although both teams are used to playing in pretty shitty weather. Yeah. So it'll be
that home field.
That is true.
The crowd, the Ravens fans are
loud and
just
proud.
Like the Bills fans were crazy. Just like these home field, the Lions fans are representing. Yep. These home field fans are going all out, and that's fun to see because they're sitting in the freaking snow.
Yeah, well, Detroit not so much, but
no, not in this. Not
did y'all catch?
Not that stadium.
This is definitely very vital to the game. But did you catch the MLK lookalike, MLK Jr. lookalike?
I did see that. That was incredible.
I was like looking at that. He looks. I mean, so much so that MLK Jr.'s daughter quoted, and it was like, oh my gosh, like she was like, it looks just like him.
Oh wow, just like somebody in the crowd.
Yeah, just a Ravens fan in the crowd with his hat on, and somebody was like, I have a team.
Yeah, and there was like some super drunk guy without a shirt behind him, like with a crazy expression. So it was a funny picture for sure.
It was pure art. Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
incredible. But
do y'all want to make picks against? The
yeah,
spread?
we've let's pick against the spread. We've
All right.
been chatting a little bit. We've had our
Good.
thoughts. We've thrown some ideas in, so we'll let you run with it.
All right. So Kansas City at Baltimore. It's 2 p.m. on CBS. Why did I write CBC? Am I in Britain or something? CBS. Baltimore, like I said, 3.5. Of course, they put that hook. 3.5 point favorites. What do you say, Mark?
Mr. Dabbles in gambling
Against the spread.
That line is like
The hook.
ridiculously tight, and it's exactly what I thought it was going to be. I really think this is going to be a 2 to 4 point game. Like you said, whoever has the ball last is going to win. I think Baltimore is going to win, and I'm going to say that they barely cover. I'm going to say Ravens by 4.
Okay, cool.
So like a 28-24 kind of game.
Something like that, yeah. I think it will be high scoring. I do think both teams are gonna score, but yeah, I do think 28-24 along those lines is probably going to be what I think we'll see.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna have to pick this one, huh?
Yes.
All right. Look, I agree wholeheartedly. I think that Baltimore is a hard place to play, and that Lamar Jackson is absolutely nuts. But I'm gonna take Kansas City because number one, I'm terrible at picking, so do not ever make a gamble.
No,
on me.
don't
place
put
bets
American
on what I say.
dollars on
Not
any
real
bets
American
that
dollar or your pride. Don't do anything
do
that'll
any pesos, any rand,
Nothing.
any yen.
But
don't put any money.
Just like I get it. I mean, Baltimore it has that home field advantage, but this is so close. I'm still gonna take Patrick Mahomes to shine. I mean, again, I've said this the past few weeks. He just turns it on at the right time. He knows how to find his guys, and it is hard to bet against him. So on the road, I think Patrick Mahomes gets his second ever road playoff win. I'm going to take Kansas City to win outright. So, going to be a little crazy. Rocky, what's your pick?
I'm going different than both of you. I have Baltimore to win and cover.
Okay.
I think they're going to pull away at the end. I have them at least a touchdown win.
Okay.
So, I mean, I like Patrick Mahomes, my homie, to win.
Mahomes, yeah.
But I also really respect Lamar Jackson and what the complete team. I was really impressed with Baltimore's defense last week, and I think they're going to be too much for Kansas City.
All right.
All right. So
I do want to clarify a point of my Chiefs comment earlier, though. I do still owe them for beating the Eagles in the Super Bowl last year, because as a Cowboys fan, I would have died having to see the Eagles win another Super Bowl. So I have to thank my Patrick for that and for winning the Super Bowl last year. So.
That's fair.
What do you think about Tampa Bay, the way they put it on the Eagles? And then, fortunately, they got taken care of as well.
You're welcome.
By Detroit.
Watching the Eagles melt down this year was one of the most fun 6 weeks of my life, just watching them get progressively worse every week. I think their coach is one of the most obnoxious people in the world.
I mean, fits with Philly, right? That's
a total fit for Philly, which it shocks me that the fans don't like him. But
Sirianni,
I guess that goes to Sirianni, yeah, and I guess that goes to show you how short of a leash they have with coaches there. But he's a perfect fit for Philly. He just seems like a total bro that would go into a bar and get in bar fights with people, and just seems like a scumbag. I'm sure he's probably not, but that's how he comes across.
Not a biased take at all.
Yeah. but watching the Eagles fans throw popcorn at him as he walked off the field in Tampa Bay was insane to me. Yeah. I was like, that is crazy. But again, I feel like that team and that coach maybe deserve each other. So.
That's fair. All right. So
I thought, speaking of throwing things, I thought it was pretty shitty the way the Bills fans were throwing snowballs at Patrick Mahomes. That was shitty. I mean, I know they love to throw their snowballs at each other, and even which is the stadium that said no projectiles or whatever, don't throw the snowballs, like even snowballs. Anyway, one of the stadiums had announced that this weekend. But you can hurt somebody throwing a hard-ass ice ball at their head. Yeah. And they were pelting them on him. That was pretty shitty, Bills fans. Take that out.
I do like the snow celebration, though. That was fun very cool.
On TV, it was fun. And they're cleaning their seats, right?
Yeah. In retrospect, it kind of sucks to have to go in and shovel snow in your own stadium and then lose to Patrick Mahomes. I think I'd probably be pretty mad about that, too.
LOL.
Those fans are animals. I can't imagine sitting in weather like that and watching football. I tried it once. So just a quick story. A few years back, the Cowboys were playing the Bears on Monday Night Football. back when Tony Romo was the quarterback. It was one of his last years. And they were like retiring Ditka's number at halftime. We went as like a guys trip, and there was 9 of us. And Megan, you'll remember the Saturday before that was that like 2 days before the football game we went to was that terrible weather game in Waco.
Yes.
To end the Texas series where it was like sleeting
Yeah.
the entire game. It was miserable weather. And then we land,
Floyd Casey.
yeah,
Yep.
we land in Chicago on Sunday afternoon, and it was like 6 degrees, snowing sideways. At game time on Monday night, the wind chill was like -20. And you always hear those stories. I'd never been to a game in that cold of weather, but I bought a Miller Lite like 20 minutes before kickoff. By the national anthem, my beer was frozen.
Yeah.
And me and my buddy, like halfway through the first quarter, the Bears had scored on their first 2 drives. They were up 14-0. I looked at my buddy and I was like, let's get the hell out of here. And we just took off and left, watched the rest of the game at a bar. I was like, this is miserable. I was wearing like 3 coats, and I still felt like I was freezing to death. It was insane. I don't see how people do that on a consistent basis.
It definitely takes some dedication. That is for sure. I on my bucket list, like I want to watch a snow game at Lambeau. Like I have to do that before I die. That's so, yeah. But it is a different. Yeah, you're like Rocky's a tropical people. She's not.
Rocky's like, I'll be at the beach. I'm good.
I'll catch it on TV.
Like that would be living nightmare for me. Stuck with all these, and I'm all about being at live sports with fun people having a good time and enjoying themselves, but.
Not in that.
No. And then if you throw a snowball at me, we're going to fight.
Yeah, you would lose your mind. Yeah, you would go to jail if a snowball was thrown at you.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
No, not going to have it.
All right, well, let's put our picks in for Lions and Niners. I have already picked the Lions. I'm going with my heart, not my brain on this one, so don't listen to me. Mark is excited for the Lions, but he refused. He hasn't quite made the pick, so say with your chest, put it out.
What's the pick?
What you got?
I am going to be cheering for a close game in that one. I don't think the Lions have enough to beat San Francisco. I feel like San Francisco is just going to be the more physical team. And I expect it to be a lot like that Packers game last week, where I do feel like it's going to be close. It's going to come down to the fourth quarter. But I will say this. I think getting 7 points on the Detroit side is quite a bit. I'm going to be looking at that line. If it moves any more towards San Francisco, and if I can get the Lions at 7.5, I'm going to bet on them. But I think, again, the score is going to be in that 7-10 range of a 49ers victory. But I do think the Lions are going to put up a fight and put up a respectable showing. Ooh, I think y'all are on mute still.
Sorry, the dogs were making noise. I watched the 49ers play last week, and they're an inconsistent mess. Brock Purdy was not good until he was good enough. It was an ugly game. Even though they're at home, I think the Lions are – I've been rooting for them all year. I think they have something a little more special going on right now than what the 49ers have going on. So, yes, the 49ers are a great team. They're going to lose at home this weekend.
Woo.
I'm going to pick Detroit to win outright. Woo. I think I like that I just like the leadership. I like the cohesiveness. I like the energy. I think I like what they have going on. So I'm gonna keep rolling with the Lions.
All right. So you got Lions winning outright.
Lions to win outright.
All right. So you think it's gonna be Lions in Baltimore?
Baltimore Super Bowl.
The world will not be able to handle the absolute fashion show that would happen if that came to pass.
The purple and blue.
No, I'm just talking Detroit and Baltimore. Straight up, the fur coats that would come out for that game would be nuts.
Yeah, except the game's in Vegas.
I'm just saying, it doesn't matter. Y'all don't understand. It does not matter. That will be a show going on. All right, Mark. Yeah. So you think it's going to be Niners in Baltimore, and I'm going to take Lions in KC. So
we all have 3 different.
We got different picks. So we'll come back. We'll hold you to it, as they say. We'll pull it up on Twitter and definitely hold you to the fire.
I like it.
I love it. Well, man, thank you again. We appreciate you spent an hour with us, dude. That's incredible. We really appreciate you being here, y'all. Again, if you're not following Occupy Left Field, listen, get out from under the rock. Go ahead and follow him again on Twitter. He is Occupy LF. That is Occupy Left Field. Mark Pena, man, can't wait for baseball season. It's just in about 3 weeks. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all having me on, and best of luck with your show moving forward. And again, for those fans considering coming out to baseball, please get out there, support the team, come introduce yourself in left field, and we'll see everybody soon.
Sounds great.
That was awesome.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Hook 'em.
Bye.
All right. All right. So that was Occupy Left Field joining us, talking about Texas baseball coming up. Got some playoff picks. I like it. I like it when we get guest picks.
Want some breaking news? Some Occupy Left Field breaking news.
Yeah.
Brad Kellner, BK just said they're going to Texas Sports Unfiltered is going to do some pregame stuff with Left Field this year.
Pretty cool. That'll be a lot of fun out there.
That'll be fun.
It's a party in left field, man. I'm telling you, it is a good time.
That'll be fun. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
So again, come out, check them out, have a good time. There may or may not be some fireball shots involved. There was definitely some booze involved, but it is always a blast out in left field. So, let's talk a little bit. We've got a little bit of updates on looking preseason football. We talked preseason baseball that's about to come up. Texas's last season in the Big 12 for baseball, and then we kick off football. So we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about it a little bit, right?
Texas going to the SEC
Texas
next
going
year.
to the SEC. There is a way too early. Again, we're
Way
gonna
too early.
Keep talking these way too early preseason polls. USA Today is saying that they think Texas is going to finish 11-1. How do you feel about that?
With the only loss being to 12-0 Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying Texas is going to go to Michigan and win.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to win at the Cotton Bowl against OU is what USA Today is predicting. They're going to run through a pretty good schedule at Vanderbilt. So tough. Lots. I mean, they're for sure the SEC.
It's a favorable SEC schedule.
And they're only they were predicting that it's the Georgia and their roster, and they've only lost one game in 3 years. We all know that, but they're predicting that Georgia is going to come into town and go through Texas like they go through everyone next year. If I would say if Texas has to me, in my opinion, Texas has a better chance of beating Georgia at home than Michigan on the road. To me,
I would argue that. I think Texas is going to go in.
Home field advantage is going to be huge for Texas.
That'll make a big difference. Now, I'm not saying that Texas isn't capable of beating Georgia. Again, had you asked me,
I'm saying if I had to pick which one is what I had, if I had to bet they're going to win one or the other, I would take home field over defending national champions on the road.
See, and I appreciate that. Like, home field advantage does make a big difference. But with all of the changes that are happening with Michigan, with Harbaugh in question, he may not be there. They know they don't have their quarterback. They're going to have an unexperienced guy behind center starting next year, losing so many key pieces of their football team, their national championship football team. I don't know. I feel confident with Texas going in, especially with Texas reloading like they did. Again, Sark is killing it in the portal. You were talking about earlier in the show about the recruiting that Texas has done and the strength both in the portal and in the recruits. Texas is ranking really, really high up there. Number 1 with portal transfers and number 3 overall recruiting from high school. 3 or 4.
Average
So
4.
And we're not done yet. So look, I get it. I agree that home field advantage has a big impact and a big effect, but I think there's just so many contributing factors. I think Texas rolls into Ann Arbor and wins pretty handily. I think the Georgia game is definitely going to be more of a battle. Again, they're another team that reloads. They're not rebuilding. They're reloading.
Well,
not a lot of questions for Georgia. So it'll be a real
we're
test.
going to really have to establish that run game on the road. The reason I worry about Michigan, the reason I would worry more about Michigan, I wouldn't call it a win automatically, is because the D line is, right. This year we were the top of the nation, stopping, one of the top and stopping the run, but we were beat downfield more. This next year, the DBs could be the strength with the, experience, the freshmen who are now going to be sophomores, plus the transfers we have coming in. The linebackers and DBs could be the highlight of the defense, and the run game could be developing or taking some time to build. And you can't go into a place like Michigan without we were going in next year again with Sweat and Murphy, I wouldn't worry.
Fine.
But and we do have some great ones. Broughton, we have some other ones coming up that are talented and being developed in this system. But right now we don't even have a D-line coach yet still. So though there's still, I think there's question marks. I'm not saying that they're going to be bad at all. I'm not saying that at all. They're going, they've been in the same system together for 3 years now. But I'm just saying it. To me, there's a little more question mark about going into Michigan and having to stop the run on the road.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is like, ooh, it's question mark. So Michigan is going to have a new quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the running back's coming back, but they're going to have maybe no coach or a new coach,
right?
Or they're going to hire is his name Moore? Macy? What's the guy's name that they said they could just hire from in-house and keep it rolling?
I get it, but it's still not Jim Harbaugh. Like, he was such a big piece of that. And the other part of that question too is what kind of sanctions are we going to see coming down?
None.
There's still a lot of time.
None.
We'll see. I don't know.
Sanctions.
I just think, to me, looking at Texas's schedule, again, we talk about the SEC. Yes, I think we're stepping up the competition with football overall in general. But Texas has a pretty favorable schedule, all things considered.
Very favorable.
Right? So, again, we get Georgia at home. Some of the road games again. Again, we're playing Vandy. We're playing Arkansas. Arkansas, while a rival, I will call Arkansas a rival.
I don't.
I will. From the Southwest Conference days, and there's a lot of hatred between those.
They hate us. They're not my rival.
I hate them too.
They hate
Worst
me.
fans ever.
They hate me. I don't care about them. So they're not my rival.
I get it. But that's going to be a big game there. But Arkansas was so inconsistent. They looked like they were doing good, and then they nosedive. So I think the way that this SEC schedule lines up for Texas is really in Texas's favor. So yeah, it'll be, again, we're talking this way too early. We still got plenty of time before kickoff. Of course, we'll be at the spring game. Be excited about that.
April 20th.
April 20th.
No time set yet, but Mark did mention that it's the same game as same day as a home TCU series. So maybe spring game at 1 or 2 in the afternoon, night game TCU, or the other way around. But they definitely need time between the two so people can
enjoy both.
And you're just not going to park thousands of people that day if they're at the same time. You want people to be able to do both.
Right.
For sure.
Well, again, so that'll be fun watching Texas go there. And again, so in Sark we trust, right? Is that, you feeling good about where we're at for football?
Yes. I'm feeling
yes with an asterisk.
No, I'm feeling really good about the football program, the recruiting, the roster. There are very few teams in the country that would trade their roster, would not trade Texas roster for their roster. Right? They would take Texas over their own. Very few would not. Georgia.
Right.
Who else?
Yeah.
Ohio State,
Texas
maybe.
Is looking to be good.
Yeah, there's very few. So I'm confident in the roster. I'm confident in the coaching staff. They've been in the same system for a while. We have the same DC and OC and O-line coach. That's amazing. Even Tashard Choice has been there 2 years now, but that's just flowing and going really well. Yeah, the recruits are loving it. Even with no D-line coach, we got a D-line player.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's something you touched on. We really need to pay attention to. Again, Bo Davis is irreplaceable in who he is and the passion that he brings. That's a big hole that Sark has to fill on the staff. That being said, it's not. Bo Davis, for who Bo Davis is not replaceable, right? He will always have a special place for Texas football. However, it's not an insurmountable task to replace him with somebody equally as good that I think players will flock to, and he'll help develop the program. Everything that we've seen so far from Sark is that he knows what he's doing. He knows how to analyze talent, both on the field and for his coaching staff. So I'm confident that we'll have that hire soon. I think we're going to start to see that come out. We'll have some answers pretty quick after Super Bowl stuff. A little
bit more NFL,
pans out.
And maybe after some more NFL games.
Right.
Settle down.
Right. Yeah. Now, there was some news recently. We had thought that it was looking like Texas might hire the Houston Texans coach
Rod Wright,
who was a former Texas player, but it looks like that kind of fell apart in the ninth hour.
So they're saying the D-line coach at the Houston Texans is gone now. I don't know if he was fired or let go or he left on his own. I just know he's gone now. So there's a possibility that maybe Rod Wright was offered something in that position to stay with them. And so we'll see what's happening with that. I've heard different stories.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
There's also been some reporting that there was a sticking point in the contract that Texas and Rod Wright just could not come to terms on. So we'll see how that plays out. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Because again, filling that hole with Bo Davis is a big deal. So All
All
right.
right. So before we move on, we're going to talk some top sports stories. That's just all over the place, fun sports stories. But before we move on, let's give a quick shout out to AV Consultations, big sponsor of Texas Sports Unfiltered. So AV Consultations all year long. The Super Bowl is coming. Maybe you want to get a big setup for the Super Bowl. Baseball's coming. March Madness will be here soon. Oh my goodness, already March Madness. So get the big setup. You can set up your man cave. You can set up your she shed. You can set up the outdoor patio. Whatever you need, call 512-255-8678. avconsultations.com and let them know that they help all around the Central Texas area. They can get your audio visual set up, even home security. So give them a call. They can do it all in one spot.
Pretty amazing.
Get you a big setup for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. Super
it's
Bowl
only a
coming
few
up.
weeks away. The
I
Super
know.
Bowl.
That's crazy to me.
We have
conference
championships this weekend, and then the off week, and then Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So 2.5 weeks away from
It's
the Super Bowl.
here.
So call them now. Get the setup.
Get the setup. Get it ready. I love it. All right. So let's talk some of the crazy sports stories going on in this last half hour that we got.
Yep, we have a few.
What's your favorite one coming on?
Let's talk about UGA.
No. Oh, we're just gonna bring it down then. Okay.
Well,
all right.
Let's talk about the Georgia. Everybody knows the Georgia Bulldog. His name is UGA because UGA, University of Georgia, and he died.
Q. This was 10. This was UGA 10, also known as Q. English Bulldog.
Right.
Definitely. Him's a good boy. Him's a chunky boy. But yeah, we saw some responses from PETA. After which, same thing happened when Texas and Georgia actually met in the Sugar Bowl.
I'm pulling up
the
thing
Bevo
that's
UGA incident. Of course, PETA had to chime in. But yeah, there was a commentary. Go ahead, bring it up.
Yeah. So PETA, everyone knows the people for the ethical treatment of animals. They put rest in peace UGA. He struggled to breathe every day of his entire life. The University of Georgia promotes chronically suffering breathing impaired breeds and the cruel dog breeding industry. By using the English Bulldog as its symbol, the school has subjected 11 dogs to the stress and danger of being used as its mascot. It must stop dooming dogs to live like this. Okay, I have lots of opinions about this because I've had 5 English Bulldogs. My last one, it's been like a year and a half. We had to put her down because of issues like this. And I do understand English Bulldogs are a tough breed. They do have lots of medical issues. It is hard to breathe. You can't take them on a plane. They can't be in the heat. They need to be cushioned in the air condition.
To put that all on a university.
I know, but it's not the university that's doing this.
Yeah.
English Bulldogs are prized dogs for generations, world famous dogs. They are highly bred most of the time. They're not easy to get and easy to breed. Often they have to be birthed during C-section because their heads are so big. They're good, loyal. They're good with kids. They're just comfy, cozy, fun little dogs. I've loved all my Bulldogs. Yes, they're freaking expensive to have. Mine had a lot of medications and issues and allergies and it eventually was a little too much for her. But for them to say this, instead of just saying rest in peace, UGA,
they won't do that.
They had to make it like,
yeah, I will say PETA has some points in the breeding industry as a whole.
Yes.
English Bulldogs as a breed have definitely gone through it, and they are far away from where they could be or what they started as a breed. I get that, but I don't think this is the time to make that point. I don't think this is the time or to put the blame squarely on Georgia. Man, that's just ridiculous. Like, Georgia's not saying go out and buy a Bulldog. That's stupid.
They're not saying it in those words, but they are saying it in like this dog, like holding this dog up as the breed that represents them.
Yeah, but
their
how many
response
Bulldog
was,
mascots are there? There's just too many.
There's a lot of Bulldog. There's
Right.
100 high schools in Texas who are probably the Bulldogs.
It just feels
Bowie Bulldogs are right here in town.
right. It
There's
just
a
feels
lot of Bulldogs.
opportunistic and ridiculous to put the blame for what breeders have done to a breed on a university,
Right.
especially when. And look, let's talk about it. Mascots are spoiled as hell.
That's what
That
I was
dog
going to
lived
say.
his best life. I mean,
no, there are people who don't live as good as this dog.
Yeah, exactly.
This dog had top food, top shelter, top travel, top, collars and leashes and top vet care and top everything.
Yeah.
Top grooming. Nobody was treated as good as this dog.
Right.
So to say you force this dog to suffer so badly.
Yeah. Again, I think a lot of times PETA's message, the message that they try to get across just gets completely lost in the way that they try to bring it across. So yeah, not a great message from
UGA Barstool's response was shut the fuck up.
Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
It was not the time to do that.
Yeah, and again, listen, live mascots are part of, and you know what? We forgot to do this. Today is Bevo's birthday.
Speaking of mascots, the number one live mascot in the world.
Absolutely.
It's his birthday.
Yeah, shout out to 9 years old. Can you believe he is 9? Oh, he's beautiful. He's the best.
Oh, happy birthday, Bevo.
Yeah, so.
And there's another birthday today.
Yeah, Ivan Melendez.
Baseball day.
Texas baseball. Yes. Ivan Melendez, the Hispanic Titanic, shares a birthday with Bevo.
Nice.
That's fun. So, yeah, but look, live mascots are part of what makes college awesome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, those animals are treated so well. A lot of the dog breeds are treated so well. You look at Rocky at Tennessee, the blue tick hound, and yeah,
the Aggies have the collie that they have to get out of the bed if the dog wants to get in the bed.
Yes.
That dog is treated really well.
Right, Reveille.
Reveille.
She definitely lives her best life. So yeah, I don't know. I think watching some of these animals and what they go through. Ralphie is spoiled as heck too down in Colorado.
The buffalo, right?
Fun fact, Ralphie is a female. They will not use a bull or a steered buffalo because they're too big. So they run with the smaller females. So Ralphie is
still
always
a big animal.
Still a very large animal, still could do whatever the heck she wanted. But Ralphie
that's good to know.
is always a girl. Yeah, fun fact. So yeah, I agree. Listen, I'm all for live mascots. As long as you're taking care of them, treating them right, that's amazing. I love it. So another story that we ran across. Did you see the new volleyball court?
Yes.
Back-to-back national champion Texas Longhorns have a new volleyball court. They unveiled it in Gregory Gymnasium. Now, not a whole lot of changes to the court, except for one notable one.
The SEC logo.
That big old SEC logo right in the middle for sure.
And they zoomed in on it. Texas volleyball tweeted it.
What do you think of it?
It's the SEC logo.
Yeah, being on there. I don't think there's a lot of people like, why does it have to be so big? It's really not.
It's
the width wise,
it's not that big. Did we have a Big 12 logo there before? Okay, then who cares?
Right. It's exact same.
It's not news, except the floor is beautiful.
It is pretty. Nice.
National champions deserve a nice floor to play on.
Right. So we were talking a little bit earlier about A&M and Bills Mafia. You mentioned the snowball incident with the Bills Mafia throwing snowballs at Patrick Mahomes' head. There was a recent article that came out listing the most miserable fan bases in sports.
The 5 most miserable fan bases. Yes.
Yeah. So coming in at number 5 was the Cleveland Browns, which, yeah, I get it. Like they have had some success, but definitely not.
They wore bags on their heads for decades.
Well, yeah. And for a long time, the running joke was that's where quarterback careers go to die, right?
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to get drafted.
They would go through 5 or 6 quarterbacks in a season.
Right. It's crazy. It's great. My friend is a diehard Cleveland fan, and he calls it the factory of sadness. So that's fair. Coming in at number 4, this is one that we thought was interesting. Number 4 on the list of top 5 most miserable fan bases.
Because 4 were professional teams, and 1 was a college
team.
One
was not. Number 4, coming in at number 4 is Texas A&M Aggies. Well, let's listen.
Well, I'll read what the article said. It's only a couple lines.
Yeah.
There are 4 professional teams and 1 college, and it's the Aggies. The Aggies like to act like they're a national championship program, and they've certainly spent like it, but that has not resulted in any legitimate success on a national scale. Texas A&M gave one of the richest contracts in coaching history to Jimbo Fisher, but that failed miserably, leading to his firing. Perhaps Mike Elko will change things around.
So let's hold that thought. We're going to list off the rest of the teams on here. Coming in at number 3 is the New York Mets. Number 2 is the Minnesota Vikings. And number 1 right now is the Buffalo Bills with the Bills Mafia. Now, look, we've talked about this a little bit. I understand why most of these teams are on here, but I would argue Aggies coming in at number 4 is most miserable with the criteria that they have. And why? That's too low. I don't think that number 4 does them justice.
You know why I think they're not the most miserable? Because a lot of them still believe they're great and they're not unhappy. You know what I mean? Like they're not sitting here crying and sulking that, oh, they're just so miserable.
I don't know. I feel like that may
Some
have
of them
changed a
still
bit.
believe that they're greatness no matter what.
Listen, it is it's National Compliment Day. I'm going to compliment our rival. Like we said, I will give credit to Texas A&M fans for being a very loyal fan base.
Yes, that's the way of saying it.
Year after year, things go poorly for their teams or go, there's always next year, Aggies, right?
Oh, always next
And
year.
every year they show up and they pack Kyle Field and they do a good job with that. I will give them credit for that. But as far as most miserable goes, I don't know that I could, I don't know. I would just put them higher because they haven't sniffed anything close to a national championship. Now, their baseball program has made it to Omaha a couple times. Their, basketball had some sort of success last year, but didn't make a deep tournament run. A&M last national championship, 1939. Like it's definitely questionable there. I would think that A&M would have to be ranked higher. I'm curious, like what other fan base would you put on unhappiest of fan bases?
Oh, and I am part of this fan base, so I would say it's a love-hate, delusional / miserable /
miserable existence.
Delusionally happy, yet also miserable. The Cowboys fans,
Okay.
like I think we can be very miserable in that. This is just like the Aggies. This is our year. Things are looking great.
The cycle of things.
We have the talent.
We're winning it all.
The money's invested, and it doesn't pan out at the end.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
you'd put the Cowboys in there. That's fair.
I don't know. I mean, that off the top of my head, they're feeling pretty miserable right now because everything was in line this year too. I mean, even the Eagles fell apart for you, and you couldn't piece it together at home against a rookie quarterback.
Look, I don't know. I feel like, Cowboys, I think you guys have a valid argument of being in an unhappy fan base because of the expectations that are set, right? And, I kind of question the Bills being on there. I know that's a really passionate fan base.
Well, it's because they got to the pinnacle so many times and never could finish.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of what they were known for in the 90s against the Cowboys, right? Some of those epic Super Bowl battles.
And now they're
not to come out on top.
Much.
But I would argue, you're still seeing some success. Now, granted, I'm viewing this from the lens of being a Lions fan, right? Where we were a truly miserable team for a truly long time, and now we're having some success, and holy crap, that feels great. To me, I don't know that it's worse to have a pretty daggum good team every year in and year out. I can't say that would be worse than not having sniffed a championship since 1939.
What's better? Always a bridesmaid, never a bride, I guess it's kind of like that.
Or not even.
Or never.
Or never getting invited to any parties.
Never even invited.
Right? Like I don't know, man. I think.
I don't know. I thought that was pretty funny.
I would have ranked him higher. I would have put him on there, but I would have ranked him higher.
I mean, for being the only non-professional sports program. Fan base, that was kind of funny.
So there was another story coming out in women's basketball. We saw Caitlin Clark, who is kind of a rock star in women's basketball right now, bringing in this was a huge sold out game, tons of people there with an upset. Ohio State upset Iowa and stormed the court. And there was a collision with Caitlin Clark. She was trying to run into the locker room. There was some drama. It ran into a fan. Fan ran into her. There was some question on, storming the court. Is it safe? I want your input on that. I want your thoughts on this.
Well, you know how I feel about storming anything. Act like you've been there before. And if you haven't, it's just a dangerous thing to do. Like we've seen, not just this one basketball incident where she was knocked to her knees and on the ground. She's not just because she's the top player in the country right now, but any athlete can be hurt that way, right? So that's annoying enough. But when fans do something great, wow, good, celebrate. But the opposing team, we've seen them get punched, pushed, knocked down, tripped over, shouted at, insulted, like all the ugly things that they can go.
It is a safe
and there is no consequence.
Yeah. Well, there's fines.
No,
the school gets fined.
I'm saying for these goofballs who come down and push and shove, they would never in a million years go push and shove on a big old 6'5", 280-pound
football player. They would never do that in a million years.
Kind of.
But,
I mean, it got a little out of control in Lubbock, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. Unless they're rushing the field,
Yeah.
then all of a sudden they think they can go push and shove on these big athletes, because if the athlete does something back to them, then they're the one that gets in trouble
Sure.
or causes a problem. But so they act like fools, and it's dangerous.
Yeah, so I agree in general. Like there has to be, especially this is the thing. Each school is supposed to have security in place, right, to help the opposing team get them off the court or off the field in a safe manner. We obviously didn't see that happen,
Mhm.
right? They didn't. Their protocols, their safety protocols weren't up to snuff. They didn't have their safety personnel in place at the appropriate time, which could have alleviated a lot of this problem.
Yeah, if they want to celebrate in the court, remove the opposing team and
Right.
then let people come celebrate.
Right. So, and again, when you have a bunch of people flooding a small area, that's hard to control. No
Mhm.
question. Now, there is some debate coming up. Was it a flop? Did Caitlin flop? It's hard to say. Listen, watching it again, it does feel like a bit of a dramatic move of her going, and she's okay. She mentioned she's okay. Felt like a bit of a dramatic move. The fan that she ran into was paying attention on her phone, running onto the court. Caitlin ran into her, spins around, hands go flying. She lands on the ground on her knees, right?
Mhm.
I think that was a little dramatic. Now,
Who's going to tell her how to fall?
well, that's the argument that can be made, right? Like, there are safe ways to fall. And
Uh-huh.
that may have been just the easiest thing for her to do with the momentum to spin around
Mhm.
as she was going down. Okay. I can see that, right? But it did feel a little dramatic. But I think the bottom line here is it shouldn't have happened in the first place. There should have been an opportunity for the opposing team to get off the court safely. And you do wonder, how many incidents do we have to have? How much does it have to escalate until there are more strict rules enforced? I think that's,
I mean, even if she did flop or whatever, or be dramatic about being pushed down, are we going to wait until someone's seriously injured before we're like, okay,
yeah.
I think
she
the
wouldn't-
writing's on the wall that this is getting more and more dangerous,
right?
And are we going to wait till a big football player or
Tears an
or
ACL or
basketball,
something.
no, or big basketball player punches another student in
Right,
the face?
right.
Are we going to wait till a player is injured because they're being pushed and shoved around?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are we going to wait for until we say, at minimum, clear opposing people, visiting team away, and then let people come celebrate?
And again, I don't think it's an issue of they allowed people
You
onto the
can
court.
control people from coming down to your court if you wanted to.
I don't know.
You could if you wanted to.
You'd have to bulk up security quite a bit. And again, the argument that I would have is put them in place. A lot of times it seems to me that security is there, but they're not in the right place. You need to be situationally aware of that. Like, what's going on the court? Is it a close game? Get your security guards in place.
There's enough police to remove people that if they started running onto the court, if they wanted to.
I don't agree with that. I think it's
do.
a safety in numbers with groups. And once one starts to go, it's like a herd. Yeah, it's hard to stop that.
We've also been at games where they announce every 5 minutes,
There's
do
that.
not rush the court. Do not rush
There's
the
that
court.
too.
If this, we've been to away games where we've seen that because,
Sure.
of course, when you're with Texas, and if they beat Texas, they're going to be happy and they're going to get tired and they're going to want to rush the court. So
Yeah.
we've seen it. There's a way of letting people know every 5 minutes leading up to the end of the game, do not rush the court or else. Don't just do nothing.
My argument here is I
Right
can
now they're just
appreciate
doing nothing.
Right now I can appreciate fan bases celebrating and being excited, but I do think there needs to be some changes in protocol on how to get the opposing team off the court first,
Yeah.
right? Or allow that to happen. So, all right, well, a lot on that. Flop, no flop, either way, rushing the court could be an issue, could be a problem moving forward.
Yep.
One last thing, like we want to end a little bit high here. Texas revenue. Goodness
Woohoo!
gracious. We got some money, y'all.
Well, the school does.
Yeah, it came right. It came in. Texas reporting a $271 million revenue for athletics this past year, which is pretty freaking incredible. That is actually up 32 million from the year
It's a
before.
lot of money.
Winning helps, doesn't it?
It bumps it up for sure.
National championship runs,
And
you
I
know,
would
making this
even
college
say
football
next
playoff.
year, after the first year in the SEC, they're going to hit 300 million.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see a jump there. We're still waiting for some of the other schools to release their numbers, but as of right now, through a public records request, yeah, Texas came out 271 million. Again, this is the largest single year for Texas, for the University of Texas, since 2005, when the current reporting model was put into place. So
Wow.
that's pretty crazy. That's a lot of beer. They sold a lot of beer.
They sold
for-
a lot of beer.
I love it. Which, of course, in the era of NIL, certainly feels like it's helping, but we've got to keep that athletics separate from
that. Yeah, that's
from the
separate
Texas
money.
One
That's
Fund.
separate money.
Yep.
Yes,
That'll be interesting to see if there is reporting on that.
right.
Just as a comparison, Ohio State was the top grossing school last year, and they came in at $251 million. So Texas a full $20 million over where Ohio State was last year. Be interesting to see those numbers come out for sure.
Yeah, well, when you're on national championship runs like Ohio State was, then you can rake in lots of good money. And we know lots of programs, basketball, softball, they all bring in money.
Yep.
But we all know football is the big breadwinner. And when football is doing well, everyone's making money.
For sure.
All right.
All right. Well, we want to give one more shout out again to Longhorn Laundry.
Yes.
If you guys haven't listened, nobody wants to waste their time washing their clothes, dealing with laundry, having to wait forever and ever and ever for your load cycles to go through. Maybe you have some dry cleaning that you just don't want to deal with. Longhorn Laundry will get you guys taken care of. Again, if you use code FTC20, you get $20 off of your first order. And what they're going to do for you is literally pick up your laundry. You give them all your dirty clothes. They pick it up. They clean it perfectly. They fold it, seal it so that it's nice and contained, and bring it back to you. That delivery, all for free. Again, Longhorn Laundry will take care of you, get you looking good, get you feeling fresh. And then you don't have to waste your time doing it. It's pretty incredible. We're seeing a lot of it. Again, they're a fan favorite. They're also helping out the football team, the baseball team. We're seeing they're really taking off. So check them out. Again, that's longhornlaundry.com, or you can give them a call directly at 512-470-1005. Again, that is the owner, Abos. That is his personal cell phone. He cares that much about having his service and being a 5-star laundry service. So give them a check. Again, that code is FTC20 for $20 off your first order. And we want to give that a huge shout out to them, Longhorn Laundry.
Good
Love
job,
them.
Longhorn Laundry.
Love it.
Thank you for supporting Fire the Cannon on Texas hockey game. And last I checked, the tickets were almost sold out.
Yeah, I want to see where they're at now.
Let me look real quick.
I know they had 70 available last night, 30 available about 1 o'clock today. They are definitely going fast. So if you guys haven't checked them out, again, we'll throw a link here in the comments in just a second.
TexasIceHockey.com.
TexasIceHockey.com. You have to go to the upper right corner, click on the menu, drop it down, and you can go to purchase tickets.
And you have to let it load because a few sports load up, and then you have to finish letting it load for the hockey to show up, because people were saying, I don't see it showing up. But yeah, okay, so you wait a second for it to show up. There are only 14. We did a good job helping them sell these tickets this week. There's only 14 tickets left for adults, 8 for teens that are only $5, and kids 10 and under are free, but you got to reserve a spot.
You do have to reserve a spot.
Yeah, so go quickly if you're going to get them, because there's only 14 adult tickets left. So it's going to be fun.
Texas Ice Hockey. And again, join us. The game is at 8 p.m. at Chaparral Ice this Friday, taking on
the Aggies,
the
fourth most miserable
fan base out there. So it is, again, rivalry week. I mean, we get to see Texas basketball, both men's and women's. Again, men had that great victory in Norman. Women take on
in
Oklahoma
1 hour.
In 1 hour. And then Texas takes on Texas A&M in ice hockey this Friday. So come join us. We will be at Cover 3 for happy hour about 6 o'clock. Again, that's on Anderson Lane across from the North Cross Mall area. So join us, have a drink with us, Fire the Cannon, Megan and Rocky.
And there.
Let's go to some Texas ice hockey together. So, all right, y'all. Again, we appreciate you joining us. Please be sure to like and subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered online. Again, you can watch on YouTube, you can stream on Facebook. We are Fire the Cannon. As always, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we're Fire the Cannon. Thanks, y'all, and we'll see you next